Ireland.
Morning, everybody. It's Friday, April the 29th. It's, well, let's call it the bank holiday weekend, shall we? Why not? Because we have to thank a man called Sir John Lubbock for bank holidays. I mean, because originally, the reason it's a bank holiday is it was only banks and financial buildings that would close, which is where the name comes from. And as time went on, businesses, shops, schools and the government all joined in. So now we call them bank holidays. And we seem to have numerous ones. He was a slightly odd man. He used to, he wrote about ants and he tried to teach his poodle to speak. Sorry, to read. I knew there was a difference. But he studied ants. He was the first Baron of Avebury. A scientific writer, a banker, what a banker he was, and politician. So now you know where you get it from. But, I mean, nobody cares, really. Everybody loves a bank holiday. But there are now 8 bank holidays every year, whilst in Scotland there are 9, and in Northern Ireland there are 10. Let's move to Northern Ireland. Let's go there straight away. So what have we got for you this morning? What a cornucopia. What a veritable potpourri of stories from the papers. For example, 7 hours sleep is the best rest. I never get 7 hours. I wouldn't know what to do with 7 hours. I'll be lying there for the last... I mean, I generally survive on about 5 to 6, I think, something like that. In one chat, yeah, I'll probably wake up twice during that period. I've never gone all the way through. Never gone all the way through. If you're stressed, and many of you are stressed, dusting. Apparently dusting is very good for you. Rees-Mogg tells the supermarkets, cut your prices. Sainsbury's have almost doubled their profits. They've gone from about 340 million to 700 and something, so they're going to halt their price. I mean, seriously, you know, I feel a bit guilty recommending their fish fingers to you from yesterday. You know, seeing as people who go in there, because you won't just go in there and buy one thing, you'll go in there and do other shopping, won't you? The cheap P&O crew failed the life-saving inspections, and the BBC bosses given notice the licence fee faces the axe. So that means their money would come from where? I don't understand how that would work. Because at the moment, the BBC thrives because they don't do advertising. Yeah, right. Have you seen some of their programmes? They're littered with subliminal advertising. You can't miss it. You can't miss it. It's been on so many different programmes. You know, they used to... Blue Peter used to be the classic example of trying to hide a cornflakes packet and some sticky back plastic. And Copydex. We all knew it was Copydex. They called it rubber cement. Rubber cement. And, you know, I mean, you think, are we really stupid? But they used to be really hot on it on Blue Peter. So you'd have to sort of blank out the cornflakes box. But everybody knew what it looked like. It had a giant cockerel on the front of it. But if the licence fee is axed, where's their income going to come from? They'll have to take advertising. I can't think of any other way round it. I mean, you know, they that's where all their money comes from. That's how they can afford to put up brand new buildings. That's how they can afford to waste our money. If it's their money, I don't mind them wasting, you know, their money. But it's when it's us. You know, you look at, I mean, the classic example is radio. How many people work on radio programmes of the BBC? You'd be horrified. Horrified. You know, come into the world of commercial radio, and it's been pared down quite a lot. I told you, a friend of mine left LBC to go to the BBC, and he wanted to move his telephone on his desk. So he crawled underneath the desk, unplugged it. Somebody, what are you doing? And he said, I'm just moving the telephone. I went, you can't do that. There's a department. So we had to phone up the department to say, can you come and move my telephone? Couldn't do anything. Absolutely couldn't do anything. And he said, and when you did do something, there was like a load of people. One man left LBC to go to the BBC, and he was booked as a reporter. All he had to do was turn out one feature a week. That was it. He could spend the whole week on one feature. Somebody needs to tear down the BBC. Tear them down. They're hopelessly out of touch with everything. You know, you look at the age of some of the cameramen. I mean, dear Lord above, it's like Geriatrics Anonymous. You know, I'll be wheeling this camera about for a long time. It's like that. It's terrible. You know, you have to change it. You know, you can do it so much better. So much better. So if the licence fee faces the axe, I mean, I wouldn't like to imagine what that brings in, but it's their entire income. So no new programmes have been made because they'd have to get advertising. Do you think they've saved? Do you think they've actually got savings in the bank? Like all those crooks who were cheating over the pandemic and getting this money. Steve, do you like video games? No, I don't. Can't stand them. I think they're for sad, lonely, degenerate people. You know, a video game is very lonely, very insular. It means that you're not mixing with people. They actually blamed video games on loads of disorders that kids ended up having because they didn't want to go outside and play. They wanted to stay in and play and become addicted to their video games. And some of them have had dire consequences. Dire. They showed that programme again on the television the other day. Couldn't understand why they were showing it. And it was a young boy, 14, 15, and he'd met somebody on the internet playing games. What he didn't know was that this person was a murderer. He was a young boy as well, and he invited him over to his house. They were playing games, and then it got out of hand, and he tied him up. Anyway, cut a long story short, he ended up killing him. And his mother was on the programme, and I was trying to work out why they were showing this programme again, unless there'd been any changes. And they had the actual recordings of when the murderer, this young lad, phoned up and was talking to this woman saying, I think he's dead. And then she went, OK, fine. And he went, I can hear a police car. Is that coming to me? Is that coming to me? And you think to yourself, he's just literally slit this boy's throat. And this boy had died. And then the woman said, OK, well, I'll do so. Don't hang up on me, he said. I'm telling you a story. Don't hang up on me. And I remember I was sitting there transfixed by this programme thinking, this little lad had no idea what was going to happen to him. No idea. He thought he had a friend. And it was purely due to video games. They were playing some sort of game and it involved people talking to each other. And it's very dangerous. The amount of people, I've said before, how many people who have kids who have got computers in their room, do you know what they're watching? Do you know what they're having access to? The answer is no. A lot of people don't. Noreen says, hope you're well. We are, thank you. We're off to High Wycombe tonight to see Marty Wilde, Eden Kane, Mark Winter and Nancy, Little Miss 60s. Looks great from the photos I've seen earlier gigs. We booked to see Downton Abbey on Monday. Feet up in between. How lovely, Noreen. That's the best thing to do. I'm not doing a feet up, I'm doing a plant up. So I shall try and get as many plants in over this weekend as I possibly can, because I've got more on the way. And I need to try and whittle them down a little bit. And it's looking promising. I filled up the water butt the other day because we haven't had any rain. So I had to sort of connect the X hose up to the tap and fill up the water butt, which was great. So that's all looking very good indeed. There's rain apparently due on Monday, but you know what they say. I mean, sometimes they go, oh, it's going to rain. And you go, yeah, when? Because we have rugby in Twickenham tomorrow. Guess which one it is? It's our favourite. It's the Army and Navy. Otherwise known as the Drunks. Oh, I tell you, they will arrive in drunk. The military police have been around already, so they know where to put the people that they arrest for being drunk and disorderly. There's generally and loads of them will still be drinking as the game starts because they think it's just up the road by the station. It's not. It's a good walk. And when they come out, they try and get them back onto the trains as quick as possible. But there will be numerous ones who get so drunk. I mean, last year, or last time we had them, there was about 10 of them standing stark naked in the middle of the street. Twickenham's never seen anything like it before, or since. But no, so it's always the one. And so luckily I'm out all day, because I think they'll be in for, I don't think the game's till the afternoon, but they'll be in because they'll be boozing. For some reason, they're starved of alcohol, so they ended up, being drunk, and then somebody would go, the game's, starting, it's going to take you a good 35, 40 minutes to get up there. They go, oh, it's all right, I don't drink. And you think, God help us all. God help us all. Stressed out GPs crying out for help. Judy Garland's dress, the one we told you about the other day, $1 million. $1 million they reckon they get for it. Isn't that fantastic? Mind you, I'd prefer to have the Stradivarius violin. 14 million, I think, on that one. Ukraine have released details of the despicable Russian soldiers. It's the Despicable 10. They will be charged with war crimes. They will find them. Because all these people, it doesn't matter what's going on. This is war crimes on a gigantic scale. And masterminded by mad as a French bulldog, old Putin, who's now threatening us and saying if people get involved, we will use nuclear weapons. And then he's got some advisor, or as we prefer to call them over here, a bit of a toe rag. And she was going, he means what he says, and we will. And then she came up with this classic statement, we've all got to die sometimes. And you think, you really are as stupid as you look, aren't you? Nothing worse than a little, brown noser who sort of thinks that they're really impressing everybody. What our leader wants, he gets. Good. Well, you end up with no country. You have no way. They're all scared of him. You're scared of him, aren't you, dear? That's what you are. You're a little scaredy cat. Samsung, sorry for their 2 a.m. women jogger ad. A woman, she goes out running on the streets, and there's a group who are going, oh, no, you can't have that. Women running on the streets and all the rest of it. Oh, no, definitely not. And so they've apologised, and the advert's been criticised by some women's running groups and safety campaigners being unrealistic. I mean, Samsung say I don't know why we have to do this. We're in a woke society now. There's loads of people. I see loads of people jogging. Women's safety group Reclaim These Streets have described it as tone deaf in the light of the death of Aisling Murphy, who was killed on a run in January. But these are sort of one-offs. This was in Ireland. It wasn't here. It was in Ireland. And it's opened up the conversation about how unsafe some women feel running alone at night. Well, I suppose the answer is don't go running alone at night. Go out in 2s or 3s or something like that. But most people don't go out running at night. I don't see that many people. In the morning I see people jogging. At night time you don't see people. They're far too sensible. But you have to explain to some groups, listen, it's just an advert for a blooming phone, for God's sake. And then what happened the other day? Anti-oil anarchists smashing up petrol pumps. One of the idiots, you remember the idiot that was sent off to prison for 2.5 months? A little pathetic waste of space. And I doubt he'll ever do a day's work in his life. He was out there again, released from prison, not remotely bothered by the prison sentences. And he superglues himself to a petrol pump. And you think, other people are filling up their cars looking at these degenerate idiots with sort of mild amusement. And at one point, one of them, his arm was hurting, so they brought him a chair so he could sit down. Took the police 7 hours. 7 hours. To be honest with you, I don't know why they can't get this thing sorted out quicker. It really is absolutely appalling. Absolutely appalling. When you allow them, so they vandalise. The moment you vandalise something, you're going to prison. And this bloke, it'll be his second. He's been arrested because he's a bit thick and stupid and he's, limited intelligence. He doesn't know. And especially when you hear their arguments, they're all a bit simpleton. The sort of people, if they live next door to you, you know that there'd be an upturned sofa in the front garden, and a few sort of broken old chairs and everything else. But, so I think next time we send him to prison, how about 2 years? That'll keep him busy, won't it? But, the system we have in this country is so slow and so appalling. People can go around smashing up petrol pumps. I wish they would go around to the judges' houses and start picketing them. But, of course, perhaps the judge would then see it. And I don't know what the rules are regarding supergluing yourself to a petrol pump and defacing it. I don't know how much petrol pumps cost, but I bet they're not cheap. And it's criminal damage, but who's going to pay for it? We are. We're going to pay for it. I don't want these little tow rags going round. People pulling in there, trying to get petrol to go on to their jobs. And they can't because they vandalise the petrol pumps. And they sit there superglued to them. And you think, let's leave you there all day. You stay there all day. Oh, your arm hurts, does it? Oh, diddums. Pathetic little wastes of space, aren't they? Anyway, 4:15.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
I love the story in the paper of Harry Styles' latest girlfriend. He seems to work his way through them. She's on stage talking about her latest film, and some bloke comes up and hands her an envelope, a brown envelope. So, of course, she takes it, because it's marked private, confidential. She thinks it's a script. No, she's just been served with court papers. Served with court papers on behalf of her ex-fiancé whilst on stage in Las Vegas. So it had personal and confidential, and she takes it. Now, if ever you're serving somebody with legal papers, you just go up to them and go, oh, there you go. And most people take it. Most people take it without realizing. Once they've taken it, they're served. And then all you say to them, you've just been served with legal papers. It's as simple as that. And so she was sort of reading it while she's on stage. That'll teach her. Won't be doing that ever again, I suppose. But I was watching a great thing in America. And it was, I forget which town it was in, but it was the usual heavy-handed American police. In this particular case, there's a bloke. One of his neighbours has reported him to the police because they said he's got a pistol shoved down the back of his shorts. He doesn't have, of course, but the police don't know this, but they think he's got a pistol shoved down the back. So they go round to his house. He's got a 15-year-old son, and luckily they're filming all of this. And so the bloke goes, they go, stay there, don't move. And he says, I'm sorry, am I being charged with something? Yes. These police officers are what they call in America bent. Okay, what they're doing is They've got their body cams on, but this boy, the son of this fella, is filming everything. At one point, they taser him because he wants to go into his house, and they're going, put your arms around your back, and they're really aggressive to him. Anyway, cut a long story short, they're saying to the boy, what's your name? He said, I'm not telling you this. And he said to the police officers, what's your name and number? And so he points to his name. He went, no, that's your name. What's your number? Because it's illegal in America not to give your name to somebody. If somebody says, what is your name and number, you have to give it to them, and you can film them at the same time. But a lot of the police are a bit thick in America. That's why there's so many corrupt coppers. Anyway, to cut a long story short, this bloke, after he was manhandled, they threatened his son. They put their hands on his son. He said, get your hands off me. And the bloke went, you stay well back. He said, oh, you'll be face down on the ground. This is to a 15-year-old boy. Anyway, I'm delighted to tell you that 3 of the coppers involved have been fired from the force. They've got rid of them. So good, which always makes me very happy. You see it all the time. You know, the Karens and all these other people who sort of have breakdowns in the middle of a Kentucky Fried Chicken or something and start leering over the cat. I mean, really, it's just getting completely out of hand. And all we get is anti-oil anarchists, pathetic, stupid little people with their little rainbow jackets on. You know, but if you come out of prison, you obviously not learnt your lesson because you went straight back there. And I think this time something a little bit more serious. A little bit more serious. Because there's got to be a deterrent. If there's no deterrent, you know, somebody said to me, oh, you know, why don't we bring back the death penalty? And I go, listen, what difference would that make? That wouldn't make the slightest difference. If somebody's going to commit a crime and it involves murdering somebody, the death penalty wouldn't have made the slightest difference. Because when we had the death penalty and didn't stop people murdering, Gary Lineker turned down the chance of joining GMB. The reason being, A, he wouldn't be very good at it, and secondly, he doesn't like early mornings. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, but, you know, old Juggy is, you know, doing his crisp advert. Now he's doing other adverts. You see all the pictures in the paper. He's wearing these sunglasses, looking like Tom Cruise. And I'd forgotten he's paid by a company to advertise them. It's, you know, still can't find a girlfriend, eh, Gary? But never mind. Oh, you've heard of Rorke's Drift, haven't you? I'm assuming you've heard of Rorke's Drift. It was very, very, very famous. They made a film about Rorke's Drift. And it was one of those battles that it was known as the defence of Rorke's Drift, an engagement in the Anglo-Zulu War. 1879, I think, something like that. And it was quite frightening because they were caught in the middle of it with all these Zulu warriors. You've never seen anything like it. I mean, I'd been frightened immediately, just even seeing them all there. It was quite something else. It was like when you go to the V&A Museum and look at what the Japanese warriors were wearing in some of their, you know, in the 1800s, things like that. You'd have been frightened immediately. They had these helmets on, which had these grotesque faces on there. And it was really something else. But when you saw the Zulu warriors, they were Amazonian-like. I mean, they were 6 feet tall, these people. And they didn't stand a cat in hell's chance. Oh, these are these Japanese warriors. And they're just amazing. This is what the samurai were wearing. I mean, imagine seeing a whole army of all these people dressed up looking like that. Well, they're not very proud. Oh, you went to the toilet. I've got no idea. But they just look frightening. They just look very frightening. But they're so beautiful to see. They're works of art. Works of art. And you look at them and you think, my goodness me. And these, you know, go back many, many years. And it's mainly the samurai warriors thing. But they're just beautiful images. But as I say, when you actually see them in real life and you think, oh my God, they did wear these things. I mean, how they got Henry VIII onto a blooming horse, I'll never know. Yeah, I mean, because they had his suit of armour, didn't they? I think that's on display somewhere. And this sort of, you looked at it, you think, my God, he crammed himself into it. The poor horses must have staggered under the weight of these sort of things. Steve, writing from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. You're still my number one presenter. What do you mean still? I don't ever think there's any sort of admission of sort of failings on my behalf. I think, of course, I'm always going to be number one. I have to be. And can I get happy 60th birthday? Recovering from foot surgery and a nasty infection has set in. Oh, you don't want infections. Not on your feet. Not on your feet. Hope you're not diabetic. Peter Andre said he was scared for his life. They're trying to drum up some interest in Peter Andre again, where he's got a minuscule part in Grease. He's playing the DJ in it, which is a tiddly-piddly part. You might as well not bother with it, really. But, of course, it's the best he can get. I was waiting for his film career to take off in America. If you remember, he went over there and I'm doing this film and I'm doing it, because I want to get into acting and all this kind of stuff. That turned out to be nothing. And then he was also going to be touring Australia. That turned out to be nothing at all. In fact, he didn't even bother rescheduling. He came back because he had a programme. That programme where it was DIY decorating and Peter Andre, who couldn't bang a nail in, was sort of heading up that thing in a pair of dungarees. It was the saddest sight I've ever seen. But now they sort of, he was talking about bullying. Well, without wishing to cast aspersions on him, everybody was bullied at school. Everybody was bullied at school. Didn't matter who you were. Fat, thin, specky four eyes, sticky out ears, ginger hair, everything. Everybody got bullied for some reason. It was always the fat kid who had the sweets. So he would get bullied so that he'd give them to the other people. It was all very, very, very dreary, I'm afraid. David in Sunderland says, I was just reading Glynis Barber wants to play Severlin in Blake 7 reboot. Oh, I interviewed Glynis Barber, actually, some years ago. I thought she was charming. I hope they don't remake Blake 7. I don't know why they won't. She's famous for... I can't remember what she's famous for. I suppose, really... Dempsey and Makepeace would be the main thing, and she played Sulan in Blake 7 anyway. So if she wants to come back, she wants to play Severland, whatever that one is. But I doubt it'll happen. Married to Michael Brandon. They made a very good couple, didn't they? He was sort of very good looking. She was lovely. I thought she was charming. They got caught out by the press, and what were they doing? Oh, that's right. They were taking an illegal minicab. They came out of a bar or club or something, and they get into an illegal minicab because the mayor, Ken Livingstone, had a purge on illegal minicabs, and they still deny it to this day. I went out with the mayor watching the people being caught in the minicabs. So what they would have is they'd have somebody up by Piccadilly Circus standing there, just looking a bit forlorn. These cars would put up alongside them. They'd wind down the window and go, minicab? People would get in them, and these people would charge them and all the rest of it. Totally illegal. So what they had is a policeman and a policewoman. They say, the bloke could pull up, minicab? Yeah. They get in the car, shut the doors and go, just go down here and turn to the right. And just by the back of Her Majesty's Theatre, they had all customs and excise, the tax people and everything else. And one man had I think there was £1,400 worth of tickets on his car. And they were illegal minicab drivers, and they tried to get them off the... No other city has the illegal minicab drivers like we've got them. It's much better regulated now, but it was terrible in those days. Terrible. I mean, it really was. It was very dangerous. Single women staggering around, and some bloke who's literally just bought the car that afternoon is out there making money. I should take my car out, make far more money, I should imagine. You imagine, can't you? Barbecues are being ditched for British tapas. Are they? Who makes tapas? Nobody makes tapas. We've got a new tapas-type restaurant. Not a restaurant, it's a takeaway sort of place in Twickenham, next to the Wetherspoons. And so here it is, and it's sort of... Actually, it looks quite nice, actually, doesn't it, really? British tapas. So you can have... Think potato smileys, chicken nuggets, chips and garlic bread. The more beige on the plate, the better. And that's British tapas, is it? Oh, dear. People will be turning in their graves. Oven chips, curly fries, mini pizzas, sausage rolls, baked beans, spaghetti hoops, and you sort of look at it and you think, that's not tapas. That's just rubbish. That's just rubbish food. Doesn't even look very entertaining, does it? I mean, the chips don't look too bad. Yeah, it does look like a week old. And also, never put it on a pattern plate. Looks even worse. Even worse, I'm afraid. So they said, take yourself down the freezer aisle in your local supermarket, and you're amongst some of the staple ingredients of the latest foodie phenomenon. And they call that British tapas. Small wonder people are eating foreign. It looks far more entertaining than the rubbish that we're turning out. The PM, it's the Prime Minister, although I'm sure you've all made up your own jokes on it, has been urged to act swiftly over the Porn Watcher MP. I don't know why it's taken them so long. I really don't know. Why is it taking so long? Boris, come on, pull your finger out. They're on holiday. Well, I'm sorry, they have to sort of... This is far more important. Somebody's sitting in the House of Commons watching porn, as James O'Brien was saying. If he looked up and his producer was sort of watching porn in full view of the, if the engineer was watching porn and then the producer could see that he was watching porn, that would be an instant sackable offence. I mean, absolutely. It'd be like if I was sitting here and Joe said to me, oh, sorry, here we go, blooming phone again, and said to me, have you seen this? And I'd be going, I think that's a bit inappropriate, a little bit inappropriate. But it's the sort of reasons that, you know, they need to stop faffing around and get this sorted. Who is this person? Let us know who it is, and then we'll let the judicial system, or as we prefer to call it in this country, the press, take their revenge. Because, I mean, any old pervert who's sitting in the House of Commons looking at porn, I can't even believe it. I think it's made up. Somebody was really, really looking at pornography. It's just absolutely appalling. 4:30 is the time. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Simon English.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's bank holiday weekend, which we're all very pleased about. My friend Ian says he remembers coming out of the Astoria late at night, and it was just a wall of illegal minicabs and those dreadful hot dog sellers, you know, both potentially very dangerous to your health. The hot dog sellers, you still get them in London. The Astoria was on Charing Cross Road, and the minicabs would sit all outside it waiting. There were no lights or anything else. They were just people who'd bought a car, and they go, minicab, minicab. You see them outside all the clubs in town. Minicabs, what they're doing is touting. What they are is illegal. They don't pay any tax. It's like the rickshaws. You do still see them outside clubs. You can see people drive standing there saying, I see them. The worst ones were Waterloo Station. They would park their car at Waterloo Station, walk onto the platform, see people with all the luggage and go, do you need a minicab? Oh, yeah, you still see that. Ask any black cab driver, they'll tell you that these people exist all over the place. They literally will go there, never get into one. Very dangerous. And also, don't touch any of the sausages that they sell late at night from these hot dog sellers. Generally, they're poisoned. OK, there is the danger. Because what happens is, Westminster Council had a purge. They come out of two places. One is up by Tottenham Court Road, and the other one is at the back of where Centrepoint is, and it looks like the shutters, when they lift the shutters up, hundreds of these trolleys come out there, and all they are is pressed tin with a gas bottle underneath, and these half-cooked, disgusting pieces of filth, and that's just the blokes pushing the trolleys. You only have to look at them to realise you wouldn't go anywhere near these people, and they've got their stale buns and everything else, but of course, if you've had a few drinks, it's, you know, it's the smell of onions. Cooked onions is very, very powerful. None of them doing kebabs. They just do these revolting sausages, which they buy, and then they sell them for, you know, £5 or £6 or whatever it happens to be. I wouldn't have touched one in my entire life. Bad enough going to the fun fair touching one. They look even worse. But they used to come and basically take the trolley away from them. So they were left with the sausages. So they would just they would pick up all the sausages, shove them in a cardboard box and all the other bits and pieces, and go and get another trolley and go back out on the streets. You don't see as many of them, but they're certainly out there, because what they do is in wintertime they do chestnuts and they do chocolate nuts as well. You see that it's the same people. They do all of these things. They don't pay any tax, illegals, and it's the smell of the chestnuts and the smell of the chocolate on the nuts and things like that, which is very tempting, and they make a small fortune. A small fortune. But there were loads of them out there, and I remember seeing them. There was, what was it? It was a pigeon that was sitting actually on this bloke's trolley while he was away, and it was pecking at the sausages. As he just comes back and just turns the thing over and just carries on. They used to have their stuff dropped on the floor. They'd pick it all up, brush it off, and then stick it back on the tray again. I mean, really filthy. Yeah, very good chance you could get food poisoning. What was the other one? Oh, the longest living pet dogs at the moment, as opposed to non-pet dogs, I suppose. Jack Russells. Jack Russells live longest, which I don't mind, actually. I think they're quite feisty little things. And the number of drivers over the age of 90 has doubled. Breeds with the longest life expectancy. So Jack Russell's 12.7 years. I don't know if this is dog years. Human years. Oh, right. Border Collies, 12.1. I like Border Collies. Springer Spaniels, they look good with their ears. Pugs, 7.7 years. English Bulldogs, what was it? 7.4. And French Bulldogs, 4.5. So you're better off with a Jack Russell. You get better value out of it. But I like Border Collies. Shep was a Border Collie. Do you remember from Blue Peter? Shep was a Border Collie. And Springer Spaniels, they always, as they come racing towards you, they're quite sweet. A friend of mine's got a Cockapoo, and it's so affectionate. They just seem the happiest little dogs around, but they're charging a fortune for them. You can pay £2,000. In my day, you could go to the pound, find one, and you'd go home with it, and you just have to buy a bowl and some food and stuff like that. Nowadays, these things have got, money stamped all over them. Money. Seagulls feared to be alien spies. Daily Star story. And the Coronation Street star Jenny McAlpine, her restaurant business, not doing very well at the moment. It owes about 600,000 quid. She was hoping for a chain. I love the way they all think it's easy to do, but it isn't. And Leonardo DiCaprio's invested in Lewis Hamilton's vegan burger chain, which is called, what was it called? Plain Burger or something? Or, sorry, what was it? Neat Burger. Oh, right. Apparently Simon, who's reading the news for us this morning, he's been. And he said it was nice. He said, but expensive. So they do a neat burger, which is cheese, grilled onions, pickles, lettuce, tomato, white onions, neat stack sauce, plus double neat meat patty. But it's not meat, is it? It's not. They do a chicken burger, lettuce, mayo, and crispy chicken pate. And they also do a filet, no fish, lettuce, tartar sauce, plus crispy coated fish fillet. But it's not fish. It looks quite nice. I prefer the neat burger. I'd like to see what it tasted like, first of all, because it's the buns that do it for me. I'm liking sort of buns, but you can't tell with sort of a lot of it, can you? What I wouldn't have. It's not meat, is it? What is it then? Is it just plant-based stuff? Oh right. What, designed to look like meat or taste like meat? Oh, both. Oh right. But it's expensive. There we go. Smash burger, double neat meat patty, smashed with onions, cheese, mustard, neat sauce, stack sauce. That looks quite nice. The hamburger, pickles, white onion, ketchup, mustard, neat meat patty. That seems quite nice, doesn't it? Yes, I don't mind that. And the smoked smash, double neat meat patty, smashed with onions, lettuce, jalapeno, pickles, mayo, 2 crispy onion rings. 2 crispy onion rings. I mean, I ask you, how can you eat an onion ring? Doesn't work, does it? My friend Jim Diamond, he says, apparently Gordon Ramsay's selling an 85 quid burger at Harrods. Does it come with a mouthful of abuse at the same time? It's a Wagyu beef and truffle chips. That Wagyu beef, I've seen that Wagyu beef. So it's 85 quid. I don't think anything's worth 85 quid. I'd rather have a beef burger from Birdseye with onions in it, because I thought they were quite nice. Or a Wimpy. A Wimpy was always very nice indeed, but I mean, you can't tell until you eat something what it's going to be like, and it's only then that you go, oh, actually, this is really. I mean, a lot of the food has lost its taste for me nowadays because I think most of it is processed. But is that Wagyu? An odd-looking bun, isn't it? The Wagyu beef looks nice, but then to me, I might as well just sort of go and buy 2 fillet steaks, 24 quid. Or actually less than 24 quid for 2, and cook them, and then just get a bun and stick it in there. That's way under the 85 quid that old Ramsay can charge for something. I suppose people don't mind being parted from their money. I don't think they actually get to that stage and go, oh, I don't think we'll eat here. It's just that Simon said outside, he said, it wasn't cheap. And he went to Lewis Hamilton's thing. And of course, what they do is they actually prey on the fact that you're going to a celebrity-based restaurant or burger. It's always burger places, though, isn't it? I suppose there's more profit in burger places. Steve, morning, says Britt. My English bulldog Bumble died last year at the age of 10, but now you've got me worried. My Frenchie is 4 in June. Hopefully I'll make it beyond 4.5 years. I think it's a sweeping generalisation. I don't think you need to worry too much. And Josie says, my friend has a cockapoo. Absolutely beautiful. But did you know they need grooming every 4 weeks? It costs 50 quid. I know, but they are beautiful, though, aren't they? And they seem very happy little dogs. They always seem, as if they're sort of delighted to see you. They can be quite yappy, but at the same time, I mean, it's so expensive. You know, I don't know where people get money like that from. 1,500 quid and upwards, which is, you know, it's an awful lot actually. And I'm tempted, Jim, to try this. So this is at I didn't know Gordon Ramsay had a place at Harrods. Didn't know. But Wagyu beef and truffle chips. What are truffle chips? Are they nice? Are they very thick ones? Because you're supposed to eat thick chips because there's less fat on them, apparently. Well, Jim would know. He outs at all these posh places. He loves them. I bet he'll be... that looks nice, doesn't it? Oh, they do look nice chips. They look like triple cooked chips. I'm going for that one. I've decided that's... they never give you enough, though, do they? They put them in a little pot and it makes it look posh and fancy. But I could definitely eat that right now. I could absolutely eat that. I could eat the picture. These are triple cooked chips with Parmesan and truffle oil. Oh, God, honestly. Oh, I want to leave the studio and go and eat chips. I haven't had chips for ages. I refuse to fry anything at home. I'm trying to sort of stick to that. I mean, I might today be a little bit adventurous and go and get some chips from the chip shop because they know me in the chip shop. And then I kind of get near it and think, don't be silly. Go and have something else. Have something else. Yeah, have some more asparagus. I ate 4 things of asparagus yesterday. 4, whatever they call them. 4. You buy a pack of them, don't you? I think there's about 8 in there. They were very nice, though. Very nice. I got a discount. And my friend Ian says truffle fries are amazing. Well, they look pretty amazing, actually. They look pretty amazing. Oh, God, I'm hungry. Why can't I have something nice? I'm still trying to find this crispy chicken burger that they do in McDonald's. And, of course, every time I go there, it's early in the morning. They don't do it early in the morning, which is a bit of a pain. And, Steve, give me a few slices of square sausage. £1 at Farm Foods, says Gary. We've got a Farm Foods down the road from me. It's Sunbury. I've never been in it. I'm assuming it's a bit like Iceland. Crispy McFillet. Have you seen how many calories there are in it? 514? Seems a lot to me. And they say it's 100% chicken breast fillet in a crispy, crunchy coating, served with iceberg lettuce, black pepper, mayo, and a delicious sourdough-style sesame-topped bun. That looks quite nice, doesn't it, as well? We could go for that. Got to stop looking at food. It drives me to distraction. Apparently, Ian says a lot of restaurants in the States do them, but I don't know what makes them different, but they're lovely. This is truffle fries. Well, I'm assuming it's the cooking process and then the truffle oil that goes over the top. It's like balsamic vinegar, isn't it? I was watching Gok Wan on television a few days ago, and he was making up a sauce, a marinade to put on char siu pork, which I used to love. I'd go to the Chinese takeaway and get char siu pork with some garlic bean sprouts, which were just delicious. Just delicious. I mean, you could just eat the stuff on the way home. Apparently, Kathy says they're called asparagus spears, because they look as though, oh, yeah. They're very nice, whatever they are, especially the British ones. But I just cut them up, into about an inch length and put them in a very hot frying pan. No oil, no nothing, and just cook them like that. Delicious. Delicious. A little bit of Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise, and I'm very happy. And they're good, apparently. Steve, burgers and breakfast at Little Chef Motorway Services were the best. They were. You don't find them anymore, do you? They do exist, but they're few and far between, Fred. Few and far between. But we used to go in there. They used to do all... Oh, it was what we used to love going to a Little Chef. Oh, boy, did we love going to Little Chefs. I wish I could eat things like that in the car. Apparently, Kevin Peterson says, Steve, Costco sell Wagyu burgers in the fresh meat section. Do they? Never thought about it. I keep meaning to buy ribs, but they're so blooming fiddly to cook, aren't they? And then I think perhaps I'll buy the racks that they've already cooked for you. And I think by the time I get home, they'll be cold. I really just want to sit in the car and eat a whole rack of spare ribs, because I do like spare ribs. Little Chef went out of business. Did it really? In 2018? Or is there none left at all? Nothing, not even a smidgen of an international breakfast or something. Oh, dear. Very disappointed. Sorry about that, Fred. You can't have that. That's all finished, I'm afraid. Another avenue of pleasure we've been denied. 14 minutes to 5.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. I forgot to tell you. I told you about the Rorke's Drift, but the Heroes Medal has just fetched £72,000. at auction because it's very famous. Very, very famous. James Corden makes the front page of The Sun this morning because he's quit his American show. He wants to spend more time here. I mean, to be honest with you, he's been over there for years. But he wants to spend more time with his family in Britain. He's turned down a multi-million-pound deal. I mean, he had conquered America. I think he hosted the Tonys on a few occasions. He was apparently getting 4 to 5 million a year. I mean, doesn't get any better than that, does it really? 4 to 5 million a year. And a friend says it's one of the hardest decisions, but the time is right after 7 years. Yeah, he's obviously made a load of money. He's done 7 years. He must have amassed at least £30 million. At least £30 million. And he's thinking, listen, I've got 3 kids. I want to come back to England and spend time with them and watch them growing up, because otherwise you miss all that kind of thing. There's some goats here. Wild goats. This is in Bournemouth. Wild goats terrorising a seaside resort have been sent 300 miles away. The 150 Kashmiri goats stray from their headland home and run riot in streets, have car park fights and sleep in bus shelters. Good look. This is in, Llandudno. And so they've actually got to sort of get rid of them. They don't want these things wandering about all over the place. In February, more than a dozen goats stopped cars while drivers watched 2 bucks, locking horns at traffic lights near the Asda store. Somebody says they're a part of our community's history, but it's vital we find a balance that ensures their continued presence on the Great Orme whilst limiting their impact on residents. Well, they don't want them in town, so they're mountain goats. I mean, there's loads of them. It's a very odd thing to see in a town. And they sit down, but they make mess, but not sort of a huge amount of mess. And people like to take pictures of them, but you don't want to go anywhere near them. These things are blooming dangerous. Seriously. And they stand on people's cars so they can scratch. And they just wander down the high street. They've come down from the hills. Perhaps they're going shopping. Something like that, I don't know. And people go away, shoo. One of my neighbours, Lynn, one of our other neighbours is coming back. She went into his flat. She'd opened the patio door and she goes out and then she comes back. There's a pigeon sitting on the settee. She said, Steve. I said, what? She said, pigeon. And so I managed to get my little gun out, and it's sort of a machine that makes a lot of noise with a big flash of fire, which is very good. And when we got back up there, it had obviously heard that I was on my way up there, and it flew out, which we're very grateful for. They're all over the place at the moment, right? Blooming nuisance they are, pigeons. And talk about mess. Shane says, I'm walking up to the fish and chip shop. Do you want anything? Can you get me a sausage and batter? And a portion of triple cooked chips? That'd be quite nice, actually. I don't want anything on them, just a little bit of salt. I didn't watch Gogglebox last Friday, the one with the duck. No, I'm really not interested in that kind of thing. I think what they've tried to do is sex it up, but to be honest with you, I mean, there's not much choice on that programme, is there, of going, oh, that person's good looking, or this person. There's nobody on there. They're all sort of exhibitionists. Even the little boy and his sister, who live in Blackpool or wherever it is. I mean, dear God in heaven. So I heard about the duck because we did it on the programme. And I just thought, that's not really what the programme was set up to do. Yeah. God knows what's going to happen to Channel 4 if they manage to sort of do away with that one. Oh, Nadine Dorries has got her eyes set on these things, hasn't she? The interesting one for me will be the BBC and the licence fee, because that's going to send them into a complete panic. A complete panic, because their whole thing is based on us buying. I mean, for us, it's going to be brilliant. We won't have to pay to watch television. There'll be nobody there. I mean, the amount of people who are going to lose their jobs over it, as in the TV licensing people, all the people who manage to process. I mean, I wouldn't like to imagine how many there are working processing licenses. You phone up and you go, I'd like to renew this and I'll pay this much money. All of those will go because there won't be any work for them. I wonder if they've thought of that. I suppose they must have done. So James wants to spend time with his 2 great loves, his family and West Ham. And he emerges victorious. He's had everybody on the programme. Everybody's been there. Adele, Sir Paul McCartney. My favourite was Paul McCartney's. Did you see the Paul McCartney carpool? Yeah, Hey Jude. And they took him back to one of the pubs where he used to play, and he was hidden behind the curtains, and then James Corden was working behind the bar, and he went to put some money in the jukebox, and the curtains parted, And there was Paul McCartney. By the time he'd finished, there was a crowd, the like of which you'd never seen before, and he went back to his little house as well. It was very good. Ed Sheeran's been in the car. Madonna's been in the car with him. And he seems to learn all these songs. And he sings a lot. I mean, he's not miming or anything like that. But no, I think he's done really, really well. I think he'd love to get back into some acting and do things like that. He did get the interview with Harry. They're always a bit one-sided, aren't they, really? Queen, looking very good. Back on her feet with no walking stick in sight. You know why? She'd have said, hide the walking stick. That's what she'd have said, so that people can see her without the walking stick, which is very good. P&O Ferries replaced sacked workers with agency staff who couldn't use life-saving equipment. Brilliant. And bra tycoon Michelle Moan's her home was raided by police investigating £203 million of pandemic PPE contracts from the government. Oh, right. Interesting. I met her once. She's ever so nice. Michelle Moan, she's the bra person, you know. That's all I could tell you, the bra person. But it's sort of based on different companies and things like that. And anyway, apparently the NCA refused, she's a lady, of course, now, refused to comment on the swoops. Lady Moon and MedPro have been approached for comment. I love it when they go, do you have any lingerie? Yes. Bras. Knickers and bras, sort of thing. We don't need to worry about it because she doesn't make it for us. Well, I don't know, she didn't make it for me. I can't speak for you, obviously. The Prince of Wales has praised journalists reporting from conflict zones. I would think so too. People like Clive Myrie. It's not always easy. Well, blooming danger could be blown up in front of our eyes. Very dangerous. Harry Styles' girlfriend humiliated after the custody file delivered on stage. Very funny. I mean, well, I say very funny because she thought it... What is this? Is this a script? No, dear, it's not. You've been served with a writ. Tributes poured in for the football super agent Mino Raiola. I don't know who that is, actually. Until he declared he was still alive, but a bit fed up. News of the death of him was spreading online. But he's not dead. Because I read it the other day and people were saying, oh, great shame. People were tweeting about it, but it's not true. He says, it seems not only they tried to kill me, they seem able to resuscitate me. The Italian has made 68 million quid brokering some of football's biggest deals. Reports of his passing brought tributes from the likes of Real Madrid, despite denials from friends and family. Yeah. No, he's not dead. Oh, he certainly is, and we're very sorry for your lot. No, he's not dead. Sharon Osbourne broke down as she revealed she was flying to LA to be with COVID-hit husband Ozzy. Great, so it'll be two of you down with it now. Why isn't he self-isolating? I mean, come on. They said the brave talk TV presenter. Have you seen it? Piddling little audience, hardly worth bothering. Seriously. Honestly, I wipe spots off any of them. Even Piers Morgan can't equate what I get. Goodness sake. So Sharon can't host her panel debate show, which airs Monday to Friday. Oh, don't tell me we've got to put up with Kyle doing it. That would be a bit bad, wouldn't it? But she was speaking about Ozzy's health on Piers Morgan's talk TV show, Uncensored. Is this just really an incestuous kind of place to be? You're on my show, he's on my show. But anyway, so Ozzy was diagnosed with Parkinson's, but now he's got COVID. And she says, I'm very worried about Ozzy right now. Well, he's got COVID, you don't want to go anywhere near him. It just makes... So now we'll have two people down with it. Seems an awful waste, doesn't it? Mercifully, they haven't told you who's going to be replacing her, because it won't make any difference. You feel sorry for the people working overnight on that station, because it must be down to about 3 or 4 people. There's nobody else watching. 2 acts on Saturday night fitted the description Vintage Britain's Got Talent, in that they were simultaneously very entertaining and completely hopeless. The first was the musical comedy duo Brian and Crystal, who went through to the next round despite having almost no material and getting buzzed by Simon Cowell. That my personal favourite, writes Ali Ross, was Mohammed the Hammerhand from Hamburg, who was attempting to fist smash 123 coconuts in 1 minute to break an existing record. And he didn't manage it. He only managed 60, I think. And he just smashed them with one hand. It was the biggest waste of television time I've ever seen in my entire life. Very embarrassing. So a spectacular shortfall of 63. You know, if you're going to start smashing, coconuts. I mean, to be honest with you, it's supposed to be Britain's Got Talent. He was neither British nor had any talent. Watching somebody smash coconuts is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my entire life, and shame on the producers for even putting it on there. I mean, it really was, deeply, but they've already run out of people. Only on week 2, and they've run out of people at all. And, what was it? I mean, the answer, though, is standing in the wings. It's Ant and Dec. You never fall into the trap of talking down to anyone and understand, like a sixth sense, what actually makes the show tick. And they stand there and they have their little bit to the camera. Oh, rocking it. Look, there's a big standing ovation out here. Do you think it's the same old tat, isn't it? Same old tat. And Celebrity Mastermind, Clive Myrie to Tom Malone Jr. of Gogglebox. Must be the best job in the world, sitting there watching television. Then walk a mile in my shoes, Clive, says Ali Ross, and try watching Romeo and Duet if you want to see real garbage. That'll be it with Oti Mabuse. My God, lovely girl, can't present for toffee. But fancy putting Celebrity Mastermind, Tom Malone Jr. A nobody, a total nobody. They've really scraped the barrel. The sooner we take this money away from the BBC and they stop wasting it, the happier we'll all be. Tom Malone Jr., I ask you. Did he have a personality? Not on that programme, he didn't. Really didn't. My nan, Steve, took me and my sister to Wimpy in Richmond. I had a burger and a brown derbies. It's still there. It was so ridiculous. It closed down years ago, love. At the 1950s, they went out. It's coming up to news at 5. We'll be back with you in 3.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 3 minutes past 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Gosh, it's a bit nippy this morning. Not as cold as it probably could have been. They said there's this Arctic blast which is coming in. And as I said, I don't mind a bit of rain. Don't mind a little bit of rain because that's quite good for sort of helping things. And I've started Tomeriting just to give them that boost that they need to kick things off. Kim says, Steve, like yourself, I enjoy the odd ice lolly after my dinner. Yesterday I had a Nui Nordic berry and dark chocolate ice cream lolly. Have you tried? No, I see the adverts on the television. Best ice lolly I've had in ages. Sounds quite nice, isn't it? Nordic berry and dark chocolate. Mine always fall off the stick, Kim. The amount of times I've had a Magnum. 1 minute I'm, a Magnum, and the next minute I'm holding a stick. But this Nui, so they've got, they do quite a lot of it. Coconut and Indian mango. So I like the sound of that. They've got Scandinavian mountain cranberries, Java vanilla, New York cookies and cream, Texas pecan, Australian macadamia, Idaho Valley mint, and there's the Nordic berry. That looks quite nice, doesn't it? Ooh, Java vanilla looks quite nice too. So it's called Nui. Nui. There's probably another way of pronouncing it, but it looks very good, doesn't it? The Nordic boast of natural beauty, magnificent mountains, grand glaciers and long winters rolling over the lush. It's a sodding ice cream. Pretentious rubbish. Pretentious rubbish. It's an ice cream, but it's Kim's favourite, so that's the best. I bet that was not cheap. I bet that's got to be a 2.5, 3 quid lolly. Definitely, isn't it? I mean, I wouldn't like to imagine. But you enjoy Kim. Listen, it's good to have an indulgence, isn't it? Don't you think? I've always, somebody say, oh, why did you have that? And I go, because I've treated myself. I should, £2.50, is it? Okay. It's quite a lot, though, isn't it, really? But, no. Also, for 3? £2.50 for 3? Can't be. Where was that? At Sainsbury's. Blimey. Nui, ice cream, coconut and Indian mango. 3, only £2.50. Save £1.40. Blimey, that sounds good. Mind you, knowing my luck, by the time I get the blooming thing home, it will have defrosted itself. I'll be left with a little puddle and the usual sticks sitting there doing nothing at all. But doesn't matter, does it? No, you have to have a treat. I always treat myself on a Friday. Treat myself to some Prosecco and have something interesting to eat. I don't know what I'm having to eat today. That's why I like my life, because I have no idea what I'm going to eat. I might go out there. I've got to get my hair cut. I've got a nipped... Oh, sorry, excuse me. Just wait a minute. Thank you. Thank you very much. Like seeing somebody's entire wardrobe, isn't it? It's like Primark come to life. We don't need the catalogue round here. We just have a look at what Elliot's wearing. Yeah, it's great. It's fab. I love that top. I didn't get tired of it yesterday. Yeah. There's a label outside. What for? Does that mean... It's like I saw somebody the other day walking with a baseball hat on with the price tag still attached to it. Is this called fashion or just rank stupidity and you're a shoplifter? What's the point of it? What is the point of that? Fancy with a label on the outside so people walking behind you can go, oh, look, a label, extra large. Ridiculous, isn't it? I wouldn't have any clothes that had the label on the outside. Not my sort of thing at all. But no, doesn't matter. I'm not picking on you, I'm just telling you. Like, you know. Whatever. So it's 7 minutes past 5. Somebody was suggesting that the BBC could be like Netflix, where you'll be a subscriber and pay a fee if you want it. That's John in Smithfield. Well, I shan't bother then. I mean, I'm trying to think if there's anything on the BBC that I would go, oh, I mean, it's like I don't have Netflix because I don't believe in paying for anything at all. I'm really not bothered about that. Some people want to pay for it. It's like Sky Sports. You pay for it or you don't pay for it. I mean, I get Sky Arts and I quite like that. But if the BBC said, oh, you know, if you subscribe, you get all of these different radio stations, what do I want to listen to their radio stations for? Ours is far better. Far better. Much more of a family, much more of a cohesive group. But I can't think of any programmes that I would go, oh, yes, I'd rather mortgage my house than miss that so I could afford to pay for it. There's nothing. I wouldn't be remotely interested. The news I can watch on loads of other channels. EastEnders I couldn't give a toss about. I mean, I can't think of anything off... The one show, yeah. Can you imagine? Poor old One Show. They'll have to close that down straight away. That's got to go. Definitely. I can't think of anything that I would seriously pay money for to watch. I mean, somebody said to me, you know, you need one of those sort of history-type channels. And I go, well, actually, on my Freeview stuff, I get loads of, you know, programmes, but I wouldn't want to pay for it. I wouldn't want to pay for it. Somebody told me at one time people used to pay for pornography. Pay for... I mean, what sort of people... Well, apart from MPs. You know, why would you want to pay for something like that? Everything's free. So the idea of having to pay for the... You don't have to pay for ITV. Why should we have to pay for the BBC? You're not getting anything better on the BBC, just getting a lot of overpaid presenters. You know, vastly... You know, I mean, too many people working on it. Close it down. Make apartments. That lovely building at the top of Oxford Street, you could probably get about 300 or 400 students in there or asylum seekers. Have a word with Priti Patel. She'll tell you what to do with it. You know, you can turn 2 or 3 of their offices into sort of, you know, flat shares. And I think that'd be okay. Close down the newsroom because nobody's watching it. In fact, if you go past there at night, you'll see them all asleep. It's the best free entertainment in town. Take a deck chair, sit there and watch them. You'll see nobody working. It's fantastic. You see them through the back of the window, don't you, as you go round the side. And they had a picture a short while ago of half of them, you know, slumped over their desks. I'm hoping it was just sleeping, you know, but you can't guarantee with things, can you? I see a former Labour cabinet minister is banned from the Commons for 2 days for bullying. Only 2-day ban. Liam Byrne was found to have ostracised David Barker, who worked in his constituency office. He ceased personal contact with him for 5 months and denied him access to his parliamentary IT account. It was bullying. Parliamentary Standards Commissioner Catherine Stone said his behaviour was a significant misuse of power. What in God's name is going on in the House of Commons? Watching pornography, having parties, lying, if you please. Oh, no, we didn't have any parties. Hello, what are these photographs? Who's that? That's you with a bottle in your hand at a party. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm sorry, we made a mistake. Angela really was there. Oh, right. So now you've remembered. Liars. And a Tory MP who cut off a village from the internet when his car ran into a telegraph pole has been charged with a string of offences. How'd you run into a telegraph pole? Aren't they... They're not on the road, are they, telegraph poles? Have I missed this one? Are they on the pavement? I don't know. I thought telegraph poles were the wooden ones. The ones on the pavement are metal. But the wooden ones are out where they dig a hole and they put it in there, and it carries electricity and stuff like that. The telegraph, the ones you're thinking of, I think, have got lights on the top of them, so we can guide in the extraterrestrials. There you go, look, telegraph poles, they're wooden. They're not actually on the road, are they? They're sort of hammered into the ground, and they go in about 4 feet or something like that, and then they string them up with these cables. I mean, to actually drive into one It's quite... Oh, look, there's two, you see. Look, there's the telegraph pole on the cycle track to try and obstruct them. And then there's the one by the side of the road which has got the light on it. I'm glad we cleared that one up. I got a little bit panicky about wondering what the blimmin' hell they were. But anyway, this is Jamie Wallace. He's accused of failing to stop after his late-night crash in his Mercedes. Goodness sake, honestly. Perhaps there weren't any street lights there. Perhaps I sort of missed it. But it occurred in near Cowbridge in November. No other vehicles were out there. This was 1:10 a.m. in the morning. I suppose easily done. We've all done that. How many times have you been in the car and you go down the motorway and you just think, I could just go to sleep. Especially in my car. It's like sitting in an armchair, like being bathed in bubbles, and you think to yourself, this is really lovely. Put the telly on in the back, climb into the back seat, They're bringing out these buses, aren't they, which are the first ones which are driverless buses. I'm not getting on one. I have watched the telly. Oh, yes, on numerous occasions. If I'm parked up, I do watch... What? I do watch television. That's what people do in Bentleys. I'm sorry, other people drive them. I just watch television. I've never had television before. Well, not in the car. A little bit flash, isn't it, really? But if I look at some of the other things, other features that cars have got, I'm way down the list. Some of these, they're amazing. So you look at the features in Range Rovers and Mercedes. Well, actually, maybe not Mercedes, but different things. They've got far more gizmos going on. I haven't. A Lorne Bowles. We talked about Bowles the other day, but this is a bad boy and a builder. His name's Danny Dennison. He's a thief. He's a crook. He plays bowls. He's obviously a bit thick and stupid. He took cash from 18 victims on the promise of conservatories, loft conversions and extensions. They paid deposits, and then he didn't bother. So they've sent him to prison. And he defrauded people out of £130,000. When customers refused to pay more, he withdrew workers and often never returned to complete the job. Meanwhile, he spent the money on his lifestyle. 80,000 paid into gambling accounts. You peasant. What an awful person. He was convicted for fraud in 2007. Hope the Bowls Club are heartily ashamed of themselves for even letting him enter. He was once ranked number 21 in the world. What, at defrauding people? Anyway, a hearing will be decided what money, if any, can be retrieved. Oh, he'll have money. Oh, he'll have money. What do you think these people do? Mind you, it depends. Depends, doesn't it? But he was once ranked 21st. In 2018, he went to hospital with a broken leg, damaged ribs and black eye after being attacked by a cage fighter during a hotel row. He's now been jailed for 43 months. What's that, 4 years? Just under 4 years? He'll be out in 2, you peasant. Fancy cheating people. So people willingly handed him money. Oh, he's in the Bowls Club. Ugh, disgusting. Apparently, the Wendy Martin from National Trading Standards said after the verdict, today's sentence is another reminder this type of criminality will not go unpunished. Oh, if only it were true. If only it were true. The amount of people who get away with stuff nowadays, it really is. It's quite depressing. But anyway, he'll go to prison. He'll enjoy it in there. And he can, meet loads of other crooks. 7 hours of sleep a night is the sweet spot for your brain, apparently. I am so lucky. I climb into bed, I'm out within seconds. Literally. How much do I get? How much do I get what? Oh, sleep. I would think it's probably, if I go to bed, when did I go to bed yesterday? About 4:15. 4:15, and I woke up twice. And then I finally get up at about 11 o'clock. Because I like to sort of I sound pretty chirpy on this programme, but, I've had gallons of tea and everything else. Perhaps if I was drinking coffee, it would be completely different. But I never wake up and go, oh, I'm so tired. I've never done that because I have a little sleep when I go in, sometimes, maybe an hour, half an hour, something like that. I do doze only a little bit, mainly half an hour, so I'm out. So I like to get, some fruit or some bits and pieces or do a little bit of shopping and then come back in the middle of the afternoon after I've done my shopping. Bought some new fashion items, some clothes and stuff like that. And, yes, and some more sausages, which is nice. Oh, and my friend John Terrett couldn't download yesterday's podcast. Was yesterday's podcast right? We're now beginning to think it's his end. This is the third time that poor old John Terrett isn't receiving us. And even Chris and Steve said, we think it's probably his end, because otherwise you'd be inundated, wouldn't you? Yeah, hold your hands up. We'd be inundated with people because the amount of podcasts that we have, 21.5 million downloads and counting, you know, that would be the kind of thing people are going, wait a minute, where's your podcast, Stevie? Where are my 2 podcasts? Well, they'll be there for you today to celebrate the bank holiday weekend. 5:15. Let's get the latest LBC travel this morning with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Steve, if I need cheering up, I watch Carpool Karaoke on YouTube, says Helen. What a great way to get to work. My favourite's with Stevie Wonder, when he calls James's wife and sings, I just called to say James loves you. But the funniest thing is when Ant and Dec made James late for the Late Show. Yes, they were pranking him, weren't they? Because he's big in America. Ant and Dec have never broken America. But, and probably won't. Way too late now. Dale says, did hear Nick Abbott having a moan again over you leaving any wine gums. I've never left wine gums in my life, Dale. Never left wine gums. Loving the show, says Miranda, who could be Ivan. Oh, it's Ivan and Miranda. Eating Chelsea buns, having a pot of Ceylon, listening to you, putting it all in its place. Chelsea buns. I used to love Chelsea buns. We used to have them at boarding school. The bakers would bring in a big tray of Chelsea buns, and they were sort of, you could unravel them. Chelsea, have you ever seen Chelsea buns? They were the swirly things, but they just used to have currants in and sugar on the top. And we would get one of those big trays in. They look like, yeah, it's like a pan au raisin. You see on the top left hand, that's what Chelsea buns look like. And you would unravel it and rip bits off. They were delicious. Really, really nice. And we used to get those. Never got anything with cream in or anything like that. Perhaps they were looking after our weight or something. I don't know. Steve. It's Steve, the bus driver here. A telegraph pole carries telephony services and electric poles carry electrical services. Ha ha! Jennifer says, from Hemel Hempstead, I'm back again. I'm now an early bird because of you. That's good. Listen, everybody's always most welcome to this programme. From early, you know, if you wake up one of those people you don't sleep well, we're here from 4. Every day, come rain, come shine, come snow, come hail, come tsunami, doesn't matter what it is, we're always going to be here, which is nice, isn't it, really? What was the other one? This is the bands playing for key workers. National Lottery's big thank you concerts went off with a bang, with 2 huge nights. Lovely. And what was the other story that I found? I can't remember what it was. Oh, these stupid people, you know, protesting at powered petrol stations. This eco-nut, the graduate, Louis McKechnie, 22, mental playing age, about 7, I think. Ridiculous. Was among the Just Stop Oil mob who blockaded 2 M25 service stations. He was jailed last year and this month banned from attending football matches. He was also the idiot who sort of put himself, onto a goalpost. When he grows up and becomes an adult, he'll be selling stories to the papers about, oh, how I was very misguided, I was led by other people. So loads of people blocked services, about 30, at Clackett Lane and Cobham for 5 hours. 8 people arrested on suspicion of criminal damage, including Mr. McKechnie. You know, a rather stupid, pathetic individual. And fellow protester Nathan McGovern, also 22, has previously been arrested for illegal stunts. Arrested for these, and he accused the government of genocide. Oh, go away, you big girls' blouses. Honestly, you're so tedious and so boring and so dated. You know, the idiot who chained himself. This is poor old McKechnie. He cable-tied himself to the Everton versus Newcastle game. I'd have left him there. Stay there all day, mate. Stay there all day and all night. And when it rains, you can stay there as well, because ain't nobody going to be freeing you anytime soon. What a buffoon, honestly. Motorists on the forecourt shouted at them to get a job. Oh, they couldn't have jobs. They're far too stupid. They think they're saving the planet. Unfortunately, they're not. They're really not. Steve. Speaking of fraud, says Zara, do you remember John Darwin? He faked his death in a canoe, got the life insurance, then decided to come back to life 5 years later. I watched the documentary, The Thief, His Wife and the Canoe. I thought they were too boring to even give, I didn't watch that. I didn't really feel like watching it. It didn't interest me first time round, let alone another time. Oh, look, Jeremy Kyle, 3 years off television. He returns with a nightly show. Have you seen it? It's got a 0 audience. It was absolutely embarrassing. He said, I hadn't realised how much I missed it until I felt the studio lights on. They're sitting in like a broom cupboard. It's so piddling small. It really is very embarrassing. But 3 years, and of course it's in the Sun because it's all owned by the same group, so that's why they're giving him publicity. Everybody else would be saying, I don't think so. Morning, Steve. I was up at 5 a.m. UAE time to do a boxing class for 6 a.m, says Natalie. First time in a while, and I really feel like my arms are going to fall off. And your breakfast show is getting me off to a great start. It's hot and sunny here in Dubai. I know. I don't know how people do these boxing. I've seen people doing boxing. I mean, you've got 41 degrees today. 25 degrees. Sunny intervals and a moderate breeze. Tomorrow you've got 36 degrees. Sunday it'll drop off a bit to 34, 39 Monday, 35 degrees. So double it and add 30. So you're looking at 80, 110 degrees. No, thank you. I really couldn't cope with that. I'd be absolutely a total disaster. I'd be dripping all over the place. I mean, the funny thing is, when I was a child, I could do hot countries. And as I've got older, I can't do the heat. Hong Kong was very hot, yeah. But we were just so used to it because we'd come from Egypt. So we didn't, let's say, honestly, we were building pyramids and then telling people that they were built by spacemen. Oh, a spaceman. That was that line out of E.T., wasn't it? He's a spaceman. He's in our cupboard. E.T. phone home. Such a good film. So I've ordered West Side Story. If only for the big dance number for America. Da 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 da. The new one, yeah. It's out on DVD. $9.99, a bargain as far as I'm concerned. An absolute bargain. So I've ordered that one and the original from 1961 as well. Because there's a clip on YouTube where they put both of the things together. So they're doing America, you know, Puerto Rico, my hot devotion, and all that kind of stuff. And then they've clipped it with the new one, so they jump backwards and forwards, and it's really good. I think the dance number in the new one is the best. I think so, because they're dancing in the streets, and you don't know if all the people watching, are they bystanders or are they part of the filmmaking process? Whatever it is, you know, I bought it, and I will watch that particular song time and time again. Made me cry this morning. Mind you, everything makes me cry. Oh, I quite like crying, actually. I've decided it could be a career move. Cry. I quite like crying. I do, actually. What else we got here? Simon Cowell reveals his surprise specialist subject in Britain's Got Talent. Dinosaurs, apparently. Dinosaurs. Don't know why, but just dinosaurs. Sam Thompson, apparently he's been announced as the social media host of the BAFTA TV Awards. Whatever in God's name that is. I've got no idea what that is. He'll connect to a squad of at-home content creators, which will look a little bit like Gogglebox. I mean, you know, one of them on Gogglebox, because he's a dancer. They put him on some programme. He's about zero personality. And they put him on Celebrity Mastermind. They've really scraped the barrel, haven't they? A bit embarrassing. But anyway, it's... George Ezra will give an exclusive performance of his new single. No, it's not an exclusive. He's just grateful to get the publicity. OK, he's flogging a record, which is called Green Green Grass. George Ezra, I don't know what to... Well, I don't know. No, he was Green Green Grass of Home. I don't know whether or not was George Ezra, I'll Be Riding Shotgun. We've only waited about 3 million years to get round to another single. I quite like that shotgun thing. I thought it was actually quite nice. I wouldn't buy it, but, you know. I'm currently listening to the Carpenters in the car, you know, because I think they're very good and I like Karen Carpenter's voice. And I thought they were very well put together. I've watched all the documentaries on the Carpenters, met Karen Carpenter. Very sad, wasn't it? Died very young, very, very young, too young, way too young. What else have we got? Oh, Peter Andre, as I say, he's got some minuscule part in Grease. That's not in a fish and chip shop. He's sort of playing the DJ in it, something Fontaine. It's a tiny little part, but knowing Peter Andre, he has to try and overhype everything he does. But as I say, we're still waiting for the film career in America to take off, but there's no chance of that happening anytime soon. Stop taking the painkillers for arthritis, patients are told. In fact, basically, they've said, why don't you exercise and lose weight? And that prompted a flood of calls to LBC this morning to Darren. I mean, I knew that was going to work. And then the producer said to me, he said, do you suffer from arthritis? I mean, I don't know how old he thinks I am, you know. Do I look as though I'm arthritic? Oh, I do. All right. OK, I do. All right. Well, there you go. Claire Sweeney was blown away by losing nearly half a stone in 48 hours. And she's wowing fans. She's doing this cabaret show featuring a string. So she lost half a stone in 48 hours. But it doesn't say how. So it's... Well, I don't know what they're doing. It says, goes to show I don't rely on the scales. I'm going to use my favourite genes as a gauge. So, and she loves eating, she said. She said, I bloody love eating. But, I mean, how can you lose half a stone? Unless she's sweating. Well, no, you're supposed to lose 2 pounds a week. That's what they've recommended. I know that because God knows I've been there on many, many occasions. And although a lot of people seeing me recently have said, you look as though you've lost weight. So I puff my chest out like a peacock. And I go, do you think so? That make me more attractive or less attractive? Probably more. What else we got? Westminster riddled with the toxic booze culture and sleazy behaviour. I've never known anything like it. I've never known anything like it. The Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, last night confessed that subsidised House of Commons bars are rife with brawls and indecent proposals. It's getting worse and worse. It's like going into the Roman amphitheatre, isn't it? All these sort of, women being propositioned, people watching pornography. You'd think that if you were that desperate to watch porn, you'd at least do it in the privacy of your own office. A pint of Carling is £3.30 in the House of Commons. Is that good? I've never bought a pint of Carling in my life. Very cheap. And Sellerman's Reserve, what's that? I don't know what that is. But that's £2.60. Seems very good. Female MPs made a slew of sexism allegations this week, including claims that one Tory even watched porn in the chamber. Another woman MP accused a member of Labour's shadow cabinet of saying she was a secret weapon because men want to sleep with her. Apparently, most London pubs, it's a £5 for a pint of beer, so they get it subsidised. Not surprised I've got a drink problem in the House of Commons. I mean, it really is bad, isn't it? It's the porn bit I can't get used to. I really can't get used to the fact that somebody would actually sit in the House of Commons. It just beggars belief. It's almost unbelievable. Pet owners are being forced to give up their animals. You know why? Apparently they can't afford to feed them. I mean, I don't think anybody's sort of, gone under at the moment. Soaring bills have seen a surge in the numbers of animals being dumped. People go along to there's an animal sanctuary in Sheffield. They say they've never been as busy with dogs, cats, and rabbits for some reason. I mean, to be honest, I like a good rabbit stew, the same as the next person, but shan't be going to Sheffield. Long way to go, isn't it, really? 5:30 is the time. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Thomas Watts.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
I was just saying to the producer, firstly, who are you? And secondly, everyone a whizzer. Every time I turn the car engine on now, and I've never had it with a car before, the headlights come on. Even though they're off, they come on. And then I've noticed other cars driving towards me with their headlights on as well. And I'm thinking, I thought at one time it was just Volvos, because it's so dark in Volvo country, Sweden, that they have headlights on all the time. And my headlights are on all the time. There's never a time where they appear to go off. It's all a bit bizarre, really. Well, you can't turn them off. They are off. I can turn them on, but I can't turn them off. I mean, maybe they've got sensors or something. I mean, I know I've got cameras in the car, constantly playing up to that, my hair look all right, kind of things. looking at myself in the mirror going, look okay, glasses are cool. But the headlight thing is only something I've recently noticed. It's very strange. Nige from Pontyclun, he says, Garen Carpenter was a hell of a great drummer. She was very good. I mean, not only did she drum, but she sang at the same time. I was just saying to the producer, they came over here and they did the Carpenters live at the London Palladium, because when they first started, they were considered very naff, and they covered covers, they covered other people's songs, they covered all sorts of bits and pieces. But what it was Karen's voice that was so wonderful. And her brother made her pitch a little bit lower than she would normally sing. So when she sang Ticket to Ride, it was way, way down. I think they've sold, must be about 90 million albums, I would think. 90 million albums. They generated a lot of money. And they're still popular today. You can still buy Carpenter's greatest hits. And to be honest with you, it's one of the best easy-listening albums you'll ever buy. I think I bought Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass. because he owned A&M Records, Herb Alpert, and then the Carpenters and Richard Carpenter. I've seen on all the documentaries, and he keeps her memory alive. I think personally, he sort of is a little bit miffed that she died. She was anorexic. She had anorexia nervosa. But for those people, it's an illness, and we didn't really know enough about it at the time. But you're quite right, she was a hell of a drummer. Lorraine says, I just wanted to say hi whilst I'm waiting to give birth. Oh, that's nice. Where are we in the room? Put it away. Have we got as far as stirrups? Or are we sort of waiting a little bit on this one? She said, I'm originally from England, but I'm in Montreal. She said, listen to you most nice, but I'm being kept awake with the baby's kicks. Oh. I've never been in at the birth of something. I've seen it on the television, but the moment the camera starts plunging down into that area, I have to turn off. I don't like doing anything like that. They go, oh, look, the head's visible. I'm going, I'm going to be sick. It's funny, though, isn't it? You know, I was talking to somebody the other day, I always wanted to be a big family. I like big families. You know, I'd love to have been one of 6 or something like that. Well, we're 2. Yeah, we only got 2. My godchildren are 3. Which I think is good, but then you watch them grow up and it's so amazing. You know, when I think I've known them all their lives and they've gone from babies to, you know, they're now dating and they're holding down jobs and, you know, doing all sorts of things, you know, which is quite simple. My youngest is just dating as well now, but I mean, she's 16. Or she might be 17, actually. I have to check with people. I can never remember all these sort of things. And Joe's dad is a family of 9. See, my mum was a big family as well. In the early days, people didn't seem to worry about where the money came from. You just found the money. I don't think we ever went hungry. I don't think my mother ever went hungry. The only thing she had to do was, if your shoes wore out, she remembers putting newspaper in there to stop the rain coming through the bottom of the shoe. Because people were poor. They didn't have the money to buy school uniforms. So if you were the littlest in the family, you got the hand-me-downs. You know, and you really did. Nowadays, I suppose we call them charity shops, and people go into the charity shops and buy things. Steve, could it be, says Desmond, that your headlights have a light sensor on them? When it's dark, they turn on by themselves. No, this is when it's light. That's what I'm saying. It's when it's light. It's not when it's dark. I can understand it's when it's dark, and then I put them on anyway. But no, this is light. Very strange. Somebody said it's called day running lights. They reckon that there were less accidents with vehicles being more visible, even during the day with the lights on. Says Brian, one thing you need to watch out for is that your front lights may be on, but the rear lights aren't, so you may need to still put the lights on in the evenings. Oh, well, I would always have lights on in the evening. The moment the street lights come on, my lights go, but I hardly ever drive in the evening. There you go. Simon says they're day-run lights, and cars built from a certain year are required to have them. Most modern cars have them. Well, that's what I've started noticing them, and all over the place. Seriously. So it's daytime running lights. Daytime running lights. So that's what I've got. So they're designed to make your vehicle more visible. You couldn't have a vehicle more visible than mine. Not the colour it is. It's not that it's sort of bright red, but it's this fountain blue colour, which is very nice. It's a very nice colour. It's sort of a sky. Everybody goes, it's a lovely, lovely colour. It really is. So I don't mind it raining as long as the car's sitting somewhere quietly. If you've got to drive through puddles, I don't like seeing mud up the side of the car or anything like that. That really annoys me. Really annoys me. A British freedom fighter has been killed in Ukraine and a second Brit is missing. They've decided not to issue names on that one. And British tapas has toppled the barbecue as the nation's top summertime outdoor meal. The UK version has got chips, pork pies, Scotch eggs and quiche. Quiche. Do people still eat quiche? Wow. Amber Heard broke her pledge to donate her divorce settlement from Johnny Depp to charity. Do you know, the more I read about Amber Heard, the more I'm thinking, you're not getting any good press out of this. You're really not. She vowed in 2016 to split the cash, but yesterday it emerged she'd only paid out of the 5.6 million, 280,000. I mean, you know, it's bizarre, isn't it? And because they had the ACLU boss, Terence Doherty, who appeared on a recorded video in court. So it just didn't materialise the money. So 280,000 was from an undisclosed donor, and Depp sent a payment for 80,000. So He's suing for defamation. She's suing with defamation. She's counter-suing him, who's suing her for defamation of character. The trial continues in America, and I imagine America must be glued to it, because she's not emerging very well at all. She's not coming over as a nice person. They're saying there's something the matter with her, really. Steve, talking of dinosaurs, have you seen the documentary on BBC One iPlayer, Dinosaurs: The Final Day, with David Attenborough, says Sue? I haven't, no. I like David Attenborough. I like him a lot. But I haven't seen that one. I'm not really a big dinosaur type fan. I like it if they find things in China. And if you remember, in the past, they found in the frozen tundra woolly mammoths, complete woolly mammoths. But, of course, they weren't as big as we thought. I thought when they announced the first woolly mammoth, it was going to be something, the size of Nellie the elephant. It was going to be absolutely vast. And it wasn't. They were quite small woolly mammoths. But this one was still covered in all the hair and all the rest of it. And it was preserved in permafrost. And I can remember thinking, I think that's interesting. But apart from that, the only thing I've got to go on dinosaurs is the Natural History Museum and Jurassic Park. And that's about it. So when you look at these... See, that doesn't look... The woolly it's the horn, isn't it? The horn's on there. I mean, what possible use are those to anybody at all? You can't hit anybody with them because they're not really at the right... There you go. There is a woolly... Look how small it is. It's fascinating, though, isn't it, to think that something can, die years and years ago, and then we can dig it up and put it. And this is like a little baby one by the look of it. I don't know. What does it say? What does the caption say on it? Does it tell you what it is? So, the remains of a well-preserved baby mammoth displayed in Hong Kong in 2012. 10,000 years after they vanished from the face of the earth. Isn't that amazing? Because they're actually hoping to recreate them and bring them back into the wild again. Not sure I want to be confronting something like that in Twickenham High Street. Thank you very much indeed. A woolly mammoth. Mr. Neil says, I'm off to hospital this morning. Oh, on a Friday. He says, for ultrasound guided injections into my shoulder. I've only waited, he says, 2 years. Only waited 2 years. And, well, I wish you well with it. I do wish you well. I hope it goes well. Somebody said, Ian, my friend Ian says, I loved A Little Chef. He said you got an orange lolly on the way out at the checkout. Did you? Oh, what, out of a jar? A friend of mine who got a hairdresser's, obviously, as you know, and he gives kids lollies. They can put their hand in. To the kids, some of whom hate having their hair cut, they walk out with a lolly. They love it. I think it's a brilliant idea. I'm all in favour of stuff like that. Oh, dear, honestly. Where do we go from here? It's true, though, isn't it? What? Yeah, there you go. Little Chef lollies. Well, do you know, I've never seen that before. Never seen that in my life. But Neil says it's been cancelled twice due to COVID, so hopefully I'll be like the $6 million man next week. So you've got to get injections into your shoulder. Oof. Injections just make my feet freeze up. There's something about it. Even though I inject, I still look at injections now, and it just makes me shiver. I don't know why. It's odd, isn't it? I do look away. Yeah, well, not when I do it. When I inject, no. When somebody else does it for me, I look away. You know, when they sort of strap your arm up, and then they sort of they tap your arm to try and make the veins stand up, and I'm going, oh, and they just go, little scratch. Oh, bloody well isn't. Have I ever given blood? No, not. Listen, I've got 8 pints. That's what I need. I'm not sharing it. I don't think they want my blood anyway. I don't think I'm particularly special, but whenever I have to give blood every year to sort of get your blood checked and everything else, they seem to take they get 2 syringefuls out of me. And, but I always look away. I can't look at it because the needles seem enormous. Everybody's got something that's going on. Apparently, Gales on Church Street is your best bet for a Chelsea bun, Steve. You needn't thank me, says Piers over the A316. When you say over the 316, are you flying over the 316? Or are you desperately trying to find petrol? Mel in Leeds says, you mentioned Herb Alpert, and it reminded me of the song, This Guy's in Love with You. They say, this guy's in love with you. It's good. It's very good. It's a gorgeous tune. But, no, I love all of his. Tijuana Taxi, Spanish Flea. He had more hits than you can shake a stick. It's only when you hear them back again. It's lovely. Steve says, Kevin the Milkman, I've ended up with a big extended family. I brought up 9 children, my own 3 sons plus 6 stepchildren, none of whose dads were involved, so I've been dad for them. And I only ever wanted a budgie. He says, life takes you on a funny old road sometimes. A budgie. You can never have one budgie. You always have to have two budgies because they get lonely. People think if it's sitting in a cage by itself, it's really happy. It's not. You need two so they can talk to each other. That's what budgies do, isn't it? And you sit there and you go, who's a pretty boy? Who's a pretty boy? And the budgie's looking at you thinking, why don't you do one? You know, they're like that, budgies. 5:45. The LBC Travel Now with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. Ant McPartlin had to wear a large bandage over smashing a coconut whilst filming a segment on Britain's Got Talent. I wonder if this was the bloke who was sort of smashing coconuts. They were going, I think he's done it. He was looking for 130 or 120 or something. He only did 60. It was, as I say, the most boring piece of television I'd ever seen in my entire life. Chris Tarrant has opened up a war of words with Noel Edmonds over their kids' TV rivalry more than 40 years on. The TV host is still bitter that Noel's multicoloured swap shop took on his Tiswas show. Chris Tarrant is 75. I mean, it just doesn't seem possible at all. He said, when we started, we had the field clear and Noel came whimpering in after a couple of years with his 4th Division footballer's haircut. He did a sort of a copy of Tiswas without water, without custard, without kids, and without any fun. Because that's what Tiswas had. Tiswas, people used to almost pay to go into the cage where they would throw all this stuff. They thought it was fantastic. I just thought it looked terribly messy. But Tarrant beats Edmonds. Yes, I mean, Edmonds was sort of very clean-cut. Although I worked with Noel Edmonds when we took Crinkly Bottom out on the road. I was sort of the voice of Crinkly Bottom, which was... Yeah, it was... Did you ever see the Crinkly Bottom show? I mean, I thought they had all these celebrities on every week, and it was really brilliant. You know, he said the doorbell would ring and Noel would go, whoa, he'd run over to the door and open it, and we'd go, oh my God, it's somebody from The Bill, or it's Tony Blackburn, Noel's house party, Mr. Blobby 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 was there, and it was brilliant. It was really good fun. Everything has its place on television. Tiswas had its place on television. But to be honest with you, I can't remember anything that went on in the programme apart from the gunging. And nowadays, children's television programmes are sort of a little bit... I don't know. There was a late night Tiswas, wasn't there? Yeah, somebody told us about this a short while ago. Somebody wrote in and told us about it. And it was sort of the adult version of it. Then you had Dick and Dom. Lovely. OTT was the show, that's right. It was made by Central Independent Television. It only ran for one season, January to April, with Bob Carroll-G's, Chris Tarrant, John Gorman, Helen Atkinson, Lenny Henry, and Tony Slattery. Tony Slattery. All those people took part in it. Honestly, those were the days, weren't they? Goodness me. That really was absolutely fantastic. Steve, I'm looking forward to seeing Downton Abbey, A New Era, at the cinema this afternoon, says Sarah. I think you'll find, actually, Noreen booked in to go and see. I can't wait. I shall end up getting the DVD. If I go to a cinema, I fall asleep. I'm absolute rubbish. I sit there. Even when I used to go to screenings, I was the only one when we were watching a film in the big cinema here in Leicester Square. And I did watch Downton. Yeah, I did watch it. I've got the box set anyway. And I've got the cookbook and everything else, which was brought in, which was very nice. And Hugh Bonneville came to one of my Christmas Magic Circle shows with his son. Because somebody said to me, they said, Hugh Bonneville's in the audience. Yeah, he's a listener. Hugh Bonneville came to the Magic Circle, and I've done him a few times, actually, because, of course, he came in to talk about Paddington, and we talked about Downton and all sorts of things. And I thought it was wonderful. I loved it. Steve, says Kathy, I got married at Gretna Green 30 years ago last week. Me and the hubby went to a Little Chef for lunch, as we loved them so much. We had a seafood platter, and he had a spaghetti bowl. And we both got a lollipop when we left. High praise indeed. Spag bowl, how lovely. But a seafood platter. Can't even imagine what that contained. And Ashley says, going to the vets today, my bearded dragon passed away yesterday. It's amazing how many tears you shed for a pet. See, I couldn't have anything like that as a pet. I didn't know they died. I just thought they went on forever. I thought they were like dinosaurs. They did, you don't... Because to be honest with you, they never seem to move an awful lot. They just sit on a branch, don't they? And just because when we used to go and see them at the zoo, you wave your hands in front of them, hoping they'll blink or do something, but they never did. Steve, I too find metal detecting interesting and really enjoyed Great British History Hunters on More 4. It's amazing what's still in the ground. By the way, if we don't chat between now and then, have a lovely Christmas. We probably won't. And Taffy Nige says, did you ever get your cherry lips and licorice roots after? Yes. They don't taste the same. The cherry lips don't taste the same at all. I wish they did, but they do. Things taste different. Steve, I'm the one youngest of 8. I hate it. My siblings haven't spoken to me for 10 years. They hate you. They absolutely hate you. I was not speaking to somebody for over 10 years, and you're youngest of 8. What have you done? What have you done that's upset them? Got to be something, hasn't there? And, Steve, I love dinosaurs, says Tina. I do voluntary work, and as a thank you, they let me have free entry into the Jurassic Encounter exhibition last year with real-life-size dinosaurs and moving parts and noises. Do they make noises? Did I ever fallen out with my brother? No? No? We argued 1 year. I went down for Christmas lunch, and they hadn't done a Christmas lunch, so I came home. I don't know why they hadn't. I can't remember. I think because they did it, because I normally get 2 Christmas lunches. They have to work it out for me to cater for my needs. And so I get 2 Christmas lunches. Then I'll have lunch in Joe Allen's. Then I'll have lunch in Little Italy. And I always have the Christmas lunch. I don't know why. I've just got a thing about Christmas lunch. And it's quite nice. But on this particular year, I didn't get Christmas lunch from him. So I thought, what am I down here for? I only came down for Christmas lunch. No, I just took it for, as sort of, as read, I suppose. But, so what's the Jurassic Encounter exhibition? I've never even heard of it. Where is this taking place, Tina? Because that's why all the kids go to the Natural History Museum, because they love dinosaurs, and it is the place, isn't it? They've got all sorts of exciting things there. But Jurassic Encounter exhibition sounds a bit of... Here it is. Launching in London, where the dinosaurs come to life. Oh, right, goodness me. Oh, you can sit on them, and you can watch them killing other animals. And it's touring. It's doing Buxton, Edinburgh, Rotterdam, Bristol. Good Lord above. No idea. And they tell you where it is. How much is it? How much is it to go? Here we go. £12. On the door prices, 14 quid. The online price is £12.50. Save quite a bit, actually. A family ticket, if you do it on the door, it's 48 quid. If you buy it in advance online, 42. Seems good value, doesn't it, really? And so it's a complete exhibition. Well, I didn't even know there was such a thing. But it looks lovely. Isn't it funny if they really did look like that? I mean, when they've got the colours up, how do they know? How do they know these things? Taffy Nige says, "'Tis was the best." No arguments. There you go, "'Tis was" fan, which is good. Tony in Uxbridge says, "Me and lovely wife Kim off to Cyprus today with the in-laws. The wife's a nurse, been working hard, so hopefully a chance to chill and recharge her batteries." Tony's in Uxbridge. Lovely. Charlie Mullins talking about the passport office today, and talking about a cup of tea. He likes a cup of tea. He says, "My only worry about this, the 6 sugars and the obligatory bacon sarnie that went with my every mug." 6 sugars. I find it difficult to believe that, I used to have sugar in my tea. Not anymore. I haven't had it for donkey's years. And Elon Musk wants to buy Coca-Cola so he can put the cocaine back in the drink. Because that's what it used to contain years ago. It was sold as a medicine. I think the billionaire joked that he's keen to restore the Pop's original recipe, which contained the drug. Elon, who's just agreed to buy Twitter for $35 billion, tweeted, "Next I'm buying Coca-Cola to put the cocaine back in." Coca-Cola was devised in 1885, when cocaine was a common ingredient in medicines. It was removed in 1929. So up until that point, people were having a great whale of a time. How much is the Coca-Cola company worth? About $226 billion. So a little bit out of his range, but I mean, it could be doable if he's sort of got because he's worth $253 billion. So you'd have a little bit left over for an ice cream or something to celebrate. Imagine buying Coca-Cola. It's sold all over the world. The only drinks, but you can imagine that when it contained cocaine, people who go, "This is pretty cool. This is hipsy-doozy." Sea monsters with necks of up to 20 foot long ruled the oceans 200 million years ago thanks to their large bodies. See, how do they know that? I mean, they haven't dug any up or sort of, discovered them, have they? I do worry about things like that. And there's a bloke who makes 1,600 quid a month. He sells sweaty socks. That's what he sells, sweaty socks, online. Billy Joe Gray pockets up to 30 quid a pair and says the sweatier and the more smelly ones sell the best. I don't have sweaty feet. I'm really lucky, actually. I've never had sweaty feet. I look after my feet. I have, regular chiropody lessons and things. So, lessons. A dog trainer says her Cocker Spaniel could be the first pooch to have mastered hopscotch. And Gary Lineker looks sled happy as he poses alongside his Siberian Husky rescue dog. Oh. Why are we talking about Gary Lineker all the time? I think they've got some new agent or something. He's put these stories in there. And Alan Shearer and his teammates smashed a window on their team bus with a hammer as it drove along a motorway. This must have been ages ago, mustn't it, really? But I don't know anything about footballers and stuff like that. I just assume they were all mad as fruit sticks. Tom Cruise looks the coolest dude in shades. No, he doesn't. It's me. I look the coolest dude in shades. I look people have been known to walk past me because they don't recognise me because I'm in disguise. Yeah, I'm in disguise. I like it. Somebody says only Katie Price would charge her own fans for X-rated pictures of herself when they're viewable on Google for free. Is there no end to her shenanigans? Well, there's no end to her talent. There's no beginning to her talent. Poor little soul. Never mind. James Locke promises he'll never get too big for his boots. Oh, I thought you'd gone past that one, dear. He's been on The Only Way is Essex for 10 years and has no plans to turn his back on it. He says, I appreciate what the show's done for me. What has it done for you? What has it done? I feel grateful for the platform and the life it's given me. But it's so desperate, he's now having to go back in Celeb X on the beach. What a tragedy. God help you when you manage to move into double figures, love. It's going to be very difficult, isn't it? And also, our Eurovision hopeful, Sam Ryder, has been getting advice from an expert. He got to meet the 2014 winner. Who was the 2014 winner? Come on. Conchita Wurst. Do you remember? One with the beard. They chatted about singing the contest and, of course, facial hair. And Sam is amazed by the positive reaction he's getting across Europe. Well, apparently somebody played us the record the other day. I mean, I wouldn't bother getting out of bed for it, frankly. But, we've got to sort of, maintain it, haven't we? And we've got to sort of go, well, we might win. We won't win. It doesn't matter because we might win. We won't. But you have to be sort of positive. I'm positive we won't win. Nobody likes us. Nobody likes us at all. And Brian Ferry on Roxy Music whistling in the band's best album. Good God, he's not still going, is he? What a bizarre situation that one turned out to be.
What do you get when you mix fashion designers, financial advisors, and dance studio? No, not a catwalk of strutting accountants. No, not a ballet piece about balance sheets. I'm actually just talking about Workspace. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 4 minutes past 6, very nearly, give or take a few seconds. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. It's Friday, April the 29th, or as we prefer to tell you, it's the bank holiday weekend. And we like the bank holiday weekend because even if the weather's miserable, we're British. We're used to sitting in lay-bys with the windscreen wipers on going, I'm glad we brought cheese and pickle sandwiches and a pot of tea, which is very nice. Steve says, Anne in St Albans, watch the bucket of water song from Tiswas. My many children throwing gallons of water over each other in the garden. Hilarious. Anarchy. It was very, very anarchic, wasn't it? Very. Definitely. And Sidcup Julie says, I can't believe this. On my cycle tour in the Cotswolds yesterday, my tour leader said to me, are you Sidcup Julie? Yes, I am, I said. His wife Debbie listens to you as well in the morning, so all my Sidcup cycle team will be listening this morning before our second ride. I am officially famous. There you go. You have achieved notoriety as Sidcup Julie. And Kim says, remember the rivalry between Blue Peter and Magpie? I was more of a Magpie watcher myself, so was my dad. In later years, I found out that Jenny Hanley was the main reason for it. He was a bit sweet on her, says Kim. See, isn't it funny? There was the rivalry because Magpie with Tony Bastable and Mick somebody and Tommy Boyd used to come from Teddington Studios. And that was, 1 for sorrow, 2 for joy, 3 for a girl, 4 for a boy. Magpie. Blue Peter was BBC, and that used to come from Television Centre. And it was live. It was a live programme, which, of course, was sort of pushing the boundaries. So, and it was a huge studio, the same studio that they used for the lottery. Big studio. And they had the woman who looked after the cats. And they would introduce you to new Blue Peter presenters. And then they had a bit of a problem over the years. I think somebody got pregnant, which... single mother. They had to deal with that. They had to deal with drugs. They had to deal with all sorts of things on Blue Peter. But it was always considered, I suppose, this sort of the classier version, whereas I think over on the other side, Magpie was very much, sort of the rough and tumble kids, like Magpie, 1 for sorrow, 2 for joy. It was very good. Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, I think I was more of a Blue Peter person. I'm pretty certain, because they'd have Percy throw it out in the garden, and they'd go out to the Blue Peter garden, and they'd have their fundraising every year. They would do a good fundraiser. They'd have to think of something. How can we make money? Buttons they did one year, and people were sending in buttons. They got sent thousands of them, and then they had the little machine which showed you how far they'd got, and they raised money for, bringing water to villages in Africa, lifeboats, all sorts of things. These little sort of things with a big outboard motor on. They raised a lot of money for charity, and it was run by Biddy Baxter, who literally knew exactly what she was doing, but it kind of lost its way. I mean, now you wouldn't even recognise the Blue Peter that you see as the Blue Peter that was. It's been scaled down. It's moved to Manchester. And I couldn't tell you any of the presenters. But the trouble is, kids don't really watch TV anymore. They've got phones. They've got computers. Why would they want to watch a television programme? So they don't. So I think you've got CBeebies, which probably does quite well, because that's the preschool kiddies, and they're watching in the morning whilst mum's getting breakfast ready. The kids are sitting there watching Peppa Pig and Pingu and all these other... Not that I know any of these things. I should think Pingu is quite great, actually. And then I did watch Peppa Pig. I never got into that one at all. But so normal kids who are watching the Blue Peter type programmes, they're not the kids of my generation who used to watch Blue Peter. Because we did watch it. Nowadays, there's far too many distractions. How many kids do you know who don't have a telephone? They've all got telephones, even from very, very early ages. Steve, you're talking of pets. I'm proud to say I've got 2 cats, well looked after, 23 and 21, respectively, Peanut and Buster. There you go. Peanut and Buster. Always amazes me that people give sort of names to their pets and where they come up with the names from. Because we had a cat called Candy, who was a white cat, and long fur, and looked a bit like the Cosset cat. Cosset carpets used to have a white cat walking across them, and that's what our cat looked like. And I can't remember where she came from. I've got no idea. I just remember that thank you. And she sort of appeared one day. But whether she came from a cattery, I really couldn't tell you. That bit is always... I'll have to check with my brother, actually. Stuart in Norfolk says, I always remembered Tiswas and OTT for the gunge cage. Why would you want to go into... did they have showers for them afterwards? After you've been gunged? And they were so... they don't have it home on the bus. I always imagined that they were a little bit like the Top of the Pops crowd, because there'd be about 50 people if you watch the early Top of the Pops, and they would literally be shoved from pillar to post because the cameras would go through them. Right through the middle. They had to part their waves, but they also... they had to... so sorry. Passing on. Oh, look, it's made my screen go blank. My screen's gone blank completely now. Oh, no, it's got no signal, but it comes back on again in a minute. It's a new system that we've got in here. If I sneeze too much, it goes off. Yeah, Nick'll like this. Nick's in my studio today. I'm having it redecorated while I'm working at the moment, which is great. So, Labour last night admitted... I can't believe this. This story runs and runs and runs and runs. And they've now got a 6-page dossier. Labour admitted that they basically told fibs about an event at which Sir Keir Starmer is alleged to have broken lockdown rules. Because it was only the other day that Keir Starmer was criticising Boris Johnson. I remember seeing him on PMQs, and they were standing and they were arguing and all the rest of it, Keir Starmer. And then it turns out that Rayner was at Sir Keir's Beergate event, despite the party ignoring it and denying it. 4 MPs told how she joked to them about using Sharon Stone's ploy at PMQs. Starmer then flouted the lockdown guidance at his own birthday bash with cake. They can't make up their minds on these things, can they? I mean, the whole thing has just got completely out of hand. People telling lies left, right and centre and then trying to justify it. I mean, so now we know that Starmer lied. We know that Boris lied. I mean, who else? Who else? Here's the Queen. She doesn't need to lie because the Norfolk air did her well. She's 96. She's still smiling. She's looking a bit old. The Queen. I noticed when she came back from Norfolk, she went in the car. I mean, she's 96. She's entitled to look like that. But so she celebrated her birthday privately, and she pointed to her foot and told guests, "As you can see, I can't move." So I should imagine it's incredibly frustrating for her. Incredibly frustrating because she's got these mobility issues and a string of other health problems, including she had COVID, but she won't want to be seen with a stick. In February, she was seen with a stick, and I think obviously word went out, do not take a photograph of Her Majesty with a stick. She wants to be seen, you know, to be able to move around and do things. And good luck to her. Good luck to her. The despicable 10 troops wanted for war crimes. Ukraine has released details of these Russian soldiers. The troops aged between 24 and 33 are all from the same unit. And they're responsible, they say, for the abuse and rape and murder of hundreds of civilians from the town of Kiev. And they've got all sorts of people. They're now... They put their pictures on basically wanted posters. Some from the Red Army. Some from, you know, shop workers who've been sort of conscripted in. And, as I say, they will face war crimes. They will undoubtedly face war crimes. There's no two ways about it. So here we go. The pages and pages on now the Mail, who else, have done the Labour sleaze dossier. At the end of the day, it's a drink and a piece of cake. I mean, seriously, you kind of lose the will to live, don't you? Apparently Sir Keir is said to have had a birthday gathering of his own with 2 cakes. I mean, seriously, cake gate. And so Labour queued up to condemn the Prime Minister. Now they're throwing it back the other way. Priti Patel has hailed the passing by Parliament of a landmark law that she vows will finally fix Britain's broken asylum system. Yeah, Jackanory. We've heard it a million times before. So far, nothing. Absolutely nothing. She says, our plan is firm, fair and delivers on your priorities. What, sending people to Rwanda? I mean, you can't be serious. You really can't be. Never mind. And what else we got? Oh, the Boris Becker story is a very bizarre one, isn't it? Boris Becker visiting a pal's flat at Harrods. He looks completely unrecognisable. When you look at early pictures of Boris Becker, how fit he was, and I mean, to be honest with you, I couldn't give a forex about tennis. I can't be interested. I only used to watch it to hear if Cliff Richard was going to sing. That was the only thing. You could always guarantee if it was going to rain for a little bit, Cliff would get up and sing. That was well worth it. But the actual tennis thing is like... all these horrible noises. He was always there. Yeah, I think Cliff just absolutely loves it. He loves tennis. That's why he's got to the age he is. He plays tennis. He's fit. You know, look at us. We're not fit, are we? I mean, I should imagine, you know, the best thing you can get from our lot here is a game of tiddlywinks. And to be... You don't play tennis. You've never played tennis in your life, I bet. You don't play tennis either. Don't sit there and give me this guff, Elliot. It really is just, table tennis. Or have you got that one in the garden where the ball is on a piece of elastic and you hit it round and it just goes round and round? It's called swing ball. What else? Love it. So the anti-oil anarchists smashing up the petrol pumps, they've got to get them into court as soon as possible, get them prosecuted. This is just ridiculous. I don't mind somebody protesting. I don't have a problem with anybody protesting. Peaceful. When the moment you start vandalising something, Louis McKechnie, you're a bit of a thicko. OK? And I think you should pay the price. He don't just come out of prison for the last thing. And now he's doing it again. There was another one. Somebody called McGovern glued himself to a petrol pump. Another stupid person. Listen, people still filled up the cars. We haven't had any problems at all. Just make yourself look daft. Perhaps they like life in prison. I've got no idea. Coming up to 6:15. In a minute, skin cancer. They say 1 in 5 people in England will contract it during their lifetime. And is this people who just go out in the sunshine? Because you're supposed to protect yourself. It doesn't even have to be sunny for you to catch skin cancer. It really doesn't. It's, you just got to be very, very careful. But... maybe we're not as good as we could have been. Let's get the LBC News headline, shall we? 6:15, it's Thomas Watts.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Looking forward to the bank holiday weekend. Yep. You have to check the trains if you're working, as we are. We'll be here bank holiday Monday. Fear not, said he with mighty dread. We will be here on the bank holiday Monday. You just have to check, because most of the trains and the buses operate a Sunday service, but we just checked for mine. And, I mean, I'm lucky. I've got so many different trains that I can get. There must be different parts of the capital, which probably aren't served as well. But it's just quite nice having a long weekend, isn't it? I mean, I still look on it as a bank holiday weekend. The only problem for me is that the shops are closed. Although, eventually, the bigger shops open up. They open up a little bit later, and you maybe get a Sunday service. But it's still better. I mean, I don't know why we don't leave shops open all the time. I don't understand this keep Sunday special. For what reason? You know, if you're an elderly person, and they go, keep Sunday special, people should stay in. And you go, what for? People want to go out. They want to do window shopping. They want to have, lots of looks at things and go out. They want to browse. You don't want to necessarily buy anything. It's just that you want to mix with other people. So see other people out there. People tend to forget about the elderly. They just think, oh, they'll be all right. They'll just sit indoors and have a cup of soup or something like that. And you think, no, they want to go out there. They want to go to shops. I never understood it. It always used to annoy me, actually, when on a Sunday morning I finished work and a friend of mine said, should we go shopping in Selfridges? And I go, yeah, that's a good idea. And so, because you go to Selfridges and it was open at 10, but the tills don't open till 11. So it's browsing time. I don't want browsing time. I want to see an item and I want to buy it. But of course, because all their tills are operated, under one banner, they have to wait till they all come on at exactly 11 o'clock. The tills will then open and then you can buy something. And you think, what a waste of a day. You had to wander about and they go, it's for browsing. I said, I don't want to browse. Could we have a separate till for those of us who don't want to browse and just want to buy something? That'd be quite nice. Like going to a garden centre. I mean, I can remember, isn't it funny, honestly, when you think back over the 2 years of the pandemic, and you go to the garden centre, and before it opened, there'd be a queue of about 60 people, all socially distancing. And then you went inside, and there'd be arrows pointing you round. Go round this way. Don't go round that way. No, don't go round. Oh, dear me. I still sit on the bus with my mask on. I still do that. That's matter of course. Mainly because everybody keeps saying to me, well, you've managed to avoid getting COVID. Exactly. Ozzy Osbourne over in the States, God knows who he's been mixing with, because he's managed to pick up COVID. So Sharon's got to fly over there, so she'll now pick up COVID as well. I mean, although a lot of people have said to me, they said, you might have had it, but without knowing about it. Well, I must have had very mild symptoms then, because I haven't, I've never had a bad cold. Never had a bad cold. I had my flu jabs. I've never had a bad cold. And did they say sneezing was part of it? Yeah. But I think, yes. Perhaps I should go home and test myself immediately. That'd be quite funny. Blockading families in their... Where do you think this is? Blockading families in their homes, forcing children to wear hazmat suits, robot dogs patrolling the streets. This is China, clamping down on the COVID, and it's brutal. Absolutely brutal. I'm looking at this robotic dog, which is roaming the streets, barking orders at people. Do not come out of your homes. And there's a resident here in Shanghai. They've got these gun-like devices which can spray people and disinfect a community. They've said you don't go out, and in China, you don't go out. It's as simple as that. They do the same in Spain. I was talking to Chris and Steve about this a while ago. And if the Spanish law comes in, you do not go out during the pandemic, you don't go out because you'll be arrested. And they do clamp down on it. It's the safest way to be. It had to be. So you can be safe, but I should, for some reason, I don't feel I could get on a train or a bus without the mask on. The only thing I do is I pull it down off my nose and mouth when I'm walking to the train so I can breathe some air, because otherwise you feel a little bit restricted. When I'm on the train, though, you feel a bit confined, and also I wouldn't want to go into any spaces where there are loads and loads of people. I mean, outside's fine, but confined spaces are the worst. But so far, touch wood, plastic, melamine, whatever it is, I've avoided it, which is good. Let's hope it stays that way, actually. Amber Heard sent Johnny Depp a lengthy list of demands, including the use of 3 penthouses he owned after she filed for divorce. A letter shown at the former couple's £80 million defamation trial showed that the Aquaman star threatened to publicly serve Depp with a restraining order. In fact, she's not nice. She's not nice at all. She really isn't. She wanted £100,000 for legal and accounting fees, exclusive use of the black Range Rover she was driving with Depp to make the payments. She also wanted to carry on living rent-free in her West Hollywood penthouses. Dear me, I mean, honestly, she's coming over as... Oh, look, Sarah Ferguson. Here she is. What's she done? She was on a night out at Oswald's private membership club. She's got a stupid pair of shoes on. Have you seen the picture? These shoes, and they're blue velvet loafers, handmade loafers. Sorry? It wouldn't... On one of the shoes, it's got never complain. On the other shoe, it's got printed never explain. Yeah, that's why you're in the mess you're in, dear, I should imagine. Sarah, Duchess of York. Anything further from a duchess, you'd be hard pushed to find, wouldn't you, really? But she went out there. And it's been the mantra of the royal family as long as the Queen's been on the throne. And if only Andrew had stuck to it rather than give his disastrous interview to Emily Maitlis. I mean, made her completely. But Sarah Ferguson going out, there's a woman who's... I mean, fancy wearing a pair of shoes with never complain, never explain. They're like slippers. I did see somebody at Costco the other day wearing fluffy slippers, and I looked at them thinking, is this some peasant look or something? Who wears slippers to go out shopping? And then look at what Sarah... I mean, she's never been a fashion dresser. She's never been able to wear anything. Frumpy Fergie, they called her, because there was nothing that she could ever put on. The only time she ever looked half decent was when she got married to Andrew. Little we realised where that relationship was going. But it's slippers, isn't it? That's what they look like to me. Perhaps she's got bad feet, who knows. Declan in Vienna, good morning Declan, says, I was lucky enough to be on Tiswas when I was 8. Motorhead were on that episode. You can see me headbanging and throwing shaving cream pies and having the best fun of my life. You need to grow up and pull yourself together. Shaving cream thing. I mean, I suppose 8 would be... Oh, look, Peppa Pig's on tour. Peppa Pig is on tour. I mean, it's a big thing. And it's also booking for the Haymarket Theatre for Christmas. Peppa Pig in a Christmas show. Should we go? I've never been. It's a big tour. They're working May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and Christmas for the Haymarket Theatre from the 1st of December to the 1st of January. That pig is going to be really exhausted. And you can book tickets and go to peppapiglive.com. I wonder what they do. I mean, is it somebody dressed up as Peppa Pig? I mean, I don't know what it is. I don't want to say that. I know it's a real thing. Okay, it's the real deal. But they're doing everywhere. Where are they doing near me? Let's have a quick look. Swindon? No, not near me. Reading, the Hexagon. I mean, they're big places. They're playing the Ashcroft Theatre in Croydon. That's quite a nice one. Yeovil, Poole, Glasgow, Gravesend, Radlett. Oh, I've done that. I've done the Radlett Centre a few times. The De Montfort Halls in Leicester. I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? That kids would love it, but do they understand what theatre is? So the story is, okay, Peppa Pig is excited to be going on a special day out with George, Mummy Pig and Daddy Pig. It's going to be her best day ever. Get ready for a road trip full of fun adventures, from castles to caves, dragons to dinosaurs, and ice creams to muddy puddles. There's something for all of us and their friends, Miss Rabbit, Mr. Bull, Susie Sheep, Gerald Giraffe, and more. Prepare for a brand new Peppa Pig live show packed full of songs, games and laughters. It really is the best day ever. I'm booking a ticket. I'm not missing out on this one for Peppa Pig fans. Well, I tell you. I mean, you know, if that had been Sooty, I'd have booked immediately. But Peppa Pig, I mean, it's an extensive tour. Whoever is playing them, they're going to be very, 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 very tired. My daughter May has turned 6. Her goal, says Adam in Margate, is to earn a Blue Peter badge. I never got a Blue Peter badge. I really didn't, actually. I really didn't. And Steve, are you still battling, says Angela, your Freedom Pass application? It's just ridiculous. My Freedom Pass was issued a few years back, and it goes till 2024. And then I got sent this thing ages ago, so the story goes. And they wanted to know whether I could prove that I really was who I said I was, which seems a bit thick of them, but there you go. And so they had written to me at my home address, and I answered the letter. So then I phoned them and said, this, of course I'm who I say I am. And I sent them a copy of my passport, and I sent them a copy of my driving licence, which has got my photograph on it, my name, and my address. That wasn't enough. So for 2 weeks, my card carried on working. I thought maybe they've seen the light. Then all of a sudden they turned it off. I mean, really, feel it. I should sue. I should sue them. Defamation of character. We don't believe that you're Steve Allen. Well, who do you think I am? Really? It's ridiculous. You should contact your MP for Twickenham. You'd be amazed how quickly things get done, says Angela. I know. I'm hoping that maybe the people in the Freedom Pass office have actually seen the light and they might have got a brain cell together. But at the moment, it seems highly unlikely. Spiker says, I loved Blue Peter. Got my first Blue Peter badge when I was 5 for making a puzzle and sending it in. Wow. I'm very impressed by that. Steve, my wife Julie doesn't sleep very well and struggles to get 5 hours a night. She starts work at 0600 and works for Royal Mail. So you can say hello to us. We listen to you whilst I drive her to work in Islington. That's Elton Mark. And Steve, have you ever seen the Mr. Bean cartoons? I haven't, no, Catherine. I haven't. I have seen Mr. Bean. Funny, everyone has invisible ankles. Only one time they show his ankles. That's when he comes out of the shower and gets locked out. He then loses his towel when he tries to get in through a window. Oh. Sounds slightly bizarre. Tony says we've been to the Duck Pond Market in Richmond. The market started off in Ruislip next to the Duck Pond there. I don't know. They're all over the place, aren't they? It's held just by Richmond Bridge. You walk through an arch and it's one of those artisan markets. You know, they do bread and they do quiches and there'll be somebody, sort of posh type market, and you can buy apple juice and all sorts of things. But I'm going to be an old age pensioner on Sunday for my 66th birthday, says Tony. Pfft, amateur. 6:30. Let's get the news headline, shall we, with Thomas Watts.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. Bank holiday weekend. It starts here Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Fantastic. I was watching the television yesterday, and I was watching Rees-Mogg, and he was basically saying to the staff who was snubbing off, as you heard Nick talking about it a second ago, you either use it or lose it. We'll rent it out to somebody else. And I thought, well, how many people are not in the offices in the civil service? I mean, is it a huge amount of people? So he's put these things on their desks. Most people are, so all these offices are lying empty while people are working from home. And so he says thousands of pounds of taxpayers' money is being spent. Either they need to be there or they don't. If they don't, we should reallocate and put somebody else into the property. Well, anyway, excuse me, his push to get civil servants back into the office has caused splits, including the Culture Secretary Nadine Dorries, who has branded it Dickensian. But I fancy having all these empty offices. It does seem a bit ridiculous, doesn't it? But they've been then told you're back in 4 days a week. Mr. Rees-Mogg believes being at work enhances creativity amongst staff. He said the thinking process is less effective if people aren't in the office. And so he's done a league table of the amount of people who are not coming in. Apparently his own Cabinet Office department had a 69% staffing level. The figure for Ms. Dorris's department for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport excuse me, was 43%. So there's obviously quite a number of people who are not going into work. The FDA General Secretary Dave Penman said good people will leave and the civil service brand will be trashed. There's a brand, is there, to the civil service? Well, at least we've learned something new there. Also, the insurers, I mean, I'd completely forgotten about Storms Dudley, Eunice and Franklin, which we had. They reckon the bills for damage caused could hit £500 million. £500 million, which is ridiculous. I do like the pictures of the Queen smiling She's 96. I think she went... It's funny, you can look at people who sort of go through these, all the different ages, and they'll get to 60, 70, 80, and they look fine. Then all of a sudden, there's a complete change. And they seem to go into a different phase, because looking at the Queen, who is, I just think she's amazing. Absolutely fantastic. So she has this 96th birthday celebration, I think by herself. I think she was in reflective mood. I think she was staying in the farm that Philip had on the Sandringham estate. She was also wearing... I mean, she's, when you think what she's seen, apart from how many prime ministers she's seen, what she's seen in her life, she was wearing a brooch, sapphire and diamonds, inherited from the Queen Mother. And this cottage where she was staying, Sandringham Estate's 20,000 acres. It's not small. This is quite a big thing. And Prince Philip spent much of his time after he retired. And she's confined mainly to just light duties, and I think that's the best way. I mean, she's seen off 14 prime ministers. It's not bad, is it? I mean, the first was Churchill. She's hoping to attend the state opening of Parliament on May the 10th, which is, in the royal calendar, one of the most important events. If she's not feeling up to it, Prince Charles will stand in for her. So they've got that as backup. The Queen has opened Parliament on all but 2 occasions. Lord Chancellor stood in for her in 1959 and 63, when she was pregnant with Prince Andrew and then Prince Edward. So let's hope that she's got enough. But it does seem to me that all of a sudden she's changed. The hair looks slightly different. It's just something about it where you sort of think she's in a different phase of her life now. If you're stressed, and loads of people get stressed now. People get stressed, and this year, I've said to people before, people are going to get stressed about money. People are going to get stressed about bills. People are going to get stressed about, jobs. People are going to get stressed about food, about petrol, about holidays, just about everything you can be stressed by. And apparently, cleaning the house beats going to the pub. I know you think going to the pub is working. Walking, reading and seeing a film are also seen as the best ways to unwind. And if you push a vacuum cleaner, well, you're way up there. Pushing a vacuum cleaner around. But a boozy night out came in at only 19th. Somebody said you could relax in a hot bath and eat chocolate. Which actually not much use to me, because I'm not particularly a chocolate eater. But it takes the average adult, that's you and me, 15 minutes to de-stress by using the usual method. Wednesdays and Fridays are the most popular days for a bit of me time. Yippee! I always think Fridays like that. Unless you work weekends. I always think something about Friday, it makes me feel, I feel a bit more cheerful about Friday. Because I think, right, Friday, it's great. I've got the weekend. I know what I'm doing over the weekend. It's all sorted out. Oh, it's going to be a nice weekend. Hope so. As long as the weather's reasonably okay, but I'm not particularly bothered about it. Not particularly. I can even if it rains, I can cope. Catherine says, I thought you were having a mega sneeze when you did the tennis impression. I nearly dropped my tea. That's all you hear at Wimbledon, isn't it? I mean, you could just... They make this noise they're expelling. And Alana says, I'm going to be 60 in September and I'm going to have a bouncy castle and custard pie fights. Want to come? Yeah, right. Bouncy castle. I've never been on a bouncy castle because they sort of came in a bit too late for me. I've often wanted to sort of try one, and I thought, no, you cut, Stephen, act your age, for goodness sake. Bouncy, I should try it, you're right. And Darren says, I love Tiswas, but can you remember what it stood for? Yes. Today is Saturday, wear a smile. I knew that. I knew that. And Steve, you mentioned Cliff and his love of tennis. Well, I've actually had a knockabout with him at the David Lloyd in Southall years ago. Ha, 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 ha. Yes. Well, I've sat in a box at one of his concerts. Twice. Love Cliff. Steve, there was a woman in Sainsbury's in Guildford High Street yesterday afternoon wearing PJs, a dressing gown and slippers. Is something the matter? Were they dropped on their head as children or something? I mean, what is the matter with these people? It's a bit naff, isn't it, really? Peter in Watford, we're getting no end of people who've got Blue Peter badges. I've never had so many people who've got Blue Peter badges. Peter says, I won mine when I was 9 for sending in some ideas for magic tricks. I left it in my pocket when my mum washed my jeans and the ship washed off. I was very upset. I don't know what the Blue Peter badge gets you. It gets you entry into certain things. Whether it still does, I don't know. They used to recognise it, and there was a silver and a gold Blue Peter badge if you'd done something really. There was the ordinary badges. I think there's about 200 Blue Peter badge attractions around the country, like theme parks, zoos and castles, and you can get free entry. So that's quite nice. Look at this. Anne in Bedford says, I'm booked to see Peppa Pig live with my grandchildren. It'll be my 3rd time of seeing her. Wow. I'm very impressed. Ian in Somerset. I wish I didn't. Why do I do that? Every time I do it, I can't help it. In Castle Carey in Somerset, we're having our 3rd annual food festival. If you'd like to come down, there's a nice hotel called the Newt. I think you'd like to stay, and you'd have to pay for it yourself, says Ian. Oh, no point in driving. Have you seen the amount of petrol, that I could be using? Eileen in Scarborough says, I'm going for a blood test later this morning. I don't mind needles, but as they find it hard to find a vein, I hate how tight they put the strap on the arm. Feels like my arm is going to explode. I don't look. I look at the ceiling. I have to look away. They always put a cushion on your lap, and then you rest your arm on the cushion. It's horrible. Hate it. But you have to have it done, Eileen. It'll be... Listen, it'll be over and done with in less than a minute. That's the good thing, isn't it, really? Mark says, my son took my granddaughter to Butlin Skegness to see Mr. Tumble and Peppa Pig. Mr. Tumble's very popular. Mr. Tumble is very popular. I know all about Mr. Tumble, thank you very much indeed. Definitely. Stressed GPs are crying out for help. I don't think I've ever seen them cry out for help, but they're probably getting very stressed because they only have limited amount of time to see patients nowadays. They don't have all the time which you think that they have. Beverly in Orpington says, Steve, my niece Megan's getting married to Mark Green on Sunday. The wedding's been postponed for 2 years due to COVID, so everybody's really looking forward to it. Oh, God, can you imagine? Waiting 2 years for something like this. I'm sure it'll go very well. So Megan and Mark, have a nice time. Hope you've got actually, a friend of mine's got a birthday party coming up, not just yet, September, and they've hired a marquee, which is going to take up the garden, and they've also got 2 bands coming in to play. They've got, very rich friends. They've got a magician. There's food for lunchtime and then for evening and stuff like that. I'm staying overnight. It's one of those ones, and British tapas. No, I don't know if they're having a hog roast or not. I can't remember. We went to my friend Pete and Dawn's place, and they had a hog roast. They bring it in sort of like a truck, and they've started cooking it. And literally, the time you get to the party, it's ready to be eaten. It is literally just a hog roast, and it's on a pole which is shoved through it, and they cook it. And it was I just got so terribly drunk. I don't remember. I think somebody spiked my drinks. I was convinced. Steve, do you remember the Sunday morning show called Why Don't You? Yes, it was, Susie. It was Why Don't You Get Off the Settee and Go and Do Something More Interesting instead? And it was a bunch of sort of... They always looked like very well-heeled kids. And they were always doing things, and they sort of seemed to be in charge of the programme. Why Don't You was very, very well known. And I did used to catch it. I couldn't ever say I was a fan of it because I just watched it. Phil in Streatham says, I've got an orange Blue Peter badge. I didn't know there was an orange one. I've never heard of it. I've only heard the white and blue, and then I've heard of the gold one and the silver badge, and that's about it, actually. I bet no one has a set of magpie badges, says Jackie in Chelmsford. I've got all of them, except number 10, as you could only get that if you appeared on the programme. Oh, right. See, you're telling me something I don't know. Helen says, my worst nightmare would be to be told I had to work at home and not be allowed to come into the office. But I think that even worse would be to have Jacob Rees-Mogg as a boss. You're possibly right. Yes, he left a little note on everybody's desk. I came past to say hello and you weren't there, kind of thing. Nadine Dorries, talking about scrapping the TV licence. And so a lot of the papers are doing polls on it on premium rate numbers to find out whether you're in favour. I should imagine everybody's in favour of scrapping it. Who would be in favour of not scrapping it? You know, if you're looking, especially in these times of, people are tightening their belts and everything else, I would think everybody would be going, well, we'd rather not pay for it. We'd rather get it for free, but you have to work out where they're going to get their funding from. And I'm assuming it's either going to be adverts or it's going to be like the Netflix thing where you take out a subscription and, you can watch, BBC One or something like that. It's going to affect across the board, I would have thought. All their radio stations, And all of it because where will the money come from? It's got to come from somewhere. 7:15. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Thomas Watts.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 10-7, Nick Ferrari with you in 10 minutes on LBC. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. I see the cheaper agency workers. Remember we had the big P&O debacle, and the cheaper agency workers hired by P&O to replace the sacked seafarers have failed to correctly use life-saving gear. The discovery was among a total of 23 failures spotted after the Coast Guard agency inspected the Spirit of Britain. They said there was a lack of familiarity. Well, that's all we need, isn't it? Oh, it's the last thing you really want, I suppose. The RMT General Secretary Mick Lynch described the report as further evidence that P&O is a capitalist bandit sailing in our waters. I love the way they I mean, I couldn't quite work it out either, really. And they sort of said, oh, no, it's not this, it's this. And you start thinking, why do people tell lies all the time? You know, we're not that stupid. Mortgage payments could jump to more than £1,000 next year. In a further cost of living blow, the Chancellor has warned. Rishi Sunak told the Cabinet he expected the base interest rate set by the Bank of England to hit 2.5%. And what we owe for energy has doubled to £1 billion in a year. 6 million families, or 23% of the consumers, are in arrears. Good Lord above. I mean, it's you know, and I keep reminding people this thing's not going to get any better. Jacob Rees-Mogg getting on board with the HGV drivers. He's announced plans to ease trade red tape and cut costs. I mean, how many times have we heard this? But what they're doing is trying to keep down the price of bits and pieces. And so he's told the supermarkets, cut your prices. But they're in the business of making money. You can't just sort of, keep dropping the prices. Even though Sainsbury's have announced record profits, doing very well. And somebody says, I've just seen somebody go into McDonald's in a dressing gown and slippers, says Murray. Good Lord above. Are these people mad, or am I missing the point? I've got a weekend of supermarket shopping and housework ahead, Steve, but on Sunday late afternoon I'm on puppy watch. I've got the boys all next week. Not seen them for a bit. Miss the wee monsters. Anyway, Steve, have a good one, says Kim. Thank you for a cracking week. Do you know, it's been a good week this week for us. Really, really good week. Record numbers of texts and everything else. And Viv in Walpole says, I'm looking after a 9-stone dog. Got through the first night of this dog sitting with your help since 0400. And it's a Briard. I've never even heard of a Briard. It sounds big. It sounds big. Oti Mabuse is on tour. If only she'd take that touring that Romeo and Duet programme. I mean, that really is ghastly, I'm afraid. And the arthritic patients told to lose weight and exercise more. This absolutely rocketed on the phone lines yesterday. Patients should have no morning joint-related stiffness or morning stiffness that lasts no longer than 30 minutes. And the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence, called NICE. And doctors are told to diagnose osteoarthritis, the most common form of arthritis. But I heard horrendous people phoning up saying, that they'd phoned up. They couldn't move. And the person at the other end of the telephone was saying, well, you have to get yourself into A&E. And they think, I can't move. How am I supposed to move on these sort of things? They never tell you. I like the idea of a team of lottery winners digging deep for charity. The group volunteered to help veterans' growth in its Rocks Farm Oast headquarters in Westfield, where it's preparing a display for the Chelsea Flower Show. My God, we've got that coming up again. I can't believe it. And so these ones here, the team of lottery winners who raked in a combined total, their winnings, 146 million, which is very nice. So they're already thinking about, putting in a garden for Chelsea. I haven't been to Chelsea for such a long time. I always liked the last days of it, which was really brilliant because people would buy all the plants that were there. So the plants that have been in displays, I think the only thing you can't buy is the bonsai. But the rest of it, you can buy. People stagger out with fuchsia trees and all the rest of it. It's amazing. Steve, I've got a green Blue Peter badge. I got it for recycling tin cans when I was 8 in my middle school in the 80s. I never used it. It's an environmental badge. See, I didn't know there were all these different coloured ones, actually. So an environmental badge. I entered a competition years and years ago to win a pony. I don't know why, we lived in a flat. A bit ridiculous. I don't know what I thought I was going to do with this thing. And they said you can get a free badge for sort of the pet club that you could join with this cereal. And unfortunately, I didn't put the stamped addressed envelope in because I didn't know what SAE meant. You know, enclose an SAE. And so I was a bit disappointed not even to get a badge to say that I'd entered the competition. Very, very embarrassing. This gingham dress, as you know, worn by Judy Garland in The Wizard of Oz, complete with the cream blouse, was used by the star for the scene in The Witch's Castle. They reckon £1 million. It's believed 5 of these dresses were made for the film and only 2 are still complete with their blouses. But to actually, I mean, how they find these things, I've got no idea. This one, that went missing in the 1980s, was found last year by a retired drama professor going through boxes in his old office of the Benjamin T. Rome School of Music, Drama and Art in Washington. The university is selling it to raise funds for its drama department. I think so too. £1 million. But we want the Stradivarius. I've always said I wanted the Stradivarius because that was the one that's worth 14 million. And I thought, yes, if you had that. The UK's oldest drivers are a man aged 108 and a woman of 107. Blimey, I don't know, should you be driving at that age? I was wondering whether or not sort of the age thing sort of impairs you. 107 and 108. The veterans are the vanguard of a soaring total of elderly motorists who keep their licences because they depend so much on their cars. There are, you won't believe this, 134,000 over the age of 90 and nearly twice the 71,000 in 2012, according to the Department of Transport. Some 505 centenarians still retain full driving licences. So you obviously are allowed to keep these things. I wasn't sure, actually. I mean, some of these people, when motorists hit 70, they have to renew their licence. Oh. Well, they take you out for another driving test, do they, again? Is it a formality? Oh, dear, I want to start that one again. Goodness sake, honestly. John Wilmot, chief executive of Lease Loco, said the increase in over 70s with a driving licence over the past decade reflects an ageing population. That's a bit of a classic thing. Of course we're ageing. But I like the Friends Reunited, the chance encounter after 71 years. This is Audrey and Margaret, both 86, were close classmates in Cannock in Staffordshire. Despite staying in the same area, the pair last saw each other when they were 15 in 1951, but they got back together after Audrey moved into Littleton Lodge. Whilst her property was being repaired, they recognised each other straight away. I love stuff like that. Honestly, I bump into people all the time. Mind you, it's generally intentional. And sadly, Anne Davis has died at the age of 87. She was from Doctor Who and Grange Hill. You'll know if you see a picture of her. She was absolutely lovely, and her agent, Barry, tweeted after her death on Wednesday, a superb actress, very much missed. She was married to the late Richard Briers of The Good Life phase. She played Jenny when William Hartnell was the Time Lord, and she was also in EastEnders, The Bill, and Keeping Up Appearances. So sadly missed. And a heroic RNLI coxswain who saved dozens of lives has died at the age of 96. David Cox was honoured with 6 awards during his 41 years volunteering with the lifeboat crew in Norfolk. On one of them, he helped save 29 people from a cargo ship. And Chris Hardy at Wells Lifeboat said David was an inspiration, particularly for his courage. He was a legend. Absolutely. And that's just about it for this morning as we sort of head into this bank holiday weekend and we sort of pray for some decent weather. We hope it's going to be quite nice, actually. If it isn't, we're going to be in for a right miserable old time, but you might as well enjoy it. We'll be here throughout. Always on LBC. We'll be here for the Monday morning, so the bank holiday Monday morning programme. I'll be here as usual between 4 and 7, and I shall look forward to your company then. Somebody says, how do 100-year-olds get car insurance? I've got no idea how they work that out. I seriously couldn't tell you. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday. It's your day back to work. You got yesterday off. We were working yesterday, but we don't mind. We love it. And today you've got to go back to work again. Yesterday, did it rain? I can't remember. I don't think it did, actually, no. It was the day before it rained. But I don't know what the forecast is for today. We'll find out a little bit later on. Kirsty Young is going back to the BBC for the Jubilee. Of course she is. Of course she is. I mean, we couldn't be that lucky that we've got rid of her completely, isn't it? Oh, she's going to be heading up the Beebs Jubilee thing. So there'll be lots of sort of Deborah posh-speaking people like that and going, it's marvellous, the Queen has reached her Jubilee. The unhappy ending as Lloyd Webber sacks the cast of Cinders. One of them never even made it into the role of Prince Charming, so that was probably a blessing for all of us. But you can't keep something going where they've had so many cases of COVID. Sharon Osbourne's back in this country doing her dreary little programme. I'm honestly hardly worth bothering, love. There's more people working on it than watching it. But at least Aussie's OK, so that's good news, isn't it? Should have done Zoom. It would have saved you the cost of the aeroplane. John Lewis tries to cope with the surge in online shopping because it's the way forward. Everybody does online shopping. You know, if you don't do it, you've missed out. Why would you bother having to get out, get the car out, find somewhere to park, put the money in the meter, pay extortionate, rates for parking for a couple of hours, when you can just go online, find out John Lewis. You can buy, a lot of people buy clothes online. I personally wouldn't buy clothes online. But I know a lot of people would, because you can also send them back again. But it's the faff, isn't it, of having to wrap them all up and send them off again. Because things look different when they're photographed. But most people do online shopping. I mean, this morning I got a DVD of The Merry Widow, which I was very much looking forward to, because I was in the local operatic society version of The Merry Widow. Years and years ago, I played a flunky, which is the white powdered wigs. It was all very posh stuff, all very nice. We had makeup and breeches, and it was great. And what else did I get? Oh, some torches for the garden, the solar torches, which have the light that moves up and down inside it. Very clever. So I bought those, like 24 quid for two. Very good. Might be for 4. I can't remember. Anyway, that arrived. I've got another 3 DVDs arriving today. I do all my shopping online for things. I can get all my Christmas presents online. It's lovely. It's the way forward. I know a lot of people hate it. They think, no, you've got to go out. But the trouble is, what's the point? What is the point of going out? The passport chaos, they reckon, could cost about £1 billion because they don't seem to be back at work yet. And they found a fan. Might be a Newcastle fan, urinating on a war memorial. They're going to find you, Sweet Pea, and they're going to throw you inside. Because people like you make me sick. Make me sick. We've had it before, people swinging on war memorials and stuff like that, the honour to the war dead. This one urinates on a war memorial. And to be honest with you, your days are numbered. OK, they'll get you because it's illegal to urinate in public. But, of course, obviously, a drunk old has-been like you will not realise that until you go to prison. And you will be sent to prison. I'll almost guarantee it. Billy Connolly's going to be recognised by BAFTA, which is lovely, isn't it? David Beckham has a day out at the beach with a pig. And Victoria was there too. She was there because it's Dave's 47th birthday. And Victoria Beckham, as opposed to just sending him a card going, lots of love, the wife, remember me, sort of does it on Twitter. So they share it, the most wonderful husband in the entire world. Dave's wearing this toupee. That's what it looks like. It's very peculiar at the moment. I don't know what it is. But Dave's 47. We don't really know what he does for a living, apart from get tattoos done. Brooklyn was out with his wife. And we know that she's a model. We don't really know what Brooklyn does. Oh, he makes sandwiches. That's right. He makes sandwiches. And what was the other one? Oh, yes. It's poor old Anne Robinson quitting Countdown. She's only done a year. Mind you, she looked, to be brutally honest, as though she was on her last legs. She's 77. She's earned £500,000 for doing it. I think they make them work hard on that programme. I think they probably do either 3 or 5 a day. Because each one, you follow on. So I think they do 3 to 5 a day. And she's obviously decided it's too much. I mean, you can tell her heart's not in it. It's really not in it. They do 5 in a day, blimey, which is a lot. Peter Andre's son Junior could be hitting the charts. Oh, God, we'll have to put up with more dreary interviews with his father, who's in Greece, as I've told you for about the umpteenth time. And a busy road, shut for repairs for 7 months, can't reopen. There's a bird's nest in the way. Sparrows have met... I mean, dear God in heaven, what are we coming to? I'm terribly sorry, there's a sparrow's nest. I'm sorry, are they protected or something all of a sudden? Yeah, so it'll be another 6 months while we wait for those to fledge. And then there was another road, wasn't there, where they had to dig it all up and put a pipe underneath to get frogs from one side of the road to the other. Seriously, you get loads of these things so they can get from one side of the road to the other. The frogs, because they are protected or something, are supposed to go squashed on the road. You know, they sort of protect them. But I mean, a sparrow's nest, do me a favour. Do me a favour. Make them, just lift the nest up, put it somewhere else. Just tell them we're very busy. You know, it's like the Extinction Rebellion people supergluing themselves. All, sadly, brains out to lunch, aren't they? I mean, the lights are on, but nobody's home. The Jurassic jaws found in the Alps. They find all sorts of things, because I'm assuming at one time, billions of years ago, the Alps were underwater. That's what I'm assuming. I don't know. The 4-year-old boy who goes for a joyride in his mummy's car, but not in this country, in Holland, thank God. And what was the other one, which I quite like, actually? Oh, why you can't sleep because you've got summer insomnia. I bought a new pillow the other day. It's way too big for the bed. Way too big for... I don't know what's the matter with it. I looked at it. But anyway, it's really comfy. It's memory foam, yeah. So it's quite hard, and it's big, and it was only 20 quid. And I saw it in Costco, and I thought, you know, force yourself, Stephen. Go on, go for a pillow. I love... Their good pillow is very, very important. Also, the tourists, they'll be queuing up very shortly because there's a telephone box in Westminster just by Parliament Square, and they all want their pictures taken by it. It doesn't work. There's no workings in it. It's just an empty telephone box. It's like if you go across Westminster Bridge in the early hours of the morning, you find lots of Japanese people there in their wedding dresses. They have a picture taken in a particular place, so behind them is the House of Commons and Big Ben, and they always have their pictures. There'll be at least... every day, 3 or 4 Japanese couples having their photographs taken on Westminster Bridge. Because first time I thought, oh, it's a modelling assignment. Somebody said, no, they're just ordinary people who get up. She puts the wedding dress on, and then they go and stand on Westminster Bridge. It is a long way to come, isn't it? I'm assuming perhaps they're here on honeymoon or something. And they get the picture taken, which was lovely. Simon Mayo says working for the BBC was soul-destroying. I know, I can well imagine. I heard the show. Not surprised. And now he's... nobody knows where he is at the moment, actually. It's all a little bit embarrassing. Coronation Street, Bill wants to turn 100 on the soap. Be nice if he did, because he looks fairly good at the moment, but, I mean, it's still got a little way to go. Little way. Nick Knowles on his BBC return, because, you know, the BBC, well, we can't do advertising, company policy, and all that kind of thing. Well, yes, of course, the rest of us are on backhanders. Of course we are. It wouldn't be the BBC without that. That's how they work it, isn't it? And yet, because he did an advert for Shreddies, that was it. He was suspended. And you think, well, wait a minute, there's loads of people on the BBC who do adverts. Loads of them. Loads of them. Yeah, Lineker doing adverts. Is that different for him? Yeah, of course it is. Dreary old Lineker. Want to buy a crisp? No, thank you very much indeed. Mind you, worst programme on the television coming up. I couldn't believe it when I saw the trails for it. It's called J. Blades, No Place Like Home. Channel 5 have come up with this remarkable thing. And the repair shop favourite, well, the trouble is he seems to have taken it over, really. He didn't really do anything. He just goes, yeah, this is, yeah, take it away. Lovely. And he's going to front this brand new series where he returns to his childhood roots. I can't think of anything more blooming boring in the entire universe. It's a 3-parter. He will walk the streets of his London hometown, meeting locals, historians and old mates to discover more about its past. Yeah, very long streets, obviously. In the opening episode, Jay has an emotional trip down memory lane, revisiting the first ever home he moved into with his mum as a newborn. What, do you remember that, dear? Or are you just making it up and it's another load of old cobblers? Whilst there, he finds out fascinating things that have happened on that street, including the Cray twins once lived there. That's what he's got to do now. He's on the repair shop, but in an effort to make this dreary programme even more dreary, the Crays used to live here. I mean, anybody under the age of 45 wouldn't have the faintest idea who the Crays were, so you might as well have said Popeye the Sailor Man lived at number 22. I can't think of anything more boring than this programme. He meets all his old mates. Rivetingly dull. Riveting. What a waste of money, but it is Channel 5. Very good at things like that. They're searching for baby seals in the icy depths of a Siberian lake. Yeah, but they live in water. Why would you worry about them? Just leave them there, for goodness sake. And I've got a 3-bedroom terraced house for sale. For those of you who run out of money, this one's 5,000 quid. £5,000. Not in London, I hasten to add. Because you can pick up some really cheap places if you go to some of these auctions. But some people buy them, oh, look, those seals are so cute, aren't they? Do you remember when the Canadians used to go out there and club them to death? Do you remember? We don't seem to have that anymore now. They just went there. They wanted the pelts. And so the seals will all be lying there with their mothers. They didn't know what was going to happen to them. And these pictures emerged in the newspapers of these people who were clubbing them to death with metal clubs and wooden... The most dreadful thing I've ever seen in my life. I decided to boycott Canada after that. And the Faroe Islands, where they drive all the whales into shore and then just massacre them. Men, women and children. Disgusting, filthy people. Really awful. What else we got to do? The rise of the part-time pensioners. I know some pensioners, and they've, apart from far from retiring, some of them work as part-time extras on television programmes and things like that. A friend of mine, Al Woodrow, is not with us anymore, but he used to pop up in all sorts of things because he was an old man, and they were looking for genuine old men, and he sort of popped up. And you can pick up, £100 a day or something for doing so. And also it keeps them busy. And he popped up in all sorts of things. If you speak, you get more money, so they don't let you speak. There used to be a guy in Emmerdale Farm, as it used to be, sitting at the edge of the bar, and they go, "Are you all right?" They go, because if he spoke, they had to pay him money, so they were determined he wasn't going to speak. They used to get them in the Rovers Return as well. There'd be people, you'll find them in EastEnders, they just sit at the bar. They've been sitting there for ages. They probably are dead. But you have to just sit there and watch them. And they don't say a word, because if you speak, you get paid money. Lovely. Mary Beard says she ended up on a sex site by mistake. This is this MP. I have no sympathy for him at all, because I think he's a dirty little man. To do it in public is even more stupid than you can ever imagine. You don't look at pornography, especially when you've gone on to look for tractors. You're supposed to be in a debating chamber. We're supposed to be relying on idiots like you, and you're looking for tractors called dominators. It almost begs the question how stupid you have to be the MP for Tiverton. And the answer is fairly stupid, but your children are going to be picked on, all because of your actions. Daddy looked at porn. Not once. Twice he went back to it. Twice. Stupid man, honestly. And then, of course, the embarrassing thing was going on television and sort of talking about himself in the third person. He didn't actually say, "Oh, it was me." He was sort of saying, "No, it's not right." And all that. I'm thinking, it's you dirty little so-and-so. Eric and Ernie's lost tape set for DVD release. They found them after all these years, which I'm very pleased about. And Boris's ex-deputy said a married MP put his hand up my skirt. What is going on in the House of Commons? What is going on? Are they just a bunch of dirty old men who can't remember if they've had drinks with people? They're flirting, they're looking at porn, they're putting their hands up people's skirts. What's going on? Blimey, we don't even get that here. We're in the entertainment business. It really is ridiculous. Angry Amber Heard fires her PR team, the whole lot, after weeks of bad publicity. Well, I'm sorry. Your life, love. Your life, not a nice person. Not going very well at all. It really isn't. But we shall follow it. Karina says, I walked past that phone box. It's full of leaflets. Yes. It's full of leaflets for ladies of the night. Have you noticed, though, not one of them look like the photographs. They've just lifted the photos from the internet. Mainly they're a bit ropey. I don't want to be rude about it, because I've seen them carding in the morning. They do it around Marylebone as well. They get paid £50 from each hooker, and they have to go round there with their blue tack, stick them all up in the box, and then locals go round and rip them all down and throw them on the floor. I don't know what sort of people use hookers to advertise in phone boxes. MPs, probably. Probably MPs. 4:15.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Somebody wrote to me and said, of course, it's nice to know that they're doing something for the endangered birds. It's a sparrow, dear. It's a sparrow's nest. Honestly, hardly worth bothering, it really. Fancy closing a road because there's a sparrow's nest there. Bring back the alligators, that's what I say. Richard says there is a character in EastEnders who does just that. Sits there at the bar, doesn't say anything, doesn't talk to anybody. If they do, they mouth it. Like that. And his name's Shrimpy. Shrimpy, you look at the stadium and you think, yeah, you look like you could be called Shrimpy. The trouble is, he's a bit too clean to be looking like that, isn't he? Look at his little fresh skin and his makeup on and everything else. And a trilby hat, as if he's supposed to look like somebody out of the East End. Unfortunately, he's carrying a bit of weight, and he doesn't look like he'd be out of the East End, because that coat would be dirty. The hat would fit a lot better. Shrimpy. What do you do, love? Oh, I'm Shrimpy. Are you really? How riveting. Dave in Plymouth says, I wasn't listening yesterday after a grim night on Sunday. Wife passed out, so I had to call an ambulance. The crew were great, sorted her out. Then after they'd gone, the sickness bug that my grandchildren had struck me and lasted all night. God, honestly, everybody's ill nowadays, aren't they? Have you noticed? People are ill all the time. All the time. You know, people come in and you go, how are you today? You go, oh. The woman in Marks and Spencer said it to me yesterday. Because I just bought some strawberries and cream, a little bit of a treat, and I bought a bottle of thing. And, of course, they look at the bottle in your bag. They have to work out if they think you're over 18 and can buy it. And I was ready, prepared with my sort of notes to go, I'm nearly 70, you know. And they always ask you the same question. Hello, how are you? Oh, sod off. What do you mean, how am I? So I then go into it. I go, well, Tuesday, I suffer a breakdown. I had to go into hospital because I've had problems with the prostate and all the rest of it. And you can tell after about an hour they're going to give up and go home because they're just so fed up. They wish they never asked. Mark in Romford says, I saw Bonnie Langford on television. Well, you've not got an aerial anymore. He says, 50 years in show business. She looks fantastic. Yeah, I've seen her close up. She used to be in, I think it was in Me and My Girl, and she was a stickler because her mum's got a dance school. I think the Babette Langford Young'uns and all this kind of stuff. And Bonnie she's worked from a very, very early age. So she would have all the cast in early at the beginning of the week. They have a workout on stage, and it's basically an opportunity. All shows do it for everybody to get back together again and go, yeah, you have a good weekend. They do it here. I ignored them. You know, so do you have a nice weekend? You know, I got it from my boy. Yeah, do you have a good weekend and all that? Yeah, she was on LBC. Actually, she used to feature on Sandy Toksvik's programme quite a lot, and it's Sandy Toksvik's birthday today. I think she's about 64. We love Sandy Toksvik. I think she's great. Absolutely great. So we take all your texts and emails, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. An imposter was allowed into army barracks by soldiers who protect the Queen. And then he stayed the night. So he goes in, he turns up at the gate, and he goes, he's a fake priest. He's got mental health issues, but they didn't know that. They invited him in. In fact, the only reason that they twigged is he started talking about ejector seats in planes. And they suddenly realised, I don't think he's telling the truth. So by that time, he'd spent the night. Highly dangerous. And as I say, we've had trouble with the guards down at Windsor before, drug problems. Drug problems seem to permeate them down there. And this bloke was given breakfast and a bed for the night. I mean, so anybody else want to turn up down there? The Windsor soldiers are very accommodating, very accommodating. They'll look after you. He was drinking in the main bar down there with the officers and everything else and coming up with stories and everything else, and nobody twigged to the fact that he was off his trolley. Prince Andrew was out driving again. Go away. We don't like you. We really don't like you. Get the message. Go away, stay away. He was flaunting his Duke of York number plate after he was stripped of his freedom of the city. But obviously with security following him. Can't imagine why. Nobody's interested in going anywhere near him at all. They're really not. Sir Keir Starmer refused to set the record straight over his alleged lockdown beer and curry party. Yet we've seen a picture of all the boxes of curry. Looks like loads of curry. For enough for about 30 people. But he won't set the record straight. And I'm thinking, what is it about politicians that means that they can't tell the truth? All they've got to do is answer a question. Why is that so difficult? Especially in a week where people are going to be voting, you hope. You know, if you can't even be honest about something, why should people bother voting? Mind you, I think the turnout will be particularly low anyway, but you will be going out voting. I should be round slapping the back of your legs if you don't. Drives me mad. Israel's foreign minister has blasted his Russian counterpart after saying on Italian television that Hitler may have had Jewish blood. I mean, seriously, you know, not only just so offensive, but he said Jews did not murder themselves in the Holocaust. The lowest racism is to accuse Jews of anti-Semitism. But the trouble is, these sort of Russian counterparts, they're really, most of them have got drink and drug problems. They've really, I mean, they don't have anything going for them. They are the stupidest people you can ever find. What else have we got? Oh, Tractor Muck. They've got a saucy calendar of girls leaning up against farm tractors, topless. I don't know who ever would buy a farm tractor calendar. Oh, it's German, and it's titled Jungbauerntraum, which means young farmers' dreams, which is meant to refer to the tractors, of course. But, I mean, why a topless girl leaning against the front of it would make you want to go and buy it, I can't imagine. Can't think of anything worse. And they've got one girl hanging on the front of it. You're so naughty, S-O-W, as in sewing seat. Tiller Thriller, a tractor fan, rescuing her rear on a John Deere. And then Maid of the Meadow gets her man tractor. I mean, to be honest with you, I used to think, well, most of those sort of calendars are a bit dated. You used to find them in garages, didn't you? In the workshops. There'd always be a calendar, the topless girls on the wall. You used to think, I mean, nowadays you can't have that. Yeah, leaning over the bonnet of the car. Oh, look, here's my huge bum. Touch my bum, don't be shy. Anything for the cheeky girls. Douglas Murray is the guest columnist. I don't know who he is, but he writes the guest column in The Sun. He's talking about the Meghan show is a pearl that won't be missed. He says, oh dear, poor Harry and Meghan. One of their shows has been dropped by Netflix after the platform was forced to make cutbacks. It seems that an animated series by Meghan was not deemed a priority for the platform. Strange. As a result, we've all been robbed of a cartoon series called Pearl. It was apparently a tale based on the real-life story of, guess who? Yes, Meghan. What a loss. I may be taking a wild guess here, he says, but I suspect the pearl was meant to be Meghan, and I suppose the story would have been a little girl who grew up to be a real-life princess. How encouraging. How motivating. I guess they would have skipped out the bit where Pearl accuses the prince's family of being racist, or the bit where the little darling tries to make money off her prince's granny. Shame. They would have been the most dramatic bits. Yeah, good old Moggan. It's all collapsing, isn't it? Bit like the marriage, I'm afraid. Nick Knowles on his return after a ban for breaking the Beeb rules, and people who've been trolling his girlfriend, who's called Katie, because she's 32 and he's 60-something, and they're going, oh, it's this. And you think to yourself, these people, you need to mind your own business. You're little busybodies, aren't you? Because your lives are so empty. You have nothing going on for you. I mean, your only thing to look forward to is probably a court appearance. That'll be about it. Coronation Street's Helen Flanagan says she hasn't shared a bed with her fiancé, Scott Sinclair, for 7 years. She says the pair often feel like flatmates rather than partners. I mean, you're obviously confusing us, dear, with people who give us stuff about what goes on in your life. Madeleine McCann's parents say it's essential they learn the truth of what happened to their daughter. Well, yes, I mean, that goes without saying. It's been like that for 15 years. You're never going to find her. But you have to cling on to that hope that they might. But, I mean, it's going to be the miracle of all miracles when this girl turns up and knocks on the door. Because, abducted or whatever, when she was a little tiny bit, she won't remember anything. She could be speaking another language if she's alive. We don't know. They don't know. But every opportunity they get. Kate and Joe McCann wrote on the official Find Madeleine campaign book. They said uncertainty causes weakness, knowledge and certainty give strength, and this reason our need for answers for the truth is essential. You're not going to find it. You're really not going to find it. Where do you think it's going to come from? It's 15 years they've been looking. We've spent more than in excess of £12 million looking for one child. I understand how the system works, but they still have £1 million sitting in the bank. And what's going to happen now? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They don't know. She vanished into thin air. No CCTV, no maids, no other people coming into their rooms, nothing. Nothing at all. They were on a complex. And in fact, there is one restaurateur over there who's in the paper today, because it's the anniversary, saying you can come in, we don't want to talk about COVID, we want to talk about this, or Madeleine McCann. Because it was effectively killing, pardon the expression, their tourist trade. The room where Madeleine McCann disappeared from is still being rented out. They haven't sort of sealed it off as the Madeleine McCann room. It's being rented out to people. But I suppose it goes back to that age-old argument that people throw back in your face every time, like they shouldn't have left the kids by themselves because there weren't any nannies available that night. There were no babysitting services. But as I said, when we went on holiday with the kids when they were younger, they came with us. They came with us. If you went out to a restaurant, they came with you. All right, so they might have fallen asleep in the pushchairs. That didn't make any difference. They still came with you. I wouldn't have dreamed of leaving them. Wouldn't have dreamed, but them different people, different strokes for different folks. Britain's most remote shop has got somebody to run it after 3 years. It's on St Kilda. It's 112 miles off the Scottish mainland. It sells souvenirs such as toy puffins. Because you know what they get over there? The cruise ships pull in and they come abroad and they sell Shetland sweaters and all sorts of things, which are very expensive. And there's a newcomer, Marion Pesci, has now taken over. They reckon it's £50,000 a year, the shop's turnover, with profits going to the National Trust for Scotland. It's good, isn't it? But I remember seeing all the people coming in from the cruise ships and they're looking for the sweaters that have been knitted by the people who live on the Shetland Islands. They're Shetland Islands sweaters. They're very famous because they knit them up there. They have the sheep on the hills and all the rest of it, and they spin the wool and they make them. You have a look at them, you'll see they're about £600 each. They're not cheap. Not cheap. There you go. Oh, well, the one here. Lamb's wool tartan scarves and stuff like that. And, I mean, they're really nice. I think they're really nice. Fair Isle sweaters and jumpers. There's no prices on them because I think they make the prices up. There you go, £300 to £500 for a sweater. Yeah. All all different shades and stuff like that. Very nice. 4:30. Let's get this. Morning. Nice to have your company. 27 minutes to 5 o'clock. It's Tuesday morning. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. You are very, very welcome. Perdita says, saw Operation Mincemeat yesterday. This is the film based on the film The Man Who Never Was, made in Britain. Immensely enjoyable. Reminded me of the estimable talent of Penelope Wilton. Such a broad repertoire. After Life, Downton Abbey, Ever Decreasing Circles and Calendar Girls, to name but a few. Have you ever interviewed her? Do you know, I can't remember. I was trying to rack my brains when I saw that, Perdita, and I couldn't remember whether or not I had. I might have done, actually, because I loved Calendar Girls, and Downton I did a lot with, and Ever Decreasing Circles. So the answer is I might have done, but I've done so many over the years. You kind of sort of forget. We're having a check on the archives, and so we can't find anything. So maybe I didn't. But I knew all about Operation Mincemeat because what you want to do is get the original black and white film out, The Man Who Never Was, and it's very good. It's exactly the same as you've seen, exactly the same, allegedly based on a true story, but very, very good. Arthur says, Steve was walking towards the checkout with a basket shopping at Iceland in Plaistow, and the young shop floor worker, multitasking away from the till, said to me, "Are you ready?" Are you ready? Oh, are you ready? I think that's all right. No, he says, so rude, don't you think? No. The worst is, so are you ready? Yeah, no, I think that's, I mean, the worst is when they just give you a bag, but they don't bother to open it. Oh, I always say to them, can you open it? And I show them my hands. I say, look, I'm fairly old. I can't open bags. I mean, I probably could have put my mind to it, but I'm determined not to, just to be difficult. Yeah, they just sort of, take the bag there. And I always go, can you open it? I don't know why they're not trained in the shops. If I was working in a shop as a manager, or I owned Iceland, or any of the other places, I'd be saying exactly the same. Exactly the same. You know, can you open the bag for me, please? And also when they pack the light stuff at the bottom and then the heavy stuff goes on the top. I had that once. I had to completely unpack the bag because the idiot behind the till didn't know how to pack a bag, you know. And it can't be that complicated. If it's light and it's going to break, don't put it at the bottom. Put it at the top of the bag. Mind you, the sooner we do away with checkouts, the better. And we just do self-service, much easier. Yeah, I use the self-service tills all the time. I never thought I would, because Marks and Spencer's don't have any proper checkout. They've still got them in Waitrose, but to be honest with you, the staff on the Waitrose tills are so ancient. I mean, they really are. I mean, honestly, you could grow a beard waiting. Seriously, it's very funny, actually. So at the same time, it's kind of a bit of, hello, how are you? And you go, I'm good, thank you. Because I think, I really can't be bothered to enter into a conversation. I'm just coming in to buy, a packet of cornflakes or whatever it happens to be. Which actually is a fib, because I haven't bought a packet of cornflakes for ages. And I noticed the sell-by date on milk was getting a little bit shorter. So I bought some milk the other day. You're not allowed to, I'm not really supposed to have cereal. Not really. I mean, I try and have shredded wheat, because that's quite nice. I don't have sugar on it, I just have the milk on it. That's quite... And I was going to bring a box in here, but in order to be like, if I brought it in here, everybody else would have a go for it. Don't have to start fighting half the news team off, which would be ridiculous. What else have we got? What else have we got in the papers today? Nick Knowles, we're getting the shreddies. He said, but you've got to earn. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But he's a housewife's favourite. They also loved him because in I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, he stood in the shower, under the shower, in a pair of Speedos. My lips are sealed. I'm saying nothing. Yeah, I worked with him on Five's company. Five's company. We worked together, as it were. He'd walk around with his shirt off all the time. I didn't. Yeah, well, that was really weird. Evil people smugglers are hurrying more migrants to cross the channel. How many have arrived this year? Rough guess? 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 7,000. This year already. And this is before the Rwanda policy kicks in. Yeah, whatever. And they're hoping to beat it. So in other words, they're well ahead of the situation. They know all about Rwanda. They don't want to go to Rwanda, so that's why they're all here. All men, 95% men, no passports, no documentation, nothing. They just turn up here and then just vanish into the system. Vanish. So I think on Sunday, 254 arrived. Just on Sunday. A French MP says smugglers are using the East Africa threat as a commercial argument. Yeah, of course there is the danger that they could die in the middle of the channel, so, takes your life, I suppose, in your hands. But the smugglers have new commercial arguments. Oh, all this baloney that Priti Patel came up with about we're going to send them to Rwanda. Yeah, of course you are, dear. Well, let us know when that kicks in, can you? Because it ain't going to be happening anytime soon, as you know. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So Peter Andre took over the charts 27 years ago. He's never been back in it since. I don't know why they keep... I mean, he's way too old now. Was that mysterious girl, mysterious girl, mysterious girl? It was about as good as that. But in an exclusive chat with Peter, I mean, it's not difficult. Pick up the phone. Is Peter available? Yeah, he's ready now. He'd do anything, really. He co-parents Junior with his ex-wife, Katie Price. He's just over a month away from releasing music. My main thing has been to let him have artistic freedom. That's what Peter Andre says. What are you speaking, mate? What different language? Artistic freedom. He'll do what he wants to do, as well you know. He's always done that. And the doting dad says he used to cite Will Smith as proof you don't need to turn the air blue to make it in the industry. Peter, here we go, it comes back round to Peter, who's going to be playing Vince Fontaine in Greece, says he won't swear. I gave him the best example, and I used to say, look at Will Smith. He does do the most boring interviews, Peter Andre, doesn't he? Yeah, Will Smith, perhaps he's forgotten. But he said he's not good after, but I'm so proud of him, he's working his butt off. Imagine your father using language like that about the son. After school, he's in the studio. He's obsessed with it, like I was at 16, yeah, and then run out of tricks by the time he got to 17. Don't know where we go here, really. What else we got? A newly or heavily tattooed fugitive on Britain's Most Wanted list has been captured trying to use a fake passport. He's a suspected drug baron, Alex Mail, arrested at Lisbon airport. Oh, dear, honestly, dear. He's accused of conspiracy to supply cocaine and ketamine, money laundering, and conspiracy to acquire a firearm. Oh, so you're really popular. So here we go. The busy road shut for repairs for 7 of the last 8 months. Can't reopen due to a bird's nest. Officials say although the work's complete, they can't move a temporary bridge support as sparrows have laid eggs there. It's against the law to disturb a nest until the chicks have left, which could take another month. Unless you kind of push up the bottom of the nest or something. I mean, I don't know, really. Drivers who use the C10 Station Road in Hants, which links the New Forest, are furious. Apparently, their 6-mile commute now takes an hour, and Jane Abbott says, I'm sure the bird's nest isn't taking up both lanes of the dual carriageway. Oh, yeah, so yesterday, I left here early to get but no buses were coming down past the Garrick Theatre at all. There was nothing. I stood there 15 minutes, and in the end, I thought, they're not running any buses, are they, today? They've diverted everything, which was very rude of them, just because a few idiots wanted to get out there and run up the road, like that, as if anybody was remotely interested, apart from the people who put their little lycra shorts on and wave their flags and everything. Yeah, all for charity. Kind of really annoyed me yesterday. So I had to walk all the way down to go to the Embankment Tube, and it's only one stop from there to Waterloo Station. You come up by the platform, and walked onto the platform, got the train out really quickly. I think I got it didn't make me actually that much later. In fact, it didn't make me late at all. I just got the 7:33 train as opposed to the 7:28. So I was quite pleased. Because sometimes over the weekend, and then I got off the other end, and I was waiting outside Twickenham Station for a bus, and it seemed to take forever because they're running a Sunday service. Why? I've got no idea. I thought we'd done away with that load of old twaddle, having a Sunday service, bus service, which was very, very annoying. So, but it didn't matter because I got home and everything was all tickety-boo, which was nice. And then today I've got nothing to do because I did my invoices yesterday. And once I've applied myself to... The producer hasn't done his. I mean, bone idle. Ridiculous. I keep telling him, why do you not do it yesterday? I had all that time yesterday to do it. I did it in 15 minutes. 15 minutes, which is good, because I've got to do duplicates of them, so I've got to keep them for the files, to work out the VAT and stuff like that. But it was good. It was good. And I popped them in an envelope, a couple of bars of chocolate for young Hillary, and sellotape them to her computer. You've got another dreary programme coming up on the television called The Games. And I think it's Holly Willoughby's company who's making it, but they've managed to find a load of people you've never heard before, and so here they are: Olivia Atwood, Love Islander, TOWIE star, model. I don't know what she models. I've got no idea. I'm looking at a picture of her thinking, what do you model, dear? Really not a lot. Colson Smith. Anybody on that one? No. He's in Coronation Street. Chelsea Grimes. Chelsea spelled Chelcee, singer and footballer. Of course you are, dear. Ryan Thomas, former Corrie actor. Kevin Clifton. His girlfriend is Stacey Dooley. You almost feel like sending a sympathy card, don't you? Rebecca Sarker. Anybody on Rebecca Sarker? No. Emmerdale actress. Max George from The Wanted. Phoenix Brown. That's Mel B's daughter. Very, very exciting. Yeah, big name there. Josh Herdman. MMA and Harry Potter star. Lucretia Millarini. She's an ITV newsreader. That apparently makes you a celebrity nowadays. Wes Nelson. No. Love Island, yeah, of course. He says, my brother's a footballer, but there's only advice is run fast and don't get injured. And who was the one I missed out? Oh, Christine McGuinness, who apparently laughingly is down as a model. Obviously, the standards of modelling have dropped somewhat in recent years. I'm taking part for my 3 children. And, you're taking part in it because you've got an ego the size of Greenland. That's the reason you're doing it. Don't give us all this old baloney, love. We know what you're doing it for. It's because you want to be famous, but you're not really, are you? Not really. It's never quite happened for you. Mind you, it's not happening for Amber Heard at all. That one's gone so pear-shaped. I couldn't even believe it myself. It's, because I thought she was going to play this, hurt, dejected, person, and it turns out it's the other way round. Turns out she's been abusing him. But they say it's an illness. It's an illness. So there you go. What else we got? Midnight Comes Early for Cinders. It's going to shut 11 months. Angry stars fired by social media. Great shame, because we like Andrew Lloyd Webber and we like everything he does. But, everybody involved in it was contacted by call, email or in person, some through agents. It is terrible, isn't it, when something closes? Because it's not just all the cast on stage. It's a case of all the backstage people, scene shifters. If you're sacked, they should do it face-to-face, but they don't nowadays. They just sort of... He'd hoped that, like Phantom of the Opera, Cats and other productions, it would have become the mainstay of British theatrical life. But attempts were simultaneously made to contact the new cast to tell them their contracts were being revoked. So, in other words, the cast was due to go in. It's a case of, we're closing the show early now. Because there's a limit to how much you can take as a hit. You can't afford to take a hit. It costs too much money. John Waite, apparently, for some reason, he's sort of Great British Bake Off and Strictly Come Dancing star, but due to announce as Prince Charming. He described the closure as heartbreaking. We'll have to find another job then, dear, won't you? Let's face it, you didn't even get as far as getting on stage with it. So come on, pick yourself up, dust yourself down, start all over again. It's the way it works. 4-5.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's 12 minutes to 5, just in case you were thinking of getting up. If you're not thinking of getting up, who cares? Makes no difference what time I give you. Just means you're going to be late. And get the bus, and you're going to be sitting on the bus staring out. We all stare out the window, don't we, on the buses? I don't know what you expect to see at this time of the morning, but I quite like the idea. A lot of darkness. I quite like the idea, actually, of sort of, train journeys. I think they should have sort of lights on top of the trains spotlighting the countryside as you go through it. Looks like the Hogwarts Express or something like that, or the Polar Express. That was a fairly popular one, wasn't it, as well? I must do a train journey, actually. I haven't done one for a little while. But no. Sorry? Steam train, yeah. They do them, actually, from Euston Station, I think, twice in a day on a Tuesday. I think, because I remember reading about it. I saw an advert for it. I remember thinking, oh, that looks quite nice. You've got to get to Euston. One goes past your house. Oh, right, Saturday morning. They're nice, though, aren't they? Something about steam trains. And especially if you could get a cream tea or, a really nice bacon roll or something like that, bacon baguette, as you speed through the country. I just like that idea. I think it's a bit romantic going on steam trains and stuff like that. I do like it. Oh, here we go. So Kirsty Young comes back to lead the BBC's Jubilee lineup. Everybody else is going, what do you have to come back for and ruin it for us? You know, we wanted to do it. So they say she's going to make her long-awaited return to broadcasting. Who was waiting? Can we see a list of names, please? She's going to be joined by Hugh Edwards, Clive Myrie, Mary Berry, Claire Balding, David Dimbleby and Carol Kirkwood. Carol Kirkwood? What, the weather girl? What's she going to be doing? Honestly. But apparently Kirsty Young, who took a break from Desert Island Discs in 2018, said she couldn't wait for her return. Yeah, well, whatever. I don't think it makes any difference. Clive Myrie is obviously the new golden boy, isn't he, of the BBC? They're using him on everything. And so that's good. So apparently Kirsty is going to present the Platinum Party at the Palace on Saturday and the Platinum Pageant on Sunday, when people will tell the story of the Queen's 70-year reign. And Clive Myrie in recent months has arguably become the most prominent there, I told you. They found him. They're putting him on every single thing. They'll have, you know, shows honouring him and how marvellous he is and all the rest of it before too long. And also, because he's doing Mastermind, he's due to present a programme on the Crown Jewels. And so they just use them on everything until to the point we go, not Clive Myrie again, please. Could you find somebody else? And Radio 2, apparently, that's still going. I can't believe it. He's going to broadcast a documentary where impressionists and voice coaches will discuss how to play the Queen. I mean, it sounds like the most boring thing ever, isn't it? Sooner we take away their money from them, the better, and they can close down these things. Also, Winifred Robinson hears from people who've met the Queen at various points. So, did you meet the Queen? Yes. Lovely, thank you. That'll be it. The steam train from King's Cross is the White Rose. The White Rose, it goes to York. How long does it take? Would you get a nice cup of tea on board? Cup of tea and some cakes, little fancy cakes and little sandwiches I'd like. Don't want to ask too much if you're going to go on a train ride. I think they should give you all a little hamper of all things. They did it for one of the other Queen's Jubilees, didn't they? One of the other Queens. It was the same one. They were in the Mall. And they all got these little hampers with different bits of food in and biscuits and stuff like that. It's nice, that steam train, isn't it? Well done to all those people who keep steam trains going. Very good. Apparently, on Friday, May the 27th, well, on Thursday, the Queen's Jubilee pudding, and it's the nationwide competition to find an original and celebratory cake or pudding fit for the Queen. Well, what do you reckon? You know, like tapioca, rice pudding. Yeah, Victoria Sponge. The winner and the baker of the dish is set to be revealed. Oh, I can barely hold back my excitement on this one. That must have taken ages. Radio 3 presents The Verb from the Queen's Library at Windsor, with Simon Armitage, the poet laureate, due to unveil a new work written for the occasion. God, I'm losing the will to live immediately. It's getting worse. Saturday, the World Service will broadcast a documentary featuring Emma Barnett speaking to diplomats and politicians on the Queen's approach to working on global issues. Not looking promising, is it? I imagine the Queen sitting there going, you're joking, aren't you? There's a bargain hunt, Jubilee special. Charlie Ross will also showcase the royal carriages kept at the National Railway Museum in York. This is the best they've come up with so far. Trooping the Colour, with members of the family expected on the balcony, except the person for whom all this is in honour of. She won't be there, I shouldn't think so. Is it only the BBC doing this? Why are the BBC doing this Jubilee? Where's the ITV contribution? Channel 4, Channel 5. Lots on LBC, I know that. Lighting up the Jubilee, 1,500 beacons lit across the Commonwealth, with Gethin Jones in Wales, Carol Kirkwood in Scotland and Holly Hamilton in Northern Ireland. Same old, isn't it, really? Friday, service of Thanksgiving. David Dimbleby returns to the BBC. No, not Clive Myrie. Although, actually, you're going to like this one. The Platinum Party at the Palace. Kirsty Young and Roman Kemp lead the coverage of the night of musical tributes to the Queen. Hope it's none of that loud banging music. She won't like that at all. And Platinum Pageant, the entertainers, the key workers, military personnel uniting to tell the story of her reign. What do they know about it? Nothing. They know nothing. We don't know what goes on behind the closed doors, do we? Difficult. One of the headlines in the Times this morning, blow for Patel, as more than 550 migrants crossed the sea in 2 days. Yeah. And this is after we've told them all about the crackdown and you're going to Rwanda for your holidays. They're not doing anything like that because they can't bring it in quick enough. They're so slow, aren't they? I mean, they really are. And a participant in the Jack in the Green annual procession through Hastings. These are these people who are all sort of... this is where Jack is slain to release the spirit of summer. I wasn't aware there was a spirit, but you do get these barking mad people who dress up in sort of, hats decorated with foliage and all the rest of it, and it's all to do with sort of welcoming in the new season, which I think is quite a good idea. Shane says a good steam train trip goes from Sydney's Central Station to the Southern Highlands south of Sydney, where they filmed Babe. Oh, I liked Babe. We liked that a lot. There are also lots of special trips. That's a nice present for an elderly person coming up to a big birthday. Take them on a trip where you can do here the Cotswold Explorer, departing from Tisley Locomotive Works, and it'll steam through the Cotswold Hills, and it looks quite nice actually. Do you get food? Apparently one of the other ones. Oh yeah, oh look, and people dress up. He's got cornflakes, that man, and orange juice. Always used to look good, orange juice in glasses. And the carriage with the tape. Here we go. Look at this. Ready? Pullman dining, 4-course dinner. Brace yourselves. The starter, gin-cured salmon with cucumber, dill and citrus dressing. Main is roasted supreme with corn-fed chicken, fondant potato, cream Savoy cabbage and coq au vin sauce. Pudding, summer pudding with clotted cream and mixed berry syrup. And then a selection of English cheeses. That sounds quite nice. Your breakfast, freshly baked croissants and Danish pastries, grilled smoked back bacon, Lashford's Cumberland sausages, scrambled free-range Shropshire eggs, baked portobello mushrooms and plum tomatoes, I love bloody black pudding again, baked beans and then buttered granary toast and preserves, tea and coffee. And club afternoon tea, selection of Danish pastries, morning, sandwiches and cake afternoon, tea and coffee. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I'm quite going for that, especially the Pullman dining breakfast. I had scrambled eggs for breakfast the other day in Marylebone High Street. This was a place we didn't have any air in it, but the scrambled eggs was delicious. Absolutely delicious. I love scrambled egg. And I just had it with avocado. I don't know. No, not always scrambled. Sometimes fried, but they've got to better do it on both sides. I know avocado. I'm not really a big fan of the avo, I have to tell you. I find it, when you go smashed avo on toast, I'll go, well, how pretentious is that? But this really was delicious scrambling. But you just want loads of it, don't you? You want a big plate full of it on toast, so it soaks into the butter, which is soaked into. Oh God, yes. You want to get out of bed now, don't you? I bet you're going, oh, Steve, we should not mention scrambled egg. I haven't got any eggs in. Which means you can't have eggs at all. The British fighters and the aid worker told they face the death penalty. These are Britons captured in Ukraine by the Russian forces. They've also found one Russian soldier who's a rapist. They've named him. They've got pictures of him. They will capture him and he will face war criminals trials because he's been raping quite a number of women. And they had a picture of him on the news the other day. But, the reform aid workers here, 4 Britons, including a captured aid worker, taking prisoner fighting for the Ukraine Foreign Legion. And as promised by Vladimir Putin, Andrei Spivak, a prosecutor for the People's Republic in East Ukraine, said the captured foreigners could be executed. Well, they've had no trouble killing children up until now, so I see no reason why they shouldn't be killing everybody else. Ridiculous. The Falklands conflict, still an open wound, says the Argentine ambassador. Oh, give up on it, for goodness sake. Seriously, stop going on about the same things. And order restored the man who had his willy on his arm, and he's now got it in the right place. And he said he had given up hope of regaining his willy and didn't believe the 9-hour operation would be successful. He said, the first thing I did was look down and it was like, oh my days, they got it right. Must be a bit embarrassing having it on your arm. You're out there sitting at McDonald's and people are going, what's he got on his arm? Looks like a willy. That's where they put it. They grafted it onto the arm. I mean, they do strange things nowadays, don't they? But that's about the oddest that I've ever heard. Let's take the news at 5, I think, this morning. Patel faces this mass legal action from the Ukrainian stuck in the visa ban. She can't get anything right. And now there's another 400 or 500 people arrived in the other day on boats. Because they can't get the Rwanda thing to work. Not that we ever thought it was going to work in the first place. And thousands of people gathering in Plattsfields Park in Manchester for the celebrations for Eid to mark the end of Ramadan. Everybody having a very, very nice time. So what we'll do, we'll take a short break for the news. We'll have a nice new cup of tea, something nice and hot, which is very exciting, and some hot buttered toast with some scrambled egg on it, please. Would be very nice indeed. Or even just some back bacon and perhaps a grilled Cumberland sausage. I'm not too fussy. Any of those things that you could rustle up, Elliot, would be appreciated. But if it just comes down to a cup of tea, so be it. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast on LBC. This is the news at 5.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to May the 3rd. I'm sure in my diary there's something supposed to be in for May the 3rd, but I'm blowed if I can think what it is. So we'll just have to push it onto the back burner. My neighbours, says Shane in Sydney, are still feeding those blooming pigeons, even though the landlord's told him not to. Oh, the people that feed pigeons, they're peculiar. They really are peculiar. There's something about them. They were dropped on the red as children, I think. Very peculiar. Steve, says Mikey B in Kettering, says you'll keep me going today. 180-mile drive to Leyland near Blackpool. Oh, God, that'd drive you mad after a while, wouldn't it, actually? That gets very repetitive. Going to be a hot week towards the weekend, says Warren. I think it's time now to get those annuals in. Don't cast a clot until May is out was relevant. He said plant away, feed well, water well. Yes, I mean, I've started. More plants arriving today and tomorrow. And I've only lost 3 little ones. It did get a bit chilly over, but they were little tiny things. But I've got so many of them. I'm absolutely fine. And so I'm looking forward to it. Steve, I can highly recommend the Midland Pullman HST tours. A lovely day trip with decadent delights on the menu. First class is a must. Steam rail tours, says Scott and Littlehampton, are all well and good, but they are long days out. Yeah, they are. And you end up in Birmingham. I mean, you have to go to Birmingham to end up in Birmingham. The Torbay Riviera Pullman looks lovely. Oh, look at the West Highland Pullman. See, I quite fancy the idea of going on the train and then sleeping as well. That sort of appeals to me quite a lot. So they're sold out. 2 of them are sold out already. Wow. That's it, sold out. So I've never known so many things sold out. We might have to do the Yorkshire coast. This is Saturday, 25th of June. And, wait a minute, the Torbay Riviera, look at them. Ben Nevis and Lochaber Pullman is sold out. The North Wales West Coast Pullman is sold out. You can book for the Carlisle Highland Clansman Pullman. That sounds nice, doesn't it? Near Peaceful Locks and everything. But you've got to dress up for it. I'm not into the dressing up bit. I don't want to dress up for it. Just want to go cash. Pair of shorts, tight. So departing from Eastleigh, they're different places. Crewe, Warrington Bank. I didn't realise. Look at that Lord of the Isles Pullman. That looks lovely, doesn't it? Oh, wait a minute. Is that London? Go down, go down, go down, go down. Oh, no, it's not. It looks Bath. The Christmas Pullman. Wow. That'd be a nice one, wouldn't it? Departing, there's the Bath Christmas Pullman for the 1st of December. Departing from Leeds, Wakefield, Westgate, Sheffield, Chesterfield, Alfreton, I've never heard of these places. Ilkeston, Midlands, Parkway, Loughborough. And they're quite nice, though, aren't they? They do look very good. Very, very good. Clout, not clot, says Warren. I know, I read it incorrectly, but as soon as I was reading it, I knew it was wrong. It doesn't matter, I'm not like that. That's why I'm feeling a very good mood, actually. Very, very good mood today, which I quite like. I'm always in a good mood, actually. Especially when we were here yesterday, so for us it doesn't make any difference. But I'm not here on Friday morning. Not here on Friday. And Dean says, I saw Operation Mincemeat recently. It was a gripping. Penelope Wilson and Colin Firth, very good. Also, just seen Downton, but that was beyond expectations. Re the steam trains, we went on the murder mystery train ride from Royal Tunbridge Wells. Just over 2 hours and fish and chips. Good value. 40 quid each. That's very good, isn't it? You get the train ride and fish and chips. How lovely. Paul says, I heard Tom Cruise was going to do something for ITV's Jubilee coverage. Sounds a bit far-fetched. Does a little bit, doesn't it? Does a little bit. But the West Highland line is stunningly beautiful train journeys up here. Truly beautiful, says Kim. Have you tried a wee bit of Marmite on your hot buttered toast along with your scrambled egg? No. Sounds quite nice, actually. I like the sound of that. And Warren says, what are you doing Friday morning? It's the elections. You've got Ian and Jackie, who'll be on for hours, weeks, months. And so it's I think they've got a how many hour programme? They start at 10 p.m. Thursday and they finish at 7 a.m. on the Friday. So I won't be here because they always do that. Every time we have an election, they always do things like that. So I get the day off, or the morning off, which is very nice, isn't it? I can't wait. I don't know what I'm going to do with it because I shall still wake up at the normal time and then sort of attempt to go back to sleep again. But this time I'll be able to listen to it. And what I tend to do is I tend to have the television on with the sound off and listen to the sound on LBC, which is by far the better way. Celia Walden, writing in the Telegraph today, says, we've learnt to love Camilla. Yeah, everybody likes Camilla. She seems to have fitted in perfectly. Says, sorry, Harry, the Duchess of Cornwall is the future of the monarchy. Well, Harry never was. Far too bone idle to do anything like that. Ronnie O'Sullivan, he's still playing. I can't believe it, actually. I don't know if it's interesting or what. I know he's won, but I couldn't care less. Doesn't make any difference to me. You see people playing that every day in pubs. Do you know more than 500 burglaries a day go unsolved? A day. 500 a day. And a summer camp is placing teenage boys who self-identify as girls into female-only dormitories. I didn't even know they'd learn to self-identify at teenage boys, did they? Going away for summer camp. But the National Citizen Service, launched by David Cameron, has been accused of putting young people at risk by allowing them to choose which dorms, lavatories and showers they want to use. Parents questioned whether those signing their 16 and 17-year-olds up for a 2-week activity project, which includes a week away, were aware that the dorms were mixed sex. Well, I thought at that age they'd welcome it. You know what kids are like? Are you serious? How cool is that? Steve, you can get sleeper trains to Scotland from Euston, says John. And Andrea says, I'm salivating hearing your breakfast ideas. Unfortunately, I'm in hospital having broken my hip. So it's porridge for me. Well, listen, when you were in hospital, I tended to find that whatever food they served, you devoured because there was never very much of it. And so you devour it. I mean, I loved hospital food. One of the hospitals I was in, they did the best fish pie I've ever had. It was, I would ask for it every day. I was in the London clinic and they did a fish pie and I go, fish, and she'd go, you always like fish pie? I said, yeah, absolutely, love the fish pie. The fish pie, and then I'd have a couple of other bits and pieces and then a couple of ice lollies as well. And a pot of tea. But no, the fish pie I loved fish pie. Very demanding as a patient I was, very demanding. If I don't get it, I'm not going to get better. Honestly, no, fish pie, very nice indeed. Katy Perry dressed as Ariel from The Little Mermaid for a Disney-themed episode of American Idol. And, yeah, I don't know why, actually. American Idol, same as we've actually got. And if... Oh, sorry. Thank you. You've done something to your hair or something? You've blow-dried it? No. What are you doing? Well, it's not your normal sort of, it just does this. Dragged through a hedge backwards kind of look. What's he done to his hair? It looks like he's been all sort of pooved up and things like that. Has he been to a salon or something? Has he put rollers in or something like that? It looks like he's had rollers in it, isn't it? You can tell he's done something with it. He's definitely done something with it. Trying to fool me into thinking, oh, I haven't done nothing, Steve. It always looks like this. I bet so, yeah, he's been zhuzhed. Has he been? They used to sell something. They still do. It's called zhuzh. And it was done by a guy, and I can't remember his name. He was on QVC, and he would sell this zhuzh. And it was for tanning, I think. But he ended up taking his own life. I can't tell you how you spell it. But it was a big metal can. We used to use him on LBC. But I'm blowed if I can remember what his name was. But somebody will tell me because they remember things like that. So porridge for Andrea for breakfast. I might have... I don't know. Do you know, the more I think about that scrambled egg, they must have done it with butter and everything else because it was really creamy. Very, very creamy. This Newcastle fan... You'll identify him from the back. It's only a little tiny picture. Somebody will know who he is. And he was urinating on a statue of their arch-rival Sunderland, branded total scum. Footage of the unidentified youngster was posted on TikTok. In it, he looks directly at the camera, then drops his shorts and urinates against the tribute to Sunderland legend Bob Stokoe. He sings "We Hate Sunderland" before the person who appears to be filming says, "This is Bob Stokoe. Show him what you're made of, lad." Sunderland confirmed the incident had been reported to the police. You will be in court. I can almost guarantee it. I should imagine they've got your name already. They'll know exactly who you were, you stupid little peasant. Also, fancy urinating. Oh, God, it makes me sick. So Anne Robinson's stepping down after less than a year. She was the show's 6th presenter. And she said, "I've had a blast hosting this wonderful show. I stayed longer than I signed up for. It's time for an older woman to take the reins." And she says, "I hope, too, I've encouraged TV bosses to realise that not all women at the wrong end of their 70s are in care homes playing bingo." Well, I mean, you know, she'll do very well. She will appear in shows until the summer, and her replacement is yet to be announced. I don't know who they would get for that. I've got no idea. Who would you replace her with? Probably no. I mean, does it have to be a woman? Or would it just be a man? Doesn't make any difference, does it? This week, 21 degrees centigrade. That's what they're saying. So it's going to be hotter than Ibiza. Yo, we're going to Ibiza. Ooh, underneath the palm trees. Yeah, the Venga Boys, which is lovely. Steve, you could do the Worth Valley steam train in Keighley. It's where they filmed The Railway Children. Daddy, my daddy. My favourite. I think I shall go to the field where we first saw my father. It was lovely. I love The Railway Children. Woo! Fantastic. Steam Heritage, what do we got? What do we got here? Oh, we've got loads. Do you know steam trains must be really big up north? You must absolutely love these things. Because you've turned us on to it. And look, they've got a man with a ticket collector. Oh, he's a pensioner. And he's very good. Have a day rover. There's discounts for wheelchair users. Must get a wheelchair. And facilities for assistance dogs. As long as they don't want to eat anything, we should be all right. They do a small family ticket. Was that for people under 4 foot or something? You have to be... What's a small family ticket as opposed to a family ticket? Look, there's loads of people. Yeah, I suppose it's... Oh, look at this. Basket, your details. It's very complicated. It's obviously been put together. And how much is it, though? That's what we want to know. But look, it's very... A day rover, one adult, age 16 plus, is 17 quid. A day rover for 2 adults or concessions up to 3 children travelling together, £42.50. Very reasonable. Just sit on a train and get all that food cooked for you and stuff like that. And they've got a carer-free ticket. There you go, Joe. You could be my carer. That'd be nice. Yeah, very busy, he said that day. Lies and more lies, you know. Not busy at all, actually. So, who are the iconic soap couples of the past 50 years? And I'll tell you very shortly. We'll save that as a little bit of a tease. I shall reel you out and reel you in again and tell you who they are. There's not too many of them, but they are people for whom we sort of took them to our hearts. We took them to our hearts. At 5:15... Well, I didn't. I mean, I couldn't really care less. 5:15, let's get the latest LBC travel. Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. To have your company, nice. Mark wants to know if the door to my studio is a sliding door. No, you don't get those in... Well, tell a lie, my friend Toby downstairs has got a sliding door in his studio, but I think it used to be a greenhouse. I've got the same as next door. They're purpose-built. They're really thick. They're about 8 inches... about 8 inches thick. Yeah, they're very hard to open. They're seriously heavy doors. Seriously, so people could stand outside and go, yeah, and you wouldn't hear anything at all. You can just see them going, yeah, like that. But they do sometimes do that, actually. So definitely not a sliding door. Not something this weighted. They'd pull it off the blooming hinges. By the way, I nearly forgot, actually. Direct flights to Sydney in 2025. They've just bought a load of new aeroplanes. They'll do it in one go. 20 hours. The longest plane journey. No stopover. Normally on the 26-hour stopover, you get the stopover in wherever. But on this one, it'll go all the way through. Can you imagine being stuck on a plane, excuse me, for 20 hours? Imagine if there's a screaming baby. You imagine, because they don't like it when it takes off, because they don't know how to swallow. Whereas all the rest of us, if your ears pop, you swallow. And if you've got a cold, don't fly. That's my advice. The route launched in 1947 once took 58 hours and 7 stops, but I think the pilot was blind or something. He had no idea where he was going. You know, where shall we land? Oh, wherever you feel like it. Wasn't that the old Lenny Henry joke? He said, come to Barbados. He said the air traffic control, he said, it's an answer phone. He said, and they dial in, and there's a voice at the other end that goes, yeah, land the plane where you feel we're at the beach. I thought that seemed perfect. Look at this. Qantas said a space called a well-being zone will allow you to move, stretch and hydrate. Oh, I don't want to hydrate. Oh, I really don't. Not on a long journey. I don't want people watching things like that. It's very personal, isn't it? If you're going to hydrate, you do it privately. And then you can get... Because people do, don't they? I mean, how many times you've been on a plane, there'll always be the professional flyers walking up and down. You think, oh, why don't you just go and sit down and grow up, for God's sake? I love it when in America they remove people from flights for not wearing masks. And these people scream the place down. And when they dragged off the plane screaming, the whole plane applauds. Yeah, goodbye. See you, Karen. Soap couple. Oh, yeah, soap couples. So, for me, it started with Crossroads and David and Rosemary Hunter, until he discovered she was a drunk and the son he thought was his wasn't his, so he got rid of her and then married Barbara Brady, played by Sue Lloyd. So David Hunter, which was, it was Ronald Allen, who in real life was gay, and his boyfriend, I think, was an antiques dealer, but they knew Sue Lloyd in real life, so it's not a bit bizarre. But I used to watch it all the time. I used to enjoy watching Crossroads. I thought it was very good. All the people who couldn't remember their lines, it was fantastic. Yeah, the shaky... It was known for the shaky sets, which was okay. And then along came Neighbours in 1978, and Carl and Susan Kennedy popped up. They had a roller coaster relationship. They split in 2012, and apparently, in one memorable storyline, in 2002, Susan slipped on a milk carton and banged her head, meaning she had to fall back in love with Carl again. Yeah, I mean, she completely forgot everything. I'm like that most mornings. I wander in here thinking, I think I've been knocked on the head. Yeah, because we've got these lovely milk cartons in here, and I could easily fall on it. I fall on all sorts of things, you know me. I'm dreadful. Over in Emmerdale, Robert Sugden and Aaron Livesey. Robert Sugden topped a Radio Times poll when people were voting for their best soap couple, because they were a gay couple, which, a lot of actors aren't keen on playing gay roles in case it affects them later. Oh, seriously. The Americans are even more paranoid over that than anybody else. But that was very good. Over in Dallas, it was that Pam and Bobby Ewings. She was sort of Pammy, and he was Bobby. And they lived in this pokey little place. And it really was. I mean, it was the extent. If you actually go to the place, if you see the South Fork Ranch, it's actually quite small. The Poison Dwarf, Charlene Tilton, used to sunbathe in the back garden, which was about as big as a postage stamp. And they apparently were oil barons. And then you got Swellen. And Swellen was a drunk. And I think she tried to shoot him, or somebody tried to shoot him. They all tried to shoot each other. But JR used to go around. He used to have all his meetings in real life in a hot tub. Naked. He reckoned if you had meetings naked, people were quite open, literally. And it was sort of he used to do things like that. Imagine the bloke from the Avengers used to do exactly the same. Used to have naked hot tub meetings. I'm recommending it for this programme. I've just got to install the hot tub and we're all there. See no reason why not. All the other shows are doing it. Nick Ferrari does it constantly with his team. Sheila Fogarty's holding back a little bit, but I'd say merely time. And everybody else. So, over in Dynasty, we had Blake and Crystal Carrington. The house was fantastic. I mean, I think the house was eventually bought by... Who made Dynasty? I can't remember what the name of the guy was who made Dynasty. He was very famous, the producer, and he had this huge house built, which his daughter ended up buying from him. And... No, God, no. He's really well known, this bloke. Wait a minute. Dynasty, created by Aaron Spelling. Aaron Spelling was so rich, and his house was absolutely gorgeous. He also did The Love Boat, Heart to Heart, Charlie's Angels, Beverly Hills, Melrose Place, The Rookies. He was on the Mod Squad, Sunset Beach. He holds the record, I think, I might be wrong, as the most prolific television producer, something like 220 producer and executive producer credits. He was the 11th top earning deceased celebrity in 2009, because they still carry on earning. There are companies over there that will look after your estate. So Elvis Presley still generates. Michael Jackson still generates. Judy Garland still generates. There are people who look after the deceased to make sure that nobody sort of, muscles in on your movies. which is quite a good idea. But yeah, Aaron Spelling. And the house was enormous. Absolutely enormous. Because the Carringtons' house came up for sale. The real house, yes, it came up. But you had to prove you had enough money to buy it. They wouldn't let you just wander in and go and have a wander around there. Because I think it was about $150 million or something. And the house from The Godfather came up as well. The one with the horse's head in the bed. I think that was also, again, they were limiting who could go and look at it. And I remember thinking, that's quite a nice idea, isn't it? Over in Brookside, it was Jimmy and Jackie Corkhill. We loved, there you go, Dynasty Mansion in Pasadena lists for $28 million. That's what they mean. It's gone on the market at $28 million. And it was famous for the fight between Crystal, played by Linda Evans, shot through Hessian. Every time you saw her, it went from Joan Collins, where she was shot straight on camera, and then they put a gauze filter over because Linda Evans had aged quite a bit. But they did the famous on-screen catfight in the fountain and all the rest of it. Yeah. I remember all these things. This is my generation. But so as you can see, she's sort of slightly sort of shot through it. So because she had no features. And there's going to be a catfight here, but you know it's not these two doing it. I loved doing it because they both fell in a fountain at the time. But it was glam. That's what it was. People got taken into this lifestyle of the rich and famous. There you go. Woo! As if that was Joan Collins. No chance, you know. And then they they were very careful not to show faces. And eventually they did, but sort of some of the little close-up. No, it's clever though, isn't it, really? That when you sort of... But people were going, they had a real cat fight. They hated each other, banged each other on the head and all the rest of it. I loved it. Most loved soap character must be Tracy. Watch the bar trace from EastEnders, says Richard. Oh, barmaid. Oh, really? Oh, see, I live and learn these things. Steve, I've just had the cheese, broccoli and tomato quiche for breakfast from Sainsbury's. Delicious, says Ashley. I love a quiche. Oh, there she is, Tracy. All right, Trace? All right? How are you? Queen Vic, honestly. Queen Vic barmaid Tracy. Does she speak? I'm not sure if she... Right. So the Brooksides. Over in EastEnders, who do we have? Den and Angie. Hello, Princess. Den and Angie. I mean, I loved that Christmas. 30 million people tuned in to watch her being served divorce papers. There you go, darling. Oh, it was lovely. And her fame, you know, she struggled with alcoholism. She was, but she could not walk down the street. And she left the show to be with her lover Sonny in Spain while Dirty Den was killed off by gangsters. And then he returned from the dead. What sort of miracle was that? But no, she was amazing. And she's still working. She really is. But they, you know, the storylines meant that they quickly became firm favourites. She lied about having a terminal illness and all this kind of stuff. But it was lovely. He'd go out walking their dog Rolly. Do you remember? And 30 million people. You won't say, look, what is EastEnders now? 2.5 million. 2.5 million. They've effectively killed it. You know why? Too many children. I keep saying in all these things, it's very nice to have children because they're cheap. But at the end of the day, people only identify with older character actors and actresses because they're the people that hold it together. You know, two children having a fling and sort of having a little catfight is of no interest to anybody at all. They learn the hard way. Scott and Charlene. We all went crackers for Scott and Charlene. And they've got a lot of competition, actually, because there was also Pam Ewing and Bobby, as I say. He was the man from Atlantis, which I quite liked. And she ended up marrying, it was Harold and Madge, but they don't feature, I'm afraid, Harold and Madge. No, they don't at all. I mean, even Jimmy and Jackie Corkhill, I like them. Jimmy, Dean Sullivan, was a bit of a rogue in the... You don't remember him, do you? It's before your time. Yeah, it's a shame, really. You probably don't remember Scott and Charlene Fever, because I went... Yeah, you've heard of them. I went when they first came over here, the cast, and there was a thing at the Hammersmith Palais, and we were with them, and they walked out into this box, and the crowd who'd assembled to meet them went... I've never heard noise like it. It was like a jet taking off. It was so loud. And we said afterwards, to Jason Donovan, did you think it was going to be like that? He said, Christ, mate, no. He said it was just fantastic. And they had about 6 or 7 members of cast that they were, I can't remember why they were brought over. I think they were doing personal appearances. And it was absolutely amazing. John says JR in Dallas was shot by Bing Crosby's daughter. Yeah, Kirsten, wasn't it? Was it Kirsten? I think. Something like that. We haven't heard of her since. Well, probably not. And Barry says... And Paul Cooper's is brilliant fruit and veg shop. We got 3 long yellow courgettes from him at the weekend. Nobody else does them. I'm getting all the nardicots from there because it's the only... Although I couldn't get them the other day because they were closed. So I went to Costco and bought big bags of easy peelers. I love an easy peel. I don't know how we ever survived before easy peelers. Yeah, and then Nick Abbott moans about them because he's not used to quality stuff. It's not his fault. Man who drives 2 cars, for goodness sake. I can't even compete with something like that. But, no, he doesn't understand quality fruit and veg. There's no point. But I think today I'm going to have... I don't know, actually, now you've mentioned quiche. Quiche might be on my list. We found a prehistoric Jaws that ruled the seas 250 million years ago. It's been found at the top of the Alps. It's an ichthyosaurus. This is an old story. We did the ichthyosaurus story weeks ago. And this is in the Daily... This is twice the Daily Mirror have had really old stories running from weeks ago. Somebody needs to get some of these junior people in order. I mean, it's a little bit bad, isn't it, really? And also one of Britain's last D-Day heroes has died 2 days before his 98th birthday. Frank Gibbons, nicknamed Tony. He had to clear the bodies in 1944. He was one of 61,500 soldiers to land on the beach at Normandy, and he took the bodies to be buried at sea. Father of 6, presented with France's highest military accolade, the Order of the Légion d'Honneur, in 2016. His eldest son, Tony, was 64. He said he didn't open up about the war until later in life. Oh, that's a shame, honestly. Especially when he was tasked with, doing the job of sort of getting the bodies back out again, which was a bit bad. 5:30 is the time. Let's get the LBC News headlines with Simon Conway.
Right now, businesses are facing tough choices. Do you cut costs or drive growth? Solve for today or build for tomorrow? Do you satisfy your shareholders or satisfy your customers? Yes. You don't have to choose with the intelligent platform for digital business from ServiceNow. You can say yes to unifying your existing systems and yes to accelerating growth. Visit servicenow.co.uk to see how we can help you put yes to work. The world works with ServiceNow.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Every time I open up the newspapers, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm plagued with the idea that chicken could be costing as much as beef very shortly, because apparently, don't ask me why, we get chickens from Ukraine. So we get sunflower oil and chickens from Ukraine. I mean, surely there must be other places we can get it from. So they say, is it the end of the Sunday roast? Well, I wasn't aware that so many people actually had a Sunday roast now, mainly because families aren't together. In my particular case, with my godchildren, normally on a Sunday, they're all out. They're off, respective dues. They either go to play golf, if you're my sort of eldest godson, he goes off to play golf every Saturday. So the chance on Sunday he's out playing golf and stuff like that. The youngest is off with her boyfriend, and the oldest is probably working. So very odd. And also for 2 people, if it's mum and dad, you're not going to do a Sunday roast for 2 people, are you? But they say scrimp on cost, but don't scrimp on favour. And they say use leftovers. So people used to have, years ago, we'd have bubble and squeak or slow-cooked lamb. I mean, shredded cabbage and mashed potato make easy bubble and squeak. Traditionally, it's just fried in butter. Or if you want to season it, press the mashed veg into a buttered shallow dish and then butter the top for added crispness and then just bake it. So, I can't remember the last time I had a Sunday roast. If we go out to a pub on a Sunday, I'll have sort of a roast, or more than often I'll have it's always fish and chips. Haddock and chips is a very popular fish because it's the tastiest. But they say, why don't you try pork? Pork belly and tenderloin can be pricey, but other cuts are just as tasty. Lamb, even though lamb prices have risen, you could try that. Beef, shin, often have far more flavour than the pricier cuts. I mean, they say here a 700-gram joint will feed 4 people well and cost around £5.50. You see, I don't know how much that. I've never bought a joint like that. I've only ever bought fillet steak, and that works out about, for 2 pieces, about 12 quid something like that. So I always eat it. If I eat it, I sort of try and pretend I'm eating out in a restaurant where it would be probably about £25 or something like that. Or I like a good pie. But they say 1/5 of every roast dinner made in Britain each week goes to waste. That means you're throwing away about 145 quid a year. It is amazing how much stuff people throw away at the end of, you know, I mean, amazing, really. I mean, when did I last have a roast? God, ages ago. Ages ago. Probably years. I mean, I have roast dinner at Christmas. You know, that's my sort of Christmas dinner, and those I've said to you, I'll have about 4 of those over Christmas because I like quite a busy day for me, yes. Trying to shove it all down. Because I do like sausages with bacon wrapped round them, and I do like little roast potatoes, and I do like Brussels sprouts, and I do like stuffing. I mean, not every day, obviously, but and I like turkey. The only thing I don't like is bread pudding. I can't get used to bread pudding. And also, in the stuffing department, even though people sort of go, oh, we've got peach and prune stuffing or something like that, you know, I just go for sage and onion. Fairly straightforward. And just in case you're clock watching this morning, 236 days to Christmas. 236 days to when an angel will receive its wings, and we can all go out and buy presents for people. I wonder what will have happened by the time we get to Christmas this year. I wonder what will have happened. Yeah, I mean, we really don't know, do we, actually? Just cooking up some black pudding. Do you want some? Yeah, send it down. And then I shall call the police. Kim says, how about for couples, Amos and Mr. Wilkes? Nay, Mr. Wilkes. Me, Mr. Brearley. They were in Emmerdale. They used to run the pub together, and nobody guessed they were a happy gay couple at all. It was 2 old boys running it. I mean, I don't think they were. I just made that up because I thought it'd be fairly entertaining that in a village where sort of it was all so terribly heterosexual, I just wanted the couple who ran the pub to be gay, just to make it marginally more entertaining. But the poor bloke who sat at the corner of the bar and didn't realise that the Woolpack was a gay pub. You know, I thought they could have made it marginally more entertaining for everybody. But they sort of, they just worked. You know, it's nothing unusual to go into, but it was like in Coronation Street, Annie, what's her name, used to run the pub, and she was terribly posh. You know, no, Annie Sugden was in Emmerdale. Annie, God, I can't remember now. I kept thinking of Annie Mizzen, Annie Walker. And Mrs. Walker she used to have a picture of her dead husband on the bar. Well, it was taken when he was alive, and because otherwise a bit gruesome, you know. This is what he looked like, and she would sort of come out, and she was terribly posh. I thought, she's running a backstreet pub in Manchester, and there she is with her husband. I thought they were. You see, these are characters. That's what we wanted. You know, Coronation Street's Hilda. You know, and she used to have flying ducks on the wall. And she was married to Stan. And then she died when she was 90 because she'd gone into Last of the Summer Wine. And all these great characters, thank goodness we've still got them. Steve, 5-hour drive ahead down to that there in London with the Steve Allen Show and LBC for company. And coffee, of course. I should think so too. And Stan and Hilda from Coronation Street, best couple. They were. I think she was very... because she was quite posh as well. She was very posh. Very. Simon in Australia says, did you know Scott and Charlene are making a comeback? I know. They've already filmed it. See? Did you know they'd already filmed it? We know they filmed it. I don't know what they're going to be doing. It's apparently going to be quite good. Steve, it's the second time we purchased fresh whole cod side from Waitrose, Twickenham. It was super large, 18 quid. But it made a fabulous dinner for me and 3 of my girls. Best fish is Waitrose Fresh Counter. Yes, we have an even better fish shop in Twickenham, which is fresh fish every day from the markets, caught in the sea. And it's called Sandy's. And Stuart's been running it for, well, donkey's years, since his dad had it and everything else. He's open practically 365 days a year. He even opens on Christmas morning to sell people platters. You have to pre-order, and he'll do platters for people with salmon and crab and all sorts of things on it, done in ice, which he does. He really puts his heart and soul into it. And that's the most famous. And he also does the most turkeys out of any of the shops in Twickenham. The queue for his turkeys runs into several hundred people. And when they go to collect their turkeys on Christmas Eve, he does the big bronze turkeys. I mean, they work out over £100, some of these turkeys. Norfolk bronzes. No, money. They're very expensive. But he hands out mince pies and little vol au vents and mulled wine and stuff like that. Oh, he's sussed it out, really. And, Steve, do you mean bread sauce with your Christmas dinner, says Susanna, rather than bread pudding? Yes, I don't like bread pudding either. I like summer pudding, But yes, bread sauce. I just think it's a bit bland. Just a bit bland. And I don't like all these poncy, fillings that go in turkeys and stuff like that. I'm really not bothered. But I just like Christmas dinner, and I like the extras. Like, anybody want any more, roast potatoes? You don't need to ask me twice. I'm the first one that, oh, look at that. It's disgusting. Looks horrible. Bread sauce. What's the point of it? What is the point of it? It's like Christmas time, we never have Christmas pudding. You know why? Because you've stuffed yourself so much. You don't have the space for it. And we always have a choice of ice cream, trifle, or Christmas pudding. And most people just go for a bit of trifle. Because you get a bit of fruit in there, a bit of custard, party of 5 a day, and cream on the top. I like a trifle. I love a trifle. At Christmas, yeah. What do you have? You have Christmas pudding? No. Well, where'd you find the room in your stomach to put in Christmas pudding when you've eaten your Christmas dinner and you've had extra sprouts with extra gravy and potato, and then you eat? I've never managed Christmas pudding. It's very heavy as well. But if I was having it with anything, it'd be custard or ice cream. Hot custard is delicious with Christmas pudding. Really nice. Really nice. But brandy, brandy sort of, God, you're very weird. Because you have black pudding, don't you? Stuff like, do you not have black pudding? Oh, right. But Sunday roast, no. But I don't mind. I remember going out to a carvery years ago. We went to a hotel. I used to go with my dad when he lived in Knightsbridge. And we'd go up the road to the hotel and they had a big carvery. And in fact, actually, when we were in another building, the ITN building, they used to have, when we first moved in there, they had a big carvery downstairs. 3 chefs standing there, one with pork, one doing lamb and one doing roast beef. And you just walk along. Oh, no, it wasn't 24 hours, but it was fabulous. But they've got to be small roast potatoes. I don't do big roast potatoes. They've got to be small and they've got to be basted properly. Charlie, currently in Corfu, together with Jackie, says, try adding sausage meat, potato and red onion to your sage to make perfect stuffing balls. Yeah, that sounds okay. I could cope with something like that. That sounds okay. Hillary in Cornwall says, Steve, it really isn't difficult or expensive to do a roast these days, even for one. Just buy some sliced beef or pork or whatever pre-packed, get some decent gravy, pop some potatoes in the oven, steam a pan of veg, and you've got a lovely roast. I don't know. See, to me, it just takes loads of time to get stuff like that ready. I'm a bit instant. If I'm going out, I like to look at the menu and go, I'm having that. But it tends to be fish. I get a lot of fish and chips. You can get roast delivered. Can you? Who delivers roasts? What? People? Who? You? Roastman Pat? Yeah, right. And his black and white cat. There is something called Roastman Pat. Oh, for goodness sake. I mean, obviously, that's just taking it too far. Who does that? Roastman Pat delivery from Herne Hill. And they do, Yorkshire. Of course, I forgot the main ingredient for the Christmas lunch, Yorkshire puddings. Got to have Yorkshire puddings. That looks quite nice, doesn't it? So they've got Roastman Pat, roast delivered to your door across London, giant Yorkshire pudding wraps and everything. Good God in heaven. Can you believe it? That looks delicious, doesn't it? That really does look quite nice. I told you, for the mother of my godchildren's birthday, she's got coming up, they're having a big marquee, 2 bands and everything else, and they're bringing in like a kebab wagon. It's this thing that you can rent it, and he will cook kofti, kebabs, sausages, all sorts of things, and you just go and order your food and you have it, so they don't have to worry about the catering or anything else. It's this wagon that turns up. What a brilliant idea. And it's free. Simon in Bosham. Vera and Jack, for me, they really were the best. I worked with her once. She turned up to the Ideal Home Show. She was paid, young Vera Duckworth, to appear on a stall. But unfortunately, she walked through the whole exhibition. She kept going on to different people's stalls, and the people who paid for her were going, get her off, she's due on our stall. They're having an awful lot of trouble. 6:15. Let's get the latest LBC travel for you this morning with Joanne Webb.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 12 minutes to 6. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC. And when we say breakfast, we really mean Christmas lunch. Because apparently Terry says Toby Carvery do a roast delivered. And we found the meal for one from M&S, the beef-filled Yorkshire pudding, tender British beef, nestled in a golden Yorkshire pudding with crispy potatoes and a rich beef gravy. I like that idea, you see. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's comfort eating for one. And Kevin the restaurateur says, Steve started a new pudding, deep-fried cinnamon banana in phyllo pastry with toffee sauce and ginger ice cream. Not surprising, he says, very popular. See, that sounds quite nice. Deep-fried cinnamon banana in phyllo pastry. It's making me salivate now. With a toffee sauce. I see, the toffee sauce I might have to give up, because that strikes me as being the bit that's got all the sugar in. Very nice. Steve, Jack and Vera were a great couple in Corrie. Mother always loved the Thornbirds, along with Dallas. Father loved Terry and Arthur in Minder. Yeah, they were very popular, weren't they? And Dean says, Steve, I love custard on its own. Oh, we all love custard. In fact, we used to have, when we were little, just banana custard. You'd get a banana, slice it, and then just put it into the custard, and that was it. It didn't matter whether it was hot or cold. That was quite nice. And we used to do bananas on the barbecue, but you've got to do them with a bit of lemon juice to stop them discolouring. But that was quite nice, because I'm not really a fan of barbecues. I don't know why we've gone overboard in this country. The other day I've noticed all the adverts in the newspapers were for, meat and this vegetables. I mean, who has vegetables on a barbecue? Nobody. Nobody has vegetables. You just go for the burgers with cheese. And this weekend it's going to be hotter than Ibiza. So you better have your barbecue. I tended to find, we used to have a big barbecue, but nobody wanted to clean the blooming thing. So it gets very dirty. And banana all over it, and lemon juice. But in fact, you can buy these little throwaway barbecues. But I think they're trying to ban them, aren't they? They were saying they're not very good for the environment. But if you're at home, you can have a little one. They're only I bought one in Poundland. It was £1. And you just light the bag in the middle of the thing, and then you can do your beef burgers and stuff like that. I don't think you could do a whole roast chicken. But did you mention pigs in blankets, says John in Loughton? He said, I'm not actually a fan, but they seem very popular. Oh, I love them. I could eat 20. I could eat a whole box of those. They're not very difficult to eat at all. Mouthfuls, delicious. Stephen Leeds says, I saw my first steam train yesterday. I was chuffed. He says, I know, I'm barred. Yeah. Exit stage left, please. Thank you very much. At least you know the proceeds of how things work on this programme, the procedure. We used to visit the Westmoreland Hotel opposite Lord's Cricket Ground for Sunday carvery. Great memories, says Simon in Bosham. Actually, my friend Toby Tarrant, he was leading out the Lord's Taverners the other day. So he's obviously a member of Lord's Taverners. Tom and Barbara from The Good Life. Yeah, you know that Tom was a big fan of this programme. Tom used to listen, because one of our reporters went down there and came back and said, you won't believe that Richard Bryce is a big fan of your programme. I said, why are you surprised? He said, I don't know. He said, I just wasn't sure why he'd be a fan of your programme. I said, it's popular. What can I tell you? 21.5 million downloads and counting. My goodness me. What else have we got? So Sunday Rose. I feel sorry for all the people from Strictly, because they've axed it. But, if... because of COVID, that knocked a lot of places. They've axed Cinderella. Yeah. Oh, did I say Strictly? Sorry, I was thinking about Strictly's John Waite, who didn't get as far as playing Prince Charming. Bit of miscasting there, but, wouldn't have made any difference. So the repair shop's Jay Blades revisits his childhood neighbourhood in a 3-parter on Channel 5. I can't think of anything more boring in my entire life. Who cares? Who cares? They said you can take the boy out of Hackney, but you never take Hackney out of the boy, and that's me all over. Oh, God. Nothing worse than professional Hackneyites. Is because I was, brought up here, and I went here, and I don't remember that, and the Crays used to live in, our road. Yeah. Unfortunately, they pulled the end of it down, though, didn't they? So, the house where they didn't actually commit any crimes in their house. That's where they used to live with their poor old mum. I still remember her funeral, actually. Her funeral. And they brought one of them out of prison. One of the Cray brothers came out of prison to attend his mother's funeral. Might have been Reggie, but because he wasn't blessed with height, they found the tallest police officers to put with him. And he was handcuffed to them, and they towered over him to make him look a bit smaller. Kind of worked. Kind of worked as well. There you go, look. It just looked absolutely ridiculous. They did it on purpose, because they were allowed out for the funeral of Violet's... in fact, I think Diana Dawes was the only celebrity who went... But, of course, for all the people of the East End used to say exactly the same. Of course, you knew where you were with the Crays. Nobody ever got their house burgled. No, because nobody ever had anything. There was nothing at all. If it hadn't been for Ronnie and his sort of slightly maniacal temper, which would be an understatement. You know, nobody would have heard of them. They were just another gang, them one side of the river, the Richardsons the other side of the river, you know, controlling it. But they didn't know anything. They were thick as two bricks. They didn't know anything about gambling. If they'd known about gambling, they had Esmeralda's barn, but they didn't understand the gambling procedure. They could have made a fortune out of it. It didn't quite work. So, count me out. Off she goes. This is Anne Robinson. They're saying rumours of a rift with Rachel Riley, don't have time to talk to each other. But why would you? I don't leave this programme and then sort of say, oh, we must, you know, speak to each other later. So we don't do things like that. It's a profession, well, sort of, a semi. They never talk to each other. Why would you want to? You sit there for 3 hours in a studio with somebody. To be honest with you, I'm sick to blooming death of them. Sick to death of them at the end. I mean, at the end of the programme, I'm glad to go home and they go, see you tomorrow. I say, yeah, what if? You know, it don't make any difference to me. So, you know, so she's done a year. I mean, I've done quite a number of years. But who can take over from her next? I've got no idea. I've got no idea. She said, I quite fancy a job share with Gary Lineker on Match of the Day. Don't think that's going to be happening anytime soon. I mean, I don't know who could do it. I really don't know. She says poor old Rachel didn't work it out for a couple of days because Anne felt she couldn't do her job properly or bond with the contestants. But it's you know, television's changed from when Anne Robertson started, where you were all pampered at the BBC. It was a case of, do this and do that and all the rest of it. And so when you're on a programme where it's a fast turnaround, you put your outfit on, you know, adjust your hair, you know, put your glasses on and sit there and try and look interested. You know, for £500,000 a year, you know, a lot of people have bent over backwards for that. I think it must get boring as well because she doesn't really say a lot. She just asks the person who's in Dictionary Corner or whatever they call it, you know, what do they do? And they have their funny little stories that they come up with. Apparently walking briskly can make you feel 16 years younger. Yeah, whatever. Who wants to walk briskly? Who wants to feel 16 years younger? I mean, that'll be a nightmare, wouldn't it? I'd be 52. I can't do things like that. That'd be ridiculous. It's like going backwards. Going backwards. Eric and Ernie's lost tapes I'm looking forward to seeing. And they're going to be available from June the 6th. So these lost tapes have been found, and you can watch them at home on DVD. They were recorded in 1968. However, all 8 episodes were feared lost after they were disposed of in the 1970s to make space in the broadcasters' archives, because a lot of stuff was done live, and some of it wasn't recorded, some of it was recorded, and I think they had trouble with Doctor Who, and so it turned out that one bloke who was a big fan, had a video recording machine. Very rare. Bob Monkhouse had one. He would record programmes which the BBC never had because they were done live. Dixon and Doc Green, mainly done live. Blue Peters were done live. Lots of live programmes, so they didn't keep it. And I think you'll find that Bob Monkhouse was recording them and keeping them. So when they came to updating the archive, he said, I've got that. I've got these. I've got all of these things because they were so expensive. I mean, shows were rarely, if ever, rebroadcast. And the tapes they were stored on were bulky, costed a store, and they were in metal tins, and they didn't last as long because it was on this stuff went all crumbly and crispy, the actual film stuff and all the rest of it. So it was simply more cost-effective to get rid of it. Why would they? Who would ever thought when they did the Carry On films that they would still be showing them on the television all these years later? You know, you never would have thought about it. And so they did. Nobody knew about videos. Nobody knew about DVDs. Do any tapes yes, in my early days, yeah. There is my very first show on LBC. Yeah, if you're not hearing it, it's on tape. I've got the reel-to-reel. I've got the reel-to-reel of it. No, it's never coming in here. Not a cat in hell's chance. You're joking, no. I think it's LBC Reports Midnight, then the first hour of Night Extra. But no, it's not seeing the light of day. Nope. Not seeing the light of day ever. People have offered money. Go on, Steve. Wonder what you sounded like. I sounded really peculiar. We'll play it when I go. Yes, this is what... There are little clips on YouTube, I think, or something like that, of Steve Allen reading the news. When you sit... Yeah, when you sort of listen back to it, as at the odd occasions, you sort of cringe inwardly, which is quite funny. Steve, best ever roast lunch you'll get is a pub called Uncle Tom's Cabin in Cookham Dean in Berkshire. Best beef, roasties and gravy ever, says Jeff. Yeah. Who owns the Uncle Tom's Cabin in Cookham. Most people love going out to pubs now because you know why? Pub food has got a lot better. It used to be a bit ropey. It was cheap and cheerful, and they do a big tray of something. Now it's all gastro pubs. You go in there, you know, so would you like some water with ice in and some lemon or whatever it is? And then they produce a menu, and you think it's so much better than it used to be. And that's what it is. It's a shame, Steve, last weekend wasn't hotter than Ibiza. We had my niece's wedding on Sunday, and we were absolutely freezing. A teepee's a wonderful thing, but when it's cold and windy, geez, we were cold, says Beverly. I bet. I like Gary and Val Ewing in Knots Landing, says Pamela. See, I remember Knots Landing, but I can't remember any of the... I don't know if Cliff Barnes was in Knots Landing or if I've got it wrong. I can't remember. I know it's a long shot. Could they not got Carol Vorderman back to do Countdown? I don't think they would do that. It was a Dallas spin-off. Yeah, so maybe Cliff Barnes was in it. Steve, says Albert, I think Stephen Fry to replace Anne Robinson. I don't think that would be his type of programme. I don't think so. I mean, he stepped down from QI. I don't think he'd want to do 5 shows a day. I think that's an awful lot. And because you don't get an opportunity to exercise your personality, you know, what you're looking for is somebody... not necessarily bland, but somebody who's not got too much to say. So I put forward Nick Abbott, and I've... God, the old ones are the best. I can't believe it. Still getting away with it after all these years. But yes, I mean, Stephen Fry would be good, but it wouldn't he'd want to talk all the time. He didn't want to sit there waiting for 60 seconds for the blooming clock. And that's why I think possibly you might get bored doing it. That would be, but for 500,000 a year, I wouldn't mind being a bit bored for 500,000 a year. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So short week for me this week, not here on Friday because you'll all be going out voting, please. We celebrate some birthdays today, and balmy Britain hotter than Ibiza. So if you are thinking of now planting out, this week would be the good decision for planting.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to your short week. It's going to be, actually, this week's going to be quite a busy week for you because not only do you have to go back to work, although there is the company who are saying to their employees, you can work from home, but we'll pay you 20% less if you're working from home. So, you know, some people want to work from home. Some people don't. This is a law firm, 20% less pay, and you can stay at home. But, I mean, I think sometimes you need... I know it seems a bit ridiculous to say, but you need a bit of, you know, people around you to sort of boost you up. This firm, Stevenson Harwood, said the staff could work remotely and because you can save an office space and cost, can't you? What did Jacob Rees-Mogg say? Yes, if you're not coming back into work, we can rent your desk out to somebody else. And my godson works from home. He works for one of the big banks and he does fraud, and he's got a contract that says he can work from home. But to be honest with you, part of it must be driving him to distraction because he doesn't see anybody. You know, once you're plonked in front of your screens and you're working from home, that's it. And, you know, people go, oh, it's easy because you can just take time off. No, you can't. They know when you're online. They know when you're working, so they can keep an eye on you. So there's no cheating on the whole thing, which I think people thought was going to be the way forward. So, you know, 20% less, but don't worry, I can work from home. But very shortly, you're going to be going, I need to be with people. I think it's unhealthy not to actually surround yourself with people. Sir Trevor McDonald says Paul presented one episode of Countdown a while ago and he was brilliant. Pity Sandy Toksvig is busy. She'd be good too. Well, I mean, she could, in theory, do it. She's only got QI, hasn't she? And her one-woman show, which she tours around. So she'd be very good. In fact, she would be. I think that would probably suit her quite nicely, actually, Sandy, whose birthday it is today. And Gillian Kent says, my mum used to stew apples from the garden and serve them with custard made from powder. A cheap, nutritious pudding. My mother used to do baked apples, didn't even do stewed apples. She would get the cooking apples from the garden, which were huge. She'd core out the middle of it and fill it with sultanas and things like that, and then bake them in the oven. And then she'd make custard from custard powder, and then you'd have a baked apple. No, you'd put sugar in and everything else. And they were delicious. People don't do baked apples now. But the cooking apples they're not very expensive for a huge apple. They're enormous. Absolutely enormous. And the pudding bowls were so much smaller, says Jill. Yeah, but we used to have all that sort of stuff. I used to hate tapioca. Rice pudding I liked, and something called rice creamola, which was delicious. And junket. I like junket as well. Kevin the Milkman, you're definitely on a red card. He said, you should look after your first recorded show on LBC. Wax cylinders are very collectible these days. It's not nice, is it? Don't you talk like that. That's fighting talk as far as I'm concerned. See you outside armed with 2 bottles of Gold Top. Yeah. Richard Osman is leaving Pointless. He'd be good on Countdown. He is leaving Pointless, but he's leaving Pointless for a reason. He doesn't have enough time to fit it all in. He's got to do all his other bits and pieces, so I don't think he'd be able to do that. Vorderman would jump, says Corinna. I don't think she would. Definitely not. Steve, thank you for giving us a mention yesterday on your show I was selling postcards with views of Pettswood at the May Fair. And lots of people came along to my stall. This is for the DEC Ukraine appeal, and I raised £119 for the charity. Well, there you go. You're very, very welcome. Steve, how about Nina Mishkov for Anne Robinson's replacement? Do you think she'd do it, says John? I don't think so. You don't see Nina turning up very often now. She pops up on a few talking head programmes, where they say world's worst television programmes, and then they've got people on there. I mean, some of them are sort of, I don't know where they get some of them from, because I've got no idea who they are. They get paid for those talking heads about 250 quid, I think. I mean, because what they do is they generally get you to do quite a few little drop-ins, and then they can make various programmes, So the worst or the funniest programme, or, I was watching the other day. It was very interesting. Bewitched is a very old series, which came out years ago with Samantha and Darren, her husband, and she wiggled her nose, and she could... Did you ever see Bewitched? Oh, right. Not the band, no. No, it was a television programme made in America and with Elizabeth Montgomery. And it was really good, but at the end of the box set, they've got the little girl in it who played Tabitha, and she's now grown up, and she was showing us the house. She said, this is the house, this is the view behind it, but the interior shots were all in the studio. Bewitched was fabulous. It was really good. It was, and that's Tabitha now. She didn't age that well. And... It was interesting because we got the end bit, and then it showed you all the mistakes on the programme where, so it's like there's a book, I think it's called Halliwell's, where the Romans invading Britain, one of the Roman soldiers is wearing a wristwatch, and nobody thought. And I think in another one of them, the Romans are all there, and a plane goes by in the background. All these sort of different things. And in Bewitched, every programme has mistakes. 1 minute, I think in Mary Poppins, 1 minute she's wearing white gloves, the next minute she's got black gloves on. In Game of Thrones, I think somebody left a Starbucks cup on the side, and nobody noticed. I mean, they're supposed to have something called continuity. Continuity was the thing, and somebody was saying this, and this. And in a lot of the case, I think in Bewitched, and if you do buy the box set, it's worth getting, I promise you, just for Endora. And she goes to the door, and she opens the door with nothing, and then when she opens the door, she's now holding a bag in front of her, and things like that. Steve, Esther Ranson would be a good replacement for Anne Robinson on Countdown, says Janice. I don't know if Esther would want to do that now. I think she's almost semi-retirement, isn't she, really? Mike says, love the Dynasty spin-off, The Colbys, with Charlton Heston and the fabulous Stephanie Cole and the legend Barbara Stanwyck, shoulder pads and big hair. That's what I work with. I'm working with shoulder pads and big hair. All of them, except me. I'm the only one with not big hair. But big hair was very in. If you look at all of these things. How old is Esther Ranson? Oh, God, I'm going to get this wrong. Is she... I don't want to go too far over the other edge. 76? 81? Is she? Good grief. No, I don't think she'd want to do it, no. I think she quite likes her life at the moment. Steve says, Sean, Stephen Fry on Countdown would be brilliant. He could take the show to a new level. Yep, he probably could. It's whether he'd want to do it. I think he likes his time. I think people get to a certain age and they've earned so much money that they don't want to sort of go back into doing it. I mean, I'm tempted to say Eamon Holmes, but I think he's sort of his feet have given up on him. He can't do things like that. I used to love semolina, says Sean in St Albans. We used to have it at school with chocolate drops or brown sugar. I hated it. We used to have tapioca, which we call frog spawn. It was absolutely ghastly. It really was. Not so nice. So it's going to be hotter than Ibiza. So today, cloudy with a chance of showers in the north. In the south, sunny spells, high 17 degrees. Tomorrow, sunny with thunderstorms. But the high is going to be 18 degrees. Thursday, sunny and dry, high 21 degrees, which is 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Sounds right. I might undo an extra button, just to celebrate. Whee! Just to... any weekend plans? I've got no. I'm not sure actually. Probably planting stuff and making sure that everything's watered and stuff like that, and killing pigeons. I can't think of anything else. I said to our cleaner the other day, I said, can you get rid of the pigeons? And he completely forgot about it because they're nesting behind an air conditioning unit and we don't want them there. The mess is phenomenal. They sit on the top of people's cars and it's just very messy. They have to go. They have to go, like all the ones in Trafalgar Square. They have to go. They have offended us. So 3 million people have demanded that Amber Heard is axed from Aquaman role. She's not getting publicity out of this. And so she's fired her PR team. She's got a team of people to do PR, which is ridiculous. This is after weeks of bad publicity. And the PR firm she had was called Precision Strategies. She got sick of all the bad headlines. Oh, it's going to get worse, Amber. It's going to get... I mean, some of the things that we're hearing... you seriously can't believe somebody could be this horrible to somebody. Admittedly, I don't think he's the angel of destiny for anybody at all. But she's going to give her side this week. The filmmakers have been, this is DC and Warner Brothers, urged to cut her from the film, which stars Nicole Kidman. And they don't seem to like her at all. I mean, she's thrown things at him. She's spat at him. This is all the evidence that's sort of coming up. And so she's suing for £40 million over an article in which she said she was a domestic violence survivor. He claims it cost him the role of Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean 6. She then countersues for $100 million. But, I mean, to be honest with you, her expenses for the lawyers must be going through the roof. Because she's now hired Shane Communications, and he arrived for the trial yesterday with Depp, who arrived in an SUV, with Jimi Hendrix blaring out from the speakers. They're both, to be honest with you, they're both as deeply unpleasant as you can possibly get. But somebody's going to lose, and at the moment it don't look like it's going to be him. Steve, good morning. Yes, good morning to you as well. Check out Grandma Lily's Holland-on-Sea. They do home delivery 6 days a week. It's amazing how many people now don't cook. Everybody gets this home delivery stuff. I've never had anything delivered at home. Because I always think by the time it gets there, it's going to be cold. Is it not? Their bags are keeping it. Yeah, but I mean, I see these people cycling. If you're getting food on the back of somebody's cycle, I mean, I just see them standing around chatting. Grubby little items they are. And you sort of think, if I ordered a bucket of chicken, it's easy for me to walk to KFC and bring back the bucket and eat on the way back. And pizzas. I'm not wild about having a pizza delivered, but we have had them done before. Not I haven't. But other people I've been with have had. I wouldn't. It's not my sort of thing at all. But, yeah, I mean, I don't mind a pizza, but I'm not crackers for it. Steve, Larry Hagman was in Bewitched. Yes, loads of people were in Bewitched. Loads of people. And Marilyn says, I remember rice cremola. My mother put stewed apples in the bottom of the cremola dish and baked them in the oven. Stewed apples were very popular. It was a cheap dessert because we didn't have many desserts in those days. I mean, my mother would occasionally make a jelly. We thought we'd arrived. Jelly with fruit in it, yeah. Mandarin segments. Always mandarin segments. There was never anything else. And she would get it so she could have them spread throughout the jelly. There's a trick to it. I think you have to pour the jelly over the mandarin so it doesn't all sink to the bottom. 6:15 is the time. It's LBC. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Let's get those news headlines with Simon Conway.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Honestly. Steve. So somebody else told me about Larry Hagman in Bewitched. Loads of people were. Have you ever heard of this lady? This is such an interesting little story. Her name's Katya Adler. She celebrates a birthday today, but that's not the reason I'm mentioning her. She's 50. That's not the reason I'm mentioning. She is the London... But this is so interesting. I can't believe I'm telling you this story. This is so exciting. So exciting. She's the London-born BBC Europe editor. OK? But that's not the story. The story is even better than this. It is really good. She was told off by her daughter for bringing her work home. Mummy, at a children's birthday party, would you please stop talking about Brexit? This is not the story. This is not the story. There's Katya Adler, who speaks German, Italian, French, basic Arabic and Hebrew. This is not the story. Pretended she spoke Spanish to land the job of the BBC Madrid correspondent. She then learnt Spanish by listening to the Spanish political radio and Mexican soap operas. That's the story. That's the story. So she did all these languages and then I mean, honestly, what a brilliant idea. That's so good, isn't it? It's me struggling through the English language. You know, I don't even speak basic Hebrew. If only. To actually land the job of the BBC Madrid correspondent by learning Spanish, by listening to Spanish political radio. And some people have a gift for picking out languages. There's a bloke on YouTube, Sharma, and he lives in New York. He speaks fluent Chinese and Fuganese as well. Plus, he also speaks, I think he does about 4 other different languages. So he can go into a restaurant and speak to them in their own language, Indian restaurants and things like that. But his Chinese is excellent, and he's got friends who also he learned it in Beijing, and his friends speak Chinese, so they can have conversations. And you see the people, because if you're listening to a foreigner speaking your language, they all go and they recognise him from YouTube because he does all these videos about going into Chinese restaurants. And he's so clever, and he'll go in there and he'll start speaking English, and then he'll lapse into Cantonese. And you can see them looking at him, and then people on other tables in the restaurant go, speaking Cantonese. And then they will turn around to him and say, your Chinese is really good. And it's so clever. I always wished I could do it, actually. Sorry, Larry Hagman was in I Dream of Jeannie. Yes, you're quite right. Are you sure he didn't make a guest appearance? Can I speak any other languages? Yorkshire? E-by gum? No, I don't actually. I wish I did. I can get by in German and that's about it. Yeah, I can order food and stuff like that and sort of get around and I can read a bit. But my mother told us she spoke French, so we went to France on holiday. She could only order omelettes. That's all we had. Everywhere we went, blasted omelettes. No, I'm not doing some German, honestly. What do you think this is? This is a radio programme. We're not here to show off to people about how clever we are. Some of us. Steve, I used to love blancmange, but you can't get a box of mixed flavours anymore. I tried everywhere. All you buy now is custard. Can you not get blancmange powder? It used to be pink. I used to remember you mixed it up and then you poured it into the mould and then turned the mould over. Blancmange was very popular. No, Angel Delight is not blancmange, no. It's just a chemical thing that's been put together. We quite like Angel Delight, but only in what flavour is it that we like in blancmange? Sorry, in Angel Delight. Butterscotch. I remember going on about it, and people kept sending me in packets of butterscotch Angel Delight. I'm so lucky. Seriously, I loved it. I thought it was absolutely great. But they do Sainsbury's Whippy dessert, and back to that MP again. And Piers Duff do the blancmange strawberry flavour, which I think has been around for... And it's a powder. You mix it down. But I think when you make Angel Delight now, you used to use a pint of milk. Now you use half a pint of milk. So it doesn't make very much of it. I don't know why. It's obviously everything's been sort of dulled down in sizes, which is a shame. Edwina Curry would be very good for Countdown, Steve, says Daniel in Herne Hill. And Eddie says, did you see Mark Armand yesterday on GMB? I did not. I always miss these sort of things. Doug's another one telling me about Larry Hagman. My favourite double act, Tony Hancock and Sid James. Tony's my favourite comedian, but they never show him on telly. They never show him. He had a drink problem, didn't he? That was the problem. It was, so many comedians in those early days enjoyed a drink. And he suffered from depression. And he worked, of course, with Kenneth Williams. Kenneth Williams, all this kind of thing. And I think Tony Hancock found it a little bit intrusive onto his sort of comedy. You know, he wasn't quite prepared for something like that. But then that was Kenneth Williams. And he was very good. But no, he definitely drank. And I wasn't sure what his relationship was like with Sid James, because Sid James popped up all over the place. He popped up in films as a straight actor. Then he discovered the Carry-Ons, and the rest, as they say, is history. And I don't know why they don't show him on television. You know, you can probably get, if you put in Tony Hancock on Amazon, I should imagine you would find all sorts of people. I mean, Sid was known to millions after many successful stints in a multitude of iconic British shows. On the radio, he was the friend of Tony Hancock in more than 100 episodes of Hancock's Half Hour, because it used to be Hancock's Half Hour. And I used to hear them. I used to love Round the Horn and stuff like that, some of those good old radio comedies and stuff like that. But Tony Hancock, it was one of those sort of comedians that didn't... I mean, I remember The Blood Donor. Remember The Blood Donor, Joe? Do you remember that one? That was where he went in to give blood and they wanted a pint. And he said, a pint? That's an armful. You didn't realise that your body keeps doing it. But he became very anxious, I think, at some point that his work with Sid James was turning into a double act. And I think it was just after it was after the fifth television series had finished being recording, that he would end his association with Sid James after the final series, and he left others to tell James, because he wasn't quite big enough to sort of do it, but he didn't want them turned into a double act. He wanted to be by himself, and that's how it worked. And I think he found the same with Kenneth Williams. Kenneth Williams was sort of taking over a little bit, this sort of character. And did I work in a double act? Briefly. What, on the radio? Yes, very briefly. Yeah, so no, we did sort of a couple of shows. It didn't work out. I did it with a couple of people, actually. And the reason it didn't work out is because I'm a standalone presenter, sometimes very alone. And it was difficult because you're fighting. You can hear it sometimes in people who have double acts. They're fighting to get in. And it's a difficult thing to do. Somebody's got to control a programme. It doesn't matter whether it's television or anything else. I mean, a lot of double acts don't socialise away from... I mean, Morecambe and Wise never socialised away from the stage. They both did, they came together for the act and it worked. But loads of other people, had double acts and then didn't have... It used to be Gary Wilmot and Judy. And I think you'll find that there were quite a number of double acts that turned up on the television, comics and things like that. Even Cannon and Ball fell out with each other, for a while. Then they got back together again because that's what worked. Little and Large, exactly the same. They had a great double act. Then they sort of split up and they drifted apart and did different things. And on the radio, it's so difficult. It's so complicated. And on television as well. But on television, you can see it because you can look at somebody's face, because it's very difficult to keep that happy little smiling face all the time. Steve, love the show, and I love tin sliced peaches and warm custard. Only warm custard, Jill. Sorry, Sharon in Coventry. Sharon, I've never been to Coventry. Never been. People have often said, you should go to Coventry, Steve. Yeah, we're going to send you to Coventry. And I've said, no, I'm serious, it doesn't matter. I don't really want to go. I remember in the 90s being chatted up by a guy who told me he was fluent in another language. When I asked which one, says Catherine, he said the language of love. See, I always think people who talk about it are rubbish, so I never talk about it, because I'm rubbish. And then they're always surprised. Not. The language of love. Didn't Sid James die on stage? I think you might be right. I can't remember. A few people have died on stage, I think. Did I ever use chat-up lines? Yeah. I used to wave my car keys and go, get your coat, you've pulled. I remember going out with a friend of mine. We walked into a bar, I just ordered the drinks, he went, I pulled. And I went, I've just ordered an orange juice. Because I was pushing the boat out. Yes, it was a revival of the Mating season, which was a farce by the Irish playwright Sam Cree. And Sid James suffered a heart attack. This was at the Sunderland Empire. The actress Olga Lowe thought he was playing a practical joke at first when he failed to reply to her dialogue. When he failed to reply to her ad-libs, she moved towards the wings to seek help. The technical manager, who's called Melvin James, no relation, called for the curtains to close and requested a doctor, who was unaware what was happening, laughed, believing it was part of the show. An ambulance was called, and by the time he got to the hospital, he was dead. At the age of 62, he was cremated and his ashes were scattered at Golders Green Crematorium. So there you go. 62, I forgot. The trouble is he always had an old face. He always had an old face, but he was just one of those people who looked old. Dave in Swanley says Janet Street Porter would be great on The Weakest Link. Yes. Did you ever find butterscotch-flavoured Delight ice cream? No, I did, yes. It's in Iceland. But, I'm not really supposed to have any of that kind of stuff. Really not good at all. My friend Sheila is listening, says Mary. Well, that's good. You see, we always like to welcome new people into the fold. You've joined a very exclusive club. Happy birthday today to you. If it's your birthday, well, no, anybody, if you're listening today, if it's your birthday, because you might be in that unfortunate position where nobody's going to wish you a happy birthday, so it's going to be me. I'm going to be the person wishing you the happy birthday, because we care. Because we care. How about Victoria Corrin for the new host? Victoria Corrin would be good. Yes, she'd be good. She's young enough to stay they can't employ any more elderly people. I mean, goodness sake, they're going to end up dying on the programme. But no, Victoria Corrin, that'd be a very good choice. Very good choice. Yeah, sorted. There we go. Sorted that one out very quickly. You don't need to even bother having any auditions. Give it to Victoria Corrin. Morning. Nice to be company. In America, it's going to kick off, as you can well imagine. In fact, they've been campaigning against, for most of the morning, the US Supreme Court apparently may overturn the abortion rights. And as you can well imagine, they're not very happy. So I think this week in America, it's going to kick off big time. It's going to be all over the place. And then the post office and more sort of strikes going on. I was only thinking, actually, as long as it doesn't affect me, I'm fine. Because if you have plants delivered by post and they go on strike for a week, the plants are all going to be dead. What's the point of that? Absolutely no point at all. James Brown, born on this day in 1933, the godfather of soul. And he had hits with Papa's Got a Brand New Bag. My favourite was Get Up, I Feel Like Being a Sex Machine. And he was also jailed for carrying a deadly weapon at a public gathering and arrested on domestic violence charges against his wife. But at his funeral, they had an open coffin for James Brown because he was, whichever way you look at him, he was still a legend. I feel good. And in 1964, on May the 3rd, the Rolling Stones were at #1 with their self-titled debut album. And in 1979, Britain went to the polls in the general election, won by Margaret Thatcher. Margaret Thatcher. It was very interesting the other day, actually. People were talking about, like Ian Dale was talking about Margaret Thatcher and who would be your, favourite Prime Minister over the years, who would be the most popular. And it would turn out to be Margaret Thatcher, whichever way you looked at it. It didn't matter who you voted for. Also, 1983 at Studio 54 in New York. It was an avant-garde place to go to. Who was there? Andrew Lloyd Webber, clutching the hand of the girl he wants to marry, and she's Sarah Brightman, who once danced in the show Cats. But he's already married to another Sarah. The multimillionaire confessed, I'm torn between my deep and lasting affection for my wife and my love for Sarah, because he had a show opening, and I think it was Starlight Express, but he wanted to introduce Sarah Brightman to the Queen. So they had to rush through this divorce as fast as possible so that Sarah Brightman could appear standing next to him. I remember it vividly. Natalie in Poole in Dorset says, try Ambrosia custard ice cream and Angel Delight ice cream. The butterscotch flavour is available as well. Delicious new range, 2 for £6. Says, 2 for £6. Don't think I could cope with that. Lord Alan Sugar reminds me of Sid James, says Sam. Yeah, there is a little bit of a striking resemblance. Alexander Armstrong, says Rachel. Yeah. And Tony says Tommy Cooper died on stage. He did. The worst thing was that the audience thought it was part of the act. The girl had come on. He was sort of working front of tabs and puts this beautiful embroidered coat on him. And he sort of stands there and then he just slumps to the floor and tips backwards. And the audience thought it was hilarious until all of a sudden they had to pull him under the curtain and they suddenly realised that he'd had a heart attack. Victorian might be a bit busy. She's back playing poker professionally. Did you know she's won more than $2.5 million? I didn't. But listen, it's nice to have a regular job, isn't it? Wasn't it blancmange, says Paul, had that awful skin on it when it's set? Well, you did it in a mould, and you put water in the mould, and then you turned it upside down, and then it was fine. But blancmange, if you just had it in a normal bowl, yes, it did get that thick skin on it, and it was a bit... I never liked... But mind you, custard got skin on it as well. I didn't like that either. Lots of stories about British soldiers. The ones down at Windsor who'll sort of be taken in by just about anybody. And a bloke who pretends to be a priest, stays the night, has breakfast, drinking in the bar and all the rest of it. Turned out he had mental health issues. And now 5 British soldiers have been arrested in a sting by military police on suspicion of dealing cocaine at their base. Makes you wonder what we're sort of... These are gunners from the Royal Artillery, hauled into custody after raids on military accommodation in Wiltshire. Apparently, whilst... This is ruin it for you. Whilst cases of soldiers being caught taking cocaine are not uncommon, it is not... it's rare for troops to be suspected of dealing Class A drugs. Following the arrests, the camp at Larkhill was locked down while other troops underwent compulsory drug tests. And the military dogs went through checking and all the rest of it, because they do it now on the swab. You see them doing it on the television with the interceptors. But anybody who purchased the drug will also face court-martial. Last night, a source says it was a shakedown. I bet it was. I bet it was. I mean, last year... You remember 10 soldiers from the Yorkshire Regiment's 2nd Battalion caught taking cocaine in Pathos, near the base on the island. They were confronted by drug testers on their return to camp. And also the Royal Navy has suffered its full share of it, because I seem to remember a nuclear submarine having been dubbed HMS Sex and Cocaine after a breakdown in discipline. In 2017, 17 members of HMS Vigilant were booted off the vessel after traces of the Class A drug were found in their bloodstream. Wow. Last year, the Mail revealed how 10 soldiers from the Royal Horse Artillery, which is part of the same corps, were booted out after failing drug tests. Wow. The commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Simon Harris, won praise for his hardline stance. When it emerged, he ordered the troops to be driven hundreds of miles to the nearest drug testing centres to be tested. Had he waited for a closer testing facility to reopen, the drugs may have been flushed out of their bodies. So he managed to get those ones. I mean, it is amazing, actually, how many drugs are available. I mean, I don't know whether you put it down to the fact they're young, or you put it down to the fact that they've obviously got too much money, or you've got it down to the fact they'd ought to be in the army in the first place. Makes you wonder, doesn't it, really, when you see the army out there? You know, are we seeing the real people, or are they all high as kites? Eden Confidential in the Daily Mail today, very interesting. Cheerleading for Harry and Meghan doesn't appear to be very lucrative. And facing action to close his publishing business, royal biographer Omid Scobie has filed financial details for 3 consecutive years, and they don't make happy reading. Despite all the hype surrounding his sycophantic book about the Duke and Duchess of Sussex and their decision to quit royal duties, Finding Freedom, it turns out that Scobie's business is in the red. The firm MeU Limited faces a compulsory strike-off after he failed to provide legally required financial information since 2019. Late last week, he filed 3 sets of accounts in one go, and the latest reveals a deficit of $17,000. And not doing very well at all, actually, but there again. And it's a shame they couldn't reach him for comment. One of those things. Also, Michael Caine, using a different set of wheels. He's got one of those walker things to help you walk properly, which has got the wheels on and you hold their handles. And he's 89. He's 8. It's a wheeled walking frame. Not so much a Zimmer frame, but wheeled walking frame. His wife Shakira told Eden Confidential he had a back operation. He had spinal stenosis, but he's recovering. She said he's a very strong man. She's 75. She said he will be up and dancing again soon. We do hope so. We do hope so. 89, honestly, it's frightening. Some of these people, honestly, 89 and they're still going. And taking vitamins in liquid form means they're absorbed faster, but they cost 3 times as much. I mean, I don't know how many vitamins you take. I mean, some people seem to spend their life taking loads. I mean, I've got loads of different bits and pieces. But now if they do them in liquid form, you see, I wouldn't be particularly bothered about liquid form. I'd always just go for tablets. Makes it so much easier. But they've got them here, and you look at the price of them. I mean, cod liver oil. We used to take cod liver oil all the time as children. It was good for sort of cold in the winter. And Amazon, you can buy all of this on Amazon. Darren Adam has shark liver oil. I bet that's from Iceland, isn't it? I bet they do shark liver oil in Iceland. Anybody else who's got cod liver oil, but if you're in Iceland, probably volcano oil. Yeah, you have to go one better. I'm sorry, I'm all caught up here. But it's interesting, isn't it, with all these things? I mean, when you've got Holland and Barrett, which is a health food shop, does that mean all the other shops are unhealthy food shops? Because they're all selling things, and the prices vary phenomenally. Phenomenally. I mean, I wouldn't like to imagine how much my, insulin costs or how much my needles cost. Actually, I'm quite good with the needles. Some people keep using the same needles. I was always told, no, change the needles every day. You must do, really. And certainly don't share them. Somebody else said Junket had skin, says Mary. I love Junket. Yeah, I love Junket too. 6 days and counting, looking after the Briard dog. Tried the pond yesterday. Couldn't get to armbands quick enough, says Viv in Suffolk. Out for the first walk. Happy Tuesday. I love Tuesday. Junket is a milk-based dessert made from sweetened milk and rennet. Rennet, which is the digestive enzyme that curdles milk. Some older cookery books call the dish curds and whey. My mother used to have a little bottle of rennet, and you would add it into the milk, and then you'd stir it round. And I'm sure it had bits of coconut in it. I don't know why, actually. And Howie says, wish my daughter, is it Mikhail Panina, who's moved from New York City to London? A great first day at work. Fancied it. I hope they did it a while ago. Who was I talking to the other day who said they were getting, they got jet lag coming back in from New York? Might have been somebody that wrote to me, but I can't remember who it was, actually. It doesn't help. How about Jeff Stelling returning to Countdown, says Alan, now that he seems to be finally retiring from Sky Sports. They seem to be retiring quite a few people from Sky Sports, don't they? He changed his mind. Oh, what about being on Sky Sports? Are we staying now? Are we staying, Alan? He's staying, apparently. I must say, I wish these people would make up their mind. Mind you, he used to work for LBC years ago. And in our sports department. What else we got in the papers? Delays in the policy to send the migrants to Rwanda. So consequently, all the people who are sitting over in France going, let's go now. Let's go now. Get a bigger boat out there because they know that they're not going to be shipped off to Rwanda. And last night, a Calais MP claimed the policy had in fact created a window of opportunity for the people smugglers to exploit. So that's what they're doing. So on Sunday, 580 migrants came over, and we did nothing about it. This follows 11 days of bad weather that prevented crossings. And as I said, anything that's got the name Priti Patel on it, you might as well give up completely. A total disaster. Total disaster. Boris Johnson was said to have wanted the first flights of migrants sent to Rwanda to leave by the end of this month. But they've been delayed by legal challenges from the charities Care for Calais, Detention Action and the Public and Commercial Services Unit. It's never going to happen, I'm telling you. Absolutely never going to happen. They'll tie them up in knots for years. In the meanwhile, 560 people in one. Where are they going to? No idea. Ed Balls would be a good replacement, says Pat. Oh, God, no, not Ed Balls. I'm bored witless with Ed Balls. Absolutely bored witless with him. He turns up on programmes and you obviously think you've got a personality, don't you? And I don't think so. I don't think so at all. The art of the TV remake. There's a great piece in The Guardian today and why some shows should be left alone. I think all of them should be left alone. Why do they do remakes of everything? They're never as good as the originals. Never. It's laziness, isn't it? That's what I thought. Definitely. Great shame, actually, when they make them, because they're not as good. Not as good. And here's Kirsty Young. Do you know she did Desert Island Discs for 12 years? But we're going to have to suffer with her doing the Queen's Jubilee thing. That'll be exciting, won't it? I don't know why they're making such a big deal. I'm sure Her Majesty is not particularly bothered about anything. Just a band playing outside, have a nice time, blah, blah, blah. Let it go back to resting again. Much nicer. 7:15. The LBC headlines brought to you by Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. 10. No, it's not. It's 11 minutes to. I need to move the clock on, actually. Very unwise at this time, I think, really. So Harry and the Polo Boars. He doesn't really have a job, Harry, does he? The Invicta Games is finished for another year, so that was I don't think he really has too much input into it. There's a whole team of people behind it. He just turns up and sort of makes a little speech or something. A council has apologised after laying gravestones flat to avoid causing injury. I didn't think it'd take long for this one, because normally the gravestones, when they're sort of uprighted, they fall over. You could be seriously damaged by these things. But 21 headstones have been repositioned at a cemetery in Weymouth in Dorset to avoid the danger of toppling over. Lynn Lewis said it was very upsetting and unacceptable to find her father Les's headstone on its side with tape on it. Weymouth Town Council said it had a duty to carry out memorial inspections at least every 5 years and had recently found 21 graves with dangerous headstones. Of those, 12 of the plot owners were deceased, 6 no longer lived at the addresses on the council's records, and 3 were contacted via letter, including the Lewis family. But Lynn says it's all upsetting and I'm flabbergasted. A council spokesman said the family's headstone had been found to be very loose when inspected, and they said we want to apologise. But it doesn't really solve it, does it? It doesn't really solve anything at all. It's a case of, well, you know, couldn't you sort of repair them? What they've done round our way, we've got a little cemetery, which is now a children's playground, and what they've done is they've moved all the headstones all the way around the walls. So I think because it's over a certain amount of time, they've deconsecrated the ground, and then they move the headstone to the back. I don't think any of the family would ever know, because I think they go back to pre-Victorian times. In which case, you know, there wouldn't be anything left there anyway. I don't think anybody goes and visits. And you've now got sort of people having their cups of tea and watching their kiddies play on swings in what's basically sort of an out-of-use cemetery, which is a bit of a shame. They're all over the place, actually. I remember going out to Brookwood Cemetery. We drove past it one day and we went, my God, look at this old cemetery. And we drove into it, and Brookwood is huge. This is where the funeral railway used to go from Waterloo out to Brookwood Cemetery. It's huge. It's out near Woking. It's absolutely enormous. And you can walk through it. It's an old Victorian cemetery with, I've never seen anything like it. I mean, it's almost like a sort of a tourist attraction. And it's got a Jewish cemetery in there as well. But Brookwood is very famous, mainly because it was the cemetery that the railway went to from London's Necropolis railway, which was down there. The only thing that exists anymore is the entrance to it, because it had lower platforms and you could take the coffins straight onto the trains, and then they would take them out to Brookwood. Yes, it was the funeral railway, and depending on how much money you spent, determined on, you know, what sort of service you got. But the platforms, yes, depends how far you went. If you didn't pay properly, they just shoved you off halfway round, you know. Didn't make it. But Brookwood Cemetery was a day out as far as I was concerned. All these old Victorian, beautiful monuments in this cemetery, which is huge, absolutely huge. Somebody suggested Anne Widdecombe for Countdown, says Alison. Oh, I don't think Anne Widdecombe could do. I think she's a little bit like that. With the lesser of two evils between her and Anne Robinson, I think. I know. I'm still going. Which one were we going for? We were going with David's Victoria Corrin. We think she'd be ideal. Steve, Angel Station is closed apparently. I'm not there, I'm still in bed. I just heard it on LBC. They're closing all sorts of bits and pieces, aren't they? There's different railways. And I went to get the train the other day. They said there's problems on the Northern Line. They're closing little bits of that one. I'm so glad I don't use the Underground. I really can't stand it. Although I did well, I didn't have any choice. It was either that or I'd have to walk across that bridge, and not with my feet. I'm telling you. I might wear my new shoes tomorrow. Mick in South Devon says, that shark liver oil is good for your teeth. Right, you're barred. Shark liver oil. No. I just can't. Only Darren would have shark liver oil. I mean, it's just the thing. Because rotting shark, isn't it, as I've said before, is one of those dishes that they have in Iceland. Fermented. It looks disgusting. I can't imagine why you'd ever want to eat anything like that. It's like, would you ever want to eat a cheese called Stinking Bishop? You know, and you look at it. So here it's called hakal, the national dish of Iceland. I mean, honestly, everybody else has chicken nuggets. You know, they have rotting shark. It's cured with a particular fermentation process and hung to dry. It's got a strong ammonia-rich smell and fishy taste, making it who'd want to eat it? I mean, a strong fish. It looks disgusting. It really does. And that's the national dish. Greenland shark. Why would you? I mean, really? I just can't imagine why. I mean, it looks quite nice when it's hanging up, but then kippers look quite nice when they're hanging up, and I've never eaten those either. But rotting shark, so it's a delicacy. They don't call it rotted, they call it fermented. Lovely. Apple staff are rebelling against plans to return to the office, arguing it would make the US tech titan whiter and more male-dominated. Well, these people want to work from home. I can't believe it. It's very odd, isn't it, in this day and age? But there you go. Also, Israel's Mossad spy agency has said it's prevented 3 assassinations in Europe by Iranian operatives. Can't believe it's all going on. It's all going on around the world, isn't it? Everything is taking place today. And A lovely piece by Sophia Money Coots, writing about Prince Harry in Santa Barbara. And she says, sorry, Harry, polo looks glam, but it's the most boring sport around. It really is. Sport of kings, they say, don't they? You've got to have a fleet of polo ponies and, let's face it, a misspent youth like Harry. You know, I mean, he doesn't really do anything, doesn't really have anything to do at the moment. You thought they'd have moved into a place where they've got some friends, but they don't appear to have any friends at the moment. A little bit lacking in the friends department. So Keir Starmer yesterday refused to say he would cooperate with any new police probe into his new alleged lockdown-breaking beer and curry bash. I mean, this whole thing has just got so out of hand. It's so ridiculous. The Labour leader stonewalled a series of questions. In other words, I'm not saying a word. And you think, come on, did you have beer and curry for 30 people? Because they took pictures of it and they said it was going to you, and you either don't know or you choose not to tell us. It was a bit the other day, wasn't it, when we were trying to find out where the chicken comes from in Iceland, the shop, and they wouldn't say. They didn't want to tell you where their chicken came from. And I was thinking, why do you not want to tell us where the chicken comes from? Is it some big secret? Is it coming from a place where maybe they don't look after their chickens properly? Because we want to make sure we're getting all the best stuff. Anne Hegarty for Countdown. No, Brian, absolutely not Anne Hegarty. No, she's fine where she is on the chase, I think. And Ian says, I've just stopped at Brookwood train station. There's an impressive military cemetery with Brookwood Cemetery. It's immaculate. Oh, it's in a huge place. It runs for acres and acres and acres and acres of all these Victorian graves, some of them beautiful. Really, I mean, they knew how to honour the dead, I think, and there's a Jewish cemetery there and a military cemetery. But quite a place to go to if you're on a day out. Lags have told Boris Becker he should dye his hair if he wants to keep a low profile. What's that got to do with it? What has that got to do with it? It was interesting. The other day they were doing a piece on somebody who'd been sent to prison for, I forget what he'd done. He'd done something where he involved a pensioner. Anyway, the prisoners decided to throw boiling water over him. And so he got taken to hospital to have all the burns sorted out. And I remember telling you, when I went into hospital for my burns, there were two people who'd come in, and I was in a bed with the curtains round it, waiting to go in for the operation. And I could hear this bloke talking, and it turns out he was sitting with two other people, but he was handcuffed to them. Because in this particular burns unit, in the Westminster and Chelsea Hospital, they get a lot of people from the prisons who've been attacked with boiling water. And so that's how prisoners meet out their thing, because they can't do anything else. And he was talking about, I've been in this cell for so long. And I sort of peered out through my little curtain to see what was going on. I said, I'll peer out of there. And he had these handcuffs on. And I remember talking to one of the nurses, and she said, we get a few prisoners who come in who've been attacked with boiling water. And there was one in the papers the other day. And no, I was all right. I didn't like the operation. I thought that was not the best. I thought it was very painful. Apparently, Graham in Essendon says stinking bishop doesn't taste as bad as it smells. It's this shark thing. That doesn't work at all for me. I couldn't quite get my head around that. Not very nice at all. But sadly, we have no more time. So it's been lovely being with you this Tuesday, May the 3rd. Wednesday, May the 4th, be with you all day. I know it's an old one. It doesn't really matter, does it? BP, they run a little petrol gaff thing. They're raking in 639 quid a second. A second. Unbelievable, isn't it? I like rip-off garages. I shall go elsewhere. I'm not going to be buying BP fuel. Thank you very much indeed. Helen Skelton. You remember Helen Skelton? She went on Country File and she done... Anyway, then she gets pregnant. I think the third child, has the child, and her husband's now disappeared off. He's dating the rugby club boss's daughter. Didn't take long, did it? Because when she said he'd moved out of the house, as I told you yesterday, everybody was going, oh, one of them will be having an affair. They don't just split up for no reason. They only just had a baby, and he's been having it away with the boss's daughter. In fact, they've just gone on holiday. What a vile person he must be. And Europe's worst for obesity? Turkey, of all places. Very surprised, actually. The stamp of approval for a piece of ancient Chinese art is a little thing where the emperor used to stamp. So you would pour wax on, and then you push this little thing. How much for this little tiny thing, which is about 4 inches tall? 15 million. 15, I couldn't believe 15 million. Right. And but because what the Chinese do is they buy back their own art. And some of it is, I mean, if you can get early Chinese, there's a pot that's coming up. It's been sitting in somebody's kitchen for years. It's worth £150,000. The Chinese bid for their own stuff. And it's strange. I was watching, because I love anything Chinese. I love the costumes, I love the clothes, I love the music, I love everything. And I was looking at the Peking Opera, where they do it all. You know, nobody says a word. It's all sort of in faces and everything else. But the makeup is just tremendous. I mean, seriously. Makes half the crowd on Love Island look like they should be in a Chinese opera because they trowel it on. I was watching another dating programme where half the people can't talk like that. You know, they ain't got nothing to talk about. And why'd you kiss me? Why'd you tell me it was all right to kiss me? And I'm looking at them thinking, do you realise how revolting you come over as? It really is bad. The likely front runners to replace Anne Robinson. Basically, nothing. Nothing could replace Anne Robinson. There's been lots of stories about, is she a bit of a diva? Well, I should imagine she is. She's come from the BBC. And you know what they all behave like when they move on. I mean, she's also ancient. She's 77. I mean, any other place she'd have been put out to pasture, you know, with a cowbell round her neck, and she could wander these Swiss Alps for years and years. They've said Richard Osman, no chance. No chance. He's just left Pointless because he's got too much work on with his writing and everything else. He doesn't want to do this. It's 5 shows a day. Fern Britton could. Moira Stewart, producer likes Moira Stewart, could do. And Eamon Holmes, but they put Eamon Holmes up for being, you know, Peppa Pig. You know, it doesn't really matter. So I think that's unlikely, very unlikely. An ex-nurse says Amber Heard was ill. I think she's going to turn out to be quite ill. Quite ill. But whatever we hear every day from this trial, this libel trial over in America, he's suing her for defamation, saying that she killed his career when it came to the Pirates films. She then countersues for another 50 million. And yet the more you hear about her, the more revolting she appears. Smashed things in his face, called the police out, and the police went, but there were no injuries. What is she talking about? And the answer is she's probably a fantasist. Now, I say probably because they're saying people have these split personalities. They don't want to be with somebody, but on the other hand, they don't want that person to be with anybody else either. So they make life very difficult. And we've had people before. Did we not have a woman called Janine Andrews some years ago who claimed that she'd been attacked by the side of the road? Her husband had been attacked, or boyfriend, or whatever it was. Anyway, we had to send her to prison because she was a liar. These people make these stories up. They start believing in these things. And I remember thinking about it, and she went on television programmes. We had it as well, didn't we, with that little girl who went missing. And her mother goes on television, starting to talk about, you know, she's been abducted. No, she hasn't. She's in your house, love. Sharon Matthews. I mean, these people, they're sick. They're sick, and they should never be released. Really, never been released. Maddie's parents marked the 15th anniversary and are still saying the same thing they said 14 years ago, which was, you know, we want closure, we want to know what happened to her. Well, we all want to know what happened to her, but unfortunately, we don't. We don't. We have nothing to go on at all. Pope Francis claims Putin is running scared because he offered Putin the opportunity to meet him, and Putin goes, I'm meeting you, mate. I've got the Russian Orthodox Church under my thumb. We can get away with killing women and children in the Russian Orthodox Church because they support it. They support it. Running scared, pal, running scared. Humans will have to wait. That's most of you. Not all of you, obviously. There's a few people who I think probably sort of, definitely not. 400,000 years before you can contact aliens. 400,000 years. Well, yeah, I'll still be here poo-pooing the idea that anything ever existed, OK? And none of you had better come back because you'll all be dead as well. Anton Deck dress up for the Santander advert, and Jane Moore's mother moves her account from Santander. She said they don't want old people. They don't really care. They don't really care. And so she said, my mum had to wait half an hour for a simple transaction in a branch where there's 2 people sitting behind plastic screens. We lost our one in Twickenham. Best thing they ever did. Closed it down. I nearly went to it. Nearly went to it. I mean, most banks now are sort of hard to get an appointment with. Well, we do have them in Twickenham. We still have cashiers, but they're standing behind a desk. You know, the money appears in the middle of the desk. They don't have to sit behind a bulletproof screen counter kind of thing. But, I mean, it can't be long before we close Lloyds Bank in Twickenham. I mean, they don't really get enough customers to warrant it being open at all. You can do banking outside in machines. You can do all your transactions. You can do everything. You don't need to worry about actually going to meet somebody who really couldn't give a toss about your account or anybody else's. They're only protecting themselves. But for elderly people who don't know how to do banking, what are they supposed to do? And the answer is go and find another bank. You know, if you can't find a bank locally, just transfer your account. Just transfer it. Kick them where it hurts. You know, because they don't care about you. Why should you care about them? You know, as I say, I've got my meeting today with the financial advisor on my 2 pensions. I've actually got 3 pensions, 2 private pensions and 1 government pension, which they've started paying in, which is very nice. I mean, I don't know what to do with it. It's nothing, not exactly worth a fortune. But I've got 2 private pensions, and I've thought they keep saying every day, well, you know, if you've got money in a pension pot, the chances you'll lose this much money. And I thought, well, I tell you what, I'll take it out. I might as well take. What's the point of keeping it? I'm going to keep working till I drop dead. It's as simple as that, you know. And the contract runs for, God, I don't even want to begin to go where it runs to. Runs for ever and a day. Basically, Steve's death. You know, Steve Allen will be still working until he drops dead on air. That'll be a day, won't it? Be like Tommy Cooper. People will be talking about it, going, and this was the programme where and then it just finished. And then they came on playing an In Conversation. So we had a rough idea that something had gone on. But, yes, I mean, I'm not going to... What would I do if I retired? Put my feet up and do gardening? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, I don't mind the gardening at the moment. You know, I mean, I could finally watch The Crown, I suppose. It's interesting, though, isn't it, when people sort of... I mean, some people can't wait to retire. Me, I can't think of anything worse. Can't think of anything worse. Zara says, can you give us a wee update on the weather? Yeah, look out your window, love. OK? Let's get over yourself. Goodness sake. I say, what shall I tell you the weather? Can't bear mamby-pambies at this time of the morning. And you tell us the weather. Have you tried looking outside? Open the front door, love. Stand out there. I don't want to be nice. People like that, you know. All I'm seeing is clouds and rain. Well, that's what the weather is then, isn't it? Clouds and rain. In fact, in your case, small tsunami, I should imagine. You're in Brighton, for God's sake. I mean, honestly, you get the worst of the weather down there, don't you? You know, as those storm clouds come in. I mean, I'm assuming you're talking about Brighton in this country, as opposed to Brighton elsewhere. Canada, I think. I'm pretty certain there is somewhere in Canada called Brighton. It seems to be all over the place. They were talking about Richmond the other day, and that's in Virginia. Richmond, Virginia. Excuse me, little... Oh, nice cup of tea. I woke up this morning, because yesterday I was just cleaning the cooker. Being particularly... It only takes 2 minutes. I just put some hot water on the top of it, wipe it round, and it's all done. And what I must have done is I must have got some water, hot water, into the inner workings of the oven. Because 1 minute I'm sitting there watching television, the next minute, bang, all the lights go out. Everything goes out. I'm in complete darkness, except for about 4 candles, which I had lit. Yes, the old 4 candles joke. And I remember thinking, oh, God, there's nothing more inconvenient than the lights going out. And I thought, it's not a power cut, because I checked with Lindy, and I said, are your lights all right? She went, yeah, flick, flick, flick. So I then assumed it was the water. As I'd cleaned the top of the stove, it had got into the inner workings. And the moment that happened, of course, all the lights went out. So I had to go in. I have to move a load of things away, open up the cupboard, and just push the thing. It wouldn't connect in. I couldn't make it stay off. So I turned off one of the power points, which was the one for the cooker. I tell you, I'm very adept at this sort of thing. Turned it off and immediately all the lights came back on again. So, and I was a bit worried this morning I couldn't make a cup of tea because it might have been on the same circuit, but luckily it wasn't. So when I get back today, it will have dried out, and then we can sort of have it all tickety-boo again. But I'm not going to get back home till later on this afternoon. So I've got to do the pension, two pensions, and then the will as well. So that's 2 different places. Very exciting. I like doing things like that, you know. Why not, for goodness sake? And I got a lovely present from somebody, and I hope she's not going to be offended. I hope she's not going to be offended, because I don't mean it to be offensive, but you'll discover. I'm going to read the letter out, and it's from a lady called Jill in Kent. You know who you are, Jill. She's there all the time. She says, Dear Steve, I know you'd like a Blue Peter badge, so I'm sending you one that my daughter Katie was awarded when she was very young. Her 2 sisters also got badges. Katie died suddenly in 1996 at the age of 16 from an undiagnosed illness. As you know, your lovely show helps so many people who are dealing daily with bereavement. I've been very blessed with my 2 other daughters and have wonderful grandchildren, but I miss Katie, of course. I don't need the badge and will be happy to think that it was in safe hands with you. Your show is brilliant. This is the good bit. All down to you, she says. You can brighten up the darkest day. Do you know, Jill, I looked at that because my boss's PA had said to me, you should read the letter. And she sent me her daughter Katie's Blue Peter badge. Now, I'm going to send it back to you. And I'll tell you the reason I'm going to send it back. Not that I don't think it's really lovely that you entrust me with something that is so precious, but I think as a mum, you should keep it. I really do think you should keep it. And I hope you're not going to be offended when I send it back to you, because I'm deeply flattered that you think I could take care of something that was so special to you and your daughter. That's a little piece of your daughter I've got there. That's a little, you know, it's like me and my mum and dad's furniture. I would never get rid of that or anything that was theirs, because that's theirs. So I've still got the cigarette box, a little Buddha that they had, you know, in a cabinet which we bought in Hong Kong. So I want you to have this back with my love, and to say, why don't you just keep it in a drawer, and every so often you can take it out, and that's a little reminder. But I was really flattered. Seriously, so I'm going to get Joe to pop it back in a little jiffy bag for you, and because he's better at things like that than I am. I got a thing once years ago, I must tell you, because it's roughly along the same sort of lines, and it was a lady who sent me in a blank cheque, and she said, you know, you give me so much pleasure over the years, Steve, I want you to go and buy yourself something, anything you want. So I thought Taj Mahal, and then I thought no, and so I went to my boss. I said, listen, she sent me a blank cheque. She signed it. All I've got to do is go and buy something. I said, but I can't accept it. I really can't accept it. And so they said, no, you must send it back. So we did a lovely little sweet letter. She was mortally offended. She was really offended. She said, but I wanted to buy you something because of all the pleasure you'd given me. And I said, listen, it comes free. It comes free, that kind of thing. And in the case of this lovely Blue Peter badge from Jill in Kent, I think that's so special to you, you know, or failing that, give it to one of your other daughters. I think it should go to them, really. It's, you know me, I don't mess around with things like that, but I thought that was so sweet, and it's so special that you should definitely keep it in your family. That's a special thing, I think. It's 4:15.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Jane says, Steve, I've moved my various pensions into an investment account for easy access, leaving me with one final salary pension. Unfortunately, I can't claim my government pension as I'm too young. Well, I kept thinking to myself, listen, I'm 68, for God's sake. How long am I going to live for? What's the point of keeping a pension? They go, oh, you might get a few extra £100 a month. I'm not remotely bothered by that. I'm really not. I'd rather keep working. I think that's the thing that keeps you young nowadays. I hope so, anyway. So Kim Kardashian turns up at the Met Gala, which is basically a lot of sort of super-duper rich people wearing stupid outfits. I mean, really, you know, wearing, you know, some ridiculous outfits. But what Kim Kardashian, and they've called her the pound store person, because she's got no class whatsoever. She was wearing Marilyn Monroe's dress that she wore when she sang Happy Birthday, Mr. President. It's worth about $3.5 million, because it's a piece of history, and she was wearing it. Unfortunately, she just made it look trashy. It looks so much better on Marilyn Monroe. Steve, says Andrea, bless you, both you and Jill of Kent. His kindness has brought a tear to my eye. I hope she's listening to the programme, because I'd feel awful if all of a sudden she just gets it back in the post and she goes, oh, they've just sent it back in the post, but then I'm sure somebody will actually tell her, because I just think that's just something that's so personal. And you've got two other children. You go, listen, this was her Blue Peter badge. Who wants it? And I think I mean, you know, if it was my family, we would have no hesitation. As I say, between me and my brother, we've got all my parents' furniture. All my parents' furniture. It's as simple as that. Steve, how you got through the Blue Peter badge beautiful moment just now without weeping buckets, I'll never know. Do you know, I haven't thrown anything of my parents out. I can't. I absolutely can't. And I know it seems really odd, because some people go, you know, I've seen people's houses after they've died, and they just go in there and they clear them all out because they put the house up for auction, because the family just want the property. Whereas me, we've still got everything. We've still got my dad's RAF uniform. We've still got that. I mean, what would you do with it? I wouldn't want to give it away. We've still got all my parents' photograph albums. You couldn't throw it out. The only thing that we did was we gave my mother's handbags to the charity shop and clothes and things like that. But Dad's uniform we kept, and I think we've still got, because I told you after my mother died, we went round there to start clearing the flat in Henley, and under the bed was a little suitcase with all the Christmas and birthday cards that we'd ever sent her when we were little, you know. So and that was a bit of a moment, because she'd kept them all. And I thought, That's what she was like. She kept things like that. You know, all the cards that Dad had sent her for her birthday, and the birthday cards and the Christmas cards that we'd actually sent, which I thought was quite sweet, actually. My writing hadn't improved in the slightest. I'm afraid it was still particularly awful. Steve, I think you should send us all a blank cheque for listening to you. Says Warren. We all love you. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of love on this programme. And it's for everybody. It's for everybody. It's not just for sort of one person, although I know a lot of people sort of like listening to the programme, and there's all sorts of groups. I mean, there are people who love Steve Allen and people who hate Steve Allen, but the people who hate Steve Allen listen even more than the people who love Steve Allen, which I find even more bizarre. By the way, the experts are saying, wait, you won't like this. You really won't like this. Start stockpiling Christmas presents. And the reason being, you will save money in the long run, because everything is going to go up in price. I promise you, everything is going to go up in price. So what I used to do is sometimes I would see things and I go, oh, that'll be, because what I tend to give now, I'm afraid, is money. Money to the godchildren, money to my, people still do Christmas clubs. That's a great way of saving, although we've had a couple have gone bust in the past, which is a bit embarrassing. But yeah, Christmas clubs. You might find a lot of local little shops, like little butchers run a Christmas club, and you go in there and you put money into it. So when you get to Christmas, you've got the money for the turkey, you've got the money for all the other things, and your sausages, and they do tins of fruit, and, some of them even do wine, thank God. And, but if you're stockpiling Christmas presents, especially for kids, because kids, I don't think kids understand what Christmas is. I think they just think it's a present. They've got no idea how much the presents cost, because it's just, I remember when we bought Barbie planes and stuff like that for my youngest, and she doesn't know how much they cost. It was just, they see it on the television, want. Mind you, by the time she got to 12, 13, she was wandering through, I promise you, the Argos catalogue, and was marking pages with the things she wanted. That was the best catalogue you can always get, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Mike says cooker circuits are always separate and are rated at 30 amps. Ordinary sockets are 13 amp and lighting circuits 5. He says there will be a test later. Thank you. And somebody says, unbelievable radio, Steve. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say sometimes. Sometimes I really don't. I told you about the Ivy Hartley story, who wrote to me for years and years and years. And I dug up the letters the other day, actually, because then she stopped writing. I always recognised her writing, because in those days we didn't have computers, so people wrote in. And, yeah, I kept the letters. I had to, yeah. And Ivy Hartley wrote to me every week. And I used to go around. Every place I moved to, I had about 40 boxes of letters from people from LBC, listeners who'd written it over the years. I don't know what I kept them for. I can't remember thinking why I kept them, but I did keep them. And Ivy Hartley wrote, and I didn't know anything about her. She just said, oh, Steve, hope you're having a good week. I had a good week. Thank you for mentioning me the other day, and I'm going off shopping today or going to the library or whatever it happened to be. It was obviously something that brought her pleasure in the fact she was writing to somebody on the radio, because it's very personal, the radio. Very, very personal. And then there was a gap. I think we got a gap of a couple of weeks or something like that. And then I got a letter, and inside the letter was an envelope in Ivy Hartley's writing to me. And it was from her sister. And she said, Ivy asked me to pass this on to you in the event of her death. She wrote you this last letter. And so I got this letter from Ivy Hartley saying, basically, you're reading this and I've passed away. You didn't know anything about me. I'd been in poor health for a number of years, and the early hours of the morning were the worst times for me, but cheered up by your programme, because we used to sit there and do the papers and we didn't do phone calls. Never really done phone calls overnight. Didn't kind of work that way. And so she said, I just wanted to say thank you for everything. And I remember bursting into tears reading this sort of letter from Ivy Hartley. And I remember doing all the shows that we did, and always talking about her, because I thought she'd be thrilled. The fact I think she was about 86, but she'd been in very poor health for a long time. But the satisfaction she got was writing to me and hearing her letter read out on the radio. I don't think she had many other members of family apart from her sister who sent this thing in, and I kept it. Because you have to keep things like that. Monica says, can you leave me your DVD collection? She's in Melbourne. Imagine how much it's going to cost. how much it's going to cost to send you that out there. She said, you've helped me through some hard times. I think it was good, actually. Neil says, I think you'd be a great guest on Who Do You Think You Are? Travel back to Hong Kong. Great show. Yes. Do you know, I keep thinking about travelling back to Hong Kong. You know, and going back to the flat and going to the places. We were number 8 Tun Shan Terrace. Isn't it funny, you always remember it? I was only 10. Number 8 Tun Shan Terrace. It's still there. We found it on Google Earth. And it's flats. And is that number 8? That's number 20 Tun Shan Terrace. See, it's all been built up. We were number 8. So it's an old block of flats. We definitely weren't that one. We'd look more like the one in the background. Lots of little roads and everything else, but Tung Shan, and they wrote it on the ground, Tung Shan Terrace. And we overlooked Happy Valley. No, it was an old block of flats. Old block of... That's number 8, is it? Oh, right. Oh, God, perhaps they've knocked it down. Oh, a dreadful thought. Number 8 looks very impressive now, doesn't it? This month, they've knocked it down, buggers. I mean, that should have had a blue plaque on it. Absolutely. Steve, have you sorted out the Steve Allen Bears... for Global's Make Some Noise? Well, my lips are sealed at the moment. My lips are sealed. And you'll have to wait and find out a little bit nearer. Because every year, you know, we come up with some way of making money for Make Some Noise to help little charities that don't really get... I'm going to break down again today. I've just got this feeling. You know, charities that, you know, are helping children, some of whom are terminal, some of whom the charities don't have money to survive. They're literally living hand-to-mouth existence. And with the generosity of people like you who buy something, we can give them thousands of pounds, which helps them get through. But it's an ongoing situation. And you've raised millions over the years, millions. I think last year was £2.5–3 million, which was phenomenal. And we always come up with something. So we've had the tea towels, we had the tote bags, we've had the glasses, we've had, that's right, the tea tray, and then there's this year. And you'll have to wait and find out what it's going to be this year. But they're worth collecting. I mean, for some people, you know, they're collecting all of them, which I think is great. Martin from Belfast says, if only the Prime Minister could show the kindness and consideration that you showed regarding that lady in the Blue Peter badge. If only. But mind you, this Thursday, you've got to go out and vote. Because otherwise you can't complain about the way things are going, because only you can change things. If you're not happy with something, it can be changed. And most people are sort of saying to me, oh, nobody bothers about voting on these things. I said, that's the trouble. They think the voting turnout could be as low as 30%. And I'm thinking, why can't it be like 80%? I wouldn't understand why anybody... you know, would sort of not want to go out and vote to change everything. If you're unhappy with the situation, then you can vote. I mean, LBC will be covering it all the way through. All the way through, so you can hear, you know, depending on who you voted. But don't ever think it's a wasted vote. Don't ever think, oh, it'll never happen if I vote this. I remember years ago, people went, oh, it's not worth voting for the Lib Dems, is it? They're never likely to get in. But I can remember various sort of... MPs saying, you know, go home, prepare for government. And I'm thinking, I don't think so. Warren says, do you realise it's not rained for weeks and weeks and weeks? I was in the garden today and the ground is actually cracking up because it's so dry. No rain in April. It's quite concerning. Oh, we've had rain. We've had rain. Yeah, perhaps you've been away on holiday or something, or flying the skies. But yeah, we've had rain. But this week's going to be nice. And it's good. It's good. 4:31 is the time. Let's get those news headlines this morning with Helen Hodinott.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Steve, it's my birthday today, says CK. Can you give me a shout out? No? I thought because it's your birthday. I mean, you haven't told us how old you are. I mean, I'm guessing, looking at the picture, you could be anywhere between 30 and death. It's a bit difficult to work out, isn't it? And Kate says, I still have my father's bench. It's worth nothing, but I had it imported back from France. We used to sit and chew the fat. She says, thank you help every day. Everybody's got something from their parents. Although, as I say, we lost a load of stuff in one of our moves. And it could have been the Hong Kong move, because my father was very good at making models. Very good. He made a galleon for my mother when they got engaged, like a big ship, and with all the rigging he'd made and the guns, and he was really very clever, very clever. And he made a model of the house in Yorkshire that we had, which was built in the 1600s, and all of that's disappeared. All of that disappeared. God knows why. There's probably a box sitting somewhere in a corner of Pickford somewhere. Yeah, they're probably the boot of the car, and I've just never found it. Dave in Plymouth, he says, be grateful for your modern electrical system. Putting your lights out, it was sensing current going where it shouldn't. Oh, it's happened loads of times. But now I've learnt what to do, actually. I've learnt how to do it. So I've learnt how to push this switch and push the other one, and I'm very clever. And I often listen to you as I eat lunch, says Warwick, because it's lunchtime here in Australia. And when you listen to somebody, you form a mental picture of what they look like. Well, I've just seen your photo, and I was spot on. Slim, slight figure, perhaps with glasses, got it, and early 40s. So when you said you were 68, big surprise. You sound like a much younger man. Must be good, eh? Yeah. But you do get people like that, don't you? You get people and they go... I've heard people on the radio and I've formed an image in my mind of what I thought they looked like. Used to be a guy on Radio 2 I used to listen to every night because he had one of those really, really sort of good voices. And I saw a picture of him. He didn't look anything like I thought he was going to look. I was always quite disappointed. And I remember some woman came to see me in Battersea Park and she walked all the way and I could see her out the corner of my eye and she came over, she went, I thought you'd have black hair. And then walked away again. I wasn't quite sure if she was disappointed or not, actually. Yes. It's compulsory, says Shane, to vote down here. The fine is $55. Yes. Wish they'd do it here. Wish they'd do it here. Because people just can't be bothered. And yet there's every opportunity to do it. You know, you go in, I've got my polling card, I'm all ready, I shall be going, I shall vote. It takes a few minutes, and I should like to think that I've made a difference. You know, because I'm constantly being bombarded through the letterbox with all this rubbish that comes from people, you know, saying, oh, vote Lib Dems, vote so-and-so, vote this. And you think, listen, I know who I'm going to vote for. Well, I've got a rough idea. I might change my mind when I get to the polling booth, but apart from that. From Babs in North Devon, steam trains. The Bluebell Railway in Sussex have many rides and events throughout the year. Afternoon teas, chocolate afternoon teas, Golden Arrow luncheons, dining. They have Christmas events too, says Babs. It looks lovely. We've clicked on. And I think the Bluebell Railway was one of the first preserved heritage lines in the country. I think they commenced their services back in the 1960s. And I think what they've now got, East Grinstead, Sheffield Park, and loads of other places which you can stop at, and it's pretty. Of course, there's a lovely picture of it. It looks like a toy train, and on the banks either side of the railway, bluebells. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? And you can go and do it. 11 miles of glorious Sussex scenery. It's beautiful Sussex, and the staff are in period clothing. You can step back in time. They've got vintage carriages. The 4 stations are preserved in different periods of history, including Victorian, 1930s, 1950s. And it just looks lovely, doesn't it? You see, I don't remember all these things. You know, I'm not that old. But you sort of think, I quite like the idea of sort of living, you know, back in the past. You know, people say, oh, was it any good? And you go, well, I don't know. We didn't have any complaints about it. But when you look back on it, we didn't have all the stuff that we've got now. I mean, I shouldn't imagine if things had not changed, whether we'd still have a mobile phone or something like that. Probably not. I mean, we did have a colour television, but we rented it. That was a bit of a do. And I remember when our house had central heating put in, all of a sudden it was like sitting in a sauna with sweating buckets. You know, my mother would still say the same. We'll put the heating on. You know, if you're cold, put a jumper on. I thought, what's the point of spending all this money on the central heating to come in? Because our house, like many houses, didn't have it. And it was a big 4-bedroom mock Tudor house with big garden and a detached garage. And I thought it was really posh. I've been back down to have a look at it, and it still looks as good today. It's they only have houses on one side of the road, and it was very good. Steve, chicken cuppa soup while listening to the Steve Allen Show. I'm not sure whether or not that's sort of relevant. Chicken cuppa soup. I mean, I ask you, can't you get a tin of soup? Cuppa soup is just chemicals, isn't it? You pour water in, you pour hot water in. And then you stir it, and there's always bits of powder at the bottom of it. It's a bit like doing pot noodle, isn't it? Jane says, there you go, cuppa soup. I think it's for people who can't afford proper soups. I mean, I just don't like the idea. Just get a tin of soup, cream of asparagus. Look at that, I've never had that. That sounds quite nice. I bought more asparagus yesterday. So there you go. My godmother, says Jane, died recently, and among her personal items was an oil painting done by my mother, who died 11 years ago. I now have the painting on one of my walls, and it's a lovely reminder of both of them. You've got to... I mean, I just don't understand how anybody could ever, you know, sort of get rid of anything that's from your family. I would feel that my mother would be sitting on a cloud looking down going, what are you doing? It's like, you know, I've often said to my brother, if ever you need money, ask me. You know, don't sell any of our furniture or anything like that. You know, we'll keep it and I'll give you money. It makes it much easier. Adrian says, do you like being recognised when you're out and about? I don't get recognised that often. If I'm opening my mouth, well, then, yes, I do get recognised. And because, I mean, you know, as I go out dressed up as a Victorian tart most of the time, you know, there's your sunglasses on, there's very little chance of me being recognised, you know, unless it's something... I mean, lots of people know who I am anyway. You know, I get loads of people in Twickenham because I've lived there long enough and because people just get to know me, and that's the way it is. So, could the Netflix blow spur the Sussexes to heal the royal wounds? I wish they'd go away and stay away for a very long time. I'm bored with both of them. He's still playing polo, harking back to those days when you had to be super-duper rich to play polo, because if you're poor, you can't play it, because you need a team of polo ponies, because they only work about 3 minutes a time, don't they, on each chucker, and so then you change ponies. But as somebody said yesterday, sorry, Harry, it's the most boring thing ever. So it suits you down to the ground. Anne Robinson, I've never played polo. No, you're joking. It's croquet on a horse. No, water polo, no, thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. Anne Robinson denies she's quitting Countdown due to Rachel Riley, although she does say she wouldn't want to go on holiday with her. Well, I shouldn't imagine, Anne, she wants to go on holiday with you either. Queen of Mean, Anne Robinson. I mean, I should imagine, you know, because I've met Rachel Riley on a couple of occasions. She's quite charming. If not slim. Well, she is until she gets pregnant. But, so most of the Countdown cast, they've said, are so relieved after she stepped down as host. Now, whether or not this is mischief-making, I don't know. They said it's been a bit of a disaster with the fallouts and squabbles, so we want to draw a line under it. At one point, Anne is said to have insisted that Rachel's microphone was muted, so she alone could talk to the contestants before shows began. But, you know, and so that's why... She's gone. But so Trevor McDonagh, apparently, is one of the people. Somebody says, oh, Joe Lycett. Oh, God, no, definitely not Joe Lycett. You want somebody with a gravitas. Have you seen the audience for that show? They're mainly wheeled in wheelchairs. They're very old. Very old. They were like the Des O'Connor audience when he used to film at Teddington. The local old people's home would have a coach draw up. They'd all get on there. And they'd all go and sit. So some were in their pyjamas and their slippers. They'd stand in the corridor. They'd go in to watch Des's show. How old is Trevor McDonald? Oh, God, I reckon he's about 77. 82! Blimey. 82. Perhaps he's too old for it. I mean, he's even older than Anne Robinson. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, Fern could do it. Although, who's the one we came up with yesterday that we liked? Victoria Coren. We like Victoria Coren. We think that's a winner. But Fern could do it. But the trouble is she's so much of a personality. I don't think you necessarily need a huge personality because you're not saying an awful lot on the programme. And it's going to be very constrictive. So you can't give it to Joe Lycett because he's a comedian. And you don't want somebody who's a comedian. You want a presenter. You're looking for a presenter for the show. Simple as that, actually. Dawn Niesman, her column today, is talking about the Met Gala, very self-indulgent, which it is. And have you noticed, Cara Delevingne, I mean, there's a show-off, if ever there was one, painted her boobs gold. And you think, are you that shallow? It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? What's the other one that I quite like? Claudia Winkleman says she doesn't know who's being lined up for the new series of Strictly because the BBC won't tell her. Well, why would they tell you? What's the point of that? I mean, it'll be a bunch of deadbeats. I bet you bottom dollar. You have to tick all the boxes on the BBC. That's the only way they know how to do it. So there'll be a couple of gay people. There'll be some ethnic people. It'll be mainly somebody from BBC Breakfast who's sort of passed on. Somebody from EastEnders who they've dug up. There'll be somebody from sort of Radio 1 who you've never heard of in your entire life. You know, they have to tick boxes on that programme. And then there'll be sort of the joke candidate, the one who can't dance for toffee. You know, and we all go, look at them! Ha! You know, really ridiculous. The National Trust has been slammed by its members for introducing gender-neutral toilets. is the matter with these people? Listen, for years and years, we managed perfectly well, thank you very much indeed, with men's and women's, boys and girls. Not boys, girls, and then somebody who hasn't made up their mind, or men and women and somebody who hasn't made up their mind, who could be he, she, it, them. You know, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's a toilet. You know, it doesn't really make any difference. If people can't get on with things like that, they might as well go and live somewhere else. The moon, I would suggest, is a very preferable place. The Rwanda plan, you know, this brilliant idea that Priti Patel had, although every single one of her ideas is complete and utter toilet. It's rubbish. None of them work. None of them work. You know, and this one, I think she thought, what's happened since? More than 1,000 people have quickly descended across the channel because they're not going to Rwanda. And what's she done about it? Nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. So loads of people arrived. I think there were 500 on Sunday turned up. Monday, there was another 340 turned up. And you think to yourself, that's why they're all doing it. That's why they're all doing it. And so what happened to all these ships that were going to be in the channel, stopping them coming here? You know, they don't want to go anywhere else. They want to come here because it's easier to lose yourself here. We don't know who they are. We have no idea. And even, you know, these people still coming in. It's going to take months and months and months before this Rwanda plan will fall into place. And even then, it's got the word pants written on it. It's as simple as that. Young Graham says it's raining in Rise Park. We haven't heard of Rise Park. We don't know what that is, actually. Unfortunately. So it's in Romford. Oh, is it really? Oh, right. Well, just raining in the park. How bizarre. It's an odd one, isn't it? Very localised. And Steve, going through Spotify, rediscovered Gene Pitney and Mark Arman singing Something's Gotten Hold of My Heart. Yes, I remember when Gene Pitney died. Actually, Jane, I've said before, because I met Mark on a few occasions, but he should listen to an early Cilla Black album of Greatest Hits, because there's a few songs on there he could do, and it'd be really, really good. Really good. Steve, I wouldn't want any of my mother's furniture. It's different if you have family heirlooms, but DFS doesn't do it for me, says Bev. You snob. Still your mum's, isn't it? 14 minutes to 5.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Percy Pig Sweets have gone vegan yet again. Oh, we thought they'd already gone vegan ages and ages ago. I don't know why they're sort of bothering. And Argentina is plotting to snatch the Hand of God shirt again. I'm so bored with this blooming shirt. What's the matter with all these people? Fury at old Andrew, disgraced Andrew. Bid for a free House of Windsor for one of his children. Why don't you buy it, mate? Oh, sorry, you haven't got any money, have you? Because you don't do a job. Never have done. Marks and Spencer's Percy Pigs have officially gone vegan. Oh, right. The Pink Chews had been a swine for plant-based eaters due to the inclusion of beeswax, also known as E901, in the recipe, because strict vegans don't eat honey or products derived from bees as part of their diet. God, it's getting worse. Seriously, what's the matter with that? Beeswax, the inclusion of beeswax. Yeah, mind your own beeswax. It's an odd one, isn't it? All these different things you can have. I find vegan chocolate, actually, from my boss's PA. And she loves vegan. She used to be vegetarian, now she's vegan. So I do find it, yeah. I've got 2 bars with me at the moment. I gave her 2 bars the other day. Rob in Hadfield says, I remember a few years ago clearing my mum's house. She had a severe stroke, and my wife Sally and I took Mum into our home and looked after her for 7 years until she passed away. At times it was very trying. Couldn't cope without Sally. My mother always kept cards and unused Christmas presents, but I'm an only one and felt very lonely at such a sad time. Times like that, I wish I had a brother or sister. Oh, listen, you're better off without them. Seriously, they could just be a millstone around your neck. They really can, you know. Oh, here's the brothers and sisters, because then they start doing as they do in the royal family. Who is the favourite of the Queen and all the rest of it? And the answer is, who gives a stuff? Nobody cares. So, listen, you've got the wife. I know, also a millstone around the neck, but, I mean, it doesn't matter. Lindsay says, talking of bluebells, we walked through the bluebell woods at Meldon on Dartmoor yesterday. Oh, that sounds quite nice. Aren't we lucky, honestly? They're so pretty, Meldon Woods. And you just follow the path. And they all self-seed. All these bluebells, and they're just lovely, aren't they? So pretty. So pretty. My godchildren's house has got a huge piece of land attached to it, which is all bluebells and orchids and everything. They pop up every year, and the orchids are really rare. And they've got daffodils everywhere, and they don't touch it. They just leave it. You know, and eventually when they all die down, they'll mow it and then they leave it for next year. So it's lovely. Steve, did you mention the steam train, the Golden Arrow? It's one of my granddads, was either the driver or the fireman. Well, make up your mind. He's either driving the blooming thing or he's putting coal on the fire. But that's quite a nice... Yeah, part of the Bluebell Railway, actually. So it's lovely. So table for one, 90 quid. You can't go by yourself. Got to find somebody to go with. You can't sit there by yourself. That's Billy No Mates. Table for four is 360 quid, but it's smart dress. Guests wearing jeans and or trainers may not be allowed on board. Yeah, that's me out straight away. I'm sorry, I won't be going on it. I mean, I appreciate what it is, and it does look lovely. It does look very lovely. But unfortunately, I don't dress up. I'm not a dressy up sort of person. I can't help it. But they've got April and May. There you go. They can't offer... Yeah, there is an evening, a Golden Arrow luncheon, April and May 2022. And here we go. So traditional, this is the luncheon. That's what you're going to get. Ready? Mushroom and pancetta tartlet with roasted vegetables glazed with smoked cheddar. Roast sirloin of beef with Yorkshire pudding and red wine jus, served with chef's choice of potatoes. Given that one. And that one there. And a selection of vegetables. And then... salted caramel and apple crumble served with custard. Freshly brewed coffee with a mint chocolate. They're really stingy on the mint chocolates. But if you're vegetarian, there you go, don't worry. Baked forest mushroom with roasted vegetables glazed with applewood vegan cheese. Cajun roasted vegetable jambalaya. Jambalaya crawfish pie Philly gumbo with a garlic and herb tofu served with flatbread and tomato salsa. Salted caramel and apple crumble served with custard and then freshly brewed coffee with a mint chocolate. It's all very nice, isn't it? And dinner. I could have dinner. Shall we have dinner, ladies and gentlemen? You want dinner with me? Here we go. This is dinner. Baked field mushroom with creamed vegetables topped with goat's cheese. Minted leg of lamb tranche, slow-cooked, brushed with maple syrup. Served with Delmonico potatoes and a selection of fresh market vegetables, as opposed to what? Creme brulee cheesecake, which sounds great, with caramel glaze. And then freshly brewed coffee with a mint chocolate. Vegetarians, you get the baked forest mushroom, basically the same as we've had. Risotto Verdi, with wilted spinach, garden peas and squash. Hate squash. So awful. Served with new potatoes and a selection of fresh market vegetables. In other words, just about every market vegetable. And then you've got a black currant delice, garnished with fresh berries, and then freshly brewed coffee with a mint chocolate. That's so-so. I'm not as impressed with that as some of the other ones. Bernie says in Kent, how about Joe Brand as the new host of Countdown? Yes, I could see Joe doing it. And then Jim has said the same, Joe Brand or Bob Mortimer. Yep. He's what? Yeah, he's a good shout. Is he? Who? Brand. Oh, yeah, Brand would be good. She'd be very good. I don't know if she's ever done it. She's been a guest on the... Oh, they look nice. These are Francesco's colourful planters. They're very nice. You're very clever. I like those a lot. And I like them painted. One in orange and one in green... Ace, you're going to put green aces in the agreement. How lovely. How clever. I've got a couple of... Oh, there they are. Very nice indeed. Oh, they look even nicer. Very smart. Not sure about the blinds in the kitchen, but we'll have to put up with those, I suppose. And the front door could do with changing colour. Just thought I'd mention it, you know. It's of no importance. And Johnny says, I went on a train once, all very boring. Yeah, but you have to go if you're the driver, don't you? It's a bit pointless, I realise, but, you know, I mean, come on, make the effort. Goodness sake, honestly. People complain about everything nowadays. Maddie, pyjama fibres in suspect's van. Here we go again. They're believed to have been found. In other words, they haven't confirmed it. It's believed to have been found. They're just coming up with anything that they can at the moment, and it's not going anywhere at all. They say, we found new facts and new evidence. We're sure he killed Maddie. Well, he's got an alibi for the night you think she went missing. So I don't know where they're going with this one. And survival can be summed up in 3 words, never give up. I understand that. I quite understand that. But this isn't like it's happened a year ago. This is 15 years ago. 15 years ago. And it's a case of, you know, it's cost 12 million. 12, and then some, I believe. And they got nothing. So you haven't got new facts. There is no new evidence. Stop, you know, coming up with these stories because it's giving them false hope. At the moment, oh yes, we found things off her pyjamas and everything else. What, you've only just found this, have you? Or you've known for some time? About the last 15 years, I should imagine. Desmond says, so hungry now. All I want to eat when I get home from work was cheese on toast. Cheese on toast? I've not had that for ages. I've had toasted ham and cheese sandwiches and stuff like that, but I never do it at home. Never do it at home. In fact, I hardly ever eat bread at home. But, you know, sometimes I might go out and buy a little loaf of bread, which is sliced, sourdough bread, and, just toast it. Very posh. Toast it and just have a couple of pieces, and that's it. I throw the rest away. There's no point. There's no point in sort of having it. It's not particularly good for you anyway. Labour. Oh, here we go again. I've ordered curries, £200 worth, for dozens of MPs and aides at Keir Starmer's Beergate lockdown. Why can't he tell the truth? I mean, am I being, a little bit sort of too pushy here? If you ask somebody a question, did you order this curry from the Capital, which is the name of this shop where they ordered it from, and Angela Rayner was there or wasn't there? Do you remember any of that? Did anybody take any pictures? But Labour says he was in Durham, and they've refused to say whether the cost of the curry was declared under election spending rules. I mean, what? Can't you tell the truth? Apparently they had biryanis. I like a biryani, but I've not had one for years. Boonas. I don't know what that is, but it sounds quite nice. Oh, it's curry, is it? Tikka masala, yeah. Pilaf rice and naan bread. Oh, I like keema naan. Starmer says we were working in the office. It was just before elections. We were busy. We paused for food. There was no party. Well, of course there is. You paused for food. That's called a party. It's a group of people. You don't have to just sing and dance and blow balloons up, love. He said that's the long and short of it. No rules were broken. He said all that's happened in the past week is that with the local elections, Conservative MPs have decided to chuck mud. Well, exactly the same as you did. Exactly the same as you did, Mr. Starmer, or perhaps your memory is going. You did exactly the same. The trouble is, isn't it? It's going to get very messy. Very, very messy, and people are going to complain about it. So here she is, Cara Delevingne, wearing, I don't know what you think you look like, love, but I'd have a good close look at it. The pound shop, Kim Kardashian, because she's squeezed into the rhinestone dress, which was worn by Marilyn Monroe. The trouble is, Marilyn Monroe looks so much better in it, Kim. You just look like trailer trash. It doesn't work for you at all. Rapper Stormzy, I don't know what you were wearing, love. Brit actress Lily, Katy Perry in a gown, and I don't know what Stormzy's wearing. I can't quite work out what Stormzy's wearing. Looks like a bell tent. It doesn't look very right at all. And then you've got Brooklyn. I don't know what you're doing there, love. Oh, sorry, are you in show business because you made a sandwich once? What on earth are you doing there? Or was it maybe her dad? Singer Lizzo went as well. Lizzo. And is it Billy? And I don't know who this is, actually. I'm sort of trying to sort of work out who they are. Oh, by the way, the Marilyn dress is worth $3.8 million. But then the Kardashians are rich as Croesus. But unfortunately, you still can't dress up as you know. There's a steam train museum, Steve, in Burnham-on-Crouch. Is there really? Yes, we know because what they do is they do the Easter egg hunt and stuff like that down there. I love the people who work on these places because I think they're really dedicated. They don't mind getting their hands dirty. Me, I would spend most of my time with my hands in a tin of Swarthega. Because you get dirt and all this. And my nails have only just cleaned out after the planting of a few little bits and pieces. So Steam Train Museum in Burnham, says Alan. Yeah, you can find that online. It's very nice. If you like, perhaps we're reigniting the passion that we have for steam trains. I've always wanted to go on some of the ones in India. They look frightening. I think Michael Palin went on one. People cling to the outside as these things race. Oh, frightening. Amber Heard yesterday began the fight back in a multi-million-dollar libel trial. We don't like you, dear. I don't know why we don't like you. I cannot work it out. But it seems that you appear to, again, a bit like politicians, you don't know how to tell the truth, and that's where it's all hinging on. She's called an expert on domestic violence as her first witness. Yeah. Why is it we don't believe a word you say? Why is it? I don't know. Still to come, more from the papers and more of your texts and emails.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. Told you, powering on through this week. Please vote. Please vote on Thursday, because tomorrow I won't be able to mention anything. So if I tell you now to go out and vote, then we'll all be a lot happier. But I'm not here on Friday. I'm here tomorrow morning, but not here on Friday. And tomorrow I'm recording a podcast with Ian Dale. You know, he does lots of people who are famous. In fact, the last one I think he did was Sheila Fogarty. And so he's going to be recording an interview with me. Has he done Darren? He's done Darren as well. And he'll be doing me tomorrow. So they've already asked me, as I said, is there anything off limits? I said, absolutely not. I am an open book. Ask me anything you like, except, and then I listed everything, you know. Don't want to talk about obesity. Don't want to talk about my weight problem. I don't want to do anything like that, or no hair or anything, you know. It's not that I'm being a diva. It's just that I think I've discussed that long enough on my own programmes. But, yeah, so I don't even know how long the programme is. Is it an hour? At least an hour. Oh, right. Well, this will be the most popular one out of all times. You know, I should climb straight to the top of the tree, because I know that you'll be wanting to hear it. So Jane Moore talking about... she's talking about Meghan, I'm afraid, and this Netflix. I mean, you know, it's all collapsed around Meghan. She's not an influencer. She's of no interest to anybody whatsoever. She was a very average little actress, very average. And so they don't know what to do, really, with her. I mean, she obviously is happy because they've got this money from Netflix, but Netflix have realised, go woke, go broke. So they've cancelled a show which was basically Meghan's ego trip, poor soul. And when Paulie Yates said that Michael Hutchins had done 6 things, I was firmly convinced, says Jane Moore, they were illegal. On their first date, my mind boggled for days. I could only come up with 2, and that included parking on double yellow lines outside the house. My brain went into similar overdrive last week over exactly what tractor the now former MP Neil Parish might have been looking for when he accidentally stumbled across the porn site he later knowingly revisited. Big Roy from the 1970s, perchance. Or maybe he'd search for the latest range from farm machinery manufacturers Escorts. But his friends have now suggested it was the Dominator combine harvester. Believe it, if you like. It's given that viewing porn in the workplace is unacceptable. But that aside, why do MPs need a phone at all when they're supposed to be concentrating on the weighty issues? As the House of Commons is often like watching a bunch of unruly kids. Isn't it about time that the Speaker, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, banned the use of devices in the chamber? You know, that would make a lot of, order. We want to hear what the Prime Minister's saying. Order. You know, they all stand up like little sort of reprobated... I'm very good at that. Very good at that. You know, they all stand up and they go, bounce up and down. You know, but for somebody to take their phone in there shows utter contempt for the House of Commons. They should all be kicked out on their fat bums. It's as simple as that, including pervy old MPs who are looking for pervy tractors, or in his case, a combine harvester. To be honest with you, he's not a farmer anymore. Why is he looking for a combine harvester? What's he doing? Thinking of ploughing up the motorways or something? Anyway, we got rid of him, which was good. That's I'm very happy about. Don't want to make a big deal about it, because, to be honest with you, it didn't make any difference to me. But if you're working in the House of Commons and you're supposed to be interested in the debates, why are you watching, porn dominatrix or something like that? Perhaps that's what he's into. Bring back memories for you, matey. These people, honestly. Steve, sitting here with a cup of tea and a couple of chocolate biscuits, listening to you, trying to decide if to vote on Thursday. I'll be 76, says Margaret. And I voted every local... Well, you have to vote. You have to vote. You can't even think... It's not even a... It's a no-brainer. You have to vote, because otherwise you can't ever complain about anything that goes on. You have to vote, because I know a lot of people will be going, I can't be bothered. What's the point of bothering? The answer is, well, why are you bothering living? You have to go out and vote because it can change everything. Woken up, Steve, in a cold sweat from a horrible nightmare. Hubby working away, so I'm on my own. So very pleased to hear your voice on the radio. Reassuring talk about food. I know, we do talk about food a lot on this programme. It winds... There's one person wrote to me the other day, it wound them up, and I was so happy, because they're like a little coiled spring, like that. So-and-so's. Howie says, thank you very much for wishing my daughter yesterday a great first day at work after moving from New York City to London. And when's the next tote bag? Oh, no, we've had tote bags. Once we sold, we sell them out. I mean, I think the tea towels was, 10,000. And, as I say, if you can find them nowadays, well done. You'd be perfect countdown, says Andrew. Yeah, I think not. No, listen, I don't know, though. I wouldn't be interested in doing it. Oh, God, no. No, I could be in Dictionary Corner, you know. I quite like the idea of sort of... But you also have to have stories to tell, and I haven't got any stories to tell. Not many. enough to write a book. Enough to write a book. What else have we got? Good God in heaven. Look at this one. Explain this to me, if you can. In the light of the MP looking at pornography, OK? Not been charged with anything at all. But here is a warehouse worker who changed his name to Perfect Lee Amazing. Perfect Lee Amazing. He had hundreds of pictures of child sex abuse. Hundreds of pictures. OK, bear with me. Formerly known, this bloke, as Stephen McMurray, he told police he'd accidentally downloaded sick images of children as young as 5 after drunkenly checking out pictures of teenagers. He admitted making indecent images and was up in Swansea Crown Court. He got 12 months in jail. Suspended. I mean, what do you have to do now to go to prison? And 10 years on the sex offenders register. He's a pervert. What do you mean, suspended? What message does that send out to people? Answer, get away with it. Get away with it. He had hundreds of pictures of child sex abuse, and they give him a suspended jail sentence. Makes you sick, doesn't it? It really does make you sick. Nicole Scherzinger has now come down to flogging her own bedding and interiors. Oh, God, why do they always do these things? They've got to have a collection, haven't they? Apparently she's charging 26 quid for a cream pillowcase, whilst a duvet cover and pillowcase set is £125, a pair of plain blue curtains. I mean, it's being sold here. They say it's timeless and luxurious design pieces. Load of old hooey, innit? Load of old hooey. What, she's designed a pillowcase? That must have been difficult for her. Can't imagine her being able to do anything. Yeah, you've got a new pillow, and she's designed a pillowcase. Yeah, but they don't... I mean, a pair of plain blue curtains, 190 quid. You're having a laugh, aren't you, love? Go back to America and stay there. And also, here we go, usually loath to cover airheads in Simon Boyle's bizarre column, but this tale tickled me so much I had to share it. Olivia Attwood, a low-rent television so-called personality, really not, is rubbing up production staff the wrong way on the set of ITV's new flagship show, The Games, because she's been behaving like a prize prat. But there again, didn't she always? The programme pits celebrities, laugh, against each other in sporting competitions, and insiders tell me the ex-Love Islander has been labelled the worst diva on TV as she insisted on full hair and makeup for the event she takes part in. I wouldn't bother, love. I'd give up now. Go home. Why do you take up a proper job? Stacking shelves is about your level, isn't it? A production source on the series have said Olivia's diva antics have made her unpopular. She's always been unpopular. What do you mean they haven't made her unpopular? She's been acting like a real princess. Her behaviour has left a lot of people baffled as to why she signed up. She needs the money. That's what she's on there for. She's got no talent. She was Love Island. That's like bimbo heaven, isn't it? Ridiculous. And Olivia's #1 demand was by far the most ridiculous. She's made sure that the glam squad were booked from day dot. Well, you just say no. I mean, I don't understand why they're pandering to this old baggage. She will have a dedicated hair and makeup team because God knows she needs it. And it has been pointed out she'll look daft next to her, but apparently she's not the only one. Christine McGuinness and somebody called Chelsea Grimes, whoever in God's name she is, also have had gripes aimed at them. I mean, Christine McGuinness was always one sort of, you know, I mean, they laughingly call her a model. I mean, when's the last time she was booked for anything? But, I mean, poor old Olivia Attwood. I mean, give up now, love. Give up now. Best that you get voted off very quickly. Steve says, Jane, I made thin pancakes filled with leeks and British asparagus, covered in cheddar cheese and mustard sauce for dinner last night. Oh, that sounds quite nice. Can you make thin pancakes, or do you buy thin pancakes? I mean, I suppose you can... Like what? Oh, like crepes. Oh, right. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, right. Do you have to make those, then? Oh, right. Different recipe. Oh, right. What do you know? Your mother cooks everything for you. You're like the... Is it in the cupboard? You know... Pancakes are 3 ingredients. Well, that's taxed you already, isn't it? 3 ingredients. Good luck. Oh, wait a minute. You can buy them. Look, there you go. You buy them. Sainsbury's, plain pancakes, chilled, £1.80. There you go. That's the ones for me. I do them as well, and then I put them in the frying pan, really hot, and then heat them up on both sides, and then probably just add a little bit of lemon juice, freshly squeezed Sicilian, And, Jif. It's a Jif lemon pancake day. And sometimes I put a bit of fruit in there, but you can't get a lot of fruit in there. So sometimes we just used to have years ago lemon juice and sugar. Now, I don't have sugar now, quite clearly. But I think it'd be very good, actually. I asked my newsagent, says Kevin the milkman, for a copy of Tractor Weekly. So he said, try the top shelf between Mayfair and Penthouse. Tractor Weekly. Was it delivered to you in a brown paper bag? They used to do that, apparently. All the shops used to have these top shelf magazines, which was ridiculous. You know, when you were my age, 14, you couldn't reach anything. What was the point of that? Absolutely ridiculous. They still do them on the top, but nobody does them on these magazines anymore. You know why? Because everything's on the internet. You know, if you're an MP and you can find it at the age of 60 plus, there's hope for everybody, I should imagine. Typing in, looking for sort of... there you go. Chris in Thailand says, great programme, good job with the Blue Peter badge. The only answer, I know, I thought so. Somebody's selling a Steve Allen tea towel. 38 quid, it's on eBay. Wow. Plus £1.05 postage. I'm on eBay. I'm a success. Who would they sell it for? I don't know how much we sold them for. I can't begin to tell you. Somebody else will have to tell me how much they went for. I can't remember anything like that. Which was lovely. That was Jackie who says, why not take a picture with it before sending it back, the Blue Peter badge? Oh, well, I'm way ahead of you on that one, love. But it has to go back. It has to go back. It's something that's so personal. But I'm very thrilled. Very thrilled. The 18th century Chinese vase spotted by an expert in a kitchen could make £150,000 in auction. Who's this expert that's wandered into somebody's kitchen? You know, that vase is worth £150,000. Unbelievable, isn't it, really? 8 police cars were scrambled to a town centre to move along a herd of loose cows. I was going down the motorway the other day. Where was I going? Godchildren. And there was a horse box by the side of the road. Horses had escaped from it, and the police were slowing all the traffic down. They could capture these horses again. You know, I mean, how... They're in a horse box. How do they all of a sudden climb... Well, they learn to unpick locks or something. It's a bit of an odd one, isn't it? Sorry? Well, no, you can't jump over a horse box. It's sealed all the way round. Can't do anything like that. Heavens above. You don't want them running around on the motorway. That's far too dangerous. Blooming horses. 5:15. Should we get the LBC travel for you this morning? Let's get you there nice and quickly with the help of Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. So fury at old Andrew York's bid for a free House of Windsor home for one of his daughters. Why don't you just sort of go and build one, love? You haven't got anything else to do in your life. You might as well go and help out. The very idea that he's still freebie Andrew is almost, I find, very, very disconcerting. And they do ask the question in the paper today, why was it so easy for an imposter to breach the Queen's security? The answer is because there's so many drugs going on within the army. At the moment, we had another 15 arrested yesterday. 15 people arrested. They decided to do a random drugs test. And as opposed to waiting, he took them all there to get them tested. And so many... I mean, this is obviously rife. And so somebody turns up at Windsor and goes, oh, I'm the priest, I know Mr. So-and-so. Must have taken about 5 seconds to do the research. They invite him in. They give him food. He gets a bed for the night, if you please. He's drinking in the officers' mess, the bar down there, and then he starts talking about ejector seats, and they suddenly realise he's mad as a fruitcake. And but he still stayed and got breakfast in the morning. I mean, the very idea, you know, and this is actually inside, mind you. Look how lax they were at Buckingham Palace when Michael Fagan managed to scale the walls, got inside Buckingham Palace. The alarms are going off left, right and centre, and the police at the front, or dodo birds as they were called at the time, didn't do anything at all. Gets actually into the Queen's bedroom. I think probably more luck than judgment, because there's 750-odd rooms in there. You can't just pick out the one that'd be the Queen's bedroom. She sits on the bed. Sorry, he sits on the bed. She's pushing her alarm. Police totally ignored it. Totally ignored it. This was at 7 in the morning. He scaled a 14-foot wall, climbed up the drain pipe. 7:15, he's in the Queen's bedroom. The Queen woke when he disturbed a curtain, and then the report said he sat on the edge of the bed. However, in a 2012 interview, he said she left the room immediately to seek security. She'd phoned the palace switchboard twice for the police. The police have basically, they were off with the pixies, weren't they? And nobody arrived. The duty footman appeared, followed by 2 policemen on palace duty. And a subsequent police report was critical of the competence of the officers. Buffoons! The Queen is pushing the alarm buzzer. What is the point? Because Fagin broke a glass ashtray, cutting his hand, still carrying it when he entered the Queen's bedroom. She's obviously a light sleeper because she woke when he disturbed a curtain. But the police, totally... So, and then they asked the question, how did somebody manage to get inside Windsor Castle? Just walk through the front door. The police are so inept. So inept, honestly, almost as bad as Russian police. Dreadful. Ridiculous. Julia says, message to Steve Allen, I love your show. Me too. Me too. But it's the incompetence of it. I mean, the police at the front of Buckingham Palace are there. The switchboard's ringing itself off the hook. The police are getting all the buzzers going off, and they just ignore it. I mean, these people should have been fired immediately. But I should imagine the courts would have been lenient. They'll probably get sort of, transferred to sort of the Virgin Isles or something like that. Steve, I remember my nan doing the pools with the football results on a Saturday afternoon. Television bored me silly. Oh, well, it would do. Well, I mean, it's nothing to do with you. Well, don't mind your own business. It was to do with her. The pools, that's where you do the football pools. You have to work out what the... what were the pools, honestly? That's where you have to work out. And people could win, Vernon's, Zetta's, Littlewoods, and you played by marking off which games you thought would be a draw and stuff like that. So it was crosses all over the place, and then you'd have somebody coming around collecting the money, and then if you won, you could win a lot of money, because there wasn't a lottery in those days. It was the pools, and it was Viv Nicholson. What did she win? No, not premium bonds. Premium bonds you buy as an investment, but they're only worth the same money. If it's a £25 premium bond, in 10 years' time, it'll still be 25 quid. It doesn't go up unless you win. And in which case, if you do win, the only people who win have got £20,000 worth of bonds. No point in buying one ticket. No point, you're not going to win on one ticket. I've got premium bonds, yeah. But I think we gave them all to my brother. He's now living in the Bahamas, and but tells me we've never won anything, which I thought was okay. But no, I can't remember what Viv Nicholson won. 152,000 springs to mind, the equivalent of about 3.5 million. And when asked because she came from a coal mining town, and they said, what are you going to do now? And she went, I'm going to spend, spend, spend. And there was a musical called Spend, Spend, Spend. What? What's the matter? 152,000. Yeah. Yeah. Uncanny, isn't it? Some days I couldn't make a bar of chocolate or a pancake, but I can remember stupid things like that. But it's the equivalent of about £3,300,000. And she had a few husbands who died, and she bought a car, she bought houses, because in those days, 152,000 was an absolute fortune. She'd have been earning less than £15 a week. Really. I mean, she had Matthew Johnson, who died in 54, Keith Nicholson died in 65, Brian Wright, 76, Graham Ellison, still going, and Gary Short, 1990. She's got 4 children, but she made this musical and called Spend, Spend, Spend. And that's what she said. She'd never been in a hotel in her life. She stayed, I think, in the Hilton. My first wage, I tell everybody this, £5.19 and sixpence. Just under £6 for a week's work. Which I thought I'd arrived. Yeah, more than you've got. Yeah, well, I was quite right, isn't it? I was doing the grafting. Yeah, £5.19 and 6. Little pay packet with a window in it, if you could see the money in there, which I thought was quite cool, actually. But everything was cheap. I can't remember exactly what it was, but, you could get a cup of tea or cup of coffee in the coffee bars for about 1 and 6pence, 1 and 11pence. Portion of chips you could get 3pence, 6pence, 9pence, a shilling, 1 and 6. 1 and 6 worth of chips. It was enough to feed a family. Seriously, I mean, fish and chips was it was the cheap food. Nowadays, fish and chips is like really expensive. It's ridiculous. People can't afford it. Even in Maidenhead, they can't afford fish and chips. They sometimes walk past the fish and chip shop, push their noses up against the window, and their little hands there. I mean, the little story of the match girl. You remember the little match girl where she was freezing to death and she worked for Bryant and May and she lit a match and then she could see all this food and wonderful, wonderful things. Then the match burnt out, so she lit another match. Do you never remember the story of the little match girl? Yeah. And then they found her in the morning. She died because she'd frozen to death. She was one of the little girls who was sent out onto the street to sell Bryant and May matches. They had people who sold matches on the street. They went on strike. They were very famous for going on strike because, I know it sounds like a play on words, but it isn't, and because they wanted it. But the story of the little match girl, I think it was Hans Christian Andersen, And if she looked into the flame, she could see all this food and all the things that she'd never had as a little child because she was an orphan. It's the story of Oliver Twist all over again, whereby, you know, his mother had given birth to him and she was then put into... He was in an orphanage, and you had to then find out if somebody was going to, you know, adopt you or something like that. And the first job that he got was standing in front, because he had one of those faces, of a funeral carriage, holding the feathers up. And then they said, you know, you have to look sad. They wanted somebody who could look very sad. Just one of those things, isn't it? But there's loads of kids like that, aren't there, who sort of, you know... But the Little Match Girl was very famous. It was very sad. That it's like that Dolly Parton song, Me and Little Andy, where, you know, late one night there's a knock on the door, and there's a little girl standing there. She goes, you know, it's snowing. It's very emotional. You know, ain't you got no gingerbread? Ain't you got no candy? And in the morning, because they didn't have anything for her, she died, and the angels took them both to heaven. There was a very good film that came out called The Night They Gave Away the Babies, which sounds horrendous. And it was a family who went to find a new life in America, mum and dad. First of all, dad became ill and died, and there's about 6 or 7 children. And then the mother became very ill, and she died, leaving the children to look after themselves. And then the winter came down, and they suddenly realised that they couldn't survive. So the eldest boy trudged around all the houses where they lived, asking families to take in one of their children so they could bring them up as their own. And it was very sad. The Night They Gave Away the Babies. Still available, as far as I remember. Steve, I've just filled up the car. Price increases 2.1 pence per litre overnight. Must be Putin's fault. I would think so. But poor old Putin, honestly. Won't meet the Pope. Scared of the Pope. Such is the power. You know why? The Pope will send him straight to hell. Sam says, remember Spot the Ball? I never understood that. All you had to do, you got a picture of a football game, and there would be a certain moment in the game where the ball would be kicked in or whatever it was, and you put a cross. But your cross, the centre of that cross, had to be exactly where the ball was. Robert Maxwell launched a Spot the Ball competition in the Mirror, I think about the late 80s or something, and you had to identify where the football was in this picture. If you got it right, you could win $1 million. And people used to put all the crosses in there, but the middle of it had to be exactly on it. It was so difficult. The editor, I think, took aside the promotions manager and said, between you, I want you to make sure nobody can win $1 million. And I don't think many people did. So they started on bingo in the West End. And there was a well-known newspaper editor called Derek Jameson. And Derek Jameson was the one who introduced bingo into the newspapers, and people would sit there with all these cards in front of them, hoping they were going to find, but they were all controlled games. They were sort of games that, you know, they decided when somebody won. You know, Declan says, you know, I'm an avid collector of rarities. That's why I've just bought the tea towel on eBay for $47. The seller wouldn't ship to Austria, so I've had it sent to my friend in Liverpool. So I now have the tea tray, the glass, and now the tea towel. Just one more for the full set. You wait, Declan, until you find out what we got for you this year. Woo! Can't say anything. Lips are sealed. I love doing things like that. Winds everybody up. It's great. It's great. My late dad would always play Spot the Ball. Do you remember the game? Says Simon in Derby, run by Vernon's. Yeah, I mean, it was nigh on impossible to win. But Viv Nicholson, I do remember very well indeed. We've got the the fish and chip van come round every Friday night. You can imagine my horror when a large chips to share, a battered sausage and a piece of cod cost 23 quid, says Chris. That seems quite reasonable, actually. So you've got large chips, battered sausage and a piece of cod, 23 quid. I think that seems very good value. Oh, miserable. What are you paying for fish and chips then, honestly? Did a newspaper print the wrong... Well, they didn't print the wrong bingo numbers. They printed the winning bingo numbers. It was a controlled game. And all of a sudden, everybody's going, I've won! But unfortunately, because that was so many of people, they'd done the wrong numbers, basically, because it was the games were worked out mathematically. Seems amazing, doesn't it? I mean, I don't know how you feel about this one. There's a lady in the paper today. She's pregnant. Happens apparently quite regularly if you don't use contraception. And there is a danger you could be pregnant quite easily. Anyway, she gets pregnant. She tells her boss at work, and he said, "You've been having some fun." And she goes, so she takes him to court. And she wins £15,000 payout for hurt feelings. I don't understand where we're going with this kind of thing. It's gone mad, hasn't it? Just for saying that. You've been having some fun recently. Not you, Elliot. You haven't had any fun for years. But, you've been having some fun recently. Ooh, want money. And so apparently that makes it all better. As if. Is he left in tears? Good. Wearing the same clothes he's had on all night. I'm very embarrassed for him. Let's get the news headline, shall we? At 5:31 with Simon Conway.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Dawn Neesom's column today in the Daily Star. She talks about another display of obscene wealth, privilege and hypocrisy at the New York Met Gala. Millionaires and billionaires, fresh from private jets, rockets, limos and mansions dripping in diamonds and delusion went. Oh, but we're raising money for charity, they'll simper. Nope, they're raising their own profiles, just like Kylie and Kendall Jenner. Some of them could cure world poverty with their spare change if they wanted to, and do it without all the fuss or publicity. But, having said that, Kim Kardashian did look wonderful in that Marilyn Monroe dress, she says, and yes, I do hate myself. She also talks about Labour's Angela Rayner is giving her version of the truth. Meghan Markle over the leg crossing debacle, and then she's letting the side down badly, playing the misogyny card, totally detracting from women who really have suffered appalling levels of sexism in their lives, as does any other card, including race, sexuality and gender. She talks about the shy couple in America, which, of course, as you know who the shy couple are, because we always talk about them, which I think is always quite funny, actually. And it's a total recipe for disaster. I'm so bored with Harry and Meghan. I really couldn't care less if they disappeared up the Swanee and stayed there forever and a day. They just, they're so woke. So, well, perhaps it's me being woke. I don't know, actually. And Dawn says the Rwanda scheme for migrants appears to be about as efficient as our visa system for Ukrainian women and children. More than 550 migrants crossed the channel in small boats on Sunday and Monday. And once again, the pictures show that most of them were strapping, fit young men. Defenders of this amazing coincidence claim they will send for their wives, children and elderly ones once they're established. And if you believe that, you probably think that beer and curry for 30 at 10 p.m. is a business meeting. Absolutely. It's amazing. They are all fit young people. And where they get the money from to do the crossing of the channel, I've got no idea. Quite amazing. Quite amazing. Kimberly says, have a safe day. And Dawn Neesom's replies with, and you as well. I think, it's all I want people to do is go and vote. I'm not asking for anything, really. Tomorrow. Don't go and vote today. But at least find out today where your polling station is. You should have got the cards through the post. We should have done. If not, you can turn up without a card. You just give them your address, and they can then mark you in if you've registered. Okay, not difficult. Steve, I've been watching A Year on Exmoor with Johnny Kingdom. Oh, I think that finished years ago, didn't it? I remember Johnny Kingdom. Is this a new series, or are they just repeating the old ones? If it's on BBC Radio 4, most of it's repeated. That's all they do now, just repeat stuff. But sadly, I don't think Johnny's with us anymore. No. Oh, Kim's just pointed that out. It's quite an old programme. I don't think he's with us either, but I don't know. We'll find it. Died in 2018. Yeah, it was a good programme. He went out on the moors and did everything else. So I didn't know that they repeated them, which is quite nice. Jill in Teignmouth. It's pronounced Teignmouth. I'm so sorry. Says, spot the ball. My darling dad won that once. He won a brand new car, a red Fiesta. Trouble is he couldn't drive. Do you know I've got a producer who doesn't drive. Seriously. And the other one, well, we don't talk about the other one. You don't drive, do you? Oh, you can drive. You've got a licence. Oh, right. Not just the licence for the horse-drawn carriage, is it? Or you actually got one for the motorised vehicle at the same time, which is lovely. Happy Star Wars Day, says Kathy. May the 4th be with you. Thank you. And the producer can't get a parking permit where you live. Why? Why can't you get a parking permit? There's no room. Well, you just have to just crash into them and just shunt them out the way. You crash into the front one. There was that woman, wasn't it, trying to park outside Harrods, and she's going backwards and forwards, back. You know what it's like, something backwards, and you think you're not going to make it. Eventually, some bloke nipped into the parking space, and he got out the car, and he went, that's what you can do when you're a good driver. So she reverses her car back, smashes straight into the side of him, and then gets out and goes, and that's what you can do when you're bloody rich. It's an old gag, but it's worth repeating. May the 4th be with you. Cambridge University have defended students from snowflake jibes. This is critics branded the undergraduates woke after trigger warnings were put on works by Shakespeare. Oh, they're a bunch of old Nellies, aren't they, honestly? Those old students. Oh, I don't know. We shouldn't do anything to do with Shakespeare. Academics said their content notes allowed those affected by issues raised in works to participate on a more equal footing and boost their results. I'd avoid these places like the plague. They sound ghastly, don't they, really? Absolutely ridiculous. And a dead dog appeared to its owner in a cloud almost a year after he passed away in her arms. No, it's just a cloud formation, dude. It's not your dead dog. I promise you it's not. Janice Cousins was out walking when she suddenly felt the urge to look up to the sky. We all get those urges, don't we? You'll be walking along and you think, do you know, look, clouds, looking like a dead dog. Amazing. Rover. No, I don't think it was called Rover, actually. He was called Billy. See, that seems quite a normal name. He was a Westie. It's a hell of a size cloud, I'm telling you. If this dog really was that size, not going to last for long. And Brits are the biggest video game addicts. I mercifully have never been into video games. I couldn't stand them. I've never played one. Years ago, I did Tetris. I used to get a bit overexcited with Pac-Man, but that was about it. I didn't like being chased. And this little thing going like that, I think, oh, it's horrible. Always guarantee how you can get Steve Allen going, run up behind him and go just to frighten me. I don't like anything like that. I didn't like it at school at all. And somebody asking the Daily Star, could we have a photo of Lisa Scott-Lee in the Star? She's just fantastic. Wonder Bra girl. Pervert. Something the matter. She's not the Wonder Bra girl, is they? They've just got to... I know people write in the oddest things. It's not very normal, is it, really? Not very normal. So here they all are, the good, the great, and then there's old Junior Beckham, who turned up, God knows why, claimed to fame, made a sandwich once, and I think that was testing him. Took 69 people to actually make something. Apparently Ryland Clark is tipping the UK to pull off a shock result at Eurovision. Yep, 0. We've heard it. And avoid the dreaded nul point. The Star knows plenty about the contest as he's part of the... He doesn't know anything about the contest. He's just a presenter. What does he know about it? Nothing at all. He's confident our act will score big. Yeah, right. Jackanory. No chance. Dan Walker announces his last day on the BBC Breakfast. Good. See you. Bye. Wouldn't want to be you. Because you're disappearing into obscurity, aren't you? And what's topped the UK box office again? Downton Abbey. We are obsessed with Downton Abbey. We love it. Mind you, it's only just beat Sonic the Hedgehog 2. What rubbish is that? Sonic the Hedgehog. I don't even think that's a proper thing, is it? I think it's a cartoon. Is it a cartoon made up? It's not real, no. Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Steve says, Howard, this year Steve Allen's merchandise will consist of a tractor in Tommy Bahama's colours. Is this true? Where's the best place for a fry-up in Twickenham? I don't know. What are you asking me for? I only eat healthily. I don't eat any of this sort of fry-up stuff. I don't think there is a best place for a fry-up. Some people say Wetherspoons. Some people don't. You know. Oh, there's Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh, there's real people in it. Oh, so is it mixed? Oh, right, between sort of... How odd is that? Isn't that odd? Sonic the Hedgehog. I don't know what it is. I mean, is it supposed to be funny, or is it... It's a very fast hedgehog. What, hedgehog with electricity? He's a blue hedgehog. Oh, OK. What does he do, fly? Or something like that? He just runs very fast. Oh, right. Hedgehogs don't run fast at all. But apparently, after settling in Green Hills, Sonic is eager to prove that he has what it takes to be a true hero. His test comes when Dr. Robotnik returns with a new partner, Knuckles, in search of a mystical emerald that has the power to destroy civilizations. Sonic teams up with his own sidekick, Tails, and together they embark on a globe-trotting journey to find the emerald before it falls into the wrong hands. Listen, kids, don't do drugs, OK? Never anything like it. That's Tails, is it? It's a squirrel. Please don't do drugs, please. And cut down your sugar intake, OK? Can't believe it, honestly. Some of the rubbish that gets... And that came in second to Downton Abbey. I'm obviously way ahead of this kind of thing, aren't I? I really am. The PM, that's Boris, pledges to help keep bills down for those feeling the pinch. Well, how are they going to manage that? How is that going to happen? He's going to boost Britain's economy. How's that going to happen when you've got all the experts today in the papers saying, listen, start buying your Christmas presents early if you want to have a Christmas this year, because stuff is going to be so expensive, so expensive. Fast food delivery is turning UK into Europe's fattest nation. It's only because we're too bone idle to actually get off our fat bottoms and get out there and go and buy the food. You know, I mean, we're only the fourth fattest nation, aren't we, in Europe? I mean, the Turks are at the top. Why? I can't imagine. I don't see that many I mean, I wouldn't know. I thought it was the Americans who would be the fattest. Oh, they're not in Europe. Well, let's move them into Europe, and then we can go, you're the fattest. They go, no, you're fattest. You know, I quite like the idea of them, because they have all the fast food. They've had the fast food for ages and ages. Who was second then? If it's Turks, number one, this is people who are sort of obese, I think, and then second, Malta. I mean, nobody lives there. How can they be, you know, the second biggest Malta? And third would be, because I know that we're actually fourth, so third would be, oh, come on, get on with it, for God's sake. I says, there's a limit to how long I can pad for, just trying to find out what number 3 is. Should we find out in a minute? God in heaven, honestly, I'll tell you. Sometimes you lose the will to live on this programme. So, number 1, Croatia. Croatia! Known for fat people? I don't think so. It's like Malta. I've not been to Malta. But I don't think it's full of fat people. But definitely I would have thought that if you were going to sort of come at anybody, the Americans would be the country. 5th is Hungary. Ironically, Hungary. We're very Hungary. But I wonder why Turkish people are the top of the list. Very upsetting. Very upsetting. Let's get the travel, shall we, for you this morning? The LBC Travel with Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Producer wants me to tell you the Dale Bed story again. Because we come back from holiday. You get a couple of things, actually, where sort of people had phoned up and made claims against him, and he got phoned by a newspaper. And, hi. And they said, oh, hi, Dale. This is, so-and-so from whichever newspaper it happened to be. They said, we're running a photograph of you in bed with a man. And Dale went, yes. Like this was some big surprise or something. They went, no, we've actually got it. We're going to run it over the weekend. He said, well, you need to speak to my agent called Jan. And he couldn't remember. I mean, because all the houses he lived in, you certainly couldn't take a picture of somebody in bed with somebody, because people pull curtains and do things like that. I mean, it just wouldn't have been possible. And it certainly wasn't at the time anyway. And so it turned out that he'd gone to Tottenham Court Road, which was down the road from where he lived, up in Camden. And he'd gone to the bed shop there, and he'd seen this bed that he wanted. And so together with a friend of his, they'd lay down on the bed just to see if it was the right length and all the rest of it. A photographer walking past takes a picture, and hence the picture of Dale in bed with this bloke. I mean, it was just ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. But it's amazing how many people used to make claims to the newspapers. Oh, I did this, I did that, and this happened and that happened. And we were going through all these things a short while ago with that ridiculous Beach character who claimed all sorts of fantasies that he had in his own mind. And you began to wonder just how sick some people are. But the bed thing we thought was particularly good. But the funny thing is, if you know people who are famous and you go out with them. I mean, I remember we were driving through Soho once and a photographer threw himself on the bonnet of the car to take a picture. It was of me. And, who's this then, Dale, with you? This cute-looking bloke with the blonde hair. And then, I mean, it was just ridiculous. People would see him and they go, because he had a personalised number plate. DW21. Because, DJW. Because he was Dale Jonathan Winton. And so he was DJ Winton. And he just transferred the number from, car to car and stuff like that. But he never owned his cars. He always leased them. He had to think about leasing, and he curbed them all the time. He couldn't park a car for love. I mean, seriously, you'd been better off strapping his guide dog to the roof to tell you how to park properly. It was ridiculous. He'd curb these things, the alloys. I've done it a few times on my cars, but I'll try and be a bit better now. And then friends of mine would get out of the car and go, don't worry, I'll walk to the curb. You know, the usual sarky little comment, which you get. Overweight children as young as 6. You do see overweight children, but I mean, that's nothing new. I've been seeing overweight children for ages and ages. Mainly because you then look at the mother and you think, that's why you're overweight, because your mum quite clearly doesn't cook. She'll take you to pizza, she'll take you to KFC. They buy them all these things, which, unless you're going to exercise at the same time, it's very, 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 very difficult to keep all this stuff off. Tudor says, Steve, if you could pick anybody alive or dead to be the voice of your sat-nav, who would you choose? I don't know what the voice is at the moment, actually. Because when you first get the sat-nav, you have a choice of voices. But once you pick the one you want, the others disappear. And I wanted Polish. I wanted a Polish voice. I mean, I don't know what my Siri voice is. I've got no idea. I had an Australian for a while. Which was slightly bizarre. Try it. What's my Siri voice? Oh, it won't work. My phone never answers me. Hey, Siri, what's the weather like today? Nothing. Totally ignores me. Seriously. I might as well be invisible. So, you've fallen out. Wait a minute. I'll try. Hey, Siri, what's the weather like today? Nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. Listen, I mean, it's like with strangers. I feel like I've been adopted or something like that, and it's not talking to me. Ridiculous, isn't it? But for ages, you're right, we had an Australian voice. Then I had a bloke's voice. And I don't know, actually. We had South African, which was very good. I like the South African accent, actually, very much indeed. But Joan Rivers, I think, says Tudor would be interesting. Joan Rivers? I don't think so. I mean, I was a fan of Joan Rivers. She was rude. James O'Brien could be on sat-nav, couldn't he, really? No, he just used big words, and I wouldn't understand what he was doing, so I'd miss the turnings. Going in an anti-clockwise direction, take the third parallel road on... Oh, go away. I wouldn't understand any of it. I'm hopeless at stuff like that. I think he swallows a thesaurus before he comes in. I'm totally convinced, because every day there's new words to discover on the programme, and I don't know any of them. Which is a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Disgraced MP Imran Ahmad Khan has finally quit Parliament after being convicted of sexually assaulting a boy. And he's appealing against his conviction. He was found guilty last month of sexually assaulting a 15-year-old in 2008. Is there something the matter with MPs at the moment? I mean, are we just discovering a new subculture of MPs who are just into all the things you didn't think they would be into? Anne Widdecombe talking today... about the regular bank holiday entertainments, especially when it's a wet bank holiday, that of the bumper quiz supplied by Newspaper. We mentioned this on the programme. I was talking about why do they keep putting a quiz up? And also for 11 days, she says, no migrants cross the channel in inflatable boats. Some said when interviewed at Calais they changed their minds in the light of the Rwanda policy. Now the flow started again. Some claim that it's because conditions in the channel are more favourable. But I suspect, says Anne Widdecombe, there's been a concerted attempt on the part of the traffickers to persuade would-be crossers that the Rwanda policy is a long way from implementation. Yeah, they're taking it to court. Some of the charities say you can't do things like this. She's never going to get it off the ground. Do you think they just put her up there as a joke? What's pretty going to come up today? The moon is made of cheese. Fantastic. Because nothing that she's ever done has ever sort of come to fruition. And I don't think in fact, I'm pretty certain, I don't think the Rwanda deal is going to come off at all. What are you going to do? March them in handcuffs and chains and leg irons to the aeroplane? That's not going to be happening, is it? And also, so they've managed to find staff for their aircraft, but BA are cancelling planes left, right and centre because they haven't got any staff. And the government found a secret cache of airline trolley dollars to push the trolley up and down. Rwanda, peanuts, chocolate brittle, coffee, orange juice. I don't see it. Cuts to railway funding will increase the risk of crashes, the unions claim. Well, of course they're going to say that. But, I mean, we don't get railway crashes very often. We really don't. It's just a way of sort of scaremongering. Zoo-born elephants have lived for less than half the time of those in the wild. I like elephants. I do like elephants. I think they're great as a family group. I think they really are. And a teenage joyrider has been jailed after driving a stolen Range Rover the wrong way down the Blackwall Tunnel. Johal Rathore crashed into a van, causing £80,000 worth of damage, and lost revenue to Transport for London of £585,000. He comes from Grays in Essex, obviously a bit of a plank. And after he was charged, he failed to attend court, subsequently tracked down and arrested, jailed for 4 years. That'll teach you. 4 years. And yet you can download as much kiddie porn as you want and you just get a suspended sentence. Explain that one to me. The Met Police Constable Adam Lamb says Rathore was guilty of an incredibly dangerous piece of drug. Well, he looks like an idiot. 4 years. But all he'll get is 2 years. Because apparently we have a sort of a new scheme now. You know, you can get time off for good behaviour. But he's obviously an idiot. A complete and utter idiot. And you remember we told you about the UK's best beach resort, which is a place called Bamborough. Remember we told you about that one with the castle? It's now so popular, it's swamped by traffic, litter and boozy visitors. The population in this village is 414, but they're getting 150,000 visitors a year to go there. And they say the village is too popular. It's not unusual to spend an hour in your car as the traffic crawls through. Wow. A businessman said pubs and hotel owners might be enjoying the money rolling in, but the more people who come here, the more damage. Exactly the same in all these places, you know, abroad where all the drunks go from up north, and Magaluf and places like that, you know, and what all they're basically doing is encouraging people to behave badly, getting them very drunk, they throw up, they become sick, and then the local residents are going, oh, all these bottles and all the rest of it all over the place, and it's dreadful. And you go, I'm sorry, well, you're the place that's invited all these reprobates in. I mean, I wouldn't go there. I told you we went there once. Not very good. Bonnie Lithgow's in LA listening. She said, but when you asked Siri a question, it answered to my iPad. No. So when I said, hey, Siri, your iPad, I could do it with our one out on the news desk, couldn't I? My phone doesn't say a word to me, Bonnie. But I'm glad that you're in LA. I wonder what your weather's like over in LA at the moment. What have we got in LA? What's our weather forecast for Los Angeles? Have you been to Los Angeles? It's nice, isn't it? Yeah, very nice. Love hearing you in my evening, says Bonnie. Well, we love hearing from you as well. But how funny that we should ask Siri a question and your iPad answers. So, the weather, here you go. What have you got today? Wednesday the 4th, 24 degrees. Double it, 48, 58, 68, 70, 78. Oh, dear. But it's the humidity, isn't it? Humidity is a bit... you've got a gentle breeze, which I quite like, actually. It always conjures up, I don't know why, of a Columbo, where they filmed, and it was an actress who this man thought he'd murdered, but he hadn't. And she then came back, and it was I can't remember what it was, actually, but they were overlooking Los Angeles. It was quite spectacular views up there. Bonnie says, stop saying Siri. Hey, Siri. I got into trouble for that. Only from Bonnie Lithgow. So here we go. As the streaming giant cancels Harry and Meghan's woke series, leaving their £80 million deal looking vulnerable. So far, they've come up with nothing. Their podcast was about as simple as you can get for two people with half a brain cell between them. And, Steve, you just set off my iPad, says Jennifer, when you asked Siri for the weather. Sorry about that. And Trevor says, I'm in Mauritius, and your hey Siri just woke mine up, stopped the show and told me it's 27 degrees. It's great. I'm so sorry. Brian says, Lily Savage to be your sat-nav voice. Lily Savage. And Joe in Essex says, Steve, you make me smile, even at this time of the day. Listen, I mean, it's going to be so depressing this year when all these blooming bills start coming in. If you don't smile at some point, there's always something to laugh about. All I have to do is look at the two next door, and that's enough to put a smile on your face, you know, and an extra 10 shillings in your pocket at the end of the day, and probably a Chupa Chup. I love a Chupa Chup. And Jan says, thank you for asking Siri about the weather. Your Siri spoke through my phone, frightened the life out of me. Sorry about that. I used to do it to the news desk here and say, hey, Siri, play Driving Home for Christmas. Used to drive her mad. Absolutely crackers. Chris Rea bursting out of the news desk every 5 minutes. Still to come, the sale of the century, or should I say the seal of the century, makes a record. It's only a little tiny soapstone lion, a Chinese lion, and it's really quite amazing. It's hit some targets. So this thing has done very, 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 very well indeed. And of course, we take more of your texts and emails. Go on, do write in. We're very friendly on this programme, very friendly on LBC. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's 4 minutes past 6. You're very welcome. Wednesday, May the 4th. We've done all the jokes. Thank you very much indeed. But you can do it yourself privately. Sorry about the international Siri mayhem this morning, which somebody's pointed out to me. And Nicholas says, thank you for asking, Siri. You woke me up and I managed to get a run in before work, and I've just run past Dale's old house too. He wasn't in it for very long. He was only in it for a very short time, and that's where he died. Which, as I say, was one of those things that you remember for the rest of your life. This seal of the century, an ancient Chinese seal. It was in a diplomat's collection. Dr. Wu Kuan set up a museum of 1,000 artifacts from Imperial China after retiring to London, where he'd worked at the Chinese embassy. This is a 4-inch tall soapstone seal made for the 18th century Qinglong Emperor. To secure documents, depicts a lion-like beast and an inscription meaning treasure, admired by His Majesty the Qilong Emperor. Dr. Qiyun was born in 1910, months before the overthrow of the Qing dynasty ended China's 2,000 rules of imperial rule, and he sought to preserve relics that had been taken from China by Westerners and ended up scattered around Europe. He bought the seal in 1965, and 3 years later opened the museum. He died in 1997, and relatives are selling the collection. Of course they are. It's worth a fortune. People don't want to keep stuff now. Is that awful? Isn't it? I think that's dreadful. Anyway, Chinese art has rocketed in value as newly rich tycoons buy back their lost heritage. Nicholas Chow, chairman of Sotheby's Chinese Works of Art, said it was a privilege to find a new home for this exceptionally important historical object. They had expected it to make £5 million. It made £15.5 million. Why do you think the relatives are selling this stuff as fast as possible? He'd be turning in his box, I should imagine. Steve, says Wayne the Trolley Dolly. Looking forward to listening to Ian Dale interviewing. I love his podcast, and he did a great one with Sheila, so I was hoping he'd do one with you too. Always speaks very highly. I know he does. I know it's like an obsession. But yeah, we're doing that tomorrow. They built up to doing me. You just can't go straight in and do a Steve Allen interview. Steve, why are there so many coffee shops and no tea shops in the high street? Do you remember Lions Tea House? We had one round the corner here. It's a Pizza Express opposite Charing Cross, and that was a Lions Corner House. They opened it up as a Lions Corner House some years ago. The waitresses, they were called Nippies, weren't they, I believe? Wore black dresses and white aprons. Very lovely, says Anita. Yeah, we don't get tea places now. You can probably there's probably a few places where you can get a cup of tea, but mostly it's coffee. The profits are huge. Lions Corner House, there you go. And on the corner of Coventry Street, Strand and Tottenham Court Road, they were lovely. They were lovely. For a time, they were open 24 hours a day. They featured window displays. And I think between 1896 and 1965, Lions owned the Trocadero, which was similar in size and style to the Corner House. But they had these, and I think they were called Nippies. Were they Nippies, the waitresses? I'm pretty certain. I don't know what. There you go. Yeah, known as Nippies. Yeah. It's amazing the stuff you remember. Amazing the stuff. But that's why you don't get, people would sit there and order a cup of tea, and they had a very distinctive maid-like uniform with a matching hat. and they'd bring cakes to the tables and everything else. This is going back into the 1940s. And they were called nippy because they moved quickly around. They had to nip in between the tables, which was quite nice. I never went there, but I remember when they did open it again as a Lions Corner House. And but it just didn't... I don't think it worked for some reason. I can't remember why. But it was lovely. I think so, you know. And Nippy was a waitress who worked in the tea shops and cafes in London. And they would just take, like, you know, we used to go to a place in Marlborough called the Copper Kettle. And it was really designed, I always used to think, for the boys of Marlborough College. So when their parents used to come over and take them out for a lunch or a tea, they would go to the Copper Kettle. And they always had waitresses in uniforms and everything else. I mean, you know, you didn't... Nowadays, they turn up a pair of old jeans, you know, ropey old items. And but in those days, everybody had a uniform. Yeah, I mean, it's Starbucks have a uniform, don't they? Don't most of them have uniforms? An apron, yeah, covers everything. And they do it on the television. Whenever you see these programmes, they're wearing a logo, you know, that Bangers and Cash programme, which I think is quite good, actually, because I like all these enthusiastic elderly gentlemen and some young who go there to these auctions and buy these basically wrecks of cars and then bring them back, you know, like a year later, and they've resprayed them, they've redone, the whole engine is put in. But all the people who work at this Bangers and Cash motor place, they've all got the company logo on, which I quite like, actually, because it's like a school uniform. I never understood why people didn't want to wear a school uniform, because I thought it was my mouse got jammed. And hello, Siri. My mouse got jammed. And so all these people, when you go to school, you wear the school uniform. You're proud to wear the school uniform. You know, you hated everybody else's school, but you used to wear yours. And yeah, because I remember the first day of my school, you know, you had a cap. You had the school uniform. You went to a particular shop and they sold your school. We got one in Twickenham called Stevenson's, and they do most of the schools in the area, and they also go out to the schools and take all the clothes with them so parents can buy stuff, because you've got to have the school uniform. They don't like people turning up, you know, looking a bit shoddy, even though, I mean, there was a girl the other day, a skirt that was so short. I mean, I was walking behind her up the stairs at Twickenham Station, and I'm thinking, you really need to go and get some clothes that fit, love. This is just inappropriate. Totally inappropriate. It's like the boys. Dirty shoes, slovenly, ties, you know, which they haven't even done their tie up properly. Slovenly. Yeah. The cap fits, mate. The cap fits. Yeah. Do your best or do your worst. But I find it absolutely unbelievable that these girls' skirts are just getting shorter and shorter and shorter. And walking up the skirt, and then they sometimes when they... Did I wear shorts? When I went to prep school, yes, at prep school it was shorts. Yeah, it was what do they call it? I can't remember what they call the outfit now. But it was, we used to have a match, yes, but we used to have different uniforms for different things. So there'd be the school uniform, and then corduroy was the one when you were sort of off duty, but you all had to wear it. It was grey corduroy jacket and shorts. And when I went to secondary modern school, I had to wear the shorts because my mother said there was loads of life left in them. I was the only one in the middle of Yorkshire, in the middle of blooming winter, with little blue and red knees, wearing a pair of shorts. God knows what the other children thought of me. Probably looked up to me, I should imagine. Yeah, they probably hated it. Dave says, go into settings. Oh, we've done that. Yeah, don't worry, the producer knows how to do these things. He's way ahead of you on the resetting of Steve Allen's telephone. I'm a bit rubbish at things like that. I can't help it. I mean, it doesn't make any difference, does it? So France have been urged to come clean on Exocets. Do you know, honestly, you worry about everything on a daily basis, don't you? And here they are. Biden leaked the anti-abortion ruling, imperils civil rights. And Boris Johnson's fumbled defence of the government's record on the cost of living has exasperated Conservative MPs. Plus the Met Gala, who wore it best on a night of style or not. I still can't work out what on earth Brooklyn Beckham was doing there. A bloke who can struggle making a sandwich. Not exactly going to have the most interesting conversation with him, are you? Have you noticed? Don't think his mother's ever been. And she's supposed to be in the world of fashion. But as I say, we're not really sure what that's going through at the moment. What else we got? So 7,000 people have arrived in the UK over the channel this year so far. And is it ever okay to watch pornography? I mean, it's up to people. It's not illegal. I love the way they make a big feature out of it. You know, I think if you're in the House of Commons, or you're in public, or you're sitting on a bus or a train, or you're sitting in a theatre, you don't sit there watching pornography, do you? I mean, that would be absolutely ridiculous and stupid, and you should be kicked out immediately. You know, but, you know, and also, I think what they should do in the Commons is ban telephones. You're not to have telephones in there, because it's a place of work. I mean, I've got my telephone in here, but it's switched to silent, unless I'm asking Siri for anything. Sorry, I can't resist it. It's like a compulsion now. Steve Allen sets the world on fire. Also, what men really do to lose weight? Nothing. Nothing at all. Some men are fattish, some men are not, some men are chubbyish, some men are not. Some people can eat as much as they like and never put on an ounce. It's just one of those things. Everybody's got different body metabolism. Some people, you know, chubby babies, you know. I mean, I was really skinny. But I can remember to this day when I turned 25, all of a sudden, I could lie down in bed and I remember thinking, hello, what's that? And it turned out it was my stomach. Isn't that funny? Anything else was hidden. And, you know, it's just, yeah, I mean, it's just one of those sort of things, isn't it? Some people put on weight. Some people go through my father went through his whole life not putting on an ounce. My mother never put on an ounce. Mind you, we always ate healthily. So when I lived at home, we ate healthily. You know, it was vegetables. My mother did cook. And we didn't do takeaways. I blame takeaways. You know, you want to see the queues in McDonald's at Waterloo Station every morning. I mean, it literally goes out of their actual shop. Oh, by the way, I'm not totally convinced Burger King's coming back. Do you remember the Burger King at Waterloo Station? And then they closed for refurbishment. I don't believe it. I went past it the other day. You can look in there. The entire room is gutted, and this has taken them months. I don't believe it's coming back. I really don't believe it's coming back. If it does, I should be the first to tell you. The Leicester Square one was closed for ages. It was. I think they've opened Greggs on the Strand, but it's not open early. And we're waiting for Greggs in Leicester Square to open as well. Could do with a little sort of, you know, hot bake in the morning. Would be quite nice. You know, but it's probably not likely. Or failing that, one of their bacon rolls or bacon and sausage rolls with extra sausage. I have been known to go extra sausage. No stopping me, I tell you. I've got the money and everything. Bonnie says, you are so bad. This is Bonnie Lithgow, who's still over in Los Angeles. She said, I even had Driving Home for Christmas playing away, and it's all your fault. Well, we finally managed to get mine working, so that's quite good. I think it's quite funny, actually, that you can sit in a radio studio in Leicester Square, and you can, in Los Angeles, you can activate somebody's theory. You know, it's amazing, isn't it? I think it's fantastic. Short break. 6:15. Why short break? Latest news headlines with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 27 minutes to 7. Dawn Neeson. She says, blimey. She says, what a morning, and not even 7 a.m. It's amazing. It's amazing, actually. You see, I think we've actually turned things around. For all those people who go, oh, who listens to the radio in the early morning? I want to see the audience figures, let me tell you. And Steve says, Catherine, I remember winning a goldfish at the fun fair. It lived for years, nearly all my childhood. I'm starting to think, though, that maybe my late mum replaced it and didn't tell us. Yes, because that would be like sort of coming home and telling you the bunny's drowned or something, you know. Well, I say drowned because my brother used to have two rabbits who were blind, house rabbits, and or was it one? I think it might have been one. Anyway, he couldn't move the furniture because the rabbit learnt 2 hops this way, turned to the left, and then so it knew where all the furniture was without actually banging into it, which was interesting. Glenn in Warrington says, Frankfurt, what posh fairs did you go to? Oh, I tell you, I'm an expert on fun fairs. I love fun fairs. I love the art. I remember telling you only a short while ago, because I had a big fun fair at Hampton Court Green. George Irving has a big fun fair there, and he must have purchased new lorries because they all looked fantastic. All the new lorries for towing the rides, they looked, I mean, absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Steve went to Firebird at the cinema yesterday. Fantastic film if you get the time, says Chris in Brighton. I've never even heard of it. Firebird. What is it? Is it I mean, I can't imagine what it's a film of. Firebird, I suppose. And, wait a minute, the height of the Cold War, a troubled soldier forms a forbidden love triangle with a fighter pilot and his female comrade amid the dangerous surroundings of a Soviet Air Force base. Is this a gay film? It's only 1 hour 47 minutes, which, as far as I'm concerned, is quite long enough. Quite long enough. It's only when you get to the Bond movies that they run forever and a day. I mean, I've been known to grow a moustache. No, I haven't really. I've never had a moustache. I often thought about what I'd look like, and I drew one on once, and what? And Andrew Pearce had one. He just looked like a smaller member of the Village People. He could be a village person, I think. I love it. So Firebird, we'll have to have a look at that one. Jackie in Devon says, everybody's all over the place this morning. Devon now, for goodness sake. Our Onion Johnny came by bicycle to Exeter in the 50s, wore a stripy Breton top and a beret. Only the French can wear berets. Oh, is that Andrew? Look at that, Andrew Pearce. I'm looking at a lovely picture of Andrew wearing, it wasn't camp, was he? And with his little hat on. What sort of hat is that? But he's got the moustache, the famous moustache. Feeding my cats now, says Tina. The smaller one gets annoyed if she's not served first. But I've only got 2 hands. She headbutts, then bites the others whilst I'm putting out the food. She was weaned on goat's milk, as recommended by the vet, so maybe there's a connection. She actually bounces around like a goat. We used to have, when we lived in Brentwood, the house next door to us in Westcott Avenue, I'm not sure our house is still there. I think we found it, but we're not too sure about it. Can't find anything with our actual address on it. But the house next door had a little orchard, and they had a goat in it to keep the grass down, because a lot of people had goats to keep the grass down. And then, I thought that was quite a cool thing. Steve, fantastic voyage. They were shrunk to fix a man's brain. Inner Space came later, says Jazz. I'm just so confused by the whole thing. I mean, honestly. And the Admiral Nelson thing, don't even ask where that one came from. I mean, that's Doolally time, isn't it, completely? But I'm glad we've sorted out the Onion Man, because I'm sure we used to sing a song about them. And then on second thoughts, I don't think we did. And it was called... See, that's Warescott Road. Now, our house would be on the... I don't know, because at the very end of our road, at the end of Warescott Road, there used to be fields. Then they put in the Southend Arterial. And so I don't know... what our house would be like. That's the Southend Arterial. So if you come back up Warescott Road, and we're now going to be on the left-hand side. We're going to be on the left-hand side, but not very far up. I think it's I think it's one of these places along here. Because I used to cycle up to the shops. They're still there. The shops at the top of the road are still there. See, I think one of these... it's got to be in the 50s, isn't it? 50s, 60s, something like that. Isn't Google Earth clever? Isn't it clever when you can look and you can find somewhere and you go, my God. And when we found our place in Yorkshire, it's got the end of the road, the little sort of dirt track that led to our house, but you can't quite see our house. Can't quite see it, but that was very exciting. Jamie Oliver says, I know you are a magic man. You're spending time typing things. He says, I did a fundraiser gig the other night with a magician called Michael J. Fitch. I know Michael J. Fitch very well. He was so good, he blew my mind, so fast and slick to see it up close. And we were all baffled. They worked so hard. It's been a very hard 2 years for the craft. It's been a nightmare. Magicians who were relying on parties and fundraisers and things like that because nobody could go out and do anything, they really struggled. But, Michael J. Fitch I've known for years and years. He's a good old Essex boy, so, of course, he would be friends with you, Jamie. So that's sweet. I'm glad, because we've just booked a magician for the mother of my godchildren's party, and he comes with sort of recommendations. So that's very nice. So we're looking forward to seeing him. I like it. I mean, I'm still sort of into my magic. I still have my shows at the Magic Circle. In fact, actually, they've already booked me in a date for the Magic Circle for my shows, which I think are going to be Is it show or shows? I think it's going to be on the 23rd of December. And that means that what we do is we have it and at the Magic Circle, and you'll go in, you'll have close-up magic. We'll have two magicians working in what we call the Devant room upstairs, named after David Devant, and they'll do close-up for you, which will blow your socks off. 23rd is a Friday, yeah, we're doing it on a Friday. And then little break. You can go and get tea, coffee, or a glass of wine, and we go up into the theatre and you get a stage show. It's only a little theatre, only holds 160 people. And this show, every year that we do it at the Magic Circle for charity, sells out really quickly. really quickly. So people have been there. Some people have been time and time again because they just love watching magic. And I compare the show, and we all have a nice time. But the last time, can I do any magic? Oh, goodness of these hands. Look at these hands, I tell you. These hands, yeah, where have I gone? Look at that, woo, Invisible Steve. I might do something this year, I don't know, actually, I haven't quite decided. Might do some miracle, which people who go, that is amazing, Steve. How did you do that? But of course, as Jamie Oliver will tell you, even Michael J. Fitch wouldn't tell you anything. But he does a lot of work in restaurants and stuff like that, comes into town, but and spends a lot on his magic and likes to go. There's another convention coming up in Las Vegas. That's where you get roomfuls of magicians. Because somebody was always amazed that there are things called magic shops where you can go and buy magic, you know, and talk magic. I mean, I've got one down the road from me called Prop Dog, and I go there at least once a week and just sit down, have a cup of coffee, have a look, see what's new, if there's anything I'm interested in buying. oh God, I've been buying it since I was like 15. Used to get stuff delivered from Davenport. It was very exciting. Very, very exciting. What else have we got? Perhaps we should get Siri to sing another song to us or something. Oh, get myself into trouble. What else we got here? Gwyneth Paltrow feared she was having a heart attack when her dad died. The 49-year-old actress fell ill at her home in London but struggled to call the emergency services, which is not so good. Benedict Cumberbatch says he was excited to challenge himself in the sequel Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. I don't even know what they are. I'm assuming they're films. But I've got no idea. So Anne Robinson, as you heard yesterday on LBC, is quitting Countdown. It's £500,000 a year. £500,000 a year, which is a lot, actually. There were rumours that her and Rachel were at loggerheads. She had her microphone turned off and all this kind of thing. I mean, I don't believe that. I think that, you know, one person's got one way of doing a job and another person's got another way of doing a job. And I should imagine, you know, the way that people talk about her. I mean, they probably weren't the best of mates, but nobody ever said when you do a programme on the television, you've got to be best of mates with somebody. You know, I mean, look at us here. Can't stand them. So, I mean, I don't want to make a big deal about it. Yeah. Sometimes it's like being on a knife edge in the studio. You know, it really is. I'm walking a fine tightrope, you know, to get to the other end of it before I collapse completely. But, you know, they smile, they laugh at the right places. The fact it's forced is neither here nor there. Yeah, they're not even listening to this programme. They're actually listening to Nick Abbott, old programmes from the 1930s, you know, and sort of enjoying them. They're not listening to me at all. Marmite have launched a new flavour to their growing lineup of spreads. It wasn't aware there were a growing lineup of spreads, but this one is Marmite Truffle. Marmite Truffle. It's apparently £4.50 a jar. It's not divided the internet. One customer says, got 2 jars, it's lovely. So you've mixed... So we've done Marmite and peanut butter. Now we've got Marmite and truffle. But they can't put very much truffle. I mean, truffle is, like, seriously expensive, isn't it? Don't they have pigs and dogs that are trained to sniff out truffles? That's what I thought. Amanda Abbington has told her fiancé was left burnt and paralysed for life. This is the escapologist Jonathan Goodwin. Now, I've known about Jonathan. He used to be on a magic show on the television. There was a whole group of them. And he did an escapology act once, stark naked, to prove that he hadn't hidden the keys. And what? To prove that he hadn't hidden the keys anywhere. And his father did all the chains around him, and then he freed himself. But on this particular thing, he was trying to free himself from a straitjacket whilst hanging upside down 30 foot in the air. Now, what a lot of people do is... There is an escapology act whereby they set fire to the rope, OK, and you've got so long before the rope burns through and you plunge to the ground. They did it on Britain's Got Talent the other week, but this time the Houdini water torture, whereby to drag it out. I mean, put it this way, they're not going to show you anything, I promise you, on the television that endangers the life of a performer. It's as simple as that. You know, can you imagine? They go, OK, carry on filming, he's dead. And he says, because this is what the Houdini thing is, it's he did it either in a water torture, I've got a big poster of it at home, or a milk churn. And he's got he's manacled, he's upside down, lowered into the water thing, and he's got to...
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your Universal Credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Do the things and then turn himself around, free his feet and all the rest of it. And they say he can only do it in 2 minutes. So, of course, the clock ticks past 2 minutes and people are going, oh, they had the people on Gogglebox. What a bunch of rubbish actors you've ever seen in your entire life. Oh, this is really tense. Oh, shut up, for goodness sake. Get over yourselves. Get over yourselves. I mean, I've seen people, where they sort of literally close the curtains and you hear, and then they go, we need an axe. This is just to heighten the tension. It's a drama. It's like, whenever you get somebody in a circus, East European circuses, not here, walking over a lion's cage on a tightrope, and then they go, and you think they're going to fall in. Of course they're not going to fall in. They don't fall in. They're tightrope walkers. I walked on a tightrope once. It was only just a little bit off the ground. It was only about 2 foot off the ground. And I was all right because Nick Knowles was holding my hand. But they didn't show that. You couldn't see that. You just saw me with my arms out like that, walking along it. I can remember when we actually did, I was messing about during the rehearsals, and the man who was teaching us got very cross with me. He said, are we doing this properly or not? Look, don't speak to me like that, Sonny Jim. Let's take a short break, shall we? 7:15, the latest news headlines with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, 10 to 7, just in case you're clock watching and thinking, oh, got to get ready now. And all of it, because the trouble is it's so easy to get caught up in the radio. And then you look at, I do the same. I get myself sort of nearly ready, and then I go and sit down and watch a bit more television and catch up with little bits and pieces. And then all of a sudden I think, I'll just put my feet up and have a rest. You think, no, don't, you'll go back to sleep again. Fatal for me. Do I have time to unwind? What, when I wake up? Oh, yeah, we have loads of time. Loads of time. I just like to take my time doing it. I'm not up and out. Oh, no, I'm sort of an up, and then I've got about an hour and a half to sort of faff around and do nothing at all. Sometimes I was going to have some asparagus this morning, but I think that's pushing it a little bit, isn't it, really? Even though I do like asparagus, and I've got 4 bunches of asparagus to get through, which is very exciting. Sometimes I just do it with frankfurters and just stick it all in the same frying pan, which are from the fair. Tony says Michael J. Fitch is great, very much in the style of Brian Connolly. Great magician and comic. Yes, I mean, I've known him for quite a few years, actually. Quite a few years. Glenn in Warrington. I don't know why I did that. I'm so sorry. I never managed to keep fish from the fair. They always died. Something to do with conditioning the water. I'm a bit concerned. I've just bought a hot tub to put the family in. Hope I get the water right this time. Do you know, I hate hot tubs. A friend of mine, Paul, had a hot tub in his house, and I just couldn't get used to it. You're sitting in the middle of the garden in a hot tub in the middle of winter. And I was thinking to myself, this is just not me at all. I really didn't like it. You just feel desperately uncomfortable. It's like a friend of mine used to have a record label, used to record Elton John and all the rest of it. And he bought a house up in Battersea, and his whole back garden he took out and he put in a swimming pool in the back garden, but heated to the temperature of bath water. And in the middle of winter, when the snow was piled up all the way around the outside of it, we're swimming in this pool because it's heat. The steam is rising off it like you've never seen anything. It was unbelievable. It was great, actually. It was good. But again, I'm not a big swimming pool kind of person. I'm very envious of people who can dive. I was never able to dive at all. Steve. Did you know Walter Lee, says Jilly, who had a farm opposite the tennis club in Ongar Road? They had a goat. No. I can't remember anything past last Friday. I'm hopeless. Raymond says, incredible journey, Steve. Film about a submarine being miniaturized and the crew being injected into a scientist who was injured in an attempted assassination and has a blood clot that needs to be broken up using a laser on the submarine. Bringing back lots of memories this morning, Steve. Love your show, says Raymond. Thank you. And yes, we just mentioned... this is the escapologist, Jonathan Goodwin. He's going to be paralysed for life because he got caught between... he's in a wheelchair. And he was very fit, very, very active. and engaged the lovely Amanda Abingdon. Yes, we read the story a second ago. Tommy Cooper's brother had a magic shop in Slough, High Street, says Tony in Spain. Yes, Tommy Cooper's magic shop, I remember very, very well indeed. The brother had the magic shop. So there's not so many magic shops around now. International Magic, Clerkenwell Road, they're still going. Prop Dog are sort of doing very well, but I think they're sort of changing the business around and moving it elsewhere. Davenport's Magic has gone, and that I miss. I mean, I miss all those sort of places. I mean, now you know what's killed it? The internet, because all of a sudden before, when I was setting off in the world of magic and this sort of journey of buying magic, you would go to the shop and they would demonstrate the latest tricks. Betty Davenport used to have to learn to demonstrate tricks because a demonstration would lead to a sale. So when it came to dice stacking, Betty Davenport had to learn how to dice stack because her father had bought in all these things, and so to sell them, she had to demonstrate them. And they would do the same at their other shop as well. And that's what it was. And then along came the internet. And so now I can go to all these shops in America, all these different places, and you just literally log on, you pay for it, and then it's shipped over. You can get stuff over in a week. Admittedly, if you don't pay extra to have it shipped with any of the big shipping companies, it can take anything up to about 4 or 5 weeks. But you can buy anything you want now. You can go around the world on your computer, and that's why it's changed. But still, people like the idea. Magicians are terrible for going and sitting in shops and just chatting with a cup of coffee, and they just want to sit down and talk about magic. It's great fun. I love it. Camille says, oh, God, Steve, hot tubs. I hate them too, especially public ones. All those germs. Oh, I know. Because it is germs, isn't it? Mind you, we became paranoid on the programme the other day, talking about what you can't touch, what you can touch after you've been to the loo and everything else. And it turns out you can't touch the taps, you can't touch the door. And then people pull their sleeves through. Oh, gosh, I tell you, it is such a palaver to try and get all these stuff and things done. So there's probably loads of us, Camille, that don't like them. Wendy at Raynham says, just going out to do horses now, but tomorrow, like a lot of others, I'll be driving down to Badminton for the horse trials with you for company all the way on the boring M4. Oh, isn't it boring? I used to have to do the M4 at night when just past Slough, the lights go. There's no lights on the motorway. As you're driving, so repetitive. So dull. So dull. So I'll be with you tomorrow, which is good. Please vote. Because I won't be just tell you this tomorrow, so I'm telling you today. If you go and vote, we'll all be a lot better. Talking of films earlier, says Elizabeth in Chaldon. I'm going to see the new Downton Abbey later, hoping for a break from the real world. It's escapism. It will take you away, because we love Downton. We absolutely love it. We think it's a fabulous place, and I've been inside the house, the real house that they use for it, and we met the lady of the house as well. I just think it sort of fits in very well, and all the cast and crew, I think they're brilliant. We spoke about the film ages and ages ago. I remember and somebody was saying, we can't talk about the film, we're not allowed to talk about it. I said, oh, go on, tell us. So Dawn Neeson's column I've recommended today because she's talking about Apple employees who are revolting against plans to return to the office, arguing it would make the US tech giant whiter and more male-dominated. Wait, writes Dawn Neeson. So going to work is now racist? I seriously give up. It does make you sort of worry, doesn't it, about everything. We've become so woke, so can't do this, can't do that, can't do anything else. There's a frustrated driver today lying in a pothole to shame council chiefs. Despite locals complaining for years, the B7068 near Lockerbie, Dumfries and Galloway is a holy mess. Sam Aitkins says, I've got 2 dented wheel rims and a neighbour cracked 2 alloys. The council did not reply to a request. We got it all over the place. They haven't got enough money to start repairing holes in roads, and it's because they don't make them right in the first place. That's what it is. That's why you've got to vote. Because if you vote, you can change them. You can get rid of these idiots and put in people who might actually do something. But, as I've said to you time and time again, how do you know if they're telling you the truth? And the answer is, you don't. You have no idea if they're telling you the truth, because they'll say anything, all these people. Once they're in power, there's very little that we can do about it. But you must go out and vote, even though they say the voting total will be low tomorrow. Let's see if we can up it for once in our life. But I will be back with you tomorrow morning, which is good news, isn't it? Well, it's good news for some people. Probably people say, hope he doesn't talk about onion sellers again and this little miniaturised submarine going into somebody's blood veins. But at least we've got the answers. We look at the answer. We still can't work out the Lord Nelson to the bottom of the sea one. That's the only bit that confused us slightly. But thank you for your company. Do not forget my free Little Bit Extra podcast. There's a new episode to download every single day, exclusively on the Global Player app. And if you missed any of this morning's show, there's a podcast of the whole show available very shortly as well. So 2 podcasts every single day. Just go to lbc.co.uk, download the Global Player app, and then you can go around the world listening to LBC. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. for Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, it's James O'Brien. But right now, with your Wednesday breakfast, it's Nick Ferrari.
Thanks, Steve. If you've enjoyed this podcast, you can listen live to Steve Allen Sunday to Friday from 4 a.m. on FM in London, across the UK on DAB digital radio and on Global Player.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
You're listening to our podcast of Steve Allen on LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday, May the 5th, and get the Barbie back on. Heat wave's on the way, and apparently that's what the British do. We have a heat wave, we have a barbecue, which is very nice. Mel B receives her MBE, and true to form, confesses she wasn't wearing any underwear. I mean, really, trash or what, dear? Trash or what? I don't know why they bothered giving you an award. Russia storms into the Mariupol steel works. The couple who won £3.6 million on the lottery, I think it's £10,000 a month for 30 years or something, are aiming to become professional ghost hunters. Proving a fool and their money are very quickly parted. What does your face say about you? Well, this morning it says, I had a very traumatic day yesterday, which I'll tell you about later. Peas and broccoli can cut the risk of dementia, which is very good. And the reality TV, which gets kids into booze. Because I've watched so many reality programmes now, and I mean, it's all the same. Nobody can string 2 words together. It really is hilarious. And they always say, these are the new ones for Love Island. Well, they think they are, and they put down what they think they earn. They had a plumber down there. They called him a water engineer, but he was a plumber. And they said, he probably earns about $36,000 a year. I thought, how out of touch are you? Goodness sake. I've got a beach shack for you for sale today if you're thinking of buying me a late or an early birthday present. Trouble, it's got no loo. And I quite fancy the idea of having a loo in there, because otherwise you have to keep digging a hole in the sand. 350,000 quid for this place. It's not cheap, is it? Ronnie O'Sullivan's buying an inflatable boat to celebrate becoming world champion. Riveting. And the Corrie legend Beverly Callard says she'll never return to the soap, but I always say never. You never know. You might get sort of further down the years and go, do you know, I quite fancy going back now. At this precise moment, she probably doesn't, but it'd be quite nice to think that she would. Simon Cowell's going to get married. They say he can't wait to rush her down the aisle. He hasn't rushed up until now, so I don't know why all of a sudden he's going to be rushing down. The Three Lions song faces the axe. It might upset people. Well, we've been through the words. I don't know what the Football Association's talking about. I really have got no idea. They feel the song is viewed as arrogant by other countries. Oh, go away, you silly bunch of girls' blouses. Of course they don't view it as... Why would they view it as arrogant? It's coming home. Football's coming home. Does that offend you, FA? Because that kind of sums you up, doesn't it? You really are. Nice to hear Will Guyatt earlier on, cuz. And he was, I think he was in Vision today as well. Darren was very impressed with the size. He commented on it. He said, my Jove, he said, got a lot there. And very nice, very exciting. I'd seen the pictures before, actually. Well, obviously I've been round there for a few Barbies and stuff like that. But always interesting. Kim Jong-un's fashion police pounce on youngsters wearing tight trousers, only because Kim Jong-un can't wear tight trousers. Look at the shape of him. He's shaped like a triangle. There's no chance. No chance at all. And so they think it's the decadent West that are leading them astray. Well, here in the decadent West, we haven't... the only people who wear trousers that don't fit are the Essex boys, because they can't afford to buy proper clothes, so they have to buy one size down a bit. Look at what they wear on Towie. Worst dressed lot of people you've ever seen. Really. And that's the heterosexuals. But also, apparently, North Korea's banning leather coats. OK, so that you don't imitate Kim Jong-un's fashion style. Kim Jong-un's fashion style. The very idea that he's got fashion style. Look at him, honestly. Poor old bloke with the silly little haircut and the big fat round face. You know why? Have you seen what he eats? Blimey, if you sent him to Weight Watchers, they'd have a field day. Could you just write down, on the page, OK, on the whole book, of what you ate today? That'd be interesting. Well, he had to lose a lot of weight, I should imagine. He was practically borderline going. I listen to you every day, says Phil from Perth, Australia. He keeps me in touch with the UK. He says, you did the right thing with the Blue Peter badge the other day. Oh, there you go. Thank you. And Deborah says, I'm sending this on behalf of my mother-in-law, Rose, who is 92. She lost her husband of 68 years, Joe, in December, and she's obviously grieving, but you can cheer her up for the day. Well, that's nice, isn't it? She discusses each subject. She'd be delighted to hear her name on the show. And we miss our Joe. He was a true gentleman. Very nice, Deborah. Very nice. That's the thing, though, isn't it? That's the only thing you can guarantee. We're going to be here, and then we're all going to toddle off. I mean, I seriously thought the Duke of Edinburgh was going to go to 100. I really did. And then when he came out of hospital, we all looked at him and went, oh, maybe not. Maybe not so much. Marnie in Glastonbury. It's my birthday today. I'm 21 plus 40. God, 61. I mean, you must have started looking at brochures already, mustn't you? 61. Oh, that's a nice spot. Under the tree. The sweeping chestnut tree. The group of lonely pensioners threatened with jail for playing dominoes. If you're West Indian, when you play dominoes, you slam them down on the table. It's very, very noisy. West Indians are known for slamming dominoes. That's how it's played. And I know this because when I used to work in Osterley for United Biscuits Network, most of the guys in the canteen in the early hours of the morning were black. They were from the West Indies, and they slammed dominoes down. I don't know why. I don't know why they do that. I can't quite work it out. It was very, very noisy. Anyway, they've been threatened with all sorts of things. Which is good, actually, because I was only watching people being threatened with awful things on YouTube before I started. And it was basically people on flights. Put a mask on. Put a mask on, because that's part of the conditions of the airline. I am exempt. You are illegal. You do not know the law. I know the law. Get off the flight. Get off the flight. And one woman went, no, I will not get off the flight. I am exempt. I don't have to wear a mask. No, you wear a mask or you're not flying. Simply, in the end, she was dragged off the flight. And protesting, and all the plane clapped and everything else. You get loads of those sort of people. They think they know the law. They're a bit simple in the upstairs department. And was it Emily A. Tack? She's trying to get Twitter, because she gets trolled on a daily basis. And she said, what can we do about these people? And Twitter are now looking into it. And I think the thing is, you get them into court. Like we got that one into court yesterday. Remember the one I told you, urinating over the war memorial? They've got him already. He's been fined about £300. A very expensive wee, but he's a bit thick. Only 21, but as I say, brain dead, I'm afraid, from the neck downwards. But I think anybody who sort of tweets something, she gets offensive stuff, Emily Attack, on a daily basis. And I think what you have to do, you have to get them into court, get them either fined, make them lose their jobs, completely destroy them, and go, there you go. It's because you're simple, you didn't realise, which I think is a brilliant idea. Another TV service beaming into Britain. I don't know what it is. I've got no idea. There's far too many TV services. At the moment, I mean, it's really embarrassing. I mean, we've got Piers Morgan, who pops up, I think it's on a daily basis on his show. Well, he's hemorrhaged audience like there's no tomorrow. It started off, it was... I mean, I was laughing about it the other day because my audience is at least 3 times bigger than his. Now, my audience is 10 times what his is. And he earns a lot more money than I do, but of course I'm not a greedy person. Not like Anne Robinson, who apparently left Countdown because of the money. She wanted more money. Steve, any tips on getting rid of pigeons? Shotgun? No, we've got these new things out now because what they're looking for at the moment, they're looking to nest. You can't do anything about them, on garden furniture. We've got a park in Twickenham, and the council, stupidly, because they're a bit dim, put benches out all over the place. Well, the pigeons just go to the toilet on them. But on some of the places where they're trying to roost, we've got these little... I don't even know what they're called. I'm trying to find out where somebody got them from. I think a pest control did. It's a little round tin, plastic, with this stuff in the middle of it, sticky. So they can't settle on it because they get stuck in it. And then I beat them to death. It's as simple as that. But it's a case of this. I'd never seen this stuff before because pigeons will not go anywhere which is sticky. And you could tell when they're making nests. You know why? Because you'll find little bits of twig all around the floor, and they do that so they can sit on... Not on our stuff, though, not, I tell you. Got a death wish anywhere near my sort of place. So any tips on getting rid of garden furniture? No. What you have to do is... I can't... There is no simple way. There's too many of them. It's all these idiots who feed the bloody things. That's what it is. You don't want them. They serve no useful purpose. The only good pigeon is under a bit of short crust pastry. Little pigeon pies, squab pie. And but I mean, you just have to... But the mess is disgusting everywhere. We've got, on this building alone, and this is just one of thousands of millions of buildings in London, have got these spikes on to stop them settling. And I've never once seen a pigeon on any of our things here because you don't want to encourage them at all. No, they wouldn't dare. They wouldn't dare settle on this building. Yes. Amazing. What else we got? Oh, Syra Khan. Remember? No, nobody remembers her. She was a has-been before she was anything. She used to be on Loose Women, and then she had a Queenie fit and left Loose Women because she said there were sort of issues behind the scenes. And ever since then, she's tried to make a career out of nothing. So she's decided, in a desperate attempt, because the career's going really well, to have her bum lifted. She's 51 and she's a sassy mum. No, she's a desperado. I'm afraid she was never much cop at anything at all, and thought she was very good, but she wasn't. So now, in a desperate attempt to try and come up with something, she's having her arse lifted. Perhaps she'll stick it on the back of her head. Might be the best thing. Daffodils have been left to rot. They've got nobody to pick them. Nobody to pick them. Boris is having a bit of problem with the Rwanda planes, but they think at the end of the month. Sorry, and the crew are coming from where, by the way? Are they sitting around at the moment, or are they working for British Airways? I'd love to know where they think they're getting the crew from. And these people, they don't want to go to Rwanda. And also, even when they're allowed to come into this country, they'll still be stuck in Rwanda. They're not going to fly them back. You will stay in Rwanda. How are they going to get anywhere from there? I've got no idea. But Rwanda can only cope with 500 people a year. So... There is no chance, is there really? Diana Dawes, remember Diana Dawes? Remember Diana Dawes? I love Diana Dawes. She was in Adam Ants. King coming. And they did that. Prince Charming. Yeah, Diana Dawes. She was lovely. She was an agony aunt as well at one point, but she was Britain's Marilyn Monroe. She was busty and fabulous. And I told you, I saw her in her hospital bed. She was dying. And a friend of mine was in the same hospital in the private wing. And as I walked on the walkway around the outside... Oh, she died years ago. Years ago. I couldn't even tell you when. About 35 years ago, I should imagine. 1984. Yeah, a long time ago. Died of cancer. But she was on the private wing, and her bedroom door was open onto the walkway. And I walked past her, and I went, oh, it's like... Of course, I never thought, because we didn't have mobile phones with cameras on. And so she died. Her husband... took his own life, and their son Jason I interviewed. He wrote a book about life with mum and dad, and then he died as well. He was a little boy when his father took his life in the house. I think he had a shotgun or something like that, and it was really awful. I mean, she was great. She was also, of course, in the amazing Mr. Blunden. That's what Diana Dawes is there, and she was naughty. She did sex film comedies, risque modelling and everything else, and she was alleged to have had, well, I can't even say alleged to make any difference actually now. They had a two-way mirror in one of the bedrooms, and young people would go in there after parties, and the rest of the party would gather in the other room and watch them, like your own sort of real-life porno film. I mean, it's cheaper than going to the House of Commons. Much cheaper, you don't need to go there and look up tractors or anything else. But her son Jason died, I think it was only a few years ago, and I remember thinking, oh, that was sad. Because when I interviewed him, I thought he was really nice. He was such a nice lad, and to lose his mum and then his dad who killed himself, And he just looked a bit lost. So she shoved him away at one point to go and live with his half-brother, I think, in America, and he didn't like that at all. Didn't like that. But great shame. Great shame. Tragic family, but she's left us with them things like lots of movies and stuff. She was Glamourpuss, but she ended up going on TVAM being an agony aunt. People would sort of phone up and she'd read a letter out, and sometimes she'd laugh at them, and it was. And sometimes you'd sit there watching her, and she'd go, "So look at the." She about that. People complaining. Mind you, we used to have somebody on LBC who did that years ago. Unfortunately, he had a bit of a drink problem, and somebody phoned up, was talking about what they had, and this particular presenter couldn't stop laughing. Thought it was the funniest thing ever, and it was something to do with sex. I think it was a sex type phone-in. You know, LBC used to have a lot of or we used to call them emotional phone-ins. You know, so people would phone up, relationship problems with Philip Hodgson and Anne Hooper, who she wasn't a member of the NUJ, so she couldn't do a show by herself. So somebody had to sit with her, mainly me, and I had to link the calls into her. I mean, I wasn't answering any of the questions because I didn't know the answers anyway. I just had to link it because it was a closed union shop. All good stuff, you know, all good stuff. Look, we're late. You made me late.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Thursday, May the 5th. And Ian says, I've had the hawk who scares the pigeons in Piccadilly Circus, well, it's in Trafalgar Square, actually, sit on my arm. Oh, right. So he obviously thought that you were a pigeon. Desperate to rip you to shreds, I should imagine. I've seen it. I've seen it down there on numerous occasions. Val says there's a lovely restaurant review in this week's Country Life on Onslow Court. Oslo Court, yeah. What do I say? Onslow. Oh, right. Yeah, it's Oslo Court. Sorry. Well, she wrote Onslow, but it is Oslo Court. Yeah, just by Regent's Park, by the canal. It's very nice, actually. It's in a block of flats called Oslo Court. I've been there on numerous occasions. I've not been for a while, actually. That's Onslow. He died ages ago of cancer. He was very good. He was in Heartbeat. We like Heartbeat. Heartbeat, why do you... Yeah, he died, I think, on the Isle of Wight. I think. He sort of was very quiet about it. Very, very quiet. Was that right? It's embarrassing, isn't it, really, honestly? But I loved him. I thought he was great. But he got prostate cancer, then suffered a cancer relapse and died. He was only 68. That was in 2012. There you go. Died on the Isle of Wight. I thought he was great. You know, he was never a typical sort of actor as far as I was concerned. He was Eddie Yates in Corrie, and he was a bin man in that. That served him very well. But then he was Vernon Scripps, con man and lovable rogue in Heartbeat. He took over from Bill Maynard's Claude Greengrass, and he did that for 4 years. 4 years. Only goes to prove, though, prostate cancer. Get checked for over a certain age. But I shall read that restaurant review of Oslo Court. Very nice. Don't forget, LBC's got full coverage of the local elections. We're live tomorrow night with Ian Dale as the results come in, and from 6 on Friday morning, Nick Ferrari at breakfast will bring you the latest from across the UK. You can listen on Global Player and keep up with the results at lbc.co.uk, so it makes it much easier for you. Much easier. Diego Maradona's famous Hand of God shirt sold for 7.1 million. I think that tops a record for a piece of sporting memorabilia. And the Newcastle United fan, what a play. He should be banned from every Newcastle United game. He was urinating on a statue of Sunderland FA Cup winner Bob Stokoe. Thomas Fleet, just remember the name, he's a thug, okay, urinates on war memorials. 21, shown on TikTok relieving himself. The prosecutor said the clip outraged McKem fans, I can well imagine. He admitted criminal damage. He's got to pay a 40 quid fine plus £250 compensation to Sunderland. His lawyer, Angus Westgarth, said he was an idiot. It was disrespectful to many, many people. He should be barred for every football match. Mind you, how can they manage something like that? Can't get their own house in order, can they? A little bit of an embarrassment. A McDonald's customer was fined £100 for eating in a Starbucks car park next door. You know, Starbucks had a car park. Firefighter Bob Spink was forced to pull into a Starbucks parking area as the one at the McDonald's drive-thru was full. He was shocked to be fined for staying in the bay for 16 minutes despite never getting out of his Peugeot. He said it just feels like legalised theft. Well, it's your own fault. You parked in somebody else's car park. What are you moaning about? Honestly, the rule is Starbucks said the matter was for the parking firm, National Parking Enforcement. You know, if you're in there sitting in your car eating and you're not a customer of Starbucks, you're going to be fined, dear. Can't be that complicated. I mean, why don't you take it back to the fire station and share it with your friend? You know, at least you would an awful lot easier, I suppose. Carol Vorderman being tipped for a return to Countdown, but this time as the host. I don't think she'll want it. I don't think so. I'm still liking Victoria Corrin. Still liking that one. I think that's... Sorry? What else does Carol do? Well, I mean, she's, you know, other things, you know. I mean, she was a big part of Countdown, and... but her journey would come full circle. Bosses would love her to come back as the main host, which is a lie for a start, because if bosses wanted to come back, they'd just appoint her. It's as simple as that. Don't give us this old swaddling here, Faye Layfield, whoever you are. Obviously, bosses want her back again. What'd you tell a lie for? You know, if they wanted her back, they'd just book her. Not complicated, love. Probably is for you, actually. But apparently, her camaraderie with Richard Whiteley made her the highest person. She was earning £1 million a year. Or old Anne Robinson, mind you, 77, near death, only available for 500,000. They did offer more money, but she said no. You know, Jonathan in Stanmore says, always had a great meal at Oslo Court. Oh, I loved it. Always loved it. It's just, it's old-fashioned. And I like old-fashioned. You know, they've still got a dessert trolley. It's not a big restaurant, because it was built in somebody's flat. And they do a set meal. But, I mean, set meal could include lobster, fillet steak, everything. It's really good. Really, really good. They do a lovely fillet steak, and they do also, I mean, it's really good. They do lobsters, and it's a set price. So, you know, it doesn't matter whether you have this or that, and then they bring the dessert trolley round and say, you know, what would you like, profit or roll? It's really lovely. It's really lovely. You get lots of... Going to sound really bizarre. Lots of Jewish families go there because you get a good portion, and it's a nice, friendly place to go. It's very family-friendly. Very family-friendly. I've seen Linda Robson in there on a few occasions. They do everything. Everything. Worth checking out, actually. And they're nice. The people who have it are really nice about it. Really nice. Which is rare in this day and age, isn't it? So here she is, foul-mouthed, disgusting Mel B, who goes to collect her MBE for doing charity. And underneath, I was stark, what's it, naked, she says. And you think, is there something the matter with you, dear? Are you just completely devoid of any class whatsoever? I mean, really, what an embarrassment you are. What an embarrassment. Oh, it's a nice picture. This is the Little House on the Prairie people. I like them. Did you ever see Little House on the Prairie? Da-da-da. Oh, I thought Little House on the Prairie was great. That was Laura Ingalls. And apparently Cambridge University has now put a trigger warning on Little House of the Prairie. I've got no idea why they want to put... It was a story about a family, a good Christian family with 3 children, and they lived there, and it was the Ingalls family, and they were wonderful. It was Michael Landon, I think, wasn't it? And why don't... writes Rod Liddell, all these universities cut to the chase and put the following message on everything. All books, films, TV shows and plays may now have in them stuff you might disagree with. If you're too stupid and sensitive enough to object to opinions which run counter to yours, don't watch or read anything, and instead go home to your mummies. Pathetic people, honestly. I mean, Cambridge University. A trigger warning on Little House on the Prairie. It's ridiculous. Apparently, they came under fire putting trigger warnings on this Little House on the Prairie by Laura Ingalls Wilder for its stereotypical depictions of Native Americans. Why don't you just go over there and close down everything, you know, you bunch of woke buffoons. Honestly, they're so stupid, these people. You won't ever want to go to Cambridge, would you? You can imagine you bump into somebody from Cambridge. You know, there's one woman at the moment, she's a lesbian working for a law firm and thinks that they've treated her disrespectfully. I couldn't work out what it was. It was another woke thing. And I remember thinking, why don't people just grow up and get over themselves? It's getting worse and worse. You know, for Cambridge University, you know, a bunch of the biggest buffoons you'll ever find, you know, it's stereo depictions of it. No, that's what people looked like and dressed like in those days. I'm sorry to tell you, but people wore bonnets. They really did, and they had horses and carts. What would you like, Maseratis or something? These people, they're such pretentious prats, they really are. It just drives me mad. Drives me mad. So Simon Cowell's going to get married, thank God for that. Finally, after all this time. Poor old Piers Morgan's organs... Piers Morgan's organ. I don't know why that came into the conversation. Yes, have you heard all about it? Is very small. Piers Morgan's audience has plummeted even further. You know, I forget what they're operating at now. It was about 60,000, wasn't it? Whatever it was. I mean, for the amount of money he's being paid. And don't get me wrong, I love Piers Morgan. But you can imagine the rest of the drivel that they've got on that channel. It's even worse. Some of them, 0 rated. 0 rated. And that means it's too low to calculate. It doesn't mean they don't have anybody. It means they might have a few hundred, but it's too low to actually put into a graph or something like that. And it's getting worse. Because once you've started losing, you very rarely build back up again. I promise you. I know these things. Bad says, hope you're keeping well. My daughter-in-law died last week, aged 33. Good God, that's way too young. Way too young. Your show keeps me going through such a difficult time. Oh, it's difficult for everybody. Difficult. I mean, we had, you heard yesterday the story of the Blue Peter badge, and that was very sad. I don't like anything like that. There was another one, an influencer. I didn't know who it was. She was only 16. She just dropped dead. And I remember thinking, 16? But that's, that was the Blue Peter badge story we got the other day, actually. Again, a 16-year-old. And you think to yourself, it's so awful. There are children in hospital, even as we speak, even as we sit here, who are terminally ill. You know, who won't make it to their next birthday or to Christmas or to something like that, and people have to come to terms with it, and it's really difficult. I think it's really difficult. It's funny because people have written to me over the years, as you can well imagine. Loads of people write to me and say, how long does this grief go on for? And I said it goes for as long as you want it to. As long as you want it to. It gets a bit easier, but you never forget. You never ever, for a parent to lose a child, I think is about the ultimate, heartbreak for anybody at all. To lose parents, we understand what cancer is, we understand what leukemia is, we understand contagious illnesses and prostate cancer and stuff like that. But when it's a little child who doesn't know that they're dying, that's when Globals Make Some Noise comes in. That's what it was purely set up for, to amalgamate all the charities under one roof, little charities who look after terminally ill children. Some make it through the other side. Don't you think it's all doom, gloom and despondency? Some little children make it through the other side, and they get given an extra lease of life. But that's why we raise money, millions. Every year we raise through your help, so we can help these little children and give their parents a bit of respite. That's what it's about. That's how it works. And so we're always very, very grateful to you for helping us to raise money for charities that otherwise would go under. And especially this year. This year's going to be even more important. The reason being that, people have got their bills in, people have got, extra on this. Somebody said their, was it council tax, gone up 700 quid. And I remember thinking, was that Sheila Fogarty? Where does she live? Up £700. Because I got the £150. She lives near me, doesn't she? I got the £150 rebate, which they paid straight into my bank account, which we were very, very, very pleased about. And then yesterday, 7 minutes to 5 is the time. A furious chef shot dead 2 customers yesterday in a dispute over his sausages. David Bouton was working at his butchery when a man and his wife stormed in demanding to see the owner. Shocked staff heard an argument about food and saw Bouton pointing to his homemade chorizos, followed by shots. Frenchman Bouton staggered into the street wounded and holding a gun in Bangkok. He was taken to hospital. The couple were found dead in a refrigerated room where Bouton had been preparing sausages. The Thai police said, we believe they argued and then shot each other over sausages. Good Lord. Dreadful. Also, men are splashing out more on new shoes, apparently, than women. I find that difficult to believe. Really, women buy shoes all the time. Well, I bought shoes, yeah, but I mean, they're sort of comfy, when you get to a certain age kind of thing. Jill in Ireland says, Steve, I too love Diana Dawes, a strong, lovely, talented woman. When I worked at the Arts Theatre Club, us girls used to go all silly when her husband Alan Lake came in. He was a good-looking boy. Good-looking boy, Alan Lake. I never interviewed him. I'd love to have interviewed her. I've been very happy with that, but it never was to be, I'm afraid. So here she is, poor old Syra Khan, the desperately, desperately shallow person who seems to think that she needs a £2,000 bum lift. No, it looks fine, dear, that size. And as I say, I mean, is your life, I mean, I don't know what you think you're going with your career. I use the term loosely, of course. And she jokes about what our cheeky photo shoot will do to her elderly mother. She'll probably be as embarrassed as everybody else is for you. I seem to remember Syra Khan came out with all sorts of strange things about her husband and then everything else, and then she left Loose Women under a cloud, you know, and then making various aspersions about, you know, what went on there and who she didn't like and all the rest of it. And everybody thought, well, fine, see you later, alligator, and we never have done since. Steve, who's been your favourite person you've interviewed? Says Debbie. Everybody. Everybody. Every single person. Otherwise I wouldn't interview people I didn't want to talk to. You know, there was never any one person that I always wanted to do. I mean, I wanted to do Julie Andrews. They flew me out to do Julie Andrews. But, no, the rest of them, I talk to everybody. I love it. And Stella says, considering how much rubbish reality TV there is, I wish I lived in the era of Little House on the Prairie. Yeah, exactly. I think the people of Cambridge are a bit doolally, don't you? Bit, you know... It was just the Ingalls family. It was a true story of pioneers. They went over, they set up this little town called Walnut Grove, and they lived there, and he worked the land, and it was stories about their goings-on in the village, and you know, school and the girls going to school and everything else. One of the girls ended up going blind. Yeah, same sort of era as perhaps a bit previous to the Waltons. It was really good. You know, it was just really good. It was told that we used to watch it, me and my friend Jimmy, not with us anymore, sadly. We used to watch it on a Sunday. I'd cook a lunch, we'd sit down and watch it, and we would work out who'd be the first one to cry. It was a guaranteed tearjerker every week. Something would happen, and somebody would die in it or something like that. And yeah, we used to have trigger warnings on it. Unfortunately, not from Cambridge University. I mean, they've got obviously nothing better to do with their time, have they? Really? But you're right. Rubbish reality television. Have you watched any of these dating shows? Love Island, Ex on the Beach. My God, what a bunch of degenerates! What a bunch of people. You think, please God, don't ever move in next to me. We'd come to blows, definitely. Britain will be hotter than Egypt next week. Oh, good. Let's build a pyramid. Let's have a bit of a nice time. Temperatures soar to 25 degrees thanks to a 600-mile-wide Spanish plume. But in Alexandria, it'll be 23 degrees. Well, go to Alexandria then. Honestly, people moan about everything, don't they? They really do. So Instagram is working with Emily Atack to snare a troll who blitzes her with sordid abuse every day. Oh, good. Oh, good. I hope we get him. Get him into court. Get him there. His name's Daddy Dave. Constantly makes new accounts to harass her. Don't worry, matey. We will get you. We will get you. We're going to destroy you. You know, because loads of people have come forward. And that's when we all smile. You know, hope you've not got family with children. That could be very embarrassing, couldn't it? I mean, the best thing really would be to stop doing it immediately. Because once you get caught, no going back. Russian soldiers argued over who would get their victims' socks while torturing Ukrainian prisoners of war. These Russian soldiers are obviously mentally unstable. They're raping, torturing. One of them, they were telling what they were doing with these Ukrainian soldiers. They had a bucket of water. They would dip their heads in it for a minute, then pull them out, then beat them around the head with these iron bars. One of them was stamped on so badly he died as a result of his injury. I thought, you know, I didn't think war was like that. Perhaps I've got a misguided version of it in my mind. I thought you either got shot or you were taken prisoner of war, and it was different. The Russian soldiers seem to rape and kill children. I mean, is that because they're simpletons? And the answer is yes. Much of the country is poorly educated, and that's where they're drawing the people from to go into their armies. That's why they can't stand up against people who are very much above them, you know, in the wars. Oh, my God, what are you wearing? Good to see the influencers. Borat, his mankini. Oh, I hated Borat. I hated the Borat. Hated the mankini. I did the whole thing about him. He was the one who did Sacha. It's Sacha Baron Cohen, isn't it? Ghastly. Unfunny. Very, very unfunny. Steve, Alan Lake says Jane was lovely but so troubled. He was an alcoholic. He died penniless and virtually homeless. Well, he shot himself in the bedroom of the family house out at Sunningdale, I think. She was allowed to keep it. She was bankrupt, but to keep her working, they allowed her to keep the house and the Rolls-Royce, so that it looked as though she was affluent. So he wasn't virtually homeless. He lived with her in that's where Jason found him, which wasn't very good. Amber Heard claimed in court to tell about the first time Johnny Depp hit her. I'm not believing a word she's saying. I don't know why. Isn't it funny? You look at somebody and you can sum them up. And in her case, nobody seems to like her. So she's had to change her PR. She thinks she's getting bad press. Well, you know, the cap fits, as they say. Christine from Ireland. How are you? How are you? You all right? good. She says, well, Steve, I've just woken up. I thought I'd have a listen in. Straight away, you had me laughing. The offended Karens at Cambridge was hilarious. If the Little House on the Prairie offends people, we've totally lost the plot. I think they need to study real things at these universities. Oh, and then Piers Organs. I don't know where that came from. No idea where that came from. That was very bizarre, wasn't it? Love you, Steve, says Christine. It's great, isn't it? Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Very good. So you do remember, don't you? I'm not here tomorrow. I'm not here tomorrow. I changed my car this morning, and the girl obviously thought she'd done it, and she hadn't. So when I phoned up, it hadn't arrived, and I said, listen, I need a car quickly. So they got me one within 5 minutes. But so I can't wait tomorrow when I phone up and cancel the car. It'll probably turn up, knowing my luck. I'll have to say, no, I cancelled it. Because obviously my phone keeps a record. They said, we can actually check that. I thought, well, check it. What do you think I did? Pretend we were on our way to the... Because, you know, I'm sorting out my pensions and then doing my will and all the rest of it, and giving my brother power of attorney in case I go completely gaga. So he's got power of attorney. You have to pay for all of this. It's two different things, one for a medical thing and one for normal stuff. So in other words, if I become sort of incapacitated through illness or something like that, he can take control of my finances, and that's all great. And then what we're doing is we're amalgamating two of my pensions into one pot, taking 25%, and then the rest of it goes into an investment plan, which we've agreed. The trouble is, when you suddenly work out, and if you haven't done a will, you will realise, up to 325,000, it's okay. Beyond that, you're taxed at a very high rate. At a very high rate indeed, in my case, 40%. So what you thought was all the money in your will turns out to be maybe not your money. The government wants you even in death. That's what they want. They want their bit of money. So I've had to nominate my brother, who's going to be my executor. I'm not planning on going anywhere. We just have to. You have to do this and make plans. And then in the event of him dying before me, it goes to his wife. So you know that's the way it works. So there's here is normally no tax to pay if the value of your estate is below 325,000. Okay, but however, a lot of people's is over that because of property. You leave everything, so there's normally no tax to pay if you leave everything to your spouse, civil partner, a charity or a community amateur sports club. So if neither of the above applies, your estate will be taxed at 40% on anything above the £325,000 threshold when you die. I just thought I'd mention that because the producer had no idea. And because all of a sudden, the money I thought I was going to be leaving, I got a rough idea what it all works out at with savings and property and a car and bits and pieces like that. And then he goes, yeah, but of course above the 325,000, because if you've got a flat in London, you're way above 325,000. Let's face it, round our way, they're selling two-bedroom flats for £700,000. So you're way above it. 40% you're taxed. So the amount you think you're leaving, and you can't get away with it, is significantly reduced. And you've got to pay as well for the financial side of it, amalgamating the two pension pots. That's going to be about £900. And for doing the will and getting power of attorney, that's about another £700-800 on that one as well. It's quite expensive dying, isn't it? Cheaper to stay alive, I think. So I'm going for that one. I've decided I'll try and stay alive for it. Simon Le Bon from Durran. He says the band being inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is special and most valuable kind of recognition for their lifetime's dedication to music. So they've got Nick Rhodes, fabulous house he's got, fabulous house. John Taylor, was it John Taylor got a nice house? Well, one of them's got a nice house. And Roger Taylor, the drummer, received the most fan votes out of all the nominated musicians. Bit funny. I interviewed them when they were in Vienna once. You know, the Reflex. Sorry? No. Oh, sorry, Vienna. Oh, right, yeah. I interviewed Stevie Wonder in Vienna as well. All I remember is his sunglasses were very dirty. Very dirty, with finger marks all over them. I'm over there. So can't somebody clean his glasses for him, for goodness sake? And the DJ, you remember this one, who made the prank call to the Duchess of Cambridge's medics, said she's riddled with guilt over a nurse's suicide. This is Mel Gregg, who was working at Sydney's 2-Day FM when she and a colleague, Mike Christian, rang the King Edward VII Hospital in London to see how quickly we could get hung up on. Nurse Jacinta Saldana was duped into putting the call through to a colleague who revealed details about Kate's morning sickness, and this is where it all went pear-shaped. The prank call went viral. Days later, Miss Saldana took her own life. She left 3 suicide notes, one of which blamed the DJs, and she said the hoax left her a broken woman. Online trolls, this is to Mel Gregg, told me to kill myself every day. Nobody would employ me. It's unbelievable, isn't it? But 2 years after Miss Saldana's death, a coroner found her death was not foreseeable. The hoax and difficulties at work were blamed for her death. I remember it so well. So well. You know, to actually get put through to somebody, they were just chancing on it. Mind you, there was another DJ, wasn't there? He was an Australian. He worked for Chiltern Radio and decided it would be a prank to phone up and see if he could get put through to the Queen at Buckingham Palace. And so he said, "Oh, good day, mate. Is it possible to talk to the Queen?" Yes. And so the person at the other end said, "No, unfortunately, it's not possible." "Well, is she not available, mate?" And he went, no, she's not available." "Well, where is she? She busy?" He said, "Yes, she's on an official tour of Australia." Thus exit one DJ, egg on face. I love it. Look, it's 4:45. I'm determined not to miss my break this time.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC.
Morning, Thursday, May the 5th. It's nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Bond fans, of which there are thousands, are gearing up for the sale of a unique piece of memorabilia. The number plate from the flying car on Bond film, The Man with the Golden Gun, is being auctioned. Once emblazoned on the front of the villain Scaramanga's Matador Coupe, the pressed aluminium plate bears 3 white embossed symbols and the figures 7543 and is expected to fetch up to £5,000. So it's not really a proper number plate. It's just made up for the... Because, you can check out what everything is. You can see a car on the road and you can put its number plate into the DVLA thing and you can find out if they've got, MOT and what's the other thing? Tax. Which I have for another year, so I'm very excited, actually. Very excited by that. I like things. Death and wills. If you put your money and property into a trust when you die for nominated trustee, there's no tax to pay regardless of value. Yes, we're investigating the trust situation, believe you me, because you just lose. I mean, 40% to lose is a lot of money. So we're thinking about the trust. Setting up a trust, and that could be much easier. It just means that people sort of, get it in sort of dribs and drabs. But I tell you feel quite depressed when they say, "Oh, this is 900," and then if you want that bit added on top, it's quite, But at least we got it done. And so I'll end up with 25, because I used to think it was, I think it was 30,000 quid, but it's 25% you can get of it, so which is tax free. So that's quite nice, just to keep as a little, I call it a backup. Money for a rainy day. And it was strange, actually, because the man who was the financial advisor said, but what are you going to do when you retire? I said, retire? Retire? Are you mad? I said, people don't retire in my business. As Nick Abbott proves. It's, people just don't retire. Nobody thinks about retiring. I've never heard of radio presenters going, "I think I'll retire." Because, what would you do? You'd sit there and twiddle. Yeah, some have been forcibly retired, because eventually if you kind of lose the plot. But as long as you're compos mentis and you sound young and you're still, pulling the crowds, as they say, then that's it. Nobody would ever get rid of you if you're doing the numbers. The numbers are the most important thing. Never used to be. Never used to be the most important thing. Now it is the most important thing. Do the numbers and, and just enjoy yourself. Then you'll be absolutely fine. You didn't used to be told. No, we weren't told the numbers at all. In fact, we weren't, because there was no competition. There was absolutely no competition. When we were in Fleet Street, there was only us and Capital Radio. That was it. What was the point of having the numbers done? So when eventually we did sort of see the numbers, we went, wow. Excuse me. Water. Drink loads of water. Drink loads of water. That was the thing yesterday. Oh, yes, so yesterday. So I'm coming back. And I was on the motorway and I get very near Sunbury and all of a sudden we grind to a halt. And we sit there and we sit there and we sit there. And so I'm listening to LBC and the travel comes on and they say, "Oh, there's been an accident on the M3 and the air ambulance is on the scene." And so we sit there. Hour and a half. We never moved an inch. An hour and a half. Now, by this time, I'm getting a bit desperate to go to the toilet. In fact, I'm getting more than a bit desperate to go to the toilet. Luckily, because I'd had my operation, it was an awful lot better than it... I mean, before, I wouldn't have lasted 10 minutes in the car. If you remember, I told you before, I used to have to keep stopping the car to go for a wee because I just couldn't hold it. Luckily, I was doing a bit better yesterday, but this went on for an hour and a half. In the end, everybody's turned their engines off, and we're just all sitting there. There was nothing at all. Then we saw the air ambulance rise into the air, and I remember thinking, well, this must be really quite serious. And so it's on I think this was the southbound carriageway between Junction 2, which is Thorpe, and Junction 3, which is junction for Bracknell, other areas of Berkshire. And so they say the M3 was shut to traffic from around 3:20 and had reopened by 10:40 p.m. It must have tailed back 30, 40 miles. Police asked drivers to avoid the area. The trouble is we were stuck. And I think we didn't move till about gone 5:15. And it turned out, as we went past it, you could see the vehicle was still there. The other side of the road was where the accident occurred. I think our side of the road was closed for the air ambulance to land because the traffic was banked up all the way into Twickenham. I've never seen anything like it in my entire life. But as I say, I was desperate for a wee. And there's nowhere to go. There is nowhere to go, so I had to go in the car. Luckily, I bought a little... You can get these Jimmy's coffees. They come in like a tin. They used to come in a metal, in a paper carton. Now they come in a metal tin. And I remember thinking, I've got to go. I mean, I really, really got to go. And so I managed to manoeuvre myself into the seat. And I'm surrounded by vehicles. I mean, luckily nobody sort of saw anything at all because I was very discreet. But I remember thinking, if this had been about sort of 6 to 9 months ago, I'd have just passed out. I couldn't have survived anything. I certainly couldn't have done an hour and a half sitting there going nowhere. It was very embarrassing. But at least, I mean, I don't know whether anybody died as a result, but the crash that we saw, the vehicle that had smashed into the back of this other huge lorry thing, was almost consumed by fire. So I don't know. We all obviously look as you go past. But all these other people on the other side of the road, it ran for miles. You're passing, they're all sort of peering around, seeing what they can see. Nothing at all. Dreadful. As I say, that was yesterday. So I literally had enough time to get in, chuck down a glass of Prosecco, climb into bed. Because today I'm being interviewed by Ian Dale. And he's got a very busy day today. In fact, he's got more than a busy day. He printed his schedule up. And I remember looking at it thinking, oh, my goodness me. He's at some point, he has to get some sleep in because he's going to be with you for tomorrow morning, because we've got full coverage of the local elections. We're live through the night, as you know, with Ian Dale as the results come in. And from 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, Nick Ferrari at breakfast will bring you the latest from across the UK. And you can listen on Global Player, keep up with the results at lbc.co.uk. OK, so I'm not here tomorrow. I shall be doing the same as everybody else, having a good listen in to see whether or not my predictions are correct. A career criminal's been sent down with the words from Porridge ringing in his ears. Burglar Alan Wilde, similar to Norman Stanley Fletcher in the sitcom, was told court appearances were an occupational hazard. The judge's words were, "You are a habitual criminal who accepts arrest as an occupational hazard and presumably accepts imprisonment in the same casual manner." So Wilde was jailed for 27 months. I mean, he's been in and out of court for 21 years. I mean, he's obviously an idiot, a complete and utter buffoon. He's been jailed in November, was on licence when charged. He stole a computer and electrical equipment. He said he's vowed to go straight, having been the victim of a burglary. He's a complete buffoon. Where do these people come from? Is this sort of, a sort of college for complete idiots? Because he's obviously one of them. He doesn't learn his lesson at all. He really doesn't learn his lesson. Mind you, we had that thing the other day, didn't we? The man who downloaded hundreds of images of pornography involving children. And what did he get? A suspended prison sentence. A suspended prison. I mean, you can't make these things up in this country. You really can't. Apple-shaped women. I've never understand what shape we're supposed to be. But women who are apple-shaped are up to twice as likely to suffer from some form of cancer. They've done an 8-year analysis. And so your shape determines what... I mean, honestly, it's all we need, isn't it? Not going to cheer you up on a Thursday, is it? Ridiculous, isn't it? Heather says, I'm off for a day manning the polling station in Southampton. Have a nice day. I think the weather's going to be quite good today, actually. And loving the show as usual. You singing Duran Duran's Reflex made me laugh. My favourite words. Her name was Rio and she... So this morning, sunny intervals and a gentle breeze, 21 degrees. Double it and add 30 approximately. We don't worry too much about it. 70, it's 40, 50, yeah, about 70 degrees. Wouldn't worry about it. It's going to be the same all week. And so mainly you can plant things up, water them. I was quite grateful it rained yesterday, actually. As I'd come out of the traffic jam, it started raining a little bit. And I thought, it saves me having to stagger around with a watering can, watering it. I'll tell you what, you might know, if anybody does pest control, they've got this thing out now, which is a little round plastic thing, not much bigger than a little tiny thing, and it's got sort of white liquid in the middle, which is like jelly, and it's to put up to deter pigeons, because they won't go anywhere near it, because if they touch it, they stick to it, so they go, get off quick as possible. So I want to know where they get them from, because somebody's put them up in our place. And somebody said it was a pest control company, and I thought, well, I want some of these. There's loads of other places that we can but yeah, somebody know what they are. Matthew at Heathrow says another accident on a smart motorway. They need to reinstate the hard shoulders. They're mostly vanished. We have got some on this particular piece of road. There is a hard shoulder, but terrible, really. Absolutely awful. Because I was only thinking the amount of time we got. I mean, I forget how many fire engines were on the scene yesterday. And so, people just sort of took advantage of it. People listening to the radio, put their feet up. One man started cleaning his lorry. He was polishing it on the side with water. And I'm thinking, is this an occupational hazard, cleaning lorries? I've never seen anything like it. I felt like saying to him, if you've got the time, mate, you could do mine, couldn't you, really? Didn't think I'd push it. A Brit in Mallorca has suffered serious injuries. He fell from the second floor of an apartment complex. You know what these people are doing? They're doing tombstoning. It's quite popular, as you know, because we've had this. It's called balconing. It's where people jump from one balcony to another without realising that the floor underneath you is solid concrete. This particular man, the tourist in his 50s, was found in Santa Ponsa unconscious, and it's the first incident of balconing of the season and follows the British tourism chief meeting British officials to agree zero tolerance towards drunks, because that's what people go. They stand on the balcony and they leap to the one the other side. I mean, you'd have to be really stupid and thick and of limited intelligence. The move has seen some all-inclusive deals limited to 6 drinks a day. But of course people do. They just wander from place to place and they get their 6 drinks everywhere else. Zero tolerance toward drunks. I mean, it should be the same in this country. Any pub, I think, that allows people to get drunk in it should have their licence taken away. Simple as that. Katie Piper on how she found inner strength. In the papers today, trolling, she says, is a modern version of a toilet wall at school. It used to crush me, but now I can cope. But we like Katie Piper. She's done very well. She does very well on Loose Women, actually. Very well on Loose Women. And warped Wayne Couzens is fighting for his freedom despite giving a whole life tariff for the kidnap, rape and murder of Sarah Everard. What a stupid man, honestly. He admits to crime, shame. I mean, well, then stay there and rot for the rest of your life. Nobody cares about you. They really don't. And Jill says, I'm not usually a jealous person, but many times I have wished as a female I could have a hidden pee in my car. Fair play to you, she says, for starting to share that. You've started my day with a very big smile. I couldn't have coped. I mean, I don't know how you'd have to cope. I might have to start taking tenor pants in the car with me. Make it a lot easier. Anyway, this music indicates we have the news at 5 o'clock. We'll be back with you in 3 minutes on steve@lbc.co.uk or 84850, all your texts and missives.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. It's Thursday, May the 5th. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC, and you are very, very welcome to the programme. So Amber Heard recounted yesterday what she claims was the first time Johnny Depp hit her. However, it took 4 more years before she decided to leave him, which seems slightly strange. The trouble is, there's some. I mean, I think they're both completely off kilter and mad as fruit bats. And she's saying it didn't sort of change my life and all the rest of it. For some reason, I don't believe a word she says. I don't know why. I look at her and I think you just don't come over as very convincing to me. You're not a very credible witness. You know, they've had people saying she's split personality, she's this, she's that. But then the American court cases, I mean, I don't know how long this thing's scheduled to run. The Americans just drag it out for as long as possible, don't they? So in the end, somebody will have to pay money and somebody won't have to pay money and somebody will pick up costs. And the way it's going at the moment, it's not so great. You know, you've arrived on Planet Showbiz when you get the invitation to the Met Gala in New York. I mean, giving Kim Kardashian a run for her money was Stormzy, who arrived looking pristine in an all-white outfit, making sure all the cameras were on him. Beats trying to grab attention by wearing a 60-year-old dress that doesn't even fit. So, I mean, Stormzy looked like he'd wandered out of the Church of the Broken Minds or something. It was just a very odd outfit. It was this sort of... I mean, I wasn't sure if he was playing vicar or something. I didn't quite know. And what he was doing there. Mind you, I didn't know what Kim Kardashian was doing there. It's got nothing to do with her. And even funnier was called Brooklyn Beckham, a hilarious character at the best of times. Watch him trying to string 2 words together, or even 3. Even 3. But Amber tells the trial... I mean, as I say, why can't they just put people on lie detectors? They do it on all the best chat shows, don't they? They go, well, you know, the lie detector said, you know, did you have sex with your next-door neighbour? You said no, lie detector said you did. And then the next-door neighbour stands up and storms out and all the rest of it. I used to love it on the Jeremy Kyle show until it all went a bit pear-shaped. And it turned out then to be sort of the sort of programme where they were looking... It was bear-baiting. Bear-baiting. That is exactly what it was. Strawberry fans will be treated to a bumper British crop this year. You know why? We've had a bit of rain and a bit of sunshine, but only get the British strawberries. Do not buy them from anywhere else. Only British. And I don't say that because I'm patriotic. You know, oh, that's Marseille. It's, yeah, no. But I think British strawberries, they're far tastier. I bought 2 the other day, 2 little punnets, and I bought some extra thick cream. You know the stuff where you peel the lid back, and then you scoop it, and you could turn it upside down, and it just wouldn't fall off your spoon. It's really thick. It's not like the runny thin single cream. This is super duper dollopy cream. It's even better than the squirty cream in the can, which they do in chocolate as well now. They do a chocolate squirty cream. Can you imagine? I think there might even be a strawberry one. But no, British strawberries, good. Very good. Supplies will be available from mid-May compared to early June last year. So they're still looking for 30,000 seasonal workers. So if any of my team were looking for a bit of extra money, they could go down there and pick strawberries, which is very nice. But they're all over the place at the moment, so pick carefully. I don't know what he does with my tea. Everybody else just puts a tea bag in the thing. You pour on the hot water and it brews itself. I think he squeezes the bag. Seriously, I mean, it comes out a different colour from everybody else's. Nothing else or he's found these sort of extra strong Yorkshire tea bags. It looks a bit stewed. It is. I think he's got a spoon and he pushes it down in it to squeeze every last little drop out of that sack. I think that's what you're doing. I think that's what it is. Because it's definitely not normal. Is you're a bit like that as well? Yeah, it... Got new tea bags? What's that got to do with it? I still... No, it doesn't taste bitter. I've made tea myself this morning and it comes out much different. This has been squeezed. I reckon if I had Sorry, make my own. I think you'll find you've missed the purpose of this programme. I am Le Star. OK, the heading up of the programme. You know, my name is above the title. It says Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It doesn't go Joe and Elliot's Early Breakfast. You don't get a mention. Yeah, give it time. Yeah, give it time. Yes, you'll come in here one day and all of a sudden they'll have taken the star off your dressing room, Steve. And I'll have to get changed with all the other people, which I won't be looking forward to at all, I'm afraid. So we've got the bumper crop of strawberries. I'm debating whether to buy a book on the Queen. Oh, you know, celebrating the Golden Jubilee. Do I really want to see lots of pictures of women I've sort of grown up with over the past God knows how many years? Nearly 70 years, isn't it? I think that's quite amazing. Quite amazing. Anne Robinson has confirmed that there is no rift with Rachel Riley, but there's no friendship either. But then why should there be? You don't have to be friends with people you work with. In fact, it's almost advisable not to be friends with them. So then when they move on, you don't, you know, they go, oh, are you going to miss me? And you go, no, not really. I've got no idea who you are. And that's how it works in the business. You know, I interchange my producer when I get bored, you know, and I'm feeling that way this morning. Yeah, get your hat and coat. Get your car keys. You've not pulled, you're leaving. But he's definitely squeezed it. This is not normal. I don't care whether they haven't done stronger tea bags. I know what their tea is like in this building. It's very good. Whilst my brother and I were waiting with the solicitor yesterday, it was early. And so there's a little tea shop next door. So we went and I had a pot of Earl Grey. He had a pot of ordinary tea, 2 slices of cake, 14 quid. Seems quite expensive, doesn't it? That's what I thought. Even the solicitor thought it said. She said, where'd you go? Next door. We went, yeah. She said, oh, that's right, it's expensive there. But they've got a very good ice cream shop. People queue for the ice cream shop around the seafront. But what did we see yesterday? Loads of hearses with coffins in. I mean, it must be Pensioners Alley or something. You know, everywhere you go, there was another hearse. I went, look, there's another hearse. Must be dropping like flies. Ridiculous. But it's nice. You can sit there and you can look out to sea on the Solent with your, you know, with your lovely ice cream, which comes in 2 different flavours in the Mr. Whippy type thing. You pull it down and you've got, you know, 2 different, and it looked lovely, but I didn't have one. I'm quite glad I didn't actually, but I should have gone to the toilet at my brother's place, but I didn't think. I was just thinking about getting home quickly because I knew I had to get up for work this morning, and I've got the Ian Dale interview to do, which should be very funny. I hope so. Depends what he's going to ask me. I mean, nothing's off limits. I've said this, well, apart from the usual sort of things, you know, like bank balances and stuff like that. But no, the rest of it, I'm an open book, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a pamphlet. You know, just, you know, read what you like about me. I couldn't care less. As long as you listen. And if we can get Jill in Ireland to be jealous because I was able to have a wee in the car. I mean, if I described in graphic details how it functioned, you wouldn't believe it. Because the good thing was I was able to empty it outside of the car because we hadn't moved for an hour and a half. And obviously the people behind wouldn't think what it was, which is good. Chris the trucker says, love the show, makes my 4 a.m. starts loads better. Isn't it awful? Honestly, I get in the car this morning, the driver said to me, you watched the football then? I don't know, the faintest idea what he was talking about. Did you watch the football then? I said, first of all, I said yes, because I wasn't sure I'd heard properly. And then I went, no, I didn't. I was tempted to say I was in bed, but I don't even know who was playing. Benfica? Would it have been, or something like that? I don't know. Man City self-destruct in Madrid as Roy Rodrigo's late double and Karim Benzema's extra time penalty. Real produced another miracle Championship League comeback to set up Liverpool final. God, I'm boring. Honestly, I nearly fell asleep reading that. So dull, isn't it? Fancy a driver asking me. You know, it's like yesterday, the financial bloke said to me, are you married? So I said, no. He said, any children? I thought, you're not getting this at all, are you, really? You're not getting it. But it was all good. I had to climb stairs. A little bit of a workout even before we had the meeting. But it was but you have to pay for the meeting. You cannot get your money out of a pension without having a meeting with a financial person who then writes a letter to them to say, we've had a meeting and I've explained all the options and everything else. But definitely setting up the trust fund seemed like a likely thing to do. Definitely. Obviously, it's all just paying out at the moment, isn't it? It's all paying out. It's bills. Isn't there a song there? Bills. Oh, no. Oh, no, that was girls. Oh, I knew it was close. What else we got? Russian scientist who's welcomed a Ukrainian engineer into her UK home after they met on Facebook. So that's good, Lud. And Stephen Fry is to be the MCC's next president. That's the Marylebone Cricket Club. And Stephen Fry is going to be the president. He was nominated, it's a year-long post, by the current holder, Claire Connor. He said he was honoured and proud. I think he's only the second non-cricketer to give the prestigious MCC Cowdrey lecture last year. He's very good, you know. He's very, very good. We like him a lot, actually. Prince William has been asked to help Kenyans who want an apology and reparation from Britain for land theft and human rights abuses. I don't know, one minute he's sort of, you know, giving somebody a CBE or something, who then proudly tells everybody she's wearing no knickers. I mean, I thought that was really about as scuzzy as it gets nowadays, really. Perhaps she thought it was funny. Perhaps where she comes from, that's very funny. I didn't see it as that at all, I'm afraid. I really didn't. And Ruth Wilson showed off her MBE the other day. And she collected her honour from Princess Anne in the first major investiture at Buckingham Palace since the start of the pandemic. She was made an MBE for services to drama. So there you go, it is possible to get them. Also, other famous faces included Roy Hodgson, radio presenter Simon Mayo, the one who just quit the BBC. Services to radio. Oh, well, there you go. And reality television encourages young people to drink. And apparently it's Love Island. I didn't think that Love Island, they drank on it. I thought they just sort of wandered around in their naff bikinis, looking a little bit like rejects from the Reaper Barn. I never thought about it. They do drink. Oh, do they drink? Oh, I never noticed that. And also I know in Made in Chelsea they do, but, okay, yeah. And so why did you diss me on that one? Why did you? Some of these people, they've all got funny little names. Like Twinkle, Sparkle and all the rest of it. And they're exactly the same as the girls from Essex, except they're kind of posh. So, are you going to Verbier skiing this year? No, I didn't think we would. Mummy and Daddy are on our yacht Popsicle, and we're out in the Caribbean this year. Okay. It's very much like that. I quite like watching it, if only to see how vacuous these people can be. And the answer is very vacuous. There was no rift, Anne's countdown verdict, but Rachel was very noisy. Well, why not? Why would you not be noisy? She's chatting away to the people taking part in the show. If you actually look at it, Anne Robinson hardly said anything. Wants her sitting in silence. Because she's noisy. Young people, noisy. Shh, quiet. Too noisy for me. Turn her mic off. I can still hear her. Build her another room elsewhere. And then she didn't even want the extra money. Idea for a TV show, Steve. Inspector Allen and these squeezed teabag mysteries, says Finbar. Yes. I think he's definitely squeezing. I don't care what anybody says. He can sit there till he's blue in the face. And, So I'm trying to think of a joke that went around blue in the face. I couldn't think of anything apart from Smurfs. Let's get the LBC travel, shall we, with Joanne Webb.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, welcome along to the programme. 18 minutes past 5, it's Steve Allen's early breakfast. A firefighter who blamed diabetes when he failed a drugs test has won nearly £10,000 after a tribunal ruled he was unfairly sacked. He said his newly diagnosed type 2 diabetes was likely to have adversely affected the test after cocaine was found in his system. He said he may have had a drink spiked. He was sacked for gross misconduct from Walthamstow Fire Station, and he's now won £9,454 after claiming unfair dismissal. The trouble is, that's it. He's got the £9,454, but doesn't have a job. No good having the money if you haven't got a job. How long's £9,000 going to last you? Not that long in this day and age. More on holidays, actually. Is it holidays? Oh, yes. I quite like... There was a holiday here, and this is off to Seville in Spanish, because I quite like Seville, and I think it's a nice sort of place to go to. Because the idea is, if you go to Spain, don't stay in the cities or the towns. Go out into the countryside. Then you see the proper places. You get the proper food, and it's much nicer. It's a much better way of doing it. Much better way of doing it, as opposed to going to the actual seaside. The seaside resorts are naff, aren't they? Look really pretty. Best things to do in Seville. I mean, look at those buildings. They're really stunning. It's like going to Vienna. Most people go, oh, let's have a look at... And Vienna is full of churches. Every corner, there's a church. You can't... Yeah, it is a blend. Yes, I mean, it looks a little bit like... Where was I looking at the other day? Oh, there were bits of Moscow they were showing you. And the Bolshoi Ballet headquarters. And these were stunning buildings. I don't know why. I was watching a load of Russian school children, little, probably up to the age of 13, 14, singing the Russian national anthem. There must have been thousands of them. And they all sing it with great gusto. I think it's imprinted imprinted on their brain. You know, you're singing this for the fatherland at the moment, and, until it gets destroyed. And I shouldn't imagine even Vladimir Putin, wants to see his own country destroyed. He just really wouldn't. It's so beautiful, and it's got so many nice sort of things to it. Just it's a shame that he's mad as a fruitcake. But there you go. Jill says, who is your interview with and what time is it on later today? Well, it's with Ian Dale. I'm part of a series. He did Sheila Fogarty, he's done Darren, and he's doing me as well. So it'll be the Life and Times of Steve Allen. And she said, I used to love your chat with the TV critic. I think it was Margaret Forward. It certainly was. Always such fun. Yes, Margaret Forward. Oh, goodness me. Absolutely. We used to have a whole raft of people who used to come in and be sort of my, presenter's friend, as they called it. It was, it was different in those days. You had the presenter's friend and then they contributed to the programme. And Margaret was a TV critic for The Express, I think. And she would come in and talk television, and I used to love it. I thought it was great fun. Great fun. We used to for a long time. Long time. That's why. So it'll be interesting to find out what Ian Dale's going to be asking me later on this morning. In fact, in about 2.5 hours. Can't imagine. Well, I have said, they've already asked me, as Corey said, is there anything that's off limits? I said, well, not really, apart from the obvious. So here's Amber Heard. I don't like her. Don't trust her. I just feel that she's, but mind you, there's a lot of money at stake. There's £50 million, I think. Plus, Mel B getting her MBE from Will. You just stand in line, don't you? And they say, listen, when he sort of nods, you nod, and then he will dismiss you. Like, basically, you've got your medal, now bugger off, Off she goes, and then tells that ridiculous story. The mother of the village, who's opened her home to give others hope. And this is a lady called Svetlana. Which is a nice story. We like a nice story. And the comedian attacked on stage at the Netflix show. And this is Dave Chappelle, was attacked on stage by an armed man during his latest live performance. He was forcibly tackled to the ground by an audience member who charged into him at the Netflix is a Joke Festival in Los Angeles. It'd be another one who's got health issues. That's what it'll be. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. What's the matter with these people? But anyway, Jimmy Carr was there. Jimmy Carr was there as well. He's obviously a friend of his. He looks the same, Jimmy Carr. He does that bemused kind of look in his face. And you think to yourself, is that the act or is that, straightforward? But, we do like him, but he's not been on television for a little while, has he? I don't think so. Macron MP quits over £7,000 worth of lingerie and clothes she put on expensive. How can you spend £7,000 on pants? I mean, that is like an awful lot of pants. Most people don't change them, for 1 year to the next, which I find slightly disturbing. People got holes in their pants and the elastics given up and stuff like that. You wouldn't find any self-respecting woman, apart from Mel B, who'd go out, without checking their knickers, first of all. You want to make sure they look nice, just in case you get run over. Because if you're going to get run over, and they do it. I've seen them doing it on Helicopter ER, and they sort of start cutting away at people's jeans. And you be careful with that knife. And that pair of scissors. It's very dangerous down there, very. So, and it's 8 o'clock in the morning, Jill. 8 o'clock this morning. So that's because he's doing television, I think, first, is Ian, and then he'll be back here. And then he's doing me. Then he's going to rest. Then he's got to get up. Then he's got to... So it goes on. The couple who won £3.6 million, Kirk Stevens and Laura Hoyle, get £10,000 a month, every month for 30 years. So that's not bad. I mean, you have to take a salary decrease, but I mean, it's okay for sort of keeping you busy. What would you do? Honestly, Elliot sort of, £10,000. What would you do with it? It'd be a waste of time and money, wouldn't it, giving it to you? You'd quit. Of course you would. It's only 10 grand a month. Only 10,000 a month. Well, it's 10 grand a month, and if you're not working, I mean, what are you going to do when it runs out? Not... 30 years, yes. Mark says, my wife Julie loves watching those videos of people getting thrown off planes and pet animals, either talking or making noises. I like the animal ones. I think the animal ones are great, but I love the people being pushed off planes. We're going to have you removed from the plane. What for? We're just going to get removed. We'd like to get out. What for? Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'm going to touch you. There was one woman, she's outside a store. She's bear baiting the police, and the bloke's got a taser. And he goes to her, don't come any closer, I'm going to taser you. OK, you've been warned, final warning. And then she's obviously drunk or on some sort of substances. He then fires the taser, and she basically goes rigid and falls into a stack of tins and then falls to the floor. I mean, it is just a major shot. I mean, it frightens the life out of me. And also, it's the noise it makes. It's got this electricity kind of noise, and I don't like things like that at all. Definitely not. Peas and broccoli, apparently, can cut dementia risk, which is quite nice. I mean, I don't mind broccoli, and I don't mind a few other things. Peas, I can eat peas, don't get me wrong. I think that I eat them fresh from the pod. And very nice they are, too. But I just don't, eating them on a fork is a bit of a pain, isn't it? You try to prod them and pick them like petit pois. Petit pois. Little peas. When they used to an advert, they were fresh in the morning dew, apparently, as the pod went pop. And the little girl who did it, I can't remember who she was now. Yeah, she was a very famous little girl. Yeah, pop. She used to do that. As the pod went. Love it. Happy birthday today to Adele Adkins. No idea. Doesn't help. Marion Bailey. She starred in Vera Drake and Mr. Turner. Directed by her partner Mike Leigh. Marion Bailey is 71 today. She played the Queen Mother in the Netflix series The Crown. Alan Shepard became the first American in space in 1961 when he lifted off in the Freedom 7 spacecraft. They were doing that the other day. They're sort of doing a list of people who want to go to the moon. You can pay to go to the moon. I thought, if I had the money, would I want to go to the moon? It's a lot of money, isn't it? But I don't know if I'd want to go. I'd always want to go. I've always said before, I want to go down to the Titanic. That's what I want to do. I want to go down to the Titanic and I want to swim with the fishes. But, of course, it's 2 miles down. So you never breathe. You'd be dead within seconds. Elon Musk told reporters that a trip around the moon would cost about the same as a private trip to visit the International Space Station, about $35 million. 35. But actually, how can it? Because they've obviously got empty seats in this space shuttle thing. So whether it's got 10 people in or 20 people in, it doesn't make any. You could be on a freebie, which I think I'd be all in favour of. But to go to the International Space Station, that's a bit Fireball XL5, isn't it? That's a bit. Whoa! I like the sound of that. Just to look down at the Earth and then poo-poo all those people who go, it's flat, and go, no, it's not. I promise you it's not. It's definitely round. Definitely round. Other stories which are running in the paper today. Fury over Facebook crash showing it's as vital as gas and electricity. And a COVID victim saved as his body bag is loaded into the hearse. This apparently is in Shanghai. 25 million population of Shanghai, as you know, already furious at the heavy-handed zero policy over COVID, which has left them under a merciless lockdown. The video shows 2 nursing home staff and a mortuary worker load the body bag, and they loaded it into the hearse. Moments later, they take it out and open it. One of them says, "He's alive." Bit frightening, isn't it? I've heard of people waking up on the slab before on the mortician's little workbench, and they then sort of go, he's breathing. This one's breathing. Imagine the trauma. I don't think I could cope, actually. Brendan says, is the interview on Ian's podcast? When can we hear it? I don't know. He'll probably tell me this morning. It won't be on for a few days, but when it is on there, it'll be on for a limited time, so you'll have to download it as quick as possible. It'll be on there forever. I'm not telling him that. I'm just saying it's limited. So then we get more hits. If people think it's going to be there forever, they might not bother to download it straight away. I do need hits. I'm still desperately insecure. I think. Simon the paramedic, just finishing a manic night shift. He says, good luck with your interview. Merci. Oh, I think it should go really well, actually. Depends what he asks. And it depends what I can think of to talk about. Because the whole thing is, you want to make it entertaining, don't you? Oh, Patsy Kensit, thank you, Brian, was the little girl in the Bird's Eye Pea advert. That one. I remember the first time I tried to click my fingers. I remember doing that because Mary Poppins did it when she had the soldiers in the kids' playroom, which were quite nice. And, yes, Patsy, she hasn't changed a lot, has she, really, Patsy Kensit? It still looks exactly the same. Tick off your bucket list. Where do you want to go on holiday? How about Peru, Ecuador and the Galapagos Islands? Or you can go to Elvis Presley's Memphis. Oh, I'd like to go to that one. That'd be nice. 9 days, 1,600 quid from, and you get to go to his birthplace. Wow. Oh, it's nice. Some friends of mine went there. They said the house is really small. It looks... What? Well, it looks really small because they've added this portico at the front to make it look bigger. But inside, I don't think it's changed since the 70s. But it's still quite nice. Oh, look, 5:30. Let's get the latest news headlines this morning on LBC with Simon Conway.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve says, Tina, on my first visit to America, I was so happy I pirouetted through the body scan. I was warned afterwards that I shouldn't have done that because US border forces don't have a sense of humour. We could have been thrown out. They really don't have a sense of humour. They really don't. It's literally they look at you stony-faced. And if you try and crack a joke, they don't understand. It goes over their head. I was waiting for a friend of mine, my producer at the time, to go through. And so I was waiting by the side. He went, keep going through. And it wasn't a case of a polite way of telling me. It was a case of move your ass. You know, get through there and go and wait the other side. OK? And I went, OK. How are you today? You know, went down like a lead balloon. I was about as popular as the dogs sniffing out people's bananas. And, and the fruit and all the rest they give you on the plane. But don't take it into Florida, for God's sake. They'll have you incarcerated. I got fined as well. I forgot to tell you this. I went over there and I was into... Who was I interviewing? It was another one before. But apparently you need a permit to record interviews. I didn't know you needed a permit. So I had my microphone, my little cassette player and some spare batteries. And they went, what's that? And I thought, well, you're either really stupid. And I think this was in... Where was it? It was somewhere. Yeah, it's like you're doing a job. I said, well, I'm a journalist. I'm making a programme about whatever it was. And they went, come with us. And I had to go to a side room. I mean, I wanted the strip search, but they weren't obviously keen on doing the strip search, just trying to find out. Yeah, they didn't have a permit for that. And they said, I got fined $200 because I didn't have a permit for doing an interview because you could be taking a job away from an American. I said, but loads of people come over and do these sort of things. So the next time I thought I'd hide the microphone and the thing. I didn't have it in my hand luggage. And it went through much, much easier. But you're right, Tina, they do not have a sense of humour on any of those sort of jobs. They're doing a job, they're letting you into the country, and they've got a scanner. So they know, if you've been in there before, they know, because they can tell by their scanning thing. And they just look at it, and then look at you, and then look at the scanner, and then you're in. And they're all right once you're in. It's just at the airport, they do tend to be a little bit precious. But I mean, listen, I don't care. I understand security. I understand what it is. So, and also we're all tired. But they gave us forms to fill in. There was no tables. So we all had to sit down on the floor and fill it. And then, of course, you can't sit on the floor at our age. I'm way too old for sitting on the floor. Not like some little... You can't get up again. I couldn't get up. I have to get... Can you help? Can somebody help? Hello? Is there anybody available to help me get up? I loved it. The other day, what was I doing? I was on the bus or something, and I was finishing off my bacon roll, and some woman is sort of trying to push her way down through the back. Excuse me, she's saying to all these poor little children who are sort of, going to their schools. And the buses are packed in the morning. It really is full of kids, and they're so noisy. I used to think Rachel Riley was noisy enough at Countdown, but my God, these kids, on the buses, yabba, 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 yabba. And then there was some bloke who had a little dog with him. And the dog kept yapping at everybody. And he's going, don't look, it's only a friend. It's a friend. I'm thinking this dog could eat you alive. It was only a little dog, but I've discovered small dogs are yappier than big dogs. Big dogs just whoop and frighten themselves. Whereas the little dogs say, yap, 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 yap. And this one was going for it. It was only like a little toy poodle thing. It was really... I'd have thrown it out the window, but I thought, no, that seems mean and churlish, so don't do it, Stephen. But, and it sort of looked at me. I thought, it's going to have a go, I can tell. It's going to have a go at me. I was all prepared for it. Got up my mace. I was all ready. Don't try anything on with me, Sonny Jim. But, yeah, you do realise when you go through American check-ins and all the rest of it, they're much more officious than we are, much more. But I'm quite sure I'd be the same, actually. If I was the person checking, I would be exactly the same. Kate, the emerald green queen of fashion, everything she wears, she seems to look good in. Not as good as some people on the television, who look much better. But 1 in 4 Brits say we should abolish the monarchy. What for? We don't want to do that. We want to get rid of Andrew. We've managed to get rid of Harry. He can stay away for the rest of his life as far as we're concerned. But in Jubilee year, 1 in 4 Brits say we should abolish the monarchy, which means that 3 out of every 4 say we should keep it. So let's keep it. It's the Queen. It's, Charles and Camilla and Wills and Kate, and that's it. There might be a few other people in the family. I mean, but, Anne is well part. You could pare it down a little. They don't need that many houses, do they? But what will you turn them into? I mean, flats. We live at Balmoral. Yeah, we live at Sandringham on the estate. I mean, to be honest with you, it's only for one woman to rattle around in. So in theory, I suppose you could turn it into timeshares or something. I like the idea of a timeshare, And we've got all of Philip's bedding, which we've saved. I see no reason why not. John says, my sister Val had her second cataract procedure yesterday. At the first stop, she saw pink lights. Yesterday, blue, in and out, 2 hours, 08:45 to 10:45. Very good, very good. So she saw pink lights. I didn't see pink lights at all. I just saw white. Just saw white lights. I wonder about pink or blue. Doesn't sound very good at all, does it, really? But no, I mean, they're very quick on the cataracts. I thought they were great. I thought they were absolutely amazing. I was very pleased. I'd like to watch them doing it from the other side, because I'm the one being operated on. I'd like to watch them doing it. But I shouldn't imagine you could probably see without wearing these special spectacles that they peer through, because they've got to shatter the lens, take it out, and then sort of put in the new one, which sounds brilliant. Absolutely sounds brilliant, but I don't think I'd want to ever do it. I don't want to do any of these operations where they go into people's, bodies and they open up the chest cavity and I think, oh no. It's like autopsies, exactly. So why would you ever want to do that? What on earth would possess you to be a Home Office pathologist? I can't think of anything worse. Really can't. So Ruth Wilson showing off her MBE. They look quite nice, actually. Come in little boxes. Still can't work out why Simon Mayo gets something. I mean, so he was on the radio for a few years and then he left there. So does he get it for that, or does he get it for the low-rent place where he is at the moment with not very big an audience? I don't know whether or not it works like that. Very odd, very odd. The Crookback in Porridge we did, and a quarter of young women have little trust in the police, which is a survey that's running in all the papers today. So trust I feel sorry for the police, the stuff they've got to deal with nowadays. I watch all the 999 programmes, I watch all the drunks they have to go out and deal with, and the abuse that they suffer, and you think to yourself, no amount of money would ever make me want to do a job like that. I don't even know what they earn, actually. Really don't know. From Eileen in Scarborough, says, I'll miss you tomorrow, as you normally keep me company at work, but it'll give me a chance to catch up with the podcast. Oh, you must download the podcast. You must download. She says, looking forward to the interview. I think that's what people are going to be looking forward to. Once Ian does it and puts it up, I think then, there'll be lots and lots of people who are going to want to download it. Yes, the internet will probably collapse with the excitement of it all, Steve reveals all little-known stories. We never knew he was a secret James Bond, says Ian Dale. We just thought he was with his father when they went abroad, but no, he was a spy. 004 till 7. See? No pulling the wool over my eyes, let me tell you, or anybody else's. I went to Miami, Steve, with my 2-year-old son in 1999 at the airport when looking at our passports and questioning if the son was mine because we've got different surnames. I think that's quite a nice idea, actually. Steve, I would definitely recommend Ecuador and the Galapagos Islands. I went on a fantastic adventure-type holiday as my first big trip on my own. I joined a group and we met mostly on the plane. The only problem was on the cruise around the Galapagos, the boat had seen better days, and the worst thing was the huge cockroaches. But in the group were a couple of doctors who assured us they weren't harmful, and after all, it was an adventure holiday, says Helen. Because we had cockroaches, I think we had hissing cockroaches. They're actually quite big, and they do hiss, I think. Yeah, they're quite big hissing cockroaches. And we used to have them in Hong Kong. You could pull something out from the wall, and there'd be loads of them, loads and loads of them. Ghastly things, ghastly. I never liked anything like that. Yeah. Madagascar hissing cockroaches. I mean, they reach 5 to 7.5 centimetres. I don't even know how big that's quite big, isn't it? 2 to 3 inches. That's quite big for something that's going to hiss at you. I think so. Hissing is part of its mating ritual. I wonder why they were trying to get friendly. I had no idea, actually. It probably saw me as a companion for the future. They're native to the island of Madagascar, which is off the African mainland. There's all sorts of things that, lots of creatures that you don't see. And you sort of think to yourself, I mean, I just thought they were disgusting anyway. Don't look at, but people collect them, don't they? People like to collect these and have them running over their hands and, oh, ghastly. Absolutely dreadful. 18 minutes to 6. I'm only telling you that just in case you are running to go and do something important today. You know, you might not be. Have you ever heard of ultra walking? Ultra walking. No, you wouldn't. Well, you wouldn't have done. Definitely not. Ultra walking, it sees participants take part in super walks. So generally longer than the marathon. That's ultra walking. I think people are very good when they do all this. I can't do it. I seriously can't. Oh, sorry. Look at that. They've brought out a hanging basket in shades of pink and purple, and they've called it the Eton Mess hanging basket. Just looks like petunias and stuff like that, an hanging basket. Because they've planted them all up out here outside the Garrick Theatre. They're already hanging up on the lampposts, which is very nice. And I'm waiting to see how big they're actually going to get when they water them. Because I think when they come round to water them, they've got all the nutrients in the water that they're pumping into them, because they can now grow fairly quickly. Tyson Fury has traded in his Ferrari for an electric Porsche as a treat for beating Dillian White. Can cost up to £140,000. He lives in Wilmslow in Cheshire. He previously told how he prefers an old banger, saying, "I'm a simple man. I drive an 07 VW Passat." I don't even know what that is. I know it's a car, but I've got no idea whether it's an interesting car. Like a Mondeo. Oh, ghastly. It's like family car, isn't it? That family car? I don't think I've ever been in a Mondeo. I can't remember what my brother's car is. It's a fun. He's changing it. He's changing it because I think he's bought a hybrid car, which I think is it's one of those. It's a mixed car, isn't it? The hybrid car. Yeah, eco-friendly. Dawn Neesom's up. She says, on the way to work, 2 hours of live telly and no holiday. Nothing like that at all. Nothing like that at all. Bless her heart, honestly. Bless her heart. And who else wrote to me? Somebody else just wrote to me. Oh, Stuart Manning. Stuart Manning is around. He's obviously up early to do some filming. He says, loving the show this morning. Thank you. And because we had this long discussion yesterday about this television programme, didn't we? Inner Space. Was it a rabbit? Was it a human? Was it going into a scientist's bloodstream? I don't know. In the end, we got very confused because Lord Nelson crept into it. We didn't know where that had come from. Makers of a Ukrainian drone, which helped halt Russia's 40-mile death convoy, say their creation has now blitzed almost 100 vehicles. These are big, though, these drones. They're like the Sky Television one. It's big. It's very big. I saw it went up to Sky ages ago. It's huge. And it can take off and go really, really high, and you've got to have a special operator. They have a bloke on one of the shopping channels, and he demonstrates drones. And he's obviously... That's all he does. He just... Have you got loads? Oh, I've got a few, yeah. I like the balls. I've got balls that take off now. Very, very exciting. Might actually put that up on YouTube. Oh, travel, yes. Well, let's do the travel, shall we? Before I get myself into any more trouble. Let's get the travel now. It's Joanne Webb.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. It's 12 minutes to 6. So this black pensioner in the paper today, this is the Domino story. And it's very apropos, actually, because they're being very loud, but there is a ban on them being very loud. And he says, wait a minute, we play dominoes. This amounts to racial discrimination, because if you are West Indian, and this particular man, Ernest, says he and his friends have gathered in a London square to play for 12 years. Westminster Council have had complaints that they're noisy, so they've secured an injunction against them on this Maida Hill Market Square in North London. The council said there were, how many complaints? 200. 200. Apparently, one resident claimed they'd been forced to move in March last year. A judge tweaked the order allowing gatherings in the square, but people are under threat of being jailed if they're caught playing loud amplified music, drinking alcohol and shouting and swearing. Swearing. It's like cakes, isn't it? I don't know why it is. It's the way that West Indian players, his family, Mr. Theophile, this is Ernest, whose family came to the UK from Dominica in the 1950s, says the order amounts to discrimination. He said, if you're West Indian, you just can't play dominoes without making a bit of noise. It's the way it is. I mean, I remember this from, more than 40 years ago, more than 40 plus years ago. And any injunction, says a barrister, James Matthews, telling the London County Court, any injunction restraining the activities of a minority of black people in a public square where there is theoretical power of arrest and sanction of imprisonment is indirectly discrimination. Mr. Theophile's solicitor, Anne McCurdy, said after the hearing, it's really curtailing how they've always socialised together. They can't have a beer with it either. Is that amazing? I didn't realise that must be really quite noisy. I mean, we don't do anything. I mean, I sometimes take my recorder into the local park, and play green sleeves to myself, try and pretend to be an ice cream van, but that's about it. Yes. Westminster Council says that seeking the court ban was a reasonable response in light of the widespread disruption. They also have dealt with public drinking, drug dealing and abuse, as well as urination in the street. You see it all the time. All the time. But the judge, Heather Boucher, has reserved her decision on whether the council properly assessed its duties under the Equality Act. But it is noisy. But, I mean, that's what people do, from that particular part of the world. And I see no reason why they shouldn't do it here. It's only dominoes, for God. They don't play it for hours. Well, they do play for quite a few hours, actually, on end. Alan Titchmarsh isn't a fan of naming storms. He said, I rather feel for folk whose name is taken to identities such as Tempest, he said in Gardener's World magazine. Imagine being a gentle soul called Eunice and having to live the rest of your life associated with vile weather, fallen telegraph poles, crushed cars and damaged sea defences. Yes. I don't know why they always come up with these names. I always thought it was a bit peculiar. Steve, I've had my retina reattached, says John, and my lens changed in my right eye, and it's like new again. They did both operations while I was awake. Lucky in here in Brighton that we have an eye hospital, which, when seen from above the building, is the shape of a pair of spectacles. Right. How lovely. But yes, I mean, it does, I mean, they do them when you're awake. They don't do them they don't put you to sleep and then do your cataracts. They do them when you're awake. And Mark in Western Australia says, went to Las Vegas a few years back and the border asked me the reason for my visit. Duh. Yes. I mean, people, they always want to know these things, Do you have enough? They're also very keen to find out if you've got enough money to live over. They don't want anybody sponging off the system. That's the worst thing. And Dave in Plymouth says, my mum told me to tune in since Monday. Love your show. Well, there you go. It's a start, isn't it? And Brendan at Anne's says, rolled out of bed like a beach whale, having eaten 3 Krispy Kreme donuts, a tub of Ben & Jerry's cookie dough and a random box of chocolate bears in one sitting. That's really bad. He said, I was hoping somebody would alleviate the guilt, but gosh, it was good. Gosh, it was good. I can imagine, actually. I can't, I mean, I don't think I'd want to eat 3 Krispy... Well, I might want to eat 3 Krispy Kreme donuts. They are very... Do you know they do little donuts? I bought 2 boxes the other day for my brother and his wife. Little box. They've got sort of 6, I think, in each box. Could be 8. And they're little tiny things, about, yo big. And they're really nice. But sorry? Filling? I didn't have them. They weren't for me. I bought them for my brother. I can't eat donuts. I'm a diabetic. I wouldn't eat anything like that. I might have one at Christmas or something like that. I did have one in a market some years ago, and it had blackcurrant and blackberry filling. It was delicious, absolutely delicious. And there was a lot of it. So when you put it in your mouth and you bit into it, all the liquid flooded into your mouth. It was great. It was very nice indeed. But I think this weekend it's going to be planting stuff and watering. That's what I think it's going to be this weekend. So if you've got plants to put out, this would be the weekend to do it. Can't leave it any longer, otherwise they'll never blooming grow in time, will they, really, I suppose? Elephants kept in zoos experience so much pain and suffering that keeping them must end, so says the Born Free charity. They say elephants are harmed physically and psychologically by being held captive. So they're looking... I mean, the average lifespan in the wild is 50. In a zoo, it's about 20. Because they don't go as far, do they, really? And the chairman of the Aspinall Foundation is Damien Aspinall, who's 61 now. And he said it's time all zoos did the right thing. If they don't, then the government will step in. There are thought to be 49 elephants across 11 zoos. Wow. Quite a lot. And a driver who doctored dashcam footage after a fatal car smash has been jailed for almost 2 years. Martin Young crashed his Audi into a VW Polo driven in December by William Hall, 84, who died 5 months later. Young's recording of the dash cam obscured his speed and said he was travelling at 65 miles an hour, but the jury found the original footage and he was doing 88 miles an hour. Little bit of a difference. Banned for nearly 6 years, 2,116 costs plus a surcharge. DC Rochelle Evans says, if you lie, you will be found out. Might not be this year, could be next year, it doesn't matter. They will find out. You very rarely get away with anything nowadays. You know, there's so much technology out there which makes such a difference, you know, to getting people into court and all that. And people lie up until the last minute. It's always amazing to watch them on these television programmes and they sort of go, I didn't do that. And you think, we know you did. Even Gogglebox have started sussing out people and sort of arguing and shouting at the television. I think they need to change a lot of the people on it and go for some new faces. But they've tried a couple of new faces and they don't work. There's a Scottish couple on there. I can't understand a word they're saying. And they seem to be okay, but they're not contributing enough, you know. And we would still like the two in the caravan, don't we? The two there, and Giles and Mary. Yeah, Lee and Jenny. Is it Lee and Jenny? Yeah. Do you know it's his caravan? I always thought it was hers for some reason. I don't know why, but it's his. And I think his boyfriend works abroad or something. But they've been together like 20 years. But it was very interesting, and I like Giles and Mary, because they just have such a strange life. They're completely mad as broomsticks. You know, they were getting excited the other day. It's like a pano raisin kind of thing that they got. Whatever it was, I remember thinking, they really are not living the high life. But he doesn't work, does he? I don't think he needs to work. I think financially he's independent, so he's doing okay. He's doing okay. But he calls her, was it Matty? Nutty. Calls her Nutty. What's that short for? Nut. That's not short for anything at all. Just calls her Nutty. Isn't that funny? Calls her Nutty. I didn't... But, oh, right. Because they've been on television for ages now. And they've known each other for a long time, because occasionally they do a flashback of the pictures of them. And they seem quite happy in their house. I don't know if they've got kids or if they haven't got kids. I've never kind of worked that little bit. Oh, tea's arrived. There we go. I bet you squeezed it again.
No, I didn't.
Well, why does it look that colour?
It's just the colour of tea.
Don't argue with me. I am the presenter. I can't believe it. That's it arguing with me on the colour of the tea. Well, my tea never comes out this colour. Yeah, look at them. Is that them? Didn't they look different when they were younger? This is Mary and Giles. Are they still together after all this time? He was a good-looking boy, wasn't he? He was good-looking, but... Oh, blimey, yeah. I think it's amazing how long they've been together, you know, to make it last that long. I think it's a miracle. Especially when she turns on him and says, don't use that language, Giles. Don't like it. She's very prim and proper, isn't she, really? Is that them as well? Is that Giles and Mary as well? Oh, it's Lee and Jenny. I was going to say, they've changed. Just a fraction. Lee and Jenny. She was the landlady in a pub, wasn't she? And he was just one of the gay customers. But I think they work really, really well together. Really well together. They sit in that caravan. They appear to have loads more room than Giles and Mary, who appear to be surrounded by books and stuff like that. I'm not sure if I'm still getting on with the couple who are in Blackpool, the brother and sister. I'm not sure whether or not I'm sort of, you know, still with them. Is that Paul Chuckles? That's right, Paul Chuckles' nephew. I'm not sure about them. I'm not sure whether I'm bored with them now. I'm not bored. Oh, right, I'm not bored with them, apparently. Why not? Why am I not bored with them? They're not funny, that's the trouble. He thinks he's funny, but he's not. And then there's the two, they could be sisters or something. They screech. And then you've got the ones with the dog who's died. And they always have the cakes in the middle of the table, and the dog used to dribble and slaver over everything. Ugh, it's horrible. Every time we went like that, the whole wallpaper had got drenched and it was peeling off the wall. Oh, it was horrible. You know, people going, oh, lovely, the dogs are here. They seem to have had 2 or 3 of them at one point. Now they haven't got any. But the cakes are still sitting on the table. But the father looks like he's coming from another family, because his language is terrible. He can't, you know, stop effing and blinding all over the place. Imagine effing and blinding in front of your parents, and then your parents start effing and blinding. I mean, I find it dreadful, absolutely dreadful. We got the news coming up, haven't we? Still to come, a fat lot of good food apps are in an obesity crisis. We're not in an obesity crisis, are we? Can people afford to eat out? I was at Costco the other day and I had just a very small baked potato. And there was a couple sitting opposite me. Well, it was just the mother and two little children. And they had the biggest pizza I'd ever seen in my entire life. It was huge. It was like, you know, a mega-sized pizza. I think they're about 16 quid or something like that. You can either take them away or you could eat them there. But if you take them away, they're stone cold. They need to do ribs that you can eat there because they do cooked ribs. And that would make it easier. So sometimes I have a hot dog in a roll with onions. 12 inches of happiness. It's sort of, they're quite big. And they sort of, or have a baked potato. I'm big on the baked potatoes. Like the baked potatoes. In fact, actually, at this precise moment in time, I could eat just about anything. But I can't, because I'm on a diet. So we'll have the news instead.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's 4 minutes nearly past 6 o'clock, and it's very interesting because now I can't remember if it was The Guardian did a review on this new television thing, which is sort of the one which, you know, started off not particularly big audiences. Now it's got even worse, and now it's been rated as having 0 viewers during primetime broadcasts, mainly because a lot of the people aren't experienced at doing this, and they're sitting there doing what can loosely be described as a radio programme, but it goes for like 4 hours. And if you don't like somebody that, you don't want to watch somebody for 4 hours. I mean, you wouldn't do that even on the television in the morning when there's 2 people presenting. So when you get, you know, a very average presenter trying desperately to get phone calls and things like that, and you can tell it's not working. And some of the guests, I mean, they must have gone to a reject shop to get these people. One of them the other day who called himself a broadcaster. It's a producer. I don't know why all of a sudden a broadcaster. I suppose it sort of gives it. Anyway, Morgan's flagship show collapsed from 317,000 viewers on its launch night to 62,000 a week later, a fall of 80%. 80%. Now, that's significant. That is very significant. You know, it had Trump on there for the first one, but, you know, it's finding the amount of guests that you need for it, despite, I mean, they've had a huge advertising campaign, and yet it hasn't made the slightest difference. You know, when you get some programmes, and when we say 0 ratings, I think what we mean is that it's so low that they can't actually rate it. So where it goes, I've got no idea. I think Morgan has been signed up for a reputed 50 million for a 3-year deal. I mean, you know, if you work that out on the amount of, I mean, you know, people that he's pulling in, my audience is 10 times bigger. I need to have a word with him about the money, I think, at the moment. A little bit of a word. You know, if he's on 50 million for a 3-year deal, and I've done 44 years, you know, I'm nowhere near 50 million. All right, 48, but it doesn't matter, does it? Yeah, but it's a bit of a challenge for poor Rebecca Brooks, who is in need of a hit. They've sunk tens of millions of pounds in it, but you cannot persuade people to watch lacklustre television programmes. Mainly with an awful lot of people who are sort of ex-LBC, who we didn't want either. So where it goes from here, I've got no idea. Paul in Bounds Green says, let me put you out of your misery. In Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, the commanding officer was Admiral Nelson, played by Richard Basehart, and his second in command was played by David Hedison. So, no, as they say. And Sean says, he's in St Albans, I really enjoyed the jacket potato at Costco. In fact, it's a highlight of my visit. But the other day, the queue in Watford was around 40 deep. I couldn't get near the counter. Busiest I've ever seen it. If there's a queue, I don't bother. I don't want to stand there waiting. There was somebody in there the other day, they were from one of the local companies, and they ordered something like 20 or 30 hot dogs. So that took somebody off the counter to make 30 blooming hot dogs with different, those have onions, these are no onions, these ones need ketchup on these. Oh, dear God in heaven. They should send them somewhere else. But I agree, a jacket potato. And also it's very cheap, about $1.45, I think, for a jacket potato with the fillings in it. And I'm convincing myself it does really well. But they need to supply you with spoons. They've got forks, but they're little like wooden forks. You can't eat a baked potato with a little wooden fork. It doesn't work. It might go two or three prongs. I don't know, actually. But you need spoons, because you can spoon up the potato then. And then once you're left with the actual shell, then you can eat that. They need to give you a little packet of butter as well to stick in there to make it more interesting. But sometimes I've had beans and cheese. That's very good as well. That's a bit of a delicacy round our way, I have to tell you. We're all very impressed by things like that. More pictures on Eyewitness. Good God, very early pictures, because these are the pictures of Ron Galella, known as the godfather of US paparazzi, who's died at his home, aged 91, and he took everybody. He took absolutely everybody. He's got pictures of, Elvis Presley, amazing one of Elvis Presley, stepping away, and with his girlfriend, Diana Goodman. I'd forgotten about her. But he died not Elvis Presley with the girlfriend, but the photographer died the other day. But there's a book out. There's a book out, which means that he's got lots and lots of his pictures. Low price, low quality. Do you buy in this? When you go to the supermarkets and they go, this is our value range. Have you ever bought the value range? I've not. You have? Oh, right. Okay. Is it okay? Is it the same sort of... So what's actually different about it? Yes, I understand it's cheaper, but is it missing some vital ingredient that is in the other thing? They don't smell... OK, right. Because on baked beans, Sainsbury's are charging £1 for a 2-serving can of Heinz beans. Sainsbury's own version is 35p, and its Hubbard's food store line costs 21p. Now, that's a lot of difference. And yet I would always go, because I still think... a 2-serving can of Heinz beans for £1. I think that's actually quite good value. I've never thought about the other ones at all. Rice pudding at Morrison's, the best-known brand of rice pudding, Ambrosia, is on offer at 2 cans for £1.60, while a Morrison's Savers can is 20p. There's a lot of difference, but the trouble is I would rather have a name brand. I don't think that makes me a bad person. But also, both have 9% rice, but water features on the ingredients list of the cheaper products, second only to skimmed milk. Whilst Ambrosia is 72% milk, that means it has more fat, 4.4 grams a serving versus 1.4. Marmite is another favourite. People like Marmite. They keep bringing out different ones. Beaten in a survey by a budget version is Marmite, which taste tested scored it at 65%, but gave Aldi's Mighty Yeast Extract 75%. The budget retailer charges £1.69 for 240 grams, whilst Marmite costs £2.49 for 250 grams, which is £1 per 100 grams. And there was somebody on who was this the one who was on with James O'Brien, who knew all the values of all these different things and which was really very, very good indeed. Very good. Chocolate spread. I didn't know anybody who's ever eaten chocolate spread. I've never had chocolate spread. Well, this is, in some cases, cheaper lines do better in taste tests. So Lidl's chocolate spread, Choco Noosa, is apparently £1.09 for a 400-gram jar. Versus £2.90 for a 350-gram jar of Nutella, which is 83p per 100 grams. The Lidl version was more highly rated by tasters. It also has less sugar and saturated fat per serving. But, can you really be bothered when you go around the supermarkets to start working out? I think a lot of Aldi packaging imitates the real brands. Well, I saw condoms the other day in Poundland. What? They just happened to be there. And I thought, they're Durex. But it just, the box just looked a bit like Durex. And yet when I look closely, in fact, if you look at Aldi's packaging, they've got Cocoa Pops and then they've got another monkey on the front of their Choco Rice. Carte d'Or, vanilla ice cream, there's a very similar looking packaging, but Lurpak Spreadable is almost eclipsed by Norpak Spreadable, which is Aldi's packaging. And they've also got bleach. One's called Power Force, which is their brand. They've also got Fairy Liquid, or their one's called Magnum. And they've got Lurpak Spreadable or Norpak. Cheese Puffs or Wotsits. The packaging is the same. It looks the same. They've been very clever in doing it. I wonder how many people, seriously, though, pick up, Cheese Puffs and think they're Wotsits, because they're not. They taste different. So Aldi packaging is imitating the real brands. I mean, it's clever marketing, isn't it? But I wouldn't know the difference, although I can taste it. I told you we went into a pub the other day and I wanted just a lime juice and water, but I knew it wasn't Rose's because I could taste Rose's lime juice. I know what it tastes like. And this was a cheap, very sweet, sickly version of it. And I didn't like it. It's obviously because they're trying to keep prices down. But it's going to get worse, isn't it? And if it's going to get worse, it means that people are probably not going to be going out to pubs anymore because they won't be able to afford it. Because if Sheila Fogarty was complaining about her council tax bill up £700, but that's spread over the year, isn't it? 12, 6 to 70. Yeah, so it could be an extra 60 quid a month. God blimey. That is a lot, actually. That is an awful lot. What else we got? Emily Sandé on Music, Love and Finding Happiness, which is lovely. And this Argentinian shirt. Who's seriously got 7.1 million to buy a shirt that sends chills down the spines of England fans? The Hand of God goal, 1986. You have to cast your mind back for that, for the World Cup. Sold for 7.1 million, but I can't remember who bought the blooming thing. Obviously somebody who is absolutely stinking rich and is loaded beyond all manner or shadow of a doubt. That is a lot of money, isn't it? 7.1 million. I mean, what would you do with it? I mean, do you keep it, you know, in a case or something like that and go, that's worth 7.1 million? Yeah, I don't know. Matt Letizier, he's a football legend and conspiracy theorist. He revealed he believes in UFOs and aliens. So that's okay, isn't it? I mean, because he's quite mad, obviously. I mean, because there's no such thing as either UFOs or aliens. Speaking on a podcast, the 53-year-old says UFOs is another one that I kind of looked into, and now actually you're starting to see a little bit in the middle. Right. I'm not sure actually whether I believe it. I think people want to believe this stuff. His Twitter posts have also promoted conspiracy theories about the pandemic and the Ukraine war. He lost his Sky Sports Soccer Saturday job in 2020 in an overhaul. There's all these people who used to work for Sky Sports and now all of a sudden they don't work for Sky Sports. Boffins have taken a big leap forward, finding a cure for deafness. Scientists say they've created new hearing cells because hearing loss due to ageing, noise and some cancer therapy drugs and antibiotics is irreversible because cells can die, but they think they can reverse it. We move on in leaps and bounds. It's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. BP made a fool of Boris Johnson by insisting it would still invest in Britain, even if a windfall tax is forced on the oil giant. Wonder how much we say yesterday BP were making? It was something phenomenal, like 680 quid a second. I went past a garage the other day, a BP garage. They were doing diesel at 1.99. So I've never seen it so high in my entire... Luckily, the garage on the motorway was empty. Because I've always said to people, if you really are that desperate, buy your petrol at motorway service stations, because they're far and away the most expensive places to buy it. And the whole idea is we're here to save you some money. 6:15, let's get those news headlines with Simon Conway.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Are you famous to be known? Are you famous enough? Because you remember the other day, poor old Boris didn't know who Lorraine was. He had to say who's Lorraine. And it prompted me because I remember Peter Andre, back in a 1990s interview, had no idea who Sir David Jason was. He had no idea at all. And then afterwards he went, how the hell could I not know? Duh? I don't know, actually. Ellie doesn't know either who David Jason is. Are you serious? Unbelievable, isn't it, really? Del Boy. You didn't know he was Del Boy? Good God. And it was very interesting. Madonna confessed in 2012 to never having heard of One Direction. I mean, you can't really make it up, actually. Also, Geordie Shore's Charlotte Crosby had no idea who George Michael was when she appeared on Come Dine With Me. She said, who the hell's George Michael? I think they say the same of Charlotte Crosby, don't they, really? Who the hell is Charlotte Crosby? And Pamela Anderson had never heard of comedian Les Dennis, despite starring in the pantomime Aladdin with him. But then again, she wouldn't really know that. And YouTuber, somebody called Saffron Barker, stunned viewers on the Celebrity Circle last year when her fellow competitors, actress Denise Van Outen or singer Duncan James, she said, I don't know who Denise or Duncan is. I know. Denise turns up with amazing, boring regularity. She pops up all the time on old Steph's programme. And Duncan James pops up. I mean, how can you not know who these people are? It's a case of who's Saffron Barker? Answer, a nobody. Absolute nobody. Kim says, I'm prone to a good swear, but never in front of my parents. I accidentally swore once in front of my mother. I was about 40, and she threw me a look that said it all. I still make it a point never to swear in front of older people or children. I just don't feel right. I don't think I've ever sworn at any one of my shows. I don't think I've ever swear. I just automatically don't swear. It's an inbuilt trigger thing. It's like you don't swear on the radio. Not on stage. You don't swear on stage. I might have said the word bother or something like that, you know, if I'm really pushing it. Yeah, before and after. Gillian Warwick says, we did this blind taste comparison with branded items versus Aldi. All the Aldi items won, ranging from tea bags and lemonade to beans and steak. I can't do it. Just seems quite funny, an Aldi steak. You know, what's that made of? It's probably quite nice, actually. But because we were talking about all these things, they do look very similar. Lidl have Danpak butter, looks exactly the same as the Aldi one, and Lurpak packaging, says Rich in Lincoln. And over in New Zealand, how much for a small jar of Marmite, says Jules? £8. £8. He said, it seems outrageous, but it is worth it. Well, it would have to be for £8. Mind you, Vienna's like that. You can get lots of things in the English shop there, but you pay a premium for actually sort of wanting to eat them. Stuart Manning says, isn't Madonna's boyfriend the same age as the ID boys? One Direction with the ID boys. Because remember when Bros came along, I called them brothers, even though they were brothers. Bros. They've disappeared. But Stuart Manning, she's not with that boyfriend anymore. It's all finished. She's moved on. Hope for all of us, I suppose, really. Steve, I just walked through Holborn. 15 dead rats, says Ashley. Oh, right. And Kevin the Milkman says, the Hand of God shirt was bought by an anonymous buyer. Obviously not told the wife then. I suppose, actually, if you're that rich that you can afford to spend 7.1 million on a shirt, it's, you could have obviously... I think it's about the most expensive sporting memorabilia item. The good news is the number of problem gamblers have fallen by more than 100,000, which is a drop of 0.2%. Stats from the Gambling Commission show the rate dropped to the new low from 0.4% in the year to this March. So that's better, isn't it? Because they have to put signs up on everything, be gambling aware, try and keep it... I'm going to sneeze. Try and keep it limited, because they did that. I told you on the lottery, they do it all the time, where they sort of send you a thing saying, do you need any more help with sort of managing your money and all the rest of it? Maradona's shirt has now surpassed the previous record, and this would have been, I thought it was 4.4 million, paid in 2019 on Babe Ruth's 1928-1930 New York Yankees jersey. Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth, I remember we went over to New York years and years ago, and I think they were queuing for Babe Ruth. It was the most phenomenal thing I'd ever seen, actually. And also the 7 million paid for the original hand-drawn Olympic manifesto that was sold in New York that same year. So that's Maradona's shirt has now got more money. More money. It's amazing, isn't it, really? But Babe Ruth's, that's something. See, I didn't know who Babe Ruth was. I mean, I now know baseball star Babe Ruth. Thought it was a pig. Very good. Also, Claire Foy says she would be awful in rom-coms and superhero films as she can only play sad characters. Nice to know your limitations, isn't it, when you get something like that? But 7.1 million. And, I mean, is it genuine? Apparently so. Apparently so. Anne Robinson is eyeing up a new job hosting Match of the Day. She wants to team up with Gary Lineker after quitting as host of Countdown. What for? They wouldn't want you on something like that. And yet, I mean, listen, you'd be better off, just sitting there knitting or doing something like that. I mean, he's 71. If you had to sort of turn off the microphone of Rachel Riley and the other ones, You know, maybe television has bypassed now. Maybe it's bypassed. She says, who needs the monopoly of blokes mansplaining football on a Saturday afternoon? But actually, there isn't just there's loads of women that get involved with sport now. She said she will be leaving Channel 4, she said, but she's ruled out doing reality TV. I wish so many of them would. That would be quite nice, isn't it? And the first British electric-powered aeroplane has made its maiden flight. This is the first British electric-powered aeroplane, a single-seater Sherwood E-Cub, made its a 10-minute journey over Norfolk. Not going to get you very far, is it? So here we go, 9 minutes. Oh, my God, fathers were over the sea. And a TV investigator blasted claims. German police have new evidence. Mark Williams-Thomas said he'd been assured there were no forensics linking the convicted child sex beast and rapist. I told you that before. This is just a load of old hogwash. They haven't got any... There is nothing. There is no new evidence. There is no nothing at all. It's just made up, I'm afraid. Rustlers stole a flock of sheep. This is... farm thefts now are absolutely huge. They go right to the top because what happens is... I mean, this is on the Isle of Lewis. Their ewes were expected to have 23 lambs between them. The missing sheep was spotted when the farmer carried out a routine tally as they were being rounded up. They said it's possible that a vehicle such as a trailer was used. Well, how else? What do you think? They sort of led them along a path on a lead or something. Of course they went on a trailer. And they're worth money to people now. You see them popping up in markets. You know, somebody will take those. They'll be whisked into an abattoir as fast as possible. They'll give birth. They'll hang on to the lambs and get rid of the mums. It's the way it goes now. I mean, farm theft, as I say, absolutely huge. Rocker Pete Doherty goes to football matches in France because he misses swearing at games. I didn't even know he was still around. Pete Doherty, good Lord above. He says he goes to watch the local side, Lave. He says, aside from the French second tier, haven't got a big fan base. It's a couple of thousand people, but they're really passionate. He says there's always a nod to the English game in France. The area where the fans gather gets called the Cop. I mean, who cares what Pete Doherty thinks about anything now? Really odd, really very, very strange. And Boris Becker could be booted out of the UK after serving his prison sentence. They're going to kick him out. Jail for 2.5 years for bankruptcy fraud. He'll be considered for deportation because he never formally applied to get British citizenship. Well, kick him out then. He hasn't formally applied for anything. But he won't serve 2.5 years. He'll serve about 18 months, I would think. That's the way it works. So he'll then be classed as a foreign offender, despite having lived in the UK since 2012. Now, under current law, foreign criminals who are sentenced to more than 12 months in jail can be kicked out of the country if their deportation is deemed to be conducive to the public good. I should imagine it made the slightest difference, actually, to the public. Ronnie O'Sullivan buying this inflatable boat. The millionaire Q-man says he plans to potter about in the Lake District, where he already has a holiday houseboat. Riveting. I didn't think that you could take these inflatables and start whizzing up and down locks and stuff like that. He said, I'm going to do loads of stuff. I'm going to travel. I might go to the Lake District. I've actually got a houseboat up there. But I might go and buy a little rigid inflatable boat and explore the lake and have some fun. How much do you win then? Is there a lot of money to be made playing snooker nowadays? I mean, do they have... Oh, right. They have... It's not as much as boxing, though, is it? Boxing is absolutely massive. Sarah said, I'm flying to Vienna tomorrow. Any recommendations for restaurants? No. I don't think the food is great in Austria. I really don't. I never thought that. A lot of people will tell you quite similar, actually, things. You know, there's all the top hotels there and all the tourist hotels on the ring, and you could try any of those. But, you know, Café Landmann is very popular, which is just in front of the Rat House. That's sort of popular for coffee and stuff like that. But if you want cheap coffee, there's loads of cheap coffee houses. But the Viennese take their drinking coffee quite seriously. So each cup of coffee comes with a little glass of water. So you take sip of coffee, sip of water, cleanse your palate, take the coffee again. So the coffee tastes fresh each time. That's how it works. It's an art form. And most of the waiters in the Café Landmann are about 90. First prize World Snooker Championship. First prize 250,000? 500,000? Oh, right. So just leaning over a table can earn you a bit of money. Well, there you go. What have we got? We got news, haven't we? At 6:30 with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Do you know, it is still to be said that if you get a metal detector, there's a very good chance that you could unearth something quite interesting. But you have to remember that if you go onto somebody's private land, you're trespassing, OK? So you're supposed to get permission from farmers or landowners. And if you find anything, it becomes treasure trove, so you can't keep it anyway. But there is 3 metal detectorist friends who spent weeks camping in a Wiltshire field. And this is computer shop owner Robert Abbott, Dave Allen, a carpenter, and a herd manager, Mick Ray. They've been sleeping in the field 2 days after lockdown lifted in 2020. And after finishing breakfast, Robert said, I turned on my machine, a Minelab Equinox 800. I walked 6 paces from the tent. I found several tent pegs, and just under the surface, a late Roman silver silica in pristine condition. Eventually, they uncovered 161 Roman coins, literally within 3 footsteps of their tent. And they date from AD 340 to 402. The collection could fetch up to £40,000. So the British Museum inspected it, is keeping 2 for its collection. Noonan's expert, that's the auctioneers, Nigel Mills, said the hoard, buried as Emperor Honorius withdrew forces from Britain, was in mint condition. They're amazing. So they've now got 90 years detecting experience. Boring people they must be. And went out with their many beep, beep, beep. They do it in the, we get it in the opal miners and the gold people in Australia, where you're working in sweltering conditions and all they're trying to do is find little bits of gold, and they've got their metal detectors, whoop, 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 like that. So like a submarine diving, you know, dive, whoop, whoop. And then they go, oh, look, found some gold here. But they found, 40,000 quid, because they're all in perfect condition, they might actually fetch more money. It depends. I mean, if 2 people battle out, it's a good story, isn't it? Very good story. But if you've got it, haunt it. Laura Hoyle and Kirk Stevens matched all 5 numbers on the life ball. They netted £10,000 a month for 30 years in a set for life draw. And Camelot have released a recording of the call. And she says, I was shaking. As I told the lady, I think I've won the lottery. It was so weird saying those words. I should be saying it tomorrow. And, I'm so lucky to have won the lottery. Anyway, she's since quit her job as an office worker. They only get £10,000 a month for 30 years, but I suppose if you live on 10 grand a month, you can probably retire. Provided you've got a little bit of savings. So she wants to devote her time to paranormal investigation. It's the Doolally Brigade. It's the case of we're going to spend all our money, investigating crop circles or something like that. I don't quite see the point of it, but there you go. That's what somebody wants to spend their money on. Far be it from us to ever criticise. You spend your money on what you like. Doesn't make any difference, does it? It just depends. Some people go, well, don't you really want to go and just go on holiday or something like that? Wouldn't that be a nice thing to do? Just go on holiday and and soak up the sun. There was a couple, wasn't it, who won £1 million or something, gay couple, and they've just taken so many holidays. They've had loads of holidays with their £1 million. And I thought, why not? If that's what you wanted, if you can afford to do that, do it. But to get £10,000 a month is quite nice for 30 years. For 30 years. It's a bit of a dream, do you think? Is it? Oh, right. Well, they were very lucky to have got it. And Noel Gallagher says his diet leaves doctors flustered as he shuns fruit and veg and eats sausages and chips. He said if he had to choose a death row meal, it would be as many pork bangers as he could stomach with chips and lashings of gravy. They've just got a guy up in America. He's got... Is it something like a few weeks to decide how he wants to be executed? Either Zyklon B gas, which was used in the Holocaust, or lethal injection. I mean, and they said, which one would you prefer? And I think he's thinking about it. I mean, I would have thought, because they had trouble with the lethal injection, one man was in agony for hours and hours and hours as he was dying. I thought that the lethal injection, there's three people push the plungers, and then only one of them has got the thing that's going to stop your heart in it, so they don't know which person actually killed the person who's being executed. They always offer you your last meal, and I don't know what my last meal would be. Bucket of KFC, I suppose. That's what. I don't know. I mean, I quite fancy the crispy chicken McDonald's Big Mac thing. I fancy one of those. But no, I think it would have to be fairly... But most people go for burgers and milkshakes and stuff. Not that it makes any difference. A McSpicy I could go for. Quite fancy that idea. It looks quite nice, doesn't it? Chopped up lettuce and a bit of mayo on there as well. They always say crunchy lettuce. Do you think it's done by a machine or somebody's actually there cutting it with a knife? Done by... Yeah, I think so. But no, I think it'd be a barrel of KFC and perhaps a chocolate milkshake followed by vanilla milkshake followed by strawberry milkshake. Yeah, that'd be enough for me, you know, and then sort of listen, I'm more than happy to go to sleep now. Thank you very much indeed. There was another one here, a comedian who proposed to his unsuspecting girlfriend. He popped her ring in a box of chicken nuggets. I mean, bless her heart. I mean, she could have eaten it by mistake, couldn't she? Aussie funny man Aaron Chen was McLoving it when Esther Shim said I will as they ate in McDonald's. He posted snaps on Instagram saying, congratulations to me, I'm engaged. TV host Jan Fran told him, Aaron, you're going to make a beautiful bride. Yeah, lovely. Fancy putting in a box of chicken nuggets. I mean, it's not romantic. Chicken nuggets aren't romantic, are they? I don't think they are. I mean, I can think of more romantic food. I mean, some people think oysters are romantic. Personally, they make me want to be sick. So I'm not into anything like that, where they go, oh, it's an aphrodisiac. No, it's not. No, a bottle of Prosecco is an aphrodisiac. That's much better for you, I'm convinced. Yeah. And Steve says, Pete, in Romford, I thought I'd try slimming milkshakes until I saw the amount of sugar in it. I used to drink lager and lime. What, milkshakes? That's a novel one, isn't it? They do all these different... There's a milkshake... We've got one here in Leicester Square, haven't we? We've got the other side of Leicester Square. There's a milkshake place. And they do all different flavour milkshakes. Shake Shack. Yeah, and they make... I've never had anything like that. And they do all different flavoured milkshakes. Are they very expensive? I mean, I only ask out of curiosity because I'm partial. I've not had one for ages. I should imagine a good couple of years, actually, since I've... a fiver? What do you get for a fiver? A milkshake? That's a lot of money for a milkshake, isn't it? A fiver. I'd have to save up for that. I couldn't afford that straight away. That would have to be on instalments or something like that. And you can have anything, can you? Do they do sort of the usual, you know, Oreos, crunches? Oh, God, whipped cream and crushed nuts. That's all you need, isn't it, really? Look at them. I mean, some of them. So Shake Shack makes those, yeah. And they do different ones here. So that's created by Friends for Friends, Shake Shack. And then they do burgers as well. Oh, wait a minute. What was that on the right-hand side? Was that asparagus? That's what it looked like a minute ago to me. Oh, it looks quite... Oh, no, it's not. Sorry, it's a sign. Just showing you. Is that Shake Shack as well? So they don't just do milkshakes, they do food. I'm not sure if that cream is any good for you on the top. I'd have to say, can I have sort of the diet milkshake? And I don't want anything... Yeah. I mean, just have a bottle. I got a bottle of water in the car yesterday. That was quite nice, because I've run out of water at home. I need to go and get some water today. But, it's interesting, isn't it? A Shake Shack. Do you remember when there used to be in Leicester Square a Dayvilles? They did ice cream, and that's all they sold was ice cream. About 31 different flavours or something. And then as fast as they arrived, they seemed to disappear. You'd go in there and you'd go, I'll have crunchy nut cornflakes or something, ice cream, and they would do it. And it was not cheap. I mean, some of these ice cream shops, it's like £5 or £6 for a cone. They're really expensive. And they also do frozen custard. What, at Shake Shack? Frozen custard, what does that look like? Custard, I mean, is it proper custard, or is that just an Americanised name for something? Oh, right, oh, look at that. That looks very interesting. Frozen custard. Pie on my banana chocolate frozen custard. Well, looky here. There's my life sorted out. I bet they don't open till about lunchtime or something stupid. It'll be ridiculous, won't it? It's never the time I'm there. So frozen custard. I like the red one. What's the red one? It's got sort of little bits of... What is it? Strawberry. All right, a bit dull. And the green one is... What, the green one? What's that say on it? It doesn't say... Mint. And then the other one is white, so I'm assuming that's sort of normal. And then there's the other mixture. They all look quite nice, don't they? It's making my mouth water as well. But you can't get anything at this time of the morning. Why is it we're living in this city where, you know, nothing opens till like 7 or 8 o'clock? It's ridiculous. Or 11. Exactly, 11 o'clock. Not surprised I get myself into a dreadful state over things, but never know. You never know. One of these days they might sort of go, we're going to be opening 24 hours. There's a very thin bloke in the paper today. They call him Skinny. His name's Adam Bowler. He's been bullied by people in the wrestling world because he isn't a beefcake. He's a skinny little boy, and he's a wrestler. He said some people, were very surprised when I started wrestling because I don't look like a typical wrestler. They're normally big, muscular and sporty blokes, but I don't look like that kind of thing. I look short and skinny. I do get bullied a lot. They say I'm just too short and not good enough, but I mean, he's been on the wrestling circuit for more than 10 years, and he holds the Linda Memorial Championship belt. Just about. It probably is a bit heavy for him, so he probably can't carry it very far, but that's it. Spooky tales from the paranormal world of the Beatles and Bark. The Beatles, honestly. Who was I talking to the other day? Somebody said they heard Paul McCartney singing on some programme, and they were going to write in and go, please tell him not to sing anymore. Please tell him not to sing. I said, you have to check him out on the Carpool Karaoke with James Corden, because it was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And there's only 2 of the Beatles left. There's only 2 alive. And I think, Paul McCartney was about the most talented, because they had Pete Best was the drummer, and then they changed him for Ringo, and then Ringo came in, and his claim to fame was he narrated Thomas the Tank Engine. Chuff, 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 said Thomas. Hardly going to set the charts alight, is it?
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Don't forget, we're live through the night tonight with the local elections, and Ian Dale will be here with the results as they come in, and from 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, Nick Ferrari at breakfast will bring you the latest from across the UK. You can listen on Global Player and keep up with the results at lbc.co.uk. So I'm not here tomorrow. I should be doing the same as you will be, which will be listening to the radio to find out whether or not we've made a difference. So LBC's full coverage of the local elections kicking off this evening with Ian Dale, who's got a very busy day, actually, a very, very busy day. So fun, I was just looking at a picture on the television of Dolly Parton in the early days. Big hair was the order. It was all wigs, but it was just enormous hair. But she had this fantastic voice. Still has, actually, because she's still working. And then just to amuse myself, I went on to YouTube and I found the Rolling Stones live. And I remember looking at them thinking, do you know, Mick Jagger is, 70-something now? And he's still prancing around like a 30-year-old. It's amazing. Ian Dale tweeted his schedule for today because he's doing all sorts of bits and pieces. 6:15, he was at GMB. 8 a.m, recording his All Talk podcast with me. 10 till 6 p.m, sleeping. 7 p.m, goes to the Millbank studio. 8 p.m, watches West Ham versus Eintracht. And then 10 p.m, co-presents an 8-hour election night live show on LBC with Jackie Smith. And then collapses, I'm assuming, at the end of it. It's just a long... I mean, I don't think I've ever done an 8... I'm trying to think if I've ever done an 8-hour show. I don't think so. I think I've been pretty close. A friend of mine once did... Yes, it feels like it some days. A friend of mine did a 24-hour show once on the radio. He was gaga by the end of it, completely gaga. And he didn't even have to speak very much. You imagine if you did it on a speech radio programme, if you were talking for that amount of time. I mean, I'd talk for 3 hours a day. Just about. Steve says, Philip, when you worked for United Biscuits, did they package some of the biscuits under supermarket labels as well as their own brands? Yes. Yes, they used to come off 2 different ends of the production line and go into different wrappers. Of course, big factory production. I think Chris Moyles did a 52-hour show for charity non-stop. Again, you'd be gaga by the end of it. You wouldn't know where you were. You'd be rambling. Spread over 2 days, was it? I don't even think I could stay awake that long. I'm totally convinced that if somebody said to me, you can stay awake for 24 hours, I definitely couldn't do it. Absolutely not. I think that would would literally absolutely kill you, I think. Steve says, Julia, I thought I'd leave home a bit earlier this morning and walk to work to get a few extra steps in. We've got a walking competition over the month of May in Lincolnshire Police. 35 teams taking part, including one from Fire and Rescue and the ambulance service, so good luck to everybody. Julia is team captain of Fraggle Rock, Lincolnshire. Fraggle Rock. And Ashley says, Steve, I know how much you love your history and that Roman coin story. Oh, it was fascinating. Fascinating. It was good. Sid Cup Julie says, don't get me started on Maradona. He's a legend. Best player ever. And Steve, the person who says it was £8 for a jar of Marmite in New Zealand, I don't know where they're shopping. He said, but depending on the size of the jar, anywhere between $3 and $5, approximately £1.5 to £2.5. Good show as per, says Stu. He's in Lower Hutt. Lower Hutt. The Donateum in Vienna, says Susan. Also known as the Danube Tower restaurant, literally rotating so you get beautiful views. Yes, the Danube Tower. See, I couldn't sit up there, drive me mad. I'm not very good at heights anyway. I'd be absolutely awful at something like that. Well, we have the Post Office Tower here, which also used to go round in the restaurant. So, it's not a funfair ride. It's not anything like that, which is nice. And, Steve, isn't it crazy? There's such wonderful history, says Bev. It's only worth £40,000, and some footballer's grubby shirt is worth 7.1 million. Yes, that's the way it goes, I'm afraid. And Kim says, what am I going to do without me Stevie baby tomorrow? I should get the boys out for an earlier walk. Light here at 5 a.m. now. Take him over to see the new lambs and calves, or the new foal on their harnesses, obviously. And they're very well behaved. Enjoy, and I look forward to our chats next week. So it's been a smashing week. Steve, you could just go for a bag of cheese strings and remove the thinnest strings slowly as possible just to annoy them, says Sean in St Albans. And Donnie says, just washed up the Groovy Gang glass, Steve. Posted a little drop of Prosecco yesterday evening. And Jane says, went to a Rolling Stones concert 3 years ago. Mick Jagger was phenomenal. He danced for about 2 hours non-stop. I think that's what keeps him going. I'm totally convinced that's what keeps people going. You know, when they do these things and people say, what do they do, when they stop working? They die. It's as simple as that. They die. They actually keep working, and it's the work that keeps them. It's like a lot of people, when somebody says to me, oh, you need to retire. Not to me, but they'll say it to other people, and people go, oh, right, I'll retire. And then you go, what do you do when you retire? You sit at home, and you wake up in the morning, and then you stare out the window, and you go, I'll just go for a walk. Or in my case, I come into work. Ah. I love it. I think it keeps you away from the cemeteries. Because having been to the solicitor yesterday, doing my will and doing all these other bits and pieces, believe you me, even in death, the government take money from you. Even in death. You work out what you think you're going to leave at the end of your life. And just remember, if you've got over £325,000, you're in big trouble, because you can get tax-free £325,000. Anything above that in your will is taxed at 40%. So if you think you've worked out your estate is worth 500,000 quid, it ain't. Because the government are going to take 40% of above 300. If you're under £325,000, you're okay. But if you're over it, and most people would be, if you live in London and you've got a house or a flat, 325,000 is nothing. Nothing. I mean, it's absolutely nothing at all, isn't it? It's dreadful. Dreadful. Other stories which are in the paper today. The spare tyre. This is around your tummy, increases the risk of death from prostate cancer. This was an Oxford University study that found that for men who are overweight, an extra every 4 inches of waist circumference increased the chances of dying of prostate cancer by 7%. It's a cheery little thought, isn't it, today? Just what we need. Not really. Also, the biggest rise in US rates for more than 20 years. And Britain's leading universities have been warned by the government not to discriminate against grammar schools in any attempt to increase diversity. School heads, campaigners and senior MPs all criticised Cambridge University's Vice-Chancellor after he complained that substituting more grammar school students for students from independent schools would not accomplish widening participation goals. But my favourite story of the day is the Virgin Atlantic flight to New York. It was forced to return to Heathrow after the bosses discovered one of its pilots had not actually completed the training. And yet he was flying the blooming thing. This was mid-flight. Virgin apologised for the disruption and blamed a rostering issue. It said internal protocols rather than UK aviation or safety regulations had been breached. And so the Airbus aborted its flight to New York as it passed over Ireland at about 10:15 on Monday. You can imagine. Normally you get these things from the pilot. They go, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know, we're flying at the... Oh, wait a minute, I've not passed any tests for this one. We'll just land again and worry about that a bit later. Mr. Neil says, Wills, we paid over £400,000 on my dad's estate. Yeah, you do. And you have to pay for all of this stuff, because I'm taking some out of 2 of my pensions. And but they said, and we only got this when we did the will, and they said over 325,000 40% tax. And you go... So in other words, it comes down quite significantly. The only way round it, apparently, is to set up a trust fund. If you set up a trust... And it's so because you've also got to nominate who administers your estate. Do you want the bank to do it? Do you want a friend to do it? Have you got a close friend in the family? And then, once you've nominated somebody as somebody who's going to act for you, they have to sign 2 documents. You've got to pay for these. They're about 600 quid a time. And because if you go completely round the bend and you start, you can't make decisions for yourself, somebody has to have power of attorney. It's so much more complicated. I thought it was just simple. You died, and then they distribute your money. No, not at all. It's quite frightening, isn't it? Because, as I say, most people, if you've got a flat, it's worth over £300,000 now. You've only got to just tip it, $325,000, you're into 40% tax, inheritance tax. I know I've got to go.